Chapter 1. The Wolf Hunter and the Enigmatic Beauty. In the early summer of the 11th year before the Holy Era, in the western part of the Black Forest in the Xiliang region of the Divine Continent. Oh woe, oh woe. The piercing howls of wolves echoed relentlessly, drawing ever closer. Da Huang, run faster. Aiding his flight, Aiding held a bow in one hand, while clutching a tattered burlap sack in the other, desperately leading his large yellow dog through the shadowy woods. Inside the sack was a yellow wolf cub, thrashing wildly and emitting a series of pitiful cries. Aiding understood the gravity of the situation. The mother wolf, upon discovering her cub had been abducted, would undoubtedly go berserk, and if she caught up, it would be a fight for survival. The only strategy now was to run as swiftly as possible, luring the mother wolf into the ambush he had meticulously prepared. Sweat poured down Aiding's brow, his disheveled hair clinging to his shoulders, droplets cascading down his face. Yet, he dared not slacken his pace, mustering every ounce of strength to stay ahead of the pursuing mother wolf. Aiding was left with no other option. The local officials demanded that the small village deliver 5 wolf pelts each month as tribute, insisting that the pelts be flawless and punishing any deficiencies. This placed Aiding, the village's most skilled hunter, in a precarious position. His expertise lay in archery, followed closely by setting traps. Now, to preserve the integrity of the pelts, he had to forsake his beloved bow and instead use traps to capture the yellow wolves. The yellow wolf cub was crucial in enticing the adult wolves into the traps, a bait Aiding had risked his life to procure from the old wolf ridge earlier that morning. At this moment, the bait was indeed working, successfully drawing the mother wolf away from the old wolf ridge in pursuit. Aiding felt a mix of tension and exhilaration, occasionally patting the yellow wolf cub to encourage its desperate howls. The more heart-wrenching the cub's cries, the more they would distract the mother wolf, increasing the likelihood of capture. Indeed, the howls of the yellow wolf grew increasingly anguished, the pursuit intensifying. With a final burst of energy, Aiding and Da Huang reached the designated ambush site just ahead of the wolf. It was a small clearing in the forest, surrounded by thriving trees, where Aiding had diligently set up 5 or 6 traps over the past few days. He slowed his pace, commanding Da Huang to halt, and took a moment to steady his breath, carefully avoiding the traps as he tossed the burlap sack into the center of the clearing. Next, he approached a nearby cypress tree, resting his hands against its trunk as he bent down. Da Huang, familiar with the command, bounded onto Aiding's back in a graceful leap. Using Aiding for leverage, Da Huang sprang up, gripping a branch with his front paws, climbing into a nest above. Aiding clung to the trunk with both hands, squeezing his legs tightly. He ascended with a series of swift movements until he reached the nest. Oh! The chilling howls of the wolves drew near, the mother wolf almost upon them in the clearing. Aiding knelt in the nest, intently observing the direction from which the yellow wolf approached, preparing his bow and arrow, his mind racing with thoughts. If the yellow wolf proved too cunning and discerned the trap, or refused to enter, he would have no choice but to use his bow. However, employing his bow contradicted the need to keep the pelt intact, necessitating extraordinary skill to ensure the arrow struck precisely without damaging the hide. He could not afford any mishaps. With success hanging in the balance, Aiding's mind whirled with anxiety and anticipation. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the northeast. What was that noise? Aiding turned alertly, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the source of the disturbance. The sound was loud, unmistakably the noise of a beast trampling dry branches, rapid at first, then pausing intermittently as if testing the ground. Aiding crouched low, holding his breath, squinting to catch a glimpse of the source, his curiosity piqued. The old wolf ridge lay to the northwest, and the yellow wolf had been pursuing from the west thus. The sound from the northeast could not have originated from the yellow wolf. This area was less than 5 miles from the edge of the Black Forest and merely a dozen miles from his village. With the local fauna nearly hunted to extinction, what other beast could possibly emerge? Could it be a wandering elk, or perhaps a stray wild boar? Aiding cursed under his breath. Regardless of what creature it was, its presence at this moment could jeopardize his plans to ambush the yellow wolf. As Aiding furrowed his brow in contemplation, a graceful figure entered his line of sight. A young and strikingly beautiful girl, whom Aiding had never seen before, hurriedly made her way through the underbrush toward the clearing. The girl was breathtaking. With delicate brows and peach-like eyes, her demeanor was poised, her skin fair and smooth, her figure curvaceous, clad in a fitted outfit of greenish blue. She bore a leather satchel on her back, her long, dark hair tied back with a pristine white scarf, a silver hairpin woven through, and despite her disheveled appearance, her ethereal essence could not be concealed. As she cautiously advanced, she frequently glanced back, her expression one of palpable distress, and upon navigating past the thicket, she suddenly spotted the tattered burlap sack not far ahead in the clearing. The yellow wolf cub was thrashing desperately within the sack, its cries echoing through the woods. From a distance, the burlap sack resembled a cursed creature, writhing and emitting eerie sounds, creating an unsettling atmosphere in the desolate forest. The girl hesitated, uncertain how to proceed. Aiding watched in astonishment, his entire being captivated by the girl's presence. In his 18 years of life, he had never encountered such a mesmerizingly beautiful woman. Only the celestial beings depicted in traditional paintings could rival her allure. As he witnessed the girl nearing the trap, Aiding's heart raced with alarm, and he leapt to his feet, shouting, "Stop! Don't move!" Startled, the girl, already on edge, assumed that her pursuers had caught up. She trembled, her face paling, and without a moment to ascertain the source of the voice, she turned and fled, attempting to circumvent the clearing toward the north. Alwoo! At that very moment, the yellow wolf arrived, colliding directly with the girl. This was an adult female wolf, robust and fierce, who had returned from a hunt only to discover her cub missing, driving her into a frenzy of pursuit. Upon hearing the cub's cries, she realized it had been harmed by humans. A torrent of rage surged within the mother wolf as she dashed to the edge of the clearing, spotting the girl immediately. With a ferocious roar, her eyes gleaming with malice, she bared her fangs and lunged at the girl, intent on tearing her apart. The girl gasped in horror, frozen in place, unsure of how to respond. With a ravenous wolf before her and pursuers behind, it seemed as though the heavens had turned against her. Was this to be her final moment? Damn it! Aiding cursed under his breath, too enraged to lament the potential ruin of his carefully laid plans. He straightened, nocking an arrow, focusing intently, and aimed at the yellow wolf's hind leg. Thwack! The arrow flew swiftly, striking true at the joint of the wolf's hind leg. The yellow wolf howled in agony, stumbling and falling, struggling to rise, still determined to lunge at the girl. Seizing the moment, the girl regained her senses, evading the wolf and sprinting back toward the clearing. Stop! Stand still! Aiding shouted desperately, but it was too late. With a sharp snap, the girl had inadvertently triggered the trap. A branch sprang up, a noose tightened, ensnaring her legs and pulling her to the ground, leaving her suspended upside down. The girl screamed, thrashing wildly, desperate to escape. The mechanism continued its relentless operation, causing several ropes to tug at a nearby tree, which began to react. A massive log swung down from the tree's canopy, propelled by the two tethers, hurtling toward the girl with a menacing force. Chapter 2. I am not the villain. Aiding cursed his luck. Without a moment to think, he sprang to his feet, channeling all his focus, drawing his bow like a crescent moon and releasing an arrow aimed at the center of the rope suspending the log. Crack! The arrow struck true, penetrating the rope, causing the knot to unravel, and the log trembled ominously. Unfortunately, Aiding's arrows, tipped with bone, lacked the sharpness required to sever the rope completely. The log continued its advance toward the girl, gaining momentum. Aiding remained undeterred, swiftly drawing another arrow. The arrow flew like lightning, once again striking the previous target, causing the knot to burst apart once more. The rope, unable to withstand the repeated strain, finally snapped just as the log was about to collide with the girl's delicate form. The log lost its balance, one end crashing down while the other swung violently toward the suspended girl. What was once a force of several hundred pounds diminished to just over 100. Nevertheless, even this reduced force collided with the girl's shoulder, knocking her unconscious with a scream that echoed through the trees. In a cruel twist of fate, the fallen log fortuitously struck the burlap sack on the ground. The yellow wolf cub's howls ceased abruptly, blood oozing from the sack's seams, transforming it into a gruesome puddle of flesh. The sight drove the mother wolf to the brink of madness, her eyes wild with fury as she howled mournfully, forcing herself to rise on her injured leg and launching herself toward the girl's neck with a ferocious bite. "Damn you!" Aiding cursed again, disregarding the need to preserve the wolf pelt. He aimed directly for the yellow wolf's heart, releasing a powerful shot. Thwack! The arrow pierced through, carrying the wolf's body several meters before it collapsed onto the grass in the blink of an eye. The girl, the she-wolf, and her cubs all fell silent. The clearing in the forest was suddenly enveloped in an eerie stillness, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Aiding his senses, Aiding listened intently, confirming that no yellow wolves were pursuing him. Relieved, he hastily descended from his arboreal refuge and rushed to assess the situation. Upon witnessing the yellow wolf cub reduced to a puddle of gore, Aiding's heart sank, and his cheeks involuntarily twitched in horror. Slaughtering a yellow wolf cub was a taboo among hunters. Such an act would irrevocably forge a mortal enmity with the wolf pack, inviting relentless vengeance upon him. He shuddered at the thought of having to survive in the dark forest, facing the wrath of countless fierce yellow wolves from the old wolf den. His gaze shifted toward the she-wolf. Lying prostrate on the ground, the she-wolf was barely clinging to life, her fierce gaze radiating intense hatred as it bore into Aiding. An arrow had pierced her heart, leaving 2 gaping wounds in her body. This pelt was surely beyond salvage. Aiding furrowed his brow, the image of the village chief's corpulent face, contorted in rage as he berated him, flooding his mind, igniting his frustration. He strode over to the yellow wolf and kicked its head several times before grasping the arrow's shaft and yanking it free, blood gushing forth in a torrent. The yellow wolf breathed its last. The meticulously planned hunt had disintegrated into chaos. Not only had he failed to secure a single pelt, but he had also forged a deadly vendetta with the wolf pack. It was no wonder Aiding's spirits were so low. And the catalyst for this entire calamity was the girl ensnared in the hunting trap. Yet, she lay there, silent and unconscious. With a heart full of resentment, Aiding untied her and lowered her to the ground, scrutinizing her closely. Suddenly, a flicker of warmth surged within him. The brightness before his eyes seemed to lift his spirits inexplicably. The girl lay in a deep slumber, her eyes tightly shut and her body undulating gently, emanating an enchanting aura of youth. Her delicate nose stood straight and proud, her lips luscious and crimson, her brows finely arched, and her long, curved eyelashes framed her alabaster, smooth skin. For the first time in his life, Aiding beheld such a breathtakingly beautiful woman. In his small village, there were a few maidens and young wives whom he considered attractive. Particularly, the village chief's daughter, Guehong, had been the object of countless dreams for Aiding. Yet, when placed alongside this girl, they seemed but a swarm of fireflies beside the radiant Suna. Stark contrast indeed. Aiding examined her from head to toe, marveling in awe, so entranced that he was unaware of the drool pooling at the corners of his mouth. Seeing that the girl remained in her stupor, he pinched her philtrum firmly. Hey, miss, if you don't awaken soon, I might just have to perform artificial respiration." With that, Aiding grasped her slender hand, relishing the delightful sensation as he shook her gently. Noticing her lack of response, Aiding leaned down, hesitating as he brought his mouth closer to hers. However, faced with such a captivating beauty, Aiding felt a surge of nervousness, lingering indecisively. The girl exhaled softly, her breath wafting towards Aiding, carrying an exquisite fragrance that was utterly delightful. Aiding found himself momentarily entranced, his mouth hovering above hers, oblivious to the fact that her long, curved eyelashes were fluttering slightly. Then, her dreamy eyes snapped open wide. A piercing scream erupted, followed by a flurry of fists, culminating in a muffled groan and a scolding retort. The girl had just awakened, only to find a man's face looming before her, his foul mouth seemingly poised to kiss her, and she was immediately taken aback. Believing she had fallen into the clutches of an enemy, she had no inkling of the humiliation that awaited her. Without a moment's thought, she clenched her delicate fist and struck Aiding squarely in the eye. The force of her blow left Aiding seeing stars, and he fell backward, clutching his injured eye and rolling away. Before Aiding could explain, the girl sprang to her feet, kicking at him furiously with her deer-hide boots. Scoundrel! Villain! You've chased me here, and still won't let me be. I'll fight you. Aiding ducked and rolled to evade her strikes, exclaiming in protest. Stop. I'm not a villain. I'm your savior. If I hadn't rescued you, you would have either been devoured by the yellow wolf or crushed by a falling tree. You repay kindness with malice, and you dare to speak of reason? The girl, undeterred, continued her assault. The large yellow dog, perched in the treetop, barked anxiously, several times attempting to leap down to rescue its master. Alas, the tree was too high. Without Aiding's aid, the dog could not descend. Unable to endure any longer, Aiding rolled over, braving his injuries to land at the girl's feet, seizing her legs tightly and yanking her down to the ground. Taking advantage of her surprise, he flipped over and pinned her waist down, securing her. Stop. I'm not a villain. You've mistaken me. Aiding grasped her chest firmly, his voice rising in urgency. Calm down. I'm a local hunter. I just saved your life. The girl struggled briefly but was unable to escape, eventually succumbing to exhaustion as she gasped for breath, her gaze fixed intently on Aiding. Feeling a modicum of reassurance, Aiding gradually eased his grip, allowing a hint of a smile to break through as he spoke gently. Do not fear, dear lady. I am a good man, not a villain, and I shall not harm you. If there are matters to discuss, let us do so calmly, without resorting to violence, shall we? The girl took a moment to catch her breath, regaining some composure as she recognized that Aiding was unlike those who had pursued her. He was clad in a tattered animal pelt, unarmored and unarmed, appearing to be an ordinary man rather than a soldier of the enemy. With his disheveled appearance and the scent of sweat emanating from him, he bore no resemblance to a warrior of the dark realm. Rather, he resembled a beggar from the streets. The girl steadied herself, casting a cold, scrutinizing glare at Aiding. You claim not to be a villain? By what merit should I trust you? What was it that you just attempted? Miss, I assure you, I am indeed a good man. I just saved your life. My name is Aiding, and I am a hunter from this region. When you lost consciousness, I intended to perform artificial respiration, but you woke just as I was about to begin. Hunter? Aiding? The girl repeated the names twice, her tension easing as she propped herself up. Suddenly, she froze, her sparkling eyes filled with indignation and fury as they bore into Aiding. Chapter 3. Get lost, you lecherous scoundrel. Remove your filthy hands. Is this also part of your first aid? Aistin was somewhat taken aback and quickly lowered his head, his face immediately flushing crimson as he hurriedly withdrew his hands. It turned out that when Aistin had ordered the girl to calm down, his hands had inadvertently grasped a pair of voluptuous curves. Initially, neither of them had noticed, but as they settled into a moment of tranquility, the girl reacted instantaneously, her face a mixture of shame and anger, glaring at Aistin with a burning desire to deliver another blow. Aistin, feeling exceedingly awkward, retracted his hands, uncertain of where to place them. The warmth and softness lingered in his palms, filling him with a sense of novelty, rendering him momentarily dazed as he forgot that he was still seated atop the girl's delicate form. Unable to endure any longer, the girl bit her silver teeth and scolded in a soft yet furious tone. Get away, you lecherous scoundrel. With that, she swung her fist, landing a solid blow on Aistin's nose. With a resounding thud, Aistin threw his head back and yelped in pain, a stream of blood cascading from his nose as he quickly covered it and dashed to the side. Why are you still hitting me? I didn't intentionally touch your... The girl, upon hearing this, felt even more humiliated and was about to confront him when suddenly her brow furrowed in pain, and she began to groan while clutching her shoulder. Aistin, hailing from the countryside, had innocently referred to a woman's bosom, as you know, and although it was not meant to be disrespectful, the girl found it exceedingly grating, feeling both embarrassed and furious. She contemplated chasing after Aistin for another beating, but the pain in her shoulder was too severe. She paused, turning to assess the cause of her discomfort. Aistin, hiding nearby, quickly explained, Miss, you have misunderstood me. I am not a villain. Nor am I a lecher. I am a hunter from a nearby village that I witnessed you being pursued by a yellow wolf and stepping into a trap, suffering an injury from a blow to your back. I shot the wolf and rescued you from the trap, that if you choose to be ungrateful, must you resort to violence against your savior? As Aestin spoke, he dragged the corpse of the yellow wolf closer. Hoping to prove his honesty, the girl shot him a sidelong glance, her heart filled with disdain. Reflecting on her experiences before losing consciousness, she realized that much of what he said was indeed true, and she could not hold him accountable. With a huff, she turned away, ignoring him. Finding a clean patch of ground, she sat down to examine her injuries. Fortunately, there were no broken bones, only some bruising that a skilled healer. She dismissed the minor wounds as inconsequential. The girl unfastened her pouch and retrieved a pill, placing it in her mouth, only to discover she had no water to wash it down. It dawned on her that her steed had perished 20 miles away from the Black Forest, leaving her bereft of all belongings except for her pouch. With a sigh, she chewed the pill and swallowed it with difficulty, her beautiful eyes reflecting a sense of confusion and deep-seated worry. The dense, shadowy expanse of the Black Forest loomed before her, seemingly endless and fraught with hidden dangers. Her escape had been a narrow one, and she pondered her next steps, seeing her quiet down. Aestin dared not intrude, walking over to a cypress tree and extending his arms. "Dr. Huang, come down." The large yellow dog leaped into Aestin's embrace before settling back on the ground, wagging its tail and sniffing around as if checking on its master's well-being. Aestin resumed fixing the trap he had set earlier, reconnecting the broken ropes and repositioning the large wooden stake. Noticing the girl still lost in thought, he gently urged her, "Miss, if you feel well enough to rest, you should leave this place soon. It is perilous here. The yellow wolf may return." The girl, recalling Aestin's words, felt a spark of inspiration. Hey, she called out, momentarily forgetting his name. Aestin, noticing her inquiry, set aside his work and stepped forward with a bright smile. "I am Aestin. You can call me Xiao Ai." Seeing his bruised eyes and bloody nostrils, along with the imprints of boots on his body, she realized that he had indeed endured quite a beating. Instantly, her anger dissipated and a subtle smirk of satisfaction crept onto her lips. "Aestin, are you truly a local hunter? I recall the danger was quite severe. I thought I would perish at the jaws of the wolf. I must sincerely thank you for saving me." Her voice flowed like a gentle stream, soft and melodious, a delightful sound to the ears. Then, she smiled broadly, revealing two shallow dimples, as refreshing as a spring breeze or gentle rain. Soothing Aestin's grievances. It's nothing. It's fate that brought us together." Aestin chuckled, his mood instantly lifting as he took a couple of steps closer. The girl slightly furrowed her delicate brows and leaned back a bit. Aestin, covered in dirt and emitting an unpleasant odor, was difficult for her to tolerate. Her bright, peach-colored eyes shifted, observing Aestin's traps and the corpse of the yellow wolf on the ground. "Aestin, as a local hunter, you set these traps, correct? You possess remarkable skill to have slain such a ferocious yellow wolf." Aestin, overwhelmed by her praise, eagerly began to boast. Yes, I set these traps and those snares specifically to hunt yellow wolves. I am the finest hunter in the Black Forest. Not only have I hunted yellow wolves, but I have also slain tigers, leopards, and black bears, and I am not bragging if I cough in the woods. All the birds and beasts hide in fear. Ditto. The girl nodded, secretly delighted, but then her expression shifted to one of playful reproach. "Aestin, since you set these traps, how could you watch me step into one? Fortunately, I only sustained minor injuries. But if I had lost my life because of this, how would you compensate me?" Aestin's proud demeanor faltered, and he grew awkward as he stammered. "Well, I did call out to you. But you didn't listen, so you ended up in the trap. Of course, your injury is partly my fault. I will take responsibility, for compensation. How about I share half of the wolf meat with you?" "Wolf meat?" The girl pouted, wrinkling her nose in disapproval. "What would I want with wolf meat? No, if you want to compensate me, give me that large yellow dog beside you. Then we'll consider it even." "De Huang? Absolutely not. De Huang is my only family, my loyal companion in the Black Forest. I cannot possibly part with him." Aestin panicked, swiftly embracing his beloved dog, fearing the girl might take it from him. In terms of cunning, Aestin could not compare to the beautiful girl that in just a few exchanges, the savior had become indebted to her, at her mercy. How stingy. "It's just a dog." She shot him a glance, her enchanting eyes scanning him from head to toe. "Looking at you, it seems you have no money to offer either. You have little to compensate me." Chapter 4. Hiring a guide, Aston felt exceedingly embarrassed. Forcing a sheepish smile. Money? I truly have not a single coin to my name, that I am a hunter from a small village, and all my captures must be submitted to the village chief. Even the meat of this yellow wolf, I am secretly sharing half with you that if the chief finds out, I wouldn't he know how to explain it that oh, I see. What of your family? Family. It's just me and De Huang. He is my only family now. When he mentioned family, Aston's demeanor grew somber, and he briefly shared his story. His parents had passed away when he was young, and he had begun to make a living in the Black Forest at the tender age of 7 or 8. The village chief had arranged for him to apprentice under an old hunter to learn the art of tracking. Thus, all of Aston's catches were to be surrendered to the chief. Since the old hunter had passed away 2 years ago, only De Huang remained by Aston's side. Sigh. A poor child, the girl sighed gently, her gaze softening as she regarded Aston. Upon closer inspection, Aston had bright eyes, well-defined features, and a robust physique, growing more pleasing to the eye with each passing moment. Aston, since you hand over all your hunting gains to the village chief and cannot save any money, how do you intend to start a family in the future? Well, Aston fumbled for words, unable to provide an answer. Having struggled for survival in his youth and focused all his energy on mastering hunting skills, he had not thought about his future prospects. That it was only in the quiet of night that he dared dream of being with several girls from the village, especially the chief's daughter, Guiyang, in more intimate scenarios. Yet, such impure thoughts were not something he could openly express. Seeing him at a loss for words, the girl recognized the weight of his thoughts and smiled, sitting up straighter, her fair complexion taking on an air of regal grace. Aston, I am prepared to hire you at a high price to be my guide. Will you accept? What guide? For what purpose? Aston was utterly perplexed. A guide is someone who leads the way. I am hiring you to guide me through the Black Forest, the girl explained, shaking her head in disbelief at the ignorance of the rural folk, who lacked even the most basic knowledge of such matters. She then briefly introduced herself. The girl was also from Aston's homeland, the Western Liang region, hailing from the medical deity village located over 400 miles to the northeast. Her name was Chunyu. Chunyu had an urgent matter that required her to traverse the Black Forest to the west, and was willing to pay a handsome sum to hire Aston as her guide, estimating that they could return in about 10 days. Upon completion of this task, the commission would be equivalent to his total earnings from hunting in the forest for an entire year. Fearing that Aston might doubt her sincerity, Chunyu reached in her leather pouch and retrieved a small, gleaming piece of gold, presenting it to Aston. Little AI, this is 1 tael of gold as a deposit. As long as you lead me safely through the Black Forest, I will pay you an additional 4 taels of gold upon completion. With this money, you could buy a house, acquire land, and even marry a beautiful wife. Living a blissful life this truly gold. Aston was taken aback, having only heard tales of its grandeur. It was his first time touching and seeing it with his own eyes in the local market. Approximately 1,200 copper coins could be exchanged for 1 tael of silver, and 20 taels of silver could be exchanged for 1 tael of gold. Aston had accompanied the village chief to the town several times to pay taxes. Thus, he possessed a rough understanding of the price levels that a bowl of mixed meat noodles would cost merely 2 copper coins, while a large fat pig could be bought for less than 1 tael of silver. And a fine yellow wolf pelt was worth only 2 taels of silver. This single tael of gold was equivalent to 20 or 30 large fat pigs, or 10 fine wolf pelts. Adding the 4 taels of gold. Heavens, with Aston's current level of arithmetic, he could hardly fathom the immense wealth represented. In any case, this was undoubtedly the largest fortune he had ever encountered, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Seeing him in a daze for a prolonged moment, Chunyu grew somewhat anxious and gently reminded him, Little AI, this is quite a generous offer, enough to improve your life. Moreover, if you ensure my safe passage through the Black Forest, I will add an extra 3 taels as a reward. That totals to 8 taels of gold, enough for a stable life, even in Western Liang City. Besides, I was injured due to the traps you set, and you must bear full responsibility. Even if you refuse to accept payment, you must escort me. Upon hearing about the additional 3 taels, Aston trembled with excitement, finally regaining his senses and promptly agreeing, extending his right hand to raise his pinky. Let us make a pinky promise. For 100 years, we must not go back on our word. Whoever reneges will be a little dog. Chunyu smiled victoriously, touching Aston's pinky with her delicate hand before adjusting her leather pouch and garments, rising to depart. All right, since we have come to an agreement, let us set off. Now. Just like that, Aston was taken aback, not expecting his new, beautiful employer to be so impatient. Miss, do you think the Black Forest is simply your home? You cannot just leave at a moment's notice. It is not that simple. Aston protested urgently. The Black Forest spanned 300 to 400 miles east to west, filled with streams and swamps, dense with thorns and vines, lacking any ready-made paths. The forest was rife with wolves, tigers, and leopards, making it extraordinarily perilous. Even seasoned hunters hesitated to venture deep within. You are fortunate to have encountered me, the foremost hunter of the Black Forest. Otherwise, even with more gold, no one would dare guide you through. But even I hold a deep respect for the great forest, and without adequate preparation, I would never venture in recklessly. Chunyu, somewhat dissatisfied, pouted and furrowed her brow, halting her steps. Did you not just say that as long as you cough in the forest, all the birds and beasts will hide from you? We merely need to walk. What danger could there possibly be? What further preparations are necessary? Aston's face flushed slightly as he quickly defended himself. With me around, you need not worry about encountering wild beasts. However, this journey spans several hundred miles, and it will take at least 3 to 5 days to complete. During this time, we will need provisions and places to stay overnight. All of this requires preparation. That he then scrutinized Chunyu closely. My lady, look at you. You have come empty-handed, not even carrying a water pouch. Do you intend to drink from the ground like a wild beast? I truly cannot fathom how you made it here from the medical deity village. Chunyu found herself at a loss for words. Aston had a point. Since fleeing 2 days ago, she had been under the protection and care of the village guards, not having to worry about food and water. It was only this morning that the last guard had left to protect her, and her steed had succumbed to exhaustion just outside the Black Forest. In her desperation, she had brought nothing but her leather pouch. Now, confronted by Aston's scrutiny, Chunyu realized she had gone a day and night without food or water, and at this moment, her stomach was empty, and her throat parched. What do you propose we do? In my view, we should return to the small village first, and I will gather some essential supplies, and we can set off tomorrow morning. Absolutely not. I cannot return. We must leave today. Delaying even a moment could lead to complications. Chunyu's attitude was resolute, her expression leaving no room for doubt. Aston pondered silently, wondering what could be so urgent that they had to depart immediately. Miss, to the west of the Black Forest lies several hundred miles of desolate wilderness, devoid of any human presence. Beyond that is the forbidden mountain, the Tian Shan, where mortals cannot tread. Where exactly do you intend to go? You wish to travel hundreds of miles alone without any provisions. What is so pressing? Seeing Aston hesitating and probing further, Chunyu's displeasure mounted, and she adopted a commanding demeanor. Little AI, as my hired guide, you ought to follow my instructions. Whatever I say goes. Besides, I have my reasons for my plans, which do not require your questioning. You need only fulfill your duties. After speaking, she regretted her tone, fearing it might bruise Aston's pride. In this unfamiliar Black Forest, it was rare to encounter a hunter familiar with the path, and she needed to maintain his goodwill. With this in mind, Chunyu quickly adopted a softer expression, fluttering her long eyelashes, and offered an apologetic explanation. Little AI, I apologize. I am simply anxious due to the urgency of the situation, and I spoke too directly to be candid. I am the young master of the medical deity village, a practitioner of healing arts. I must traverse the Black Forest to procure a rare herb urgently needed to save a critically ill patient. Time is of the essence, and I cannot afford to delay. I initially had companions, but we became separated along the way, and my steed has perished, leaving me no choice but to hire you as my guide. Please think of a way for us to set off promptly. Oh, so it is for the sake of saving a patient. Indeed, we cannot afford to delay. Aston realized with a sudden understanding that it turned out she was the young master of the medical deity village, journeying hundreds of miles to save a life. Such noble intentions. He immediately felt a surge of respect and admiration for this beautiful employer. What shall we do then? After a moment of hesitation, Aston proposed a compromise. Chunyu remained stationary. Aston would return to the small village to gather essential supplies and return before nightfall, and they would set off to cross the Black Forest at dawn. Chunyu, lacking a better alternative, reluctantly acquiesced. Little AI, it seems fate has brought us together. That I sensed at first glance that you are an honest and trustworthy person. Please hurry back to prepare. Do not abandon me. Chunyu's eyes glistened, exuding a pitiful charm. How could I abandon you? I am not that heartless. Aston reassured her fervently. If I do not keep my word, may thunder strike me down. After a moment of hesitation, Chunyu's gaze softened, and she pointed to the large yellow dog. Little AI, I trust you, but since we have just met, we should leave some sort of proof of our bond. When you return to the village, leave the large yellow dog here. Let me make myself clear. If you breach our agreement or do anything to harm me, I shall slay your dog and feast upon its flesh. Please, no, Aston exclaimed in shock, urgently pleading with Chunyu for mercy. To it may be just a dog, but to me, it is family. Please do not harm it. Very well. Let the great hound remain to keep you company. Otherwise, I find it hard to leave you alone, declared Aiding, and thus the matter was settled. Aiding dared not leave Chunyu on the ground, straining every muscle to lift her ample form, so she could ascend to the tree hollow. He then urged the great hound to follow suit, ensuring Chunyu had a companion in her arboreal refuge. Aiding removed his water pouch and offered her the last 2 pieces of dried meat, allowing her to quench her thirst and satisfy her hunger. He cautioned her against raising an alarm should she encounter the yellow wolf, emphasizing that if he did not return, she must not venture away from the tree hollow. Finally, Aiding employed his hunting knife to skin the yellow wolf, extracting its heart and liver as a reward for the hound, while salting the remaining wolf meat to hang between the tree branches for drying. Once everything was in order, he hastily set off on his journey home. Before he departed, Chunyu made a peculiar request, insisting that upon his return to the village, he must not reveal any tidings of her to anyone. Should he encounter soldiers, he must exercise utmost caution and never disclose her whereabouts. Aiding, perplexed, pondered the strangeness of her words. In his 18 years, he had never heard of soldiers visiting the village. Even during the war years ago, when the great demon kingdom swallowed the western Liang, this remote locale remained untouched. The village was far too secluded, lying at the farthest edge of the western Liang, with only a handful of villagers aside from the wild beasts. Who would the army engage in battle here? Aiding, unable to fathom her concerns, chose not to press further and gave a vague acknowledgement before departing that he hurried along. Soon nearing the village that as he walked, he reflected on the day's extraordinary events, failing to hunt the yellow wolf, but instead encountering a beautiful lady, which had proven quite fortuitous. 8 taels of gold. Enough to transform his life. With newfound wealth, his first order of business would be to renovate his dilapidated mud house, or better yet, to construct a grand residence akin to the impressive brick house of the village chief. Following that, he would seek a wife to enjoy a blissful life. Who should he marry? The chief's daughter, Guihong, was his first choice, yet the chief was notoriously fierce, often berating him. Life as his son-in-law would surely be unbearable. Perhaps it would be better to consider Xiaofan, the daughter of Uncle Zhao. Though her looks were average, her gentle nature seemed to indicate she harbored feelings for him. Perhaps he should marry her instead. With a fervent heart, Aiding dashed onward, his mind racing with dreams of the wonderful life that awaited him. Suddenly, a group of 7 or 8 wild rabbits burst forth from the underbrush, sprinting directly towards Aiding. Startled, he instinctively drew his bow, but then reconsidered and allowed the rabbits to pass. He was now wealthy, and with pressing matters at hand, it was wise to let go of such trivial gains. Yet, a flicker of suspicion crossed his mind. The rabbits clearly appeared frightened, fleeing in a panic. What could have startled them? Could it be a wolf pack seeking revenge from the old Wolf Ridge? After a moment's reflection, he dismissed the notion. The wolves would not arrive so swiftly, and the direction was incorrect. What, then, had disturbed the rabbits? Unable to unravel this mystery, he prioritized his return home to gather his belongings. Choosing to disregard these inconsequential questions for the time, being as he made his way back to the village, the afternoon tranquility enveloped him. All seemed as it always had, save for the occasional bark of a dog, embodying the serene essence of rural life. Yet, within this seemingly ordinary place, and amidst the mundane passage of time, an unprecedented anomaly was unfolding. The fabled army had indeed made an appearance in this remote frontier. At that very moment, a troop of cavalry was galloping across the fields to the east of the Black Forest. Chapter 6. The arrival of the first princess of the continent. The cavalry was resplendent in their armor, banners fluttering, exuding an imposing aura. Leading them was a standard-bearer, proudly displaying a flag with a stark black character emblazoned on a white satin background, boldly proclaiming the word dominate. It billowed in the wind, a testament to their might. Among the ranks was a striking female general, exuding both valor and beauty. Cloaked in black, astride a magnificent steed, she donned gleaming steel armor intricately adorned with dark leather straps and various jewels, signifying her unparalleled prowess and noble lineage. Her face concealed behind a visor, her true beauty remained a mystery, yet her upright posture, slender waist, ample bosom, and elongated legs hinted at an extraordinary allure. Most captivating was the steel blade at her back, uniquely shaped like a crescent moon, glinting ominously with an air of danger. From its tip to its base, it bore the visage of a fierce scorpion, poised to strike. This blade, known as the Scorpion Blade, was renowned across the continent, wielded by the first princess of the great demon kingdom, Ba Yunluo. Indeed, it was the illustrious Ba Yunluo, the first princess of the continent, who had graced the Black Forest with her presence. With a sudden pull on the reins, Ba Yunluo halted her steed, the powerful horse rearing up, whinnying majestically as it came to a stop. The cavalry following her swiftly reined in, gathering around her. Ba Yunluo lifted her visor, revealing a face of unparalleled beauty, a delicate oval visage framed by elegantly arched brows, sparkling almond-shaped eyes, and rosy, full lips. She was indeed a sight to behold, exquisite and captivating. Yet, her expression was one of icy disdain, her fair complexion shrouded in an aura of frost, radiating a palpable tension. The surrounding soldiers stood in trepidation, not daring to utter a sound, akin to stars encircling the moon as they formed a protective circle around her. Gazing towards the vast and enigmatic Black Forest to the west, which loomed like a colossal beast at the edge of the earth, Ba Yunluo's brow furrowed with concern. After a moment of contemplation, she raised her delicate hand and beckoned behind her that is there any new intelligence. Her voice rang clear and melodious, akin to a nightingale's song, though those nearby seemed too fearful to appreciate such a heavenly sound. Exchanging anxious glances without daring to respond, at last, one valiant officer gathered his courage, dismounted, and bowed deeply to answer her query. Your Highness, we have yet to receive any new information. The main issue lies with the Healer's Guard, who are either fighting to the death or succumbing to poison to this day. We have not acquired any useful intelligence. With a sudden flare of anger, Ba Yunluo lashed out, striking the officer's face with her whip, leaving a crimson mark. Fool! How can you criticize others for their loyalty when you fail to demonstrate your own competence? The esteemed Imperial Feathered Guard cannot even handle a handful of simple villagers from the Healer's Village. What a disgrace to my father's honor! Depart at once. The officer, paralyzed with fear, bowed and retreated, while the others remained silent, heads bowed, afraid to draw her ire. Report. Suddenly, a rider galloped forth from the distance, dismounting and kneeling before Ba Yunluo. Your Highness, we have discovered the healer's steed. Oh, what of the healer herself? Have we captured her? Ba Yunluo's eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly inquired for further details. The soldier continued, still kneeling. Your Highness, we found only the healer's mount, which has perished from exhaustion approximately 20 miles north of the Black Forest. The healer herself was not located. Based on the state of the steed, it likely succumbed this morning, and all of its belongings remain intact. The healer must have fled on foot, but she cannot have gone far. Today, the steed died, Ba Yunluo murmured, her brows knitting together in thought. Then her fury erupted as she struck the soldier on the head. The steed died this morning, and only now do we learn of it. Useless. Useless. What purpose do you serve? The half of the day is past. The healer has long since escaped, if she has entered the Black Forest. Capturing her will only become more difficult. Enraged, Ba Yunluo struck the soldier a few more times for good measure, then issued a command. Relay my orders. Establish a perimeter of 60 miles around the location where the healer's steed perished, preventing her escape. The remaining troops shall form groups of 5 and search the area from the north, east, and south, leaving no corner unchecked. If we reach the Black Forest without capturing the healer, we shall set up a blockade along its edge for the search within the Black Forest. I shall personally lead that endeavor. The commanders dispersed to carry out her commands. Ba Yunluo took a few deep breaths of fresh air, calming her rising anger, contemplating her next moves as she gazed at the distant village, a plan forming in her mind that we must seek a guide familiar with the terrain of the Black Forest. "Follow me. Let us find a guide in that village." Bai Yunlu urged the swift black steed onward, leading the charge toward the small village. The remaining cavalry swiftly followed suit, their sights firmly set on the distant hamlet. Aiding in the haste, Aiding ran tirelessly, drenched in perspiration, finally returning to the village. With empty hands and no catch to show, he feared the inevitable reprimand from the village chief. Thus he eschewed the main road, stealthily traversing a vegetable patch to slip into the village unnoticed. Fortuitously, his dilapidated abode lay at the western edge of the village, and he encountered no one on his way, quickly slipping through his own door in silence. Inside, the dwelling was in disarray, damp and dim, exuding a nauseating stench that a single stove, a dirt bed, devoid of bedding, only a few animal skins haphazardly spread. Besides a crude wooden table, there were no other furnishings. On the table lay 3 or 4 chipped clay bowls, a few earthen jars containing half a jar of rice, some salt grains, and dried meat. Hanging on the walls were several leather pouches. And in the corner was a pile of tattered belongings. These comprised Aiding's entire possessions, and he first removed the pouches from the wall, spilling their contents onto the ground, selecting the straightest arrows to stow in a quiver. He then rolled up 2 neatly cut animal skins and bound them with fine string. Finally, he emptied the remaining rice into his pockets, taking the salt and dried meat from the jars, swiftly assembling a makeshift backpack. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved a piece of gold, wrapping it in a scrap of cloth and wedging it into the gap of the doorframe, casting one last glance around the room to ensure nothing was overlooked. He grasped his bow and slung the backpack over his shoulder, ready to depart. Just as he was about to push open the wooden door, a sudden cacophony of footsteps approached from afar. Growing increasingly closer, it resembled the encroaching pack of wolves, but amidst the noise was a palpable aura of menace. Aiding was taken aback. Could it be that a wolf pack had entered the village? Yet something felt amiss. The clamor was too orderly, the sounds of clattering and the whinnying of horses interspersed with a murmur of conversation between men and women, drawing nearer to his humble dwelling. Having lived in the village for 18 years, Aiding had never encountered such a scene. Stunned and perplexed, he could not fathom what was unfolding. Hastily, he put down his backpack and peered through the door's crack. What he saw left him astounded. His scalp tingled, his body stiffened, and he gaped in disbelief at the approaching throng outside. Chapter 7. The first encounter with the sorceress at that moment. It was not only Aiding who stood in shock. The villagers of the small hamlet were huddled in fear at their doorways, cautiously observing the unfolding scene. Even the few elderly residents, having lived long lives, leaned against the doorframes, trembling as they witnessed the fabled army for the first time. Indeed, it was Bai Yunlu's cavalry that had arrived at the village, steadily marching as far as the eye could see. Banners fluttered, dust clouds billowed, and an uncountable number of soldiers filled the space. Each rider sat astride magnificent steeds, their armor glinting in the sunlight, weapons drawn, exuding an aura of formidable strength that inspired awe and trepidation that a few soldiers inquired after the village chief's whereabouts. And without further ado, they seized the corpulent chief, bringing him forth to meet Bai Yunlu. The chief, encountering such a spectacle for the first time, was pale and sweating profusely, trembling uncontrollably, observing the chief's quaking demeanor. Bai Yunlu gestured for the soldiers to step back. With a graceful motion, she dismounted and reassured the chief not to be alarmed, merely to cooperate with the royal army. Bai Yunlu ordered the chief to select several villagers familiar with the paths of the Black Forest to serve as guides, assisting the royal army in their entry into the woods. The ideal guides were to be young, strong, and quick-witted, loyal subjects of the great demon kingdom. The chief, trembling under the scrutiny of surrounding officers, finally grasped the significance of the imposing figure before him. Overwhelmed, he immediately knelt before her, bowing his head repeatedly in submission. The chief's mind raced, filtering through the rumors he had heard of prominent figures in the great demon kingdom. Fearful that any misstep would incite the wrath of the noble princess before him, endangering his life, that he was somewhat aware of the tales surrounding this esteemed princess, Bai Yunlu, the beloved daughter of the powerful regent, Ba Shanhe, and the cherished disciple of the revered sovereign Lion King, Gusa. Known as the Grand Princess, her status was unparalleled, hailed as the first princess of the continent and one of the 3 heroines of the age. Across the vast expanse of the Divine Continent, Grand Princess Bai Yunlu stood as a figure of immense stature, not only possessing extraordinary martial prowess, but also wielding unparalleled power. Her words could lead to the annihilation of clans and cities. Now, this eminent personage had unexpectedly arrived at the remote village on the western frontier of Xiliang, leaving the chief in a state of shock, uncertain of the events unfolding. Thus, he remained prostrate, too fearful to make a sound. The surrounding officers barked commands, urging the chief to comply with the Grand Princess's orders immediately, lest he face charges of negligence. That it was only then that the chief recalled her directive. And after a brief moment of contemplation, he shouted, "Little AI, aiding. Your Highness, the Grand Princess, our village's aiding is the one you seek. He can surely lead the army into the Black Forest." Aiding, Bai Yunlu repeated thoughtfully. Committing the name to memory, and with a slight nod, she signaled the chief to rise, summoning Aiding forth. The chief got to his feet and pointed toward a nearby low earthen dwelling as he began his introduction. "Your Highness, that is Aiding's home. This lad is quite the capable one. He is the most skilled hunter in our village. Over the years, he has traversed the entirety of the Black Forest, possessing an intimate knowledge of its terrain. With little AI as a guide, I assure you the army will navigate the woods with ease." Bai Yunlu turned her gaze toward the solitary earthen house, which appeared precarious and dilapidated, as if a gust of wind could topple it. The door and windows were askew, the walls crumbling, exposing wooden beams beneath. What sort of exceptional hunter could emerge from such a wretched abode? The chief, oblivious to Bai Yunlu's growing displeasure, continued his pitch. "Your Highness, Aiding is indeed the perfect candidate for your needs. He is young and robust, just 18, clever and resourceful, that he has diligently fulfilled his obligations to the dynasty over the years, proving himself an absolutely loyal and dependable citizen. If you seek a guide, none could surpass him." "But what of it?" Bai Yunlu interrupted, her mood darkening, her brows knitting together as she fixed her gaze on the chief, her eyes glinting with a frosty menace. The chief felt a wave of panic wash over him, nearly losing control, and he quickly nodded and smiled nervously. "Your Highness, Aiding is indeed suitable to serve as the army's guide. However, he is a hunter, often spending days or weeks in the forest, and it has been 3 or 4 days since he last appeared. He could very well be in the woods at this moment." Bai Yunlu let out a dismissive hum, her expression cooling further as she regarded the dilapidated house with an inexplicable irritation. "Let us go and see. The royal army is in urgent need of personnel. How could he conveniently not be home?" With that, she gracefully strode toward the decrepit dwelling. The officers exchanged bewildered glances. Why would the Grand Princess herself personally seek out a mere guide? Having followed Bai Yunlu for some time, they understood her unpredictable temperament and dared not defy her. Hastily trailing behind, the chief led the way, Bai Yunlu followed, and the officers formed a protective throng around her as they all surged toward Aiding's humble abode, exactly the scene Aiding had witnessed from his vantage point. Aiding was momentarily paralyzed with fear, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events and uncertain of how to respond. Little AI, Aiding, Aiding," the chief called out loudly as they approached the house, hearing his name. Aiding's anxiety deepened. He was at a loss for how to respond. Should he answer or remain silent? He remained hidden, desperately trying to devise a plan. "Your Highness, it appears no one is home," the chief called out several times, but received no reply, turning back to Bai Yunlu with a worried expression. Bai Yunlu, displeased, stepped forward, channeling her energy to sense what lay within. Suddenly, a flicker of dark brilliance flashed in her keen eyes. A stirring in her heart prompted her to approach the door, her countenance icy as she called out, "Who goes there? Come forth. The royal army summons guides. Should you villagers evade this call, it would be deemed an act of rebellion, punishable by death." Aiding could no longer conceal himself. Hastily propping his wooden bow against the door, he swung it open, feigning sleepiness as he ambled out. Rubbing his eyes, he responded nonchalantly, "What is it? Why all the shouting? It's midday. Can a man enjoy a nap in peace?" An overpowering stench wafted from the house, causing Bai Yunlu to recoil in horror, covering her mouth and nose while stepping back, her brows knitting in disgust as she fixed her wide eyes on Aiding. Before any of the officers could reprimand him, the chief was the first to spring forward, delivering a sharp slap to Aiding's face. "You little rascal! So you were home all along. We've called for you repeatedly. Stop pretending you can't hear, and come meet the Grand Princess. Aiding, still feigning ignorance, rubbed his sore cheek and mumbled, "What is it, Chief? I was sleeping, didn't hear your calls. Sleeping. All you do is laze around. You little rascal. If you fail to meet your quotas by the end of the month, I will have your skin for the shortfall. Hasten forth to pay your respects to Her Highness." The princess that the village chief cursed Eston. He simultaneously struck him several blows and kicked his legs, commanding him to kneel before Bianluo. With no other recourse, Eston complied, prostrating himself on the ground in a haphazard manner before Bianluo. Chapter 8. The call to arms. Bianluo, born of royal lineage, was accustomed to opulent living, adorned in fine garments and feasting on exquisite delicacies, thus cultivating a delicate constitution. Moreover, as a girl, she possessed an innate desire for cleanliness. Upon arriving at Eston's dilapidated abode, she was immediately appalled by the squalid conditions of the lower-class dwelling and instinctively recoiled. That moment, as Eston knelt at her feet, he unleashed a pungent odor of sweat that assaulted her senses. Bianluo nearly retched, hastily covering her nose and retreating a step, feeling both exasperated and irate, yet she could not express her ire. With a wave of her hand, Bianluo signaled for Eston to rise and motioned to the nearby commander. "Enough! The rustic peasants are unfamiliar with propriety. There is no need to stoop to their level. Clean him up, provide him with a fresh set of clothing, and then bring him to the center army to meet me." Having spoken, she turned and departed. A commanding officer approached Eston, delivering a swift kick to him. "You filthy, lowly peasant! What audacity to make me assist you with your bathing and changing! Truly, this is a fortune you have accumulated over several lifetimes." With that, he summoned a few soldiers to tend to Eston. The soldiers led Eston to a secluded corner, ordering him to strip off his animal skin garments and stand completely naked. They drenched him from head to toe with several large water bags, scrubbing him thoroughly with soap until he was clean. They also trimmed his unkempt hair and styled it neatly. Finally, they provided him with a brand new military uniform and boots, which turned out to be the most respectable attire he had ever worn. Once he was presentable, the soldiers escorted Eston before the commander. The commander scrutinized him with a derisive chuckle. "By heavens, cleaned up, he does possess a semblance of decency. When we take you to meet Her Highness, the princess, be sure to observe proper etiquette. Should you once again act boorishly and offend her, do not say, 'I failed to instruct you to do,' you understand?" Eston promptly bowed in agreement. The commander reiterated the importance of etiquette and then led Eston to the Central Army. The Central Army referred to the location of the commanding officer. Bianluo was leading 1,000 elite soldiers on a mission, with an additional 500 troops stationed outside the small village for support. Bianluo ordered the camp to be established outside the village, erecting a military tent to serve as her temporary office and living quarters, as well as the command center for the search operation. As a female commander, she employed 60 female soldiers as her personal guards, who were currently stationed around the central tent. The commander brought Eston to the entrance of the tent, where 7 or 8 female soldiers were on duty. With a smile, the commander greeted a leading female officer with a respectful gesture, displaying utmost humility. "Xiaoping, thank you for your hard work. This individual is the guide summoned by Her Highness, known as Eston." Xiaoping raised her hand slightly in acknowledgement. Eston was astonished to find female soldiers within the ranks. He could not help but steal glances, noting that they were young and remarkably poised, clad in armor. Each adorned with a single white feather in their helmets, they appeared both charming and striking. "That he's the guide. What a rustic lad, completely ignorant of decorum," Xiaoping remarked, her discontent evident as she caught Eston glancing around. With a sharp clap, the commander, feeling awkward, struck Eston. "What did I just teach you? You have no sense of propriety, wandering about in the central tent. Enough. Leave it to me. Her Highness has inquired about you twice already and is eager to utilize your services." Eston, feeling chastened, hurriedly followed the commander into the tent. Inside, the tent was dimly lit, illuminated by a dozen bright lanterns. Princess Bo sat at a simple table at the center, surrounded by several commanders, discussing their respective search areas over a map. Xiaoping approached, bowing to Bianluo, reporting that the guide Eston had arrived. Bianluo nodded, casting a brief glance at Eston before continuing her previous discussion. "You shall lead our forces according to my prior instructions and set forth immediately." Once in the forest, It is imperative that you capture the healer alive, that do not cease your search even as night falls. You must continue through the night. Prepare additional torches for the journey back." The commanders acknowledged her orders. After a moment of contemplation, Bayan Lo turned to one of the commanders. "What news do you have regarding the military dogs I requested?" The commander promptly replied, "Your Highness, I have already notified the nearby offices, and they will be delivered by tomorrow morning at the earliest." Bayan Lo frowned slightly, responding with a hint of resignation. She instructed the commanders to depart the tent and commence their tasks, then bent over the map. Lost in thought, Eston felt increasingly uncomfortable since entering the military ranks. The commanders regarded him with disdain, often resorting to violence or insults, while the soldiers treated him with brutishness, viewing him as little more than a servant. Upon entering the central tent, he found the female soldiers and commanders even more haughty, treating him as though he were invisible, their words cold and dismissive, leaving Eston feeling excessively self-conscious, standing stiffly with his head bowed. At that moment, left to his own devices, Eston exhaled a sigh of relief and quietly moved to ease his stiffened limbs that he could not resist the urge to steal glances at the interior of the tent. There sat the princess, her helmet removed, her lustrous black hair framing her long, fair neck. Clad in armor that underscored her noble stature, her slightly upturned lips conveyed an air of superiority, furrowing her brow in contemplation. Her bright almond-shaped eyes exuded depth, revealing both determination and an aura of mystery that in terms of beauty, she rivaled the renowned beauty Chunyu. Yet unlike Chunyu's amiable nature, Bayan Lo possessed an unapproachable, cold beauty. Today had certainly opened his eyes. Within the span of just a few hours, he had encountered two stunningly different styles of beauty. Just as Eston stole a glance, Bayan Luo seemed to sense his gaze, abruptly lifting her head to direct a piercing look toward him. Eston was taken aback. Her perceptiveness was akin to that of a predator. Her bright eyes seemed capable of seeing through his very soul, rendering him utterly exposed. Eston quickly lowered his gaze, standing still and compliant. "Eston, come forth." Her voice rang clear, reminiscent of a lark song, yet it bore an undeniable authority that left no room for dissent. "Yes," Eston replied promptly, hastening over to stand before her, then respectfully kneeling to pay homage to Bayan Luo. "I, Eston, pay my respects to Her Highness, the Princess. May Her Highness be blessed." "Very well. Rise." Bayan Luo nodded in satisfaction, gesturing for Eston to stand. "Eston, come here and draw a topographical map of the Black Forest for me." Chapter 9. Who is this thief? Eston was momentarily taken aback and quickly shook his head. "Your Highness, I am unable to draw." Bayan Luo's brow furrowed immediately, her gaze sharpening toward him. Eston hastily explained, "Your Highness, I have never attended school and cannot read or draw, thus I cannot produce a topographical map. However, I can describe the map to you. The conditions within the Black Forest are firmly etched in my mind. I know where the ridges are, where the swamps lie, how the southern Great Mud River and the northern Great Mud River flow, and the direction of Tian Shui Lake. I can articulate it all." "Oh, describe the map?" Bayan Luo's interest peaked, her expression brightening. "Excellent. You narrate, and I shall draw. Let us collaborate." With that, she retrieved a sheet of white paper, dipped a brush into ink, and tilted her head, awaiting Eston's account. Eston closed his eyes, conjuring the geographical features of the Black Forest in his mind, and began to explain. The Black Forest lies at the western frontier of Xiliang, stretching nearly 1,000 miles from north to south and 300 to 400 miles from east to west. With relatively flat terrain, interspersed with a few ridges, the forest is bisected by two great rivers and a lake. The northern Great Mud River meanders from north to south, flowing into Tian Shui Lake, while the southern Great Mud River flows out from the lake, heading southward and exiting the Black Forest. Tian Shui Lake is situated in the western part of the central region. It is not overly large, yet its waters are frigid and unfathomable, renowned for its delicious cold water fish. Eston endeavored to relay all he knew about the geography of the Black Forest, concluding with a hint of regret. "Your Highness, that is the general situation. There are details I cannot articulate without being there. For instance, the method of crossing the Great Mud River varies with the seasons. Nevertheless, as long as I lead the way, I can guide the troops through the Black Forest without issue. That will suffice." The army marches forth, carving paths through mountains and constructing bridges over rivers, and the trivialities of the journey are of little concern. Bayan Luo, holding a map still damp with ink, beams with satisfaction. With a general understanding of the geographic landscape, it suffices for this princess to orchestrate the upcoming operation. Should this endeavor succeed, I shall bestow upon you a significant reward. Aiding him. Aiding quickly bows in gratitude, that I humbly thank the esteemed princess for her generosity, that I, in truth, there is no need for a map. I possess complete confidence in guiding the army safely through the dark forest. However, may I inquire as to the destination of the princess's plan? I wish to contemplate the route. Bino carefully sets the map aside, a smile gracing her lips. How rare it is for someone like you to exhibit such loyalty. Upon the successful completion of this task, I shall ensure you are granted a substantial position. This mission does not entail traversing the dark forest, but rather involves capturing a fugitive, specifically a female thief. As Bayan Luo speaks, she lifts a portrait from the table to show Aiding. The likeness is striking, depicting a young and beautiful woman with delicate brows and peach-like eyes, her demeanor poised, bearing a remarkable resemblance to Aiding's enchanting employer. Chunyu. Aiding is taken aback, his heart racing uncontrollably. Could it be mere coincidence? This thief is the daughter of the renowned divine healer from Shiliang, known as the Medical Immortal, her name being Chunyu. The Medical Immortal Chunyu. As Bayan Luo's words exit her lips, Aiding exclaims in astonishment, "Duh, the Medical Immortal. Chunyu, I didn't realize she possessed such a title." Bayan Luo furrows her brow. "What do you mean by that? Have you ever encountered the Medical Immortal Chunyu?" "No, I have not." Aiding stammers, hastily lowering his gaze to suppress the frantic beating of his heart, "that I am merely curious. It is astonishing that such a beautiful maiden, adorned with the title of an immortal, could resort to thievery." Bayan Luo scrutinizes Aiding with suspicion, her voice cold. "You seem rather evasive, that I sense a shift in your demeanor. Let me warn you, do not attempt to deceive me, should I uncover any actions of yours that are detrimental to my interests. I shall not hesitate to retaliate. I speak with conviction." Aiding promptly raises his hands in a gesture of sincerity, "that I swear to the heavens, I would never dare to deceive the esteemed princess. If I were to commit any wrongdoing against you, may I be struck down by lightning. I am truly only curious. What exactly did this thief steal that warranted such a grand pursuit by the princess?" Bayan Luo regards him for a moment, seemingly finding no flaw in his demeanor, and huffs, "If you truly committed an offense against me, even lightning would be a mercy. The Medical Immortal Chunyu is indeed quite beautiful and a master of healing arts. Her becoming a thief is truly regrettable. However, it is not she who committed the theft that it was her father, known as the medical god of the age, Chuanxiu, who pilfered items from my master and then passed them to Chunyu. By all accounts, Chunyu is merely an accomplice. Your master. Who is that? And what was stolen?" Aiding, lacking knowledge, is unaware of the significance of Bayan Luo's master. Bayan Luo's eyes widen in disbelief. "How can it be that you do not know who my master is? You ignorant commoner! What a misfortune it is for me to have recruited someone so peculiar. Surely, you do not even know my name and title." Aiding chuckles awkwardly. "I sent your highness your name and title." Bayan Luo rolls her eyes in exasperation. "Enough! Encountering such an uninformed individual is truly my misfortune. While it may be excusable that you do not know who I am, you must at least be aware of my master's name. My master is the mighty and revered king of the north, the Lion Saint Gisa. You are also a subject under my master's dominion. You must unconditionally obey any orders issued by the Lion Saint. Anyone who opposes him is your enemy. Currently, the Medical Immortal stands in opposition to my master, making her your enemy, and you must do everything in your power to assist the royal army in capturing her. Now do you understand?" Aiding nods vigorously, acknowledging his comprehension. "Very well. Now that I understand, let us proceed to capture the Medical Immortal." As Bayan Luo rises to commence the operation, Aiding is taken aback, torn by conflicting thoughts. The Medical Immortal Chunyu awaits his return a mere 10 miles away, and the army could easily capture her upon entering the forest. Intuition suggests that immense fortune is at hand, yet this fortune comes at the cost of betraying the newly acquainted beauty. Aiding hesitates, recalling his promise to Chunyu. Selling her out would be a breach of trust. Moreover, the large yellow dog remains in Chunyu's possession, and the thought of her harming it is the last outcome he wishes to face. What should he choose? Aiding finds himself at an impasse. Chapter 10. Delaying for a night, are we truly departing now? Might it not be too hasty? Has the army adequately prepared for entering the forest? Aiding attempts to delay the departure with casual inquiry. Indeed, everything is in place, awaiting your guidance, though. Aiding blinks, remaining motionless as his mind races to concoct a delay. Your Highness, the sun is nearly set, and darkness envelopes the forest. It would be unwise for the army to enter tonight, that I have already anticipated this. I have ordered an abundance of torches to be prepared. Torches? That is ill-advised. Your Highness, it would be best for the army to refrain from entering the forest tonight. Otherwise, we may inadvertently lose the chance to capture the medical immortal. What do you mean by that? Aiding's mind sparks with inspiration, formulating a persuasive argument for Bianlo. Your Highness, if the army enters the forest, we must illuminate the way with torches, which would easily reveal our movements that if the medical immortal were to catch sight of us, she would surely flee far away, making her capture impossible. Bianluo scoffs. Clearly dissatisfied that I am dispatching 500 soldiers, divided into multiple capture teams, systematically combing every corner without rest that as long as the medical immortal is within the forest, as a mere fragile woman, how far could she possibly escape? She will ultimately fall into my grasp, not necessarily. Aiding replies with a wry smile. Your Highness, you still do not understand the conditions within the dark forest. Nightfall signifies the emergence of wild beasts seeking sustenance. Should the medical immortal be in the forest, she would surely seek a secure location to evade danger. Running aimlessly would only increase her chances of encountering wolves and tigers. What is your intent in sending the army to capture the medical immortal? I presume you wish to recover stolen goods and do not wish to see her meet a tragic end. Indeed, you raise a valid point. I had not considered the threat of wild beasts. Capturing the medical immortal alive and reclaiming the stolen items is our top priority. The item in question is a book titled The Medical Canon, which serves as a vital reference for my master's exploration of martial arts mysteries. It must be recovered. The medical immortal may either carry this book with her or conceal it somewhere. Therefore, she must be captured alive. We cannot allow her to perish at the jaws of wild beasts. Bianluo, swayed by his reasoning, begins to waver. Then what do you propose we do? Seeing his scheme succeed, Aiding feigns contemplation, furrowing his brow. Well, according to my suggestion, the army should not enter the forest tonight. Let the medical immortal enjoy her freedom for an evening. At dawn, your Highness could dispatch individuals to key locations within the forest. As long as we secure those points, no matter which direction the medical immortal flees, she must pass through there. Additionally, your Highness should station individuals on elevated terrain with clear visibility to monitor the movements within the forest. Once the arrangements are in place, we can then disperse our personnel to search systematically, leaving no tree unexamined, compelling the medical immortal to reveal herself. The moment she does, it will be the time for your Highness to capture her. Brilliant! An excellent strategy. Aiding, I must admit, I did not foresee your tactical acumen. With your talents, you would be well suited for military service. Have you ever practiced martial arts? Martial arts? I have not. Somewhat lacking, but no matter. With your intellect and strategy, a few years of experience could elevate you to the rank of a commanding officer. Aiding expresses his gratitude for the princess's praise, though he humbly asserts that this level of strategy is nothing remarkable. I hail from a lineage of hunters, spending years navigating the forest and outsmarting wild beasts. I must always keep my wits about me. Only by anticipating the movements of the beasts can I capture them. For me, capturing a fugitive is akin to the hunt. One must not rush but rather contemplate the opponent's intentions. Once that is discerned, capturing them becomes a certainty that ha. Splendid. You are indeed an exceptional hunter. And this princess considers herself fortunate to have chosen the right person. I shall heed your advice and venture into the forest tomorrow to capture the divine healer. A.S. Ba Yinlu listened to Aiding's well-reasoned analysis. She was greatly impressed and delighted, casting a more favorable glance at him. Fully agreeing to his plan, the Ba Yinlu immediately issued orders for all military commanders to suspend their actions, deciding to rest for the night just outside the small village. With plans to disperse and act separately the following day, she further instructed her female guards to arrange for Aiding to rest near the central army, so he could be summoned at any time. Aiding followed the female soldiers out of the main tent and approached a nearby group of soldiers, choosing to camp with them for the night. The Feathered Forest Army had been tirelessly pursuing the divine healer since the day before, leaving them exhausted and weary. Yet their strict military discipline prevented any slackening of effort. With the princess's command to rest, the soldiers felt as though they had been granted a pardon, all of them rejoicing and immediately shedding their armor and saddles. They gathered dry firewood and set about boiling a large pot of hearty meat soup, enjoying their evening meal with the bread they had carried with them. The Feathered Forest Army, being the garrison of the capital, held a status above other military branches and regarded aiding the newcomer with disdain, treating him as a mere servant. They ordered him to fetch fodder for the warhorses and bring water to quench their thirst. Subsequently, they handed him the remaining half-pot of meat soup, tossing him a large wooden bowl, instructing him to eat beside the horses while keeping watch over the mounts and supplies. Aiding, however, was indifferent to how others perceived him. After completing his tasks, he settled down by the pile of horses and gear to enjoy his dinner. Yes, he tasted the fine bread for the first time. He tore it into small pieces and soaked it in the meat soup, relishing every bite. Although aiding, as a hunter, was not lacking in meat, he found himself intrigued by the local salt. The salt was particularly precious, costing half a tael of silver for just 1 pound, and was of a coarse, dirty variety. Thus, aiding was usually quite frugal with salt, that in contrast, the Feathered Forest Army carried bags of fine, white salt, which had a distinctly pure flavor. Seizing the opportunity, aiding grabbed a handful of the fine salt and added it to his wooden bowl. After contemplating, he took another handful, stopping only when his throat felt parched, and he added a spoonful of the soup for good measure as he ate. Aiding examined the weapons and various items carried by the Feathered Forest Army. The quality of their equipment was astonishing, leaving him in awe and admiration. First and foremost were the bows and arrows. Aiding, who excelled in archery, found himself enamored with the Feathered Forest Army's bows. He had always used a cumbersome, self-made wooden bow, along with self-crafted arrows made from wooden shafts and bone tips that in contrast. The military's bows were composite bows made from cow horn, short, lightweight, yet far more powerful than his wooden bow. Their arrows were straight bamboo shafts with goose feathers and sharp steel tips. Had Aiding possessed such steel-tipped arrows when rescuing Chunyu at noon, he would have been confident in severing the hemp rope with a single shot. The Feathered Forest Army primarily wielded long spears and broadswords, with short daggers at their sides. Aiding also took a keen interest in the short daggers, noting their sharp blades and exquisite sheaths, which were 100 times superior to his hunting knife. Other items, such as finely crafted steel armor, intricately carved saddles, embroidered water bags, and soft military blankets, captivated Aiding for quite some time. Chapter 11. Peeking at the female soldiers bathing as Aiding continued his meal. He found himself in a state of wonder, akin to a beggar entering the palace of the Dragon King. Dazzled and unable to contain his admiration, night fell, and the other soldiers began to doze off. Aiding finally finished his dinner, and he set down the wooden bowl and, grasping the water bag, drank deeply to fill his stomach. Having satisfied his hunger and thirst, he gazed into the pitch-black night, suddenly recalling his promise to Chunyu. It was now dark, and he had not returned to meet her. She must be quite anxious. Contemplating Ba Yinlu's comments about Chunyu's thievery further deepened Aiding's doubts regarding the truth of Chunyu's words. At this moment, both beautiful women needed Aiding's guidance. One was the divine healer's master, beautiful and wealthy, having already paid 1 tael of gold as a deposit and holding onto a large yellow horse as collateral. The other was the princess, a powerful figure with considerable influence, who promised sustenance and rewards of high office. Caught between the beautiful patron and the princess, Aiding found himself perplexed, uncertain of whom to assist. The most prudent course of action would be to persuade Chunyu to return the medical scriptures to the princess, allowing her to escape any repercussions. But how could he discreetly leave the military camp and convince Chunyu? Aiding was at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. At that moment, a pressing need arose within him, and he felt a strong urge to relieve himself. Hastily, Aiding stood up in search of a suitable place. To one side, the sleeping soldiers lay undisturbed, while the other side appeared deserted. He quickly made his way towards the unoccupied area. After a few steps, however, he was stopped by a wall. When had a wall appeared there? Aiding was taken aback, unable to see clearly in the dim light, and reached out to feel the obstruction that turned out to be a curtain that had inadvertently formed a barrier, creating 2 separate spaces. Standing by the curtain, Aiding took care of his business while contemplating its origin. Who had erected this curtain? As he relieved himself, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. That moment. He heard a splashing sound from the other side of the curtain, as if someone was engaged in some activity that Aiding's curiosity piqued. After finishing, he retracted his member and bent down to lift the curtain's edge. Peering through the small gap, two torches flickered, illuminating a small area where 4 or 5 bare-skinned women were bathing. Nearby lay their discarded armor and helmets, one of which sported a white feather. Were these not the female soldiers guarding the main tent? Aiding was startled. Curiosity could indeed be a dangerous thing. If discovered, he would find it impossible to explain himself, even if he leapt into a river. Without a moment's hesitation, Aiding dropped the curtain and turned to leave in his haste. However, the curtain snagged on his shoulder and did not come loose as he took a couple of steps. It tightened further, ripping apart with a loud sound and crashing to the ground. The previously concealed space was now exposed, startling the bathing soldiers. Screams erupted. A sharp-eyed soldier spotted Aiding attempting to flee and immediately shouted, "There's a pervert! A pervert spying on us!" The cry echoed through the night, rousing countless soldiers. Aiding, terrified, took off running, stumbling in the dark and nearly tripping over rocks that a few female soldiers on duty rushed over with torches. Led by Xiao Ping, who quickly assessed the situation. Seeing several naked women in a flurry of dressing and a male soldier in a panic fleeing nearby, she immediately deduced the circumstances that a pervert is peeking at the female soldiers bathing. Xiao Ping's wrath ignited as she swiftly pursued him, delivering a powerful kick to Aiding's back. Da-da! Aiding cried out in pain, tumbling to the ground in a disheveled heap. Struggling to rise, he still wished to escape. At that moment, other female soldiers caught up, surrounding him without hesitation, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks, leaving him screaming in agony. Soon, the area was flooded with female soldiers, lanterns and torches illuminating everything. Male soldiers, alerted by the commotion, arrived on the scene, their faces filled with righteous indignation as they reprimanded Aiding, fearful that he might be one of their own. Everyone understood that the princess detested lecherous scoundrels above all else. In the capital, Ba Yunlu had personally executed dozens of rapists. Even noblemen were not spared from her wrath when they engaged in such vile acts. At that moment, the feathered forest army was on duty. And a male soldier spying on the female soldiers bathing was a grave offense, especially when it involved the princess's personal guards. If the princess were to learn of this, what methods would she employ to punish the offender? Indeed, upon hearing the news, Ba Yunlu was furious, leaping from her seat without even fully donning her armor, brandishing her scorpion knife as she rushed to the scene. Her brows furrowed, her eyes wide, her cherry lips pressed into a thin line. She radiated an aura of fury. Ba Yunlu commanded that the pervert be brought forth, eager to witness who possessed the audacity to spy on her personal guards while bathing. Aiding, already battered and bruised, felt utterly helpless, akin to a mute eating bitter gall. Unable to voice his plight, he could only cover his face with both hands, terrified of being recognized. Xiao Ping, seeing him refuse to let go, shouted in anger, "You disgraceful wretch! How can you show your face in public? Had I known this would transpire, why would I allow lust to cloud my judgment and commit such disgraceful acts?" With that, a swift kick sent Ace Ding's hands sprawling, compelling him to reveal his face. The pain was unbearable for Ace Ding, who hastily released his grip and began to tremble uncontrollably, seizing the opportunity. The female soldiers restrained his hands, yanking his hair as they dragged him before Ba Yunluo and the assembled commanders. Upon closer inspection, the commanders felt a wave of relief. He was not one of their own soldiers, thus absolving them of any negligence in management. However, this lecherous man turned out to be the newly summoned guide, Ace Ding, who had arrived only to commit such an embarrassing act at this point. Ace Ding had yet to be assigned to any battalion, remaining under the command of the Grand Princess, thus considered part of the Central Army. The commanders exchanged glances, falling silent. Personnel within the Central Army were directly managed by Ba Yunluo and her elite female guards. And now, another guide had been added to their ranks. This evening's disgrace was, in fact, an internal scandal, reflecting poorly on the Grand Princess Ba Yunluo herself. No wonder the commanders dared not utter a word. Ba Yunluo's face turned ashen with rage, her almond eyes radiating a fierce, murderous intent as the magic scorpion blade pressed against Ace Ding's neck, her voice laced with venomous fury. "Ace Ding, you beast with a human face and a heart of a monster. I once held you in high regard, planning to employ you, yet you turn out to be a shameless libertine. Do you believe that I won't slay you with a single stroke right now? I am wronged. Your Highness, I am truly wronged. Ace Ding cried out in desperation, unwilling to meet his end without a fight. Wronged? Ba Yunluo pressed the blade deeper, blood seeping forth, the chilling aura of death freezing Ace Ding to the core. So many witnesses, and yet you claim to be wronged. You beast! Even at death's door, you dare to argue. Do you believe I won't make you wish for death? I shall first castrate you, then torment you slowly until your demise. As she spoke, the blade descended, aiming for Ace Ding's groin. Chapter 12. Peeping Tom? A thieving scoundrel. Ace Ding's heart raced with terror as he struggled futilely against the iron grip of the female soldiers. Tears streaming down his face as he cried out hoarsely, Your Highness, I am truly wronged. I swear to the heavens, it was not intentional. Please hear my explanation. But Yunluo paused, spitting out a contemptuous curse. You spineless wretch, shedding tears at the slightest provocation. Are you even a man? You were caught red-handed. What explanation could you possibly have? Taking a breath, Ace Ding hastily recounted the events. He explained that he had urgently needed to relieve himself. Mistakenly wandered into the wrong area in the dim light, and inadvertently knocked over a curtain while attempting to urinate, leading the female soldiers to misunderstand his intentions that in truth, he had seen nothing at all, and he felt utterly wronged. Ace Ding even claimed he had evidence to prove his innocence. He had splashed the curtain while relieving himself, leaving behind traces that served as proof. This revelation only incited further outrage among the female soldiers, who scolded Ace Ding for being utterly despicable, peeping at us while we bathe, and then urinating in our direction. How revolting! How perverse! Xiao Ping stepped forward to testify that Ace Ding had been leering at the female soldiers from the moment he arrived at the Central Army. It seemed he had harbored lewd thoughts from the very beginning, revealing himself to be a base and vile creature. Ba Yunluo, seething with anger, kicked Ace Ding to the ground before stepping on his chest to pin him down. The magic scorpion blade hovering dangerously close to his groin, poised to enact her brutal punishment. I was wrong. I was wrong. Your Highness, spare my life. I admit my faults. I acknowledge my mistakes. Will that suffice? Ace Ding could no longer hold back, and he begged for mercy. Please, Your Highness, spare me. I will serve you faithfully. Tomorrow morning, I will guide you into the woods to capture the healer Chunyu. Ensuring success in retrieving the stolen items, Ba Yunluo hesitated for a moment, clearly considering his words, before snorting in disgust and kicking Ace Ding again. You beast, so you are nothing but a coward at heart. Laying down your pride so easily. Mere acknowledgement of your mistakes will not suffice. You must confess your sins. You are nothing but a filthy voyeur. I confess. I confess. I admit that I was driven by lust. That I intentionally spied on the female soldiers bathing. I am a peeping Tom. Please, Your Highness, spare me. I promise to help you capture the healer. Ace Ding completely capitulated, admitting to this unfounded accusation. Ba Yunluo kicked him several more times before retracting her blade. You wretched creature, had I not seen any potential in you, you would not have escaped my wrath tonight. This matter is far from over. You shall atone for your sins through merit, that if you fail to capture the healer. I will hold you accountable for both new and old grievances, and I will have you torn to pieces and fed to the beasts. I speak with conviction. Ace Ding lay prostrate on the ground, bowing his head in gratitude for Ba Yunluo's mercy, vowing to assist in capturing the healer Chunyu to redeem himself. Only then did Ba Yunluo release him, turning to command the others to disperse and resume their rest. Preparing for the hunt for the healer at dawn, the commanders obeyed and left, while Ba Yunluo led her elite female guards back to the Central Army, leaving Ace Ding alone on the ground. Sobbing softly, I am truly wronged. With no one around, Ace Ding murmured his grievances. After a brief respite, Ace Ding slowly rose, feeling the pain throughout his body as he examined his injuries. Those female soldiers had struck him with such ferocity. He was left battered and bruised, with no unscathed area on his body. Especially the kicks from Ba Yunluo, which were infused with power, had resulted in internal injuries. Even slight movement caused him excruciating pain, making it difficult to breathe. Ace Ding limped back to his small camp. The soldiers had already shunned him, and now, following the scandal of his peeping incident, they looked down on him, mocking him and forcing him to sleep among the supplies. Ace Ding unfurled a military blanket, wrapping himself in it to ease his pain as he lay down, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. This was a disaster. Merely to relieve himself resulted in an unprovoked catastrophe. Not only had he endured a brutal beating, but his reputation was also tarnished. How could he possibly establish himself within the military now, especially with the Grand Princess, who had been laughing and chatting in the main tent just hours earlier, now brandishing a knife that had nearly cost him his life? Truly a capricious and unpredictable individual, challenging to serve. Having lost the Grand Princess's trust, even if he were to capture Chunyu by dawn, he would be unable to receive any commendation, let alone a promotion. What was he to do? Ace Ding pondered and brooded, growing increasingly despondent. Ultimately, a bold idea emerged. Perhaps he should escape from the army and flee with Chunyu. After all, Chunyu had promised him 8 taels of gold. With wealth in hand, he could live a stable life without seeking official status. With his decision firmly made, Ace Ding sprang into action. Taking advantage of the fact that most soldiers were fast asleep, he quietly rose, peering at his surroundings. The temporary encampment of the 500 Yulin troops was far from complete, lacking barriers. With only a few sentries patrolling, leaving many dark corners untouched by the torchlight. After taking a few steps, Ace Ding felt a twinge of reluctance, eyeing the piles of items and horses with ulterior motives. He slung 2 military bows over his back, strapped 2 quivers of arrows to his side, and fastened a military short knife to his waist, that he then spread out a military blanket, stuffing it with a set of military attire. A pair of boots, a water pouch, a bag of fine salt, a bag of flatbreads, 2 large pieces of dried meat, and a fire starter. After bundling it all into a sizable package that he hoisted onto his shoulder, he staggered away from the military camp. The next morning, as the soldiers awoke and began packing to depart, they discovered that Ace Ding had deserted, immediately reporting to Princess Ba Yunluo. Enraged, Ba Yunluo exploded in fury within the main tent, cursing Ace Ding for his treachery, labeling him heartless and ignorant for daring to desert the army, treating the great Demon Kingdom's military as if it were his home, coming and going as he pleased. Evading military service was a capital offense, and his family would bear the consequences. Ba Yunluo ordered that all of Ace Ding's relatives be captured, along with the village chief who had recommended him. Intending to execute them all once Ace Ding was apprehended, that moment, a soldier returned to report, producing a list of items that Ace Ding had stolen. Ba Yunluo's fury nearly caused her to faint upon seeing the list. She realized she had completely misjudged Ace Ding. Not only was he a brazen libertine, but he was also a despicable little thief, daring to steal from the Grand Princess herself. Truly infuriating. Ba Yunlu promptly issued an order to apprehend Eye-Sighting and personally sketched a likeness to be disseminated to various local authorities. Eye-Sighting was labeled a traitor, and anyone who reported or captured him would be greatly rewarded. In the midst of his ire, Ba Yunlu also felt a flicker of relief. Fortunate that he had prepared a rudimentary map of the primary topography within the Black Forest the previous night. Now he could only rely on this simple map to orchestrate their actions. Following Eye-Sighting's indications from last night, Ba Yunlu divided 500 soldiers into 100 groups, establishing a comprehensive search strategy. According to the markings on the map, lookout posts were erected at elevated points, and ambushes were set up near several main pathways. The remaining personnel were to proceed on foot, organized into designated areas with specific responsibilities. They were instructed to conduct meticulous and repeated searches, examining each tree without overlooking a single one. Determined to capture the healer, Chunyu, alive, and retrieve the medical compendium by Yunlu's command, the various groups of dark soldiers set forth immediately. Chapter 13. I did not betray you as dawn broke in the east. It dispelled the inky darkness of the night. Mist rose, and the morning birds filled the air with their melodious calls. Heralding a new day in the Black Forest, that a charming little squirrel peeked out from its nest, ready to commence its daily foraging. Suddenly, an unusual sound alerted it, causing it to retreat into its hole, its large eyes peering cautiously at the commotion below. The bushes rustled, and branches swayed as an exaggerated human figure stumbled into view. He bore 2 bows on his back, with quivers of arrows slung at his sides. A short dagger fastened to his waist, and a large bundle hoisted over his shoulder. Limping and panting as he walked, It was Eye-Sighting, the very figure who had slipped away under the cover of darkness. Eye-Sighting, having traveled tirelessly through the night, was utterly exhausted. His his body swaying as he moved, yet he dared not stop at last. He approached the vicinity of the tree hollow. After carefully surveying the area and confirming that it was safe, he circumvented the ambush and arrived beneath the tree hollow. He dropped the bundle to the ground, propped the bows against the tree, and paused to catch his breath, softly calling out, "Miss Chunyu, don't." The large yellow dog was the first to emerge, barking excitedly at eyesighting. Soon after, Chunyu peeked down as well. "Did I ask that you? Xiao AI? Why have you returned so late? There were yellow wolves prowling about last night, and I was terrified." Chunyu's voice trembled with lingering fear, tinged with a hint of tears. "That it is eyesighting. I encountered a minor mishap and returned later than expected. But all is well now. I am here to take you away." Eyesighting reassured her, gesturing for her and Da Huang to descend. The yellow dog leapt down nimbly, but Chunyu carefully stepped onto Eyesighting's shoulder, sliding down slowly. Before she could alight, Chunyu began to voice her grievances. "Xiao AI, what happened? You promised to return before dark, yet you vanished for the entire night. Do you have any idea how frightening it was when those yellow wolves howled at me and Da Huang? Wait, you look different. What are you wearing?" Chunyu exclaimed, her eyes widening with shock. "The Dark Army. You have allied yourself with them." As soon as Chunyu set foot on the ground and looked up, she noticed that Eyesighting seemed markedly different from their first encounter. After a closer examination, her surprise turned to suspicion. "Xiao AI, I have treated you well. How could you betray me? I will not spare you." With that, she attempted to charge at Eyesighting, fists raised. "Wait, don't hit me. I have not betrayed you." Eyesighting quickly grasped her hands to prevent her from advancing. "Miss, please, let me explain." Chunyu, lacking Eyesighting's strength, could not overpower him. She pulled away, stepping back 2 paces, her eyes blazing with indignation. "Eyesighting, you scoundrel. You break your promises. Why did you not return last night? What is the meaning of that Dark Army uniform you wear? If you don't clarify your words, I swear I will have Da Huang devour you for dinner." She shouted, calling to the dog. Da Huang, having developed a close bond with her during the night, promptly trotted to her side, obediently sitting at her feet. Eyesighting glanced at Da Huang and sighed deeply. "Alas, miss, it is a long story. I went back to the village to gather supplies, but I encountered the Dark Army and was conscripted as a guide. Against my will, I could not refuse that. I thought of our agreement and slipped away in the dead of night to reunite with you. For your sake, I have now offended the Dark Army. Ditto. Is that so?" Chunyu's expression softened slightly, her defenses lowering as she stepped closer to Eyesighting. "Xiao AI, please elaborate. How did you encounter the Dark Army? How many of them were there? Where did they pursue you to?" Eyesighting was taken aback by her rapid-fire questioning, unsure of where to begin. "Miss, the situation is urgent. I shall be brief. Do you happen to have a book by the name of the Medical Compendium? If you surrender it, the Dark Army will cease their pursuit of you. Then I can lead you safely through the Black Forest, and you will have nothing to fear." "The Medical Compendium?" Chunyu recoiled, her eyes widening with alarm as she scrutinized Eyesighting once more, realization dawning upon her. "Eyesighting, you traitor! You have sold me out. How did you know I possessed the Medical Compendium? You have certainly allied yourself with the Dark Army." Overwhelmed with anxiety, she frantically scanned the surroundings, seizing a bough from the ground and knocking an arrow, pointing it menacingly at Eyesighting. Eyesighting hastily waved his hands, assuring her that he had not betrayed her and would never harm Chunyu. "Miss, let us speak calmly. Do not recklessly harm an innocent. It was the princess who informed me," he continued. "She said you, the healer Chunyu, were fleeing with the Medical Compendium. The princess emphasized that retrieving the Medical Compendium was of utmost importance. And if you return it, she might spare you." "The princess? Which one?" "The princess is none other than Bai Yunlu, the esteemed disciple of the great Lion King, Gisa, who wields a rather fearsome scorpion dagger," Eyesighting explained. "Bai Yunlu." Chunyu was taken aback, realizing that the princess of the Dark Kingdom had come personally to capture her. "Is she the one who bears a uniquely shaped scorpion dagger?" "Indeed, the princess's dagger is quite fearsome, embedded with a menacing scorpion," Eyesighting confirmed. "Truly, it is Bai Yunlu. The Dark Lord has indeed invested resources to send his own esteemed disciple after me." What else did Bai Yunlu say, upon hearing that the continent's foremost princess was personally pursuing her? Chunyu felt a surge of panic and distrust towards Eyesighting. Her tone turned icy. "Bai Yunlu. So that is the name of the princess. She claimed that the medical compendium is crucial for her master's pursuit of martial arts mysteries. She insisted on capturing you alive to retrieve the book. That Chunyu's anger flared as she noticed Sighting's familiarity with the princess, pointing her bow directly at his brow. Sighting, you traitor. You seek personal gain. Did that princess promise you any reward? Although the princess mentioned a potential reward, I never agreed. That my heart has only been with our pact, and I slipped away in the dead of night to reunite with you. I swear to the heavens, I have not betrayed you. If I have, let me be struck down. Sighting pounded his chest in assurance, swearing he had not betrayed Chunyu. Seeing the protective nature of Da Huang, he offered a gentle suggestion. Miss, if I may say something inappropriate, stealing from others may be exhilarating, but if caught, one should simply return it. It is not shameful that in my youth, I often took a few morsels from the village. If discovered, I would merely receive a scolding, and returning it would resolve the matter. That in my opinion, if you return the medical compendium to the princess, she might not pursue your transgressions. Stealing? Returning? Chunyu was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend. Chapter 14. The lie-detecting pill. Sighting. Speak clearly. Who is stealing? What are you talking about returning? Chunyu demanded, her bow still aimed at Sighting. That was not my assertion. It was the princess's claim. She said your father stole the medical compendium from the Lion King, Gisa, and then passed it on to you. Consequently, you are merely an accomplice. Sighting hurriedly clarified. Shameless defamation. The Dark Kingdom is filled with nothing but evil. Bai Yunlu is a wicked enchantress, a malevolent sorceress who spreads lies. Chunyu's face flushed with anger, her body trembling as she struggled to maintain her grip on the bow, ready to unleash her fury at any moment. Sighting, alarmed, quickly ducked to evade her wrath. That it was the princess who conveyed this. If you wish to express your anger, direct it towards her. Do not misfire at me. Bai Yunlu, just because you speak so affectionately of her. You must have allied yourself with that witch. I will shoot you down right now. Chunyu, consumed by rage, found no outlet for her frustration, and the more she looked at Sighting, the more he irritated her. Sighting, you treacherous wretch, I demand you meet your demise with clarity. The medical canon is a cherished ancestral tome of my family, not something acquired through thievery. The demon Lord Geezer covets our medical knowledge, fabricating vile lies to cunningly seize it. They are nothing short of brigands, robbers, and scoundrels. Aiding this tumultuous scene, Sighting blinked, momentarily bewildered. The crown princess claimed theft, while Chunyu asserted ancestral heritage. Who among them spoke the truth? And who uttered falsehoods? Miss, do not shoot. Do not shoot, implored Sighting, as the crown princess commanded silence. That if you utter the name crown princess again, I shall immediately end your life. Bai Yunluo is a sorceress, a venomous deceiver unworthy of the title of princess. Indeed, Bai Yunluo is a sorceress. All she told me was a web of lies. Sighting hastily amended, striving to defuse the tension. Miss, I am entirely devoted to you. With not a single falsehood, I would never betray you. My only desire is to guide you through the Black Forest. The truth of deception rests solely in your heart. Given your attitude towards that sorceress, I can no longer place my trust in you. How could I allow you to lead me through the Black Forest? Chunyu's fury seemed to wane, her delicate visage regaining a semblance of its former pallor. Do you mean to say I am no longer needed? Then our agreement. Upon hearing Chunyu's intent to dismiss him, Sighting grew anxious. Miss, I swear by the heavens, I am utterly loyal to you, and have not uttered a single falsehood. The demon army will soon invade the forest to capture you. If you do not leave with me, you shall undoubtedly fall into their clutches. Perhaps you should employ me. Employ you? Chunyu regarded Sighting's beseeching gaze, contemplating the imminent arrival of the demon army, her resolve softening. After a moment's reflection, she retrieved a pill from her satchel and extended it towards Sighting. Employ me, indeed, but first you must consume this. What is this pill? Sighting hesitated, observing the bright red pill, unsure of its purpose. This is a truth-testing pill. Once ingested, should you lie, you will suffer great abdominal pain, allowing me to discern if you have deceived me. Consume it. Chunyu fixed her gaze upon him, demanding he take the pill. A truth-testing pill? Such a thing exists? Sighting scrutinized the pill, finally placing it in his mouth, where it dissolved instantly, releasing a fragrant essence that he swallowed. Did I have consumed it, miss? Test away, for I will not lie. Chunyu lowered her bow, a cold smirk gracing her lips, as if she had him at her mercy. Asting, I shall reveal a truth. This world knows not of a truth-testing pill. What you have ingested is a deadly poison. Its venom now courses through your very being, and not even a deity could save you from this fate. Deadly poison? Panic seized Asting as he frantically clawed at his throat, desperate to expel the pill. Oh, miss, what have you done? Yet the pill had already dissolved, and despite his frantic attempts, it remained lodged within him. Fear not, little Asting. While no deity can save you, I can die as long as you obediently guide me and harbor no ill intentions. I shall ensure your survival. Provided you take the antidote I give you in a timely manner, the poison shall not harm you. Take an antidote? Asting seethed with anger, having narrowly escaped the demon army. He had solely focused on fleeing with Chunyu, only to find himself doubted and forced to swallow a lethal pill. His life was no longer his own, and he felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Casting a sidelong glance at Chunyu's satchel, he considered snatching it to consume the antidote first. Chunyu seemed to read his thoughts, unfastening the satchel and allowing him a glimpse inside. Little Asting, do not entertain thoughts of pilfering the satchel for the antidote. Within it are dozens of pills, and consuming even one wrong pill would lead to your immediate demise. Moreover, the medical canon is not within this satchel. You cannot present it to that sorceress to curry favor. Asting surveyed the contents of the satchel, noting it held various pills and some gold and silver, but no books. He quickly donned a smile. Miss, how could I dare to steal your satchel? After all, you are the master. Whatever you say goes. As long as I am spared, I shall ensure your safe passage through the Black Forest. Very well, you seem to possess a modicum of understanding. Now that we have clarified our terms, shall we set forth? Chunyu regained control of the situation, feeling at ease as she prepared to depart. Asting nodded, prompting Chunyu to equip herself with a bow and arrow while he shouldered a quiver. Readying their journey, Chunyu furrowed her brow, dissatisfied. Little Asting, did you not say you would only prepare a few essential items? Carrying all this will surely delay our progress, and I must say, your bow and arrow are rather fine. Nearly of military quality. Asting grinned proudly, displaying his short blade. Indeed, they are military grade. I hastily gathered these items at home. The bows, arrows, and supplies in this pack were not pilfered from Bayanluo, but rather acquired through cunning from her. Acquired through cunning from Bayanluo? Chunyu paused, digesting this revelation before bursting into laughter. Little Asting, you must understand, once you embark on this path, there is no turning back. You may find yourself forever estranged from this village that nurtured you. What do you mean by that? Asting replied, continuing onward without a backward glance. As they walked, Chunyu playfully chided him. Little Asting, you have evaded military service by fleeing from Bayanluo's conscription. This is a capital offense. Furthermore, having pilfered weapons and supplies from her, you stand accused of military theft, also a capital offense. I am certain Bayanluo has placed a bounty on your head. You are now a fugitive with no home to return to. Is it truly that severe? Asting gasped, his face paling as he halted and swiftly discarded his pack. Miss, you jest. I have stolen before without facing such dire consequences. Chunyu scoffed, teasing him. So you are a thief by trade? As a child, you pilfered trifles from neighbors, and none could touch you. But the military is different. Their punishments are far more severe. Otherwise, how could they maintain order? Theft of military goods is a capital crime, and it can implicate your family. Fortunately, you are a solitary man. You need not fear for your kin. Asting, realizing the gravity of her words, felt a deepening dread. Is it truly a death sentence? I had no notion of such severe repercussions. Am I truly wanted? I thought that avoiding the demon army would suffice. What shall I do if I cannot return home? Chunyu gazed at Asting, amusement dancing in her eyes as she observed his escalating terror. Little Asting, our fates are intertwined. Your offense against the demon army was for my sake, and I shall not abandon you. From this moment forth, I hire you as my servant. You shall remain by my side, and I shall oversee your life. Servant? Asting was taken aback. The village chief had 2 servants who toiled from dawn till dusk for meager wages. Would he too be condemned to such a dismal existence? Miss, what are the terms for this servitude? Does our previous agreement still hold? Rest assured, as my servant, Before she could finish, De Huang barked lowly, his demeanor suddenly tense as he gazed toward the east. Chunyu glanced down at De Huang, perplexed, while Hastings' expression shifted, and he strained to listen. Amidst their banter, they failed to notice the dawn breaking. The sky had brightened considerably. The mist dissipated, revealing a flock of birds soaring from the treetops into the azure expanse. From the east, distant barks of dogs mingled with human voices reached their ears. Hastings' countenance shifted dramatically. Cold sweat beaded his brow. Heavens! They are upon us! What shall we do? Chunyu sensed the urgency. Quickly drawing her bow. What have you discovered? Is the demon army in pursuit? Hastings trembled, his tongue finally regaining mobility as he spoke in a quavering voice that, well, yes, the demon army is close behind. There are many of them. Accompanied by hunting dogs, we cannot possibly escape. This is your fault. You questioned everything and doubted me, wasting precious time. What shall we do now? Chunyu's frustration mounted as she raised her bow, her teeth gritted in anger. We shall fight. 1 kill will cover our losses, 2 will yield a gain. If we cannot prevail, we shall take poison rather than allow the demon lord to claim the medical canon. With that, she retrieved another pill from her satchel, gesturing for Hastings to accept it. Little Hastings, now that you are my servant, you are considered part of the medical god manor. In the event we cannot withstand their assault. Take this poison. It will bring you a painless end. Hastings, horrified, flung the pill away. Having already ingested a lethal poison, why would he need a second dose? Moreover, being still in the bloom of youth, unmarried and childless, one does not wish to depart from this world, so soon did this moment. The two found themselves at the edge of a glade within the forest, where there remained some cover to exploit. Should the forces of the demonic army be few, perhaps there existed a chance for escape. Hastings signaled for the large dog to lie low and conceal itself, while he and Chunyu took refuge behind a tree. Peering into the eastern expanse, a military dog was the first to dart out, its keen nose sniffing the air, accompanied by 5 soldiers of the demonic army, who spread out cautiously. The soldiers advanced slowly, ever vigilant, using their spears to part the dense treetops for a better view. Woof! Woof! The military dog seemed to have caught a scent, barking fiercely as it broke free from the soldier's hold. Leaping forward, the 5 soldiers immediately tensed, hastily grasping their weapons and following suit. Just as the dog reached the edge of the clearing, a swift arrow whizzed through the air, striking the ground just before its paws. Startled, the dog yelped and leapt sideways, unwittingly stepping into a trap, and with a resounding thud, it disappeared from sight. An ambush surround them. The 5 soldiers quickly discerned Chunyu as the archer and rushed towards her, simultaneously fanning out to encircle her hiding spot. Alas, Chunyu, overwhelmed by anxiety, had released her arrow without aiming, failing to hit the dog and inadvertently revealing her position. To the left, 2 soldiers of the demonic army stumbled over a patch of low shrubs, their feet finding no solid ground, and they plummeted straight down into a pit, following the fate of the military dog, their screams echoing briefly before silence engulfed them. The 3 soldiers on the right, bewildered by the sudden commotion, hesitated, scanning the left for answers while calling out to their comrades. Scoundrel, perish! Chunyu shouted indignantly, knocking arrows and loosing them in rapid succession. Whoosh, 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 several arrows flew forth, yet they veered off course, failing to strike the soldiers. Hastings lamented the situation, while Chunyu continued to curse, relentlessly shooting arrows. Though she had some familiarity with archery, her haphazard attempts hit nothing, yet the remaining 3 soldiers were sufficiently alarmed. Inadvertently triggering another hidden trap, a small tree sprang up, tightening a noose that promptly ensnared 1 soldier, dragging him off the ground, his head down and feet up, suspended in midair. This was the very snare that had once captured Chunyu. Following this, a heavy beam burst forth from the treetops, propelled by the wind, crashing directly into the ensnared soldier. A cry of despair erupted as the soldier succumbed to unconsciousness, and the remaining 2 soldiers, sensing the dire turn of events, hesitated before fleeing in opposite directions, one of them blowing a bamboo whistle, its sharp sound reverberating throughout the forest. Hastings, quickly slay that scoundrel. He is alerting the other demons. Chunyu urged urgently, demanding that Hastings take action. Hastings acquiesced, but hesitated to take a life. He raised his bow and shot an arrow that struck the whistle-blowing soldier's arm, silencing the call that moment. The other soldier inadvertently triggered a mechanism. Leaves scattered from above as a dark shadow descended, enveloping him, an ensnaring cage devised by Easton. The cage, constructed from sharp wooden stakes, fell with tremendous force, piercing through most of the soldier's body, nailing him to the ground, rendering him mortally wounded. The soldier with the arrow in his arm continued to flee. Chunyu vehemently ordered Easton to finish him off. Chapter 16. Killing is different from slaughtering beasts. Easton raised his bow once more, this time targeting the soldier's thigh, causing him to stumble and fall. Easton, kill him, or I shall ensure your demise. Chunyu threatened fiercely, insisting that Easton end the soldier's life. Easton rushed forward, observing the fallen soldier, young, with a delicate visage and eyes filled with terror directed at him. He found himself momentarily paralyzed by indecision. Seizing the opportunity, the soldier grasped the bamboo whistle with his other hand and brought it to his lips. Blowing once more, Easton, you bastard, if you do not act, he will summon the entire demonic army. Chunyu roared, filled with rage, wishing to strike Easton across the face. The shrill sound echoed through the woods, and soon, responses from 3 or 4 distant whistles confirmed that nearby soldiers had received the signal. Easton could hesitate no longer. He charged at the soldier, snatching the whistle from his grip before kicking him down. Finally, he drew a short knife from his waist and plunged it into the soldier's neck, the blade piercing flesh with a sickening sound. With a swift motion, he severed the artery, a torrent of blood gushing forth. The soldier convulsed, blood frothing from his mouth, his gaze fixed on Easton as the life drained from his eyes, slowly succumbing to death. Easton stood there, knife in hand, in disbelief. Within mere breaths, the formidable demonic army had crumbled, their forces decimated. This scene bore a striking resemblance to his hunts of wild beasts. Yet in the past he had hunted animals, while now he had taken the life of a living man, though the act of killing beasts and men bore similarities. It felt altogether different. Moreover, this time, he had slain soldiers of the demonic army. Just as slaying a wolf pup would ignite an unending vendetta with the entire pack, the killing of these soldiers was tantamount to declaring war against the formidable demonic forces. He recalled the awe-inspiring presence of the feathered forest army, more terrifying than the entire wolf pack combined. Now, having provoked such a formidable adversary, what was to be done? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a chill crept into Easton's heart. Chunyu, noticing his daze, heard the distant shouts of the demonic army and cursed Easton vehemently. Xiao Ai, are you seeking death? The demons are upon us. Easton was jolted back to reality. This moment was not one for brooding over such convoluted matters. Miss Dawang, run. Easton called to both the lady and the dog, not bothering to hoist the heavy bundle, and he sprinted westward, in a matter of moments. 15 soldiers of the demonic army, accompanied by a military dog, arrived on the scene, their expressions a mix of confusion at the scattered chaos before them. How could 5 soldiers tasked with capturing a single healer meet such a catastrophic fate? What had transpired? Seeing the soldier ensnared in the trap, grievously wounded yet clinging to life, they hurriedly sought to render aid. Once the injured soldier regained consciousness, he reported the sighting of the healer herself. Perhaps with an accomplice, though the specifics remained unclear. The subsequent soldiers conferred briefly, dividing into 2 groups, one of 10 to pursue the fleeing fugitives, and the other of 5 to escort the injured back and report to the Grand Princess. Soon, Bianlu was astonished by the news. How could a team of searchers, 5 soldiers and a military dog, fail to subdue a frail healer? Moreover, the outcome was 4 dead, 1 gravely injured, alongside the death of a military dog. Could it be that the healer had the protection of the divine guardian Zhuang? Bianlu hastily made her way to the scene, personally inspecting the circumstances surrounding the soldier's demise, observing the traps, the snares, and the pitiful conditions of the fallen soldiers. She noted the scattered arrows and the bodies of the soldiers, one riddled with 2 arrows and a knife wound. Bianlu furrowed her brow, deep in thought. Upon spotting the abandoned bundle, she examined its contents, discovering them to match perfectly with the list of stolen items associated with Easton. That a sudden realization struck her, and she cursed aloud. Easton, that traitor! It must have been him. This ungrateful little thief, not only a deserter but also a traitor, had undoubtedly conspired with Chunyu to set this ambush, leading to the deaths of my 5 soldiers. That little scoundrel, I despise him. Had I known of his treachery, I would have ensured his demise last night. Her attendants, sensing her fury, refrained from voicing their opinions, but inwardly concurred with her assessment. The 5 soldiers and the military dog had fallen prey to the hunting traps. The abandoned bundle directly testified to the presence of the deserter Easton at the scene. The ability to utilize hunting traps to eliminate soldiers of the demonic army could only be the work of a hunter. Aligning with Easton's identity, all signs indicated that Easton was complicit in the deaths of the 5 soldiers. Though none could fathom how Easton had allied with Chunyu, it was evident now that he was fleeing alongside her. From this moment onward, the pursuit of the demonic army would not be limited to a single frail healer, but would also include Easton, an adept hunter familiar with the terrain and the intricacies of the forest. In this lush, complex, and ever-changing dark forest, capturing a native hunter would be no simple task. Bayanla simmered in her resentment, contemplating the next steps in the pursuit. She produced a map, calculating the direction Easton and Chunyu had fled based on their current location. Pinpointing a crucial position. The first outpost, Bayanlu pronounced the name of the key location, turning to inquire of a nearby officer. Did the personnel dispatched to secure various critical points depart on schedule this morning? What is their current location? The officer saluted and reported, Your Highness, as per your command, the personnel responsible for blocking the key locations set out early this morning and are currently arriving at their designated points. Excellent, excellent, Bayanla nodded in approval, gazing westward with gritted teeth and a fierce curse. Easton, you little thief. You could never have imagined that the very plan you devised would ultimately ensnare you. I, the Grand Princess, shall witness how you intend to cross the first outpost. After issuing a scolding, orders were relayed to adjust the deployment, directing each search and capture team to narrow their spacing and initiate their apprehension efforts towards the first checkpoint. Simultaneously, 2 search teams merged into a 10-person unit to pursue the fugitives. The targets of the pursuit were 2 individuals, a healer named Chunyu and a deserter named Aiding. Neither possessed any martial skills. Carrying only bows and arrows, albeit with mediocre proficiency, that it was imperative to capture Chunyu alive. However, if Aiding resisted, he could be killed on the spot. Once the deployment was complete, Bayanluo left personnel to handle the aftermath before leading the troops westward in pursuit. After running over 10 miles through the forest, Aiding and Chunyu were utterly exhausted, unable to continue. Chunyu, delicate and frail, lacked any experience in physical labor. After running 7 or 8 miles, her legs became numb, and she could barely move, relying on Aiding's support to continue for another 4 or 5 miles. Ultimately, she could barely catch her breath and could run no more. Aiding was in a similarly dire state. He had stealthily raided the Old Wolf Ridge at dawn, encountered Chunyu at noon, been conscripted by the demon army in the afternoon, and had been severely beaten by Bayanlo and the female soldiers at night before making a hurried escape. He had not rested for a full day and night, and the kicks from Bayanlo, infused with internal power, had left him with injuries that caused persistent pain in his abdomen. Clenching his teeth, Aiding supported Chunyu for several miles, but now he was utterly drained, drenched in sweat, and each step felt as though he were carrying 1,000 pounds. Unfortunately, the demon army was relentlessly pursuing them, as if they were a parasite, and they could not shake them off. The barking of military dogs and the shouts of soldiers were growing clearer and closer, instilling a sense of dread in both. Little AI, I truly can't run any longer. You should leave me and save yourself. I'll confront them. If I can't fight, I'll just poison myself, Chunyu cried in despair. Chapter 17. Lifting a stone to smash one's own foot in her hopelessness. Chunyu resolutely stood her ground, pushing away Aiding's support, her face reflecting determination and her eyes filled with defiance as she raised her bow and turned to face the approaching soldiers. Aiding, turning to persuade her, suddenly noticed the trampled grass and broken branches they had left behind, creating a clear trail through the dense forest, and oh wonder the demon army was able to track them without losing their way. Aiding's mind raced as he sought a way out of their predicament. Miss, don't panic. There is always a way out. We must not resort to poison until the last moment. Aiding glanced around and formulated a plan. Let us gamble on the demon army. We'll hide here and hope they don't discover us. Hide here. That is too dangerous. Chunyu protested, scanning their surroundings. To the left, the trees were sparse, revealing a patch of grass where they could not conceal themselves. To the right lay a half-broken log, barely enough for one person to hide behind. However, the demon army was not foolish. Crossing over the log would reveal their hiding place, making it no different than walking into a trap. Yet, Aiding appeared confident. Desperation can lead to salvation. The closer we are to their eyes, the more likely they are to lower their guard. We cannot run any longer if we don't take a risk. We'll be captured, but we also have Da Huang to mislead the pursuers. Da Huang. How can Da Huang mislead them? Chunyu asked, puzzled, glancing at Da Huang without noticing anything unusual. Aiding smiled without explanation, calling out to Da Huang, Da Huang, run towards the left field. Dante looked back. Keep running until you reach the first checkpoint and meet us there to do you understand. As he spoke, he gestured the route Da Huang should take. Da Huang understood the command and barked in response. Good. Let us go, Da Huang. Aiding commanded, and Da Huang dashed towards the left, swiftly exiting the forest and crossing the grass, leaving a conspicuous trail behind. Aiding motioned for Chunyu to tread carefully, avoiding stepping on the grass. And finally reached the log, lying down behind it. Aiding followed closely, meticulously covering their tracks to restore the original appearance before lying down beside Chunyu. Hiding one person behind the log was manageable, but concealing two was challenging. Aiding desperately held Chunyu, forcing her into the narrow space on the inner side of the log while he curled up, and they barely managed to hide behind it. Just as they settled, the sound of hurried footsteps approached rapidly overhead that Chunyu's heart raced in anxiety, feeling the proximity of the demon army and the imminent danger of being discovered. Unable to contain her fear, Chunyu buried her head deep into Aiding's chest and wrapped her delicate arms around his waist, holding him tightly. The two seemed to merge into one, their bodies pressed together, creating an overwhelming sensation of intimacy. It was Aiding's first experience being so close to a girl, and he felt a warm stir within, his body responding involuntarily. Chunyu seemed to sense his reaction, stiffening and remaining still in his embrace. The military dogs reached their hiding spot and paused, barking at the log. Simultaneously, a soldier shouted, "Over there!" They ran that way. "Quick, pursue!" The 10 demon soldiers did not hesitate, leading their dogs as they followed the scent to the left. Quickly fading into the distance, their noises gradually diminishing. After a brief moment, Chunyu could no longer contain herself and whispered, "That was close. Just one more glance, and we would have been discovered. Are we safe now?" Aiding murmured in agreement, reluctantly rising to his feet and pulling Chunyu up with him, that Chunyu's fair face flushed, casting him a sidelong glance without saying a word. "Let us go," with Da Huang misleading the pursuers. "We should have some time to breathe," Aiding said, feeling somewhat guilty, unable to meet Chunyu's gaze as he led the way westward. Navigating through the forest posed the greatest challenge of lacking a clear path. With thorns and vines intertwined, deep ravines, and swamps scattered throughout. Several ridges served as key positions connecting various locations, with the first checkpoint being one of the essential routes into the heart of the Black Forest. Marking Aiding's current destination. After walking several miles through the dense woods, Aiding spotted the undulating ridge of the first checkpoint through the gaps in the foliage, bringing him immense joy. He quickened his pace. Glancing around, "We're almost there. As long as we cross the first checkpoint, there will be several escape routes that it will be much harder for Bayanluo to capture us. But where is Da Huang? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" After the ordeal with the log, Chunyu had developed a newfound respect for Aiding's calm demeanor and quick thinking, fostering a sense of trust within her as she moved closer to him. Standing beside Aiding, she gazed appreciatively at the distant ridge. "Little AI, you truly have a way. You sent Da Huang to create a diversion, leading the demon army astray. Da Huang will be fine. Perhaps he is already waiting for us at the ridge." Aiding nodded in agreement, and the two continued onward. As they neared the edge of the woods, an unsettling feeling gripped Aiding. He abruptly halted. "Oh no! I've forgotten something. I've truly lifted a stone to smash my own foot." "What is it?" Chunyu asked anxiously. Aiding slapped his forehead, filled with regret. "Yesterday, I helped Bao draw a map of the terrain within the Black Forest, and moreover," he noticed Chunyu staring at him intently. "Feeling even guiltier, moreover, I also advised Bayanluo on how to capture you." Chunyu's anger flared instantly as she hit him. "You must have been thinking of betraying me for a reward, right? It's not like that." Aiding chuckled bitterly, quickly explaining. "Bayanluo wanted to set out immediately to capture you, and I was trying to stall her. She found my reasoning sound and decided to camp for the night, giving you an extra night to escape. However, the method I suggested was indeed effective. If Biomlo follows my plan to deploy her personnel, even I won't be able to counter it that I've truly lifted a stone to smash my own foot. Chunyu pressed for details. What exactly was your suggestion? Why can't you counter it yourself? Filled with regret, Aiding pointed towards a ridge that I suggested to Biomlo that she should station people at several critical locations in the forest. And the first checkpoint right here is one of them. If Biomlo has any sense, she would have already sent people to guard the first checkpoint. Unless we sprout wings and fly over. There is no way we can get past it. Chapter 18. Breaking through the first checkpoint, Chunyu began to understand and retorted defiantly, if we can't get past the first checkpoint, can't we just go around it? Aiding shook his head, smiling wryly that if we could go around it, it wouldn't be a critical position. The first checkpoint is surrounded by swamps. To circumvent it, we'd have to backtrack and find another route. Not to mention the distance would be over 100 miles, and Biomlo wouldn't allow us to turn back. What can we do then? Chunyu felt utterly lost. Aiding frowned, deep in thought, before finally shaking his head in resignation. Going back isn't an option. We have no choice but to break through. Biomlo, did you ever listen to my advice? Ultimately, Aiding, undeterred, ascended a towering tree to survey the situation at the first ridge, lingering for some time before reluctantly descending. Biomlo, not foolish, indeed heeded my counsel. Presently, the area atop the ridge was patrolled by demonic soldiers, and we had no choice but to force our way through. Just as we spoke, Da Huang unexpectedly dashed out from the depths of the forest, greeting us with exuberance, circling us while sniffing curiously. Upon seeing Da Huang return safely, Aiding felt a weight lift from his heart. Resolutely deciding to confront the ridge head-on, he instructed Chunyu and Da Huang to conceal themselves in the woods, ever watchful of the activities on the ridge. Once he had succeeded, he would promptly signal for them to cross over the ridge. Aiding prepared himself efficiently, arming with a bow, arrows, and a short knife, draping himself in branches as a means of disguise. He lay flat on the ground, crawling forward with utmost caution, slowly emerging from the forest. The path from the woods to the ridge was a gentle slope, dotted with only low shrubs, offering a clear view. However, several rainwater-eroded ditches traversed the slope, running straight up to the ridge. The ditches were surrounded by thickets and overgrown with wild grass, with pooled rainwater within. Aiding, familiar with the terrain of the ridge, resolved to ascend through the ditches, positioned low to the ground. He utilized the underbrush for cover, inching forward in the blind spots of the demonic soldiers stationed atop the ridge, pausing frequently to survey his surroundings with great care. He finally reached the edge of the ditch, propelling himself with force and slipping into the cold, half-meter-deep water. The frigid water pierced to the bone, and the surrounding vegetation grew thickly, completely obscuring the conditions within the ditch. Aiding waded through the water, slowly moving upwards. The rainwater had carved a narrow channel beneath the tree roots, at times plunging into water-filled pits, at times ensnared by roots and weeds, making progress exceedingly difficult. Countless leeches burrowed into his clothing, latching onto his skin without relent. Such ditches were paths even the wild beasts of the forest would avoid, and Aiding, too, found it challenging to endure after traversing a short distance. His face turned blue and lips purple from the cold, his entire body trembling, and his brand-new military uniform was torn and ragged from the thorns, exposing his sturdy muscles. He was beset by over 100 leeches, dark and wriggling, creating a particularly repulsive sight. Gritting his teeth, Aiding cautiously advanced through the ditch, finally stealthily making his way up to the ridge's summit. Peering out from the ditch, he caught sight of the scene atop the ridge. A robust old locust tree stood there, its twisted trunk expansive, with two demonic soldiers perched upon it, vigilantly scanning the movements below. Beneath the tree sat 3 more demonic soldiers, huddled together, their weapons at hand, enjoying their rations while engaging in jovial conversation. The 5 soldiers had set out early that morning and had only just arrived at the ridge, assigning 2 to the tree for lookout while the remaining 3 patrolled and rested. Utterly unaware of the impending infiltration from the ditch, Aiding lay flat, meticulously shifting his body, fearful of exposure. With his extensive hunting experience, having previously hunted formidable beasts like black bears and tigers alone, he now regarded the 5 demonic soldiers before him as ferocious prey. Maintaining a calm demeanor, as he crawled closer, nearing within mere meters of the locust tree, he could clearly discern the soldiers' features and overhear their chatter. Concealing himself behind a bush, Aiding knocked an arrow, deliberating on how best to launch his assault. The three chatting soldiers were boasting, comparing their exploits in battle and who had claimed the most enemy lives, reveling in the thrill of killing and the terror and despair of their victims. Aiding felt a tremor of revulsion surge within him, followed by a swell of fury, gritting his teeth as the desire to kill intensified. Raised in the borderlands, he had never witnessed the horrors of war, nor could he fathom the depths of human cruelty. The notion that they could derive pleasure from taking lives was utterly abhorrent, a complete obliteration of humanity. While he had hunted numerous beasts out of necessity, it was a means of survival, and thus he had never felt remorse. However, killing humans was a different matter, for it invoked a sense of compassion. He recalled the terrified gaze of a young demonic soldier, eyes filled with fear and despair, as Aiding was forced to take his life. Even then, the act brought him anguish and unrest. The soldiers before him, however, reveled in bloodshed, exhibiting a savagery surpassing that of mere beasts, filled with loathing. Aiding hesitated no longer, calculating the positions of the 5 soldiers, determined to deliver a fatal blow. The 2 soldiers atop the tree were positioned in a shooting blind spot, unable to be dispatched in one shot. The 3 below, however, were completely exposed, presenting the perfect opportunity for Aiding to unleash a volley of 3 arrows. Yet, should he first eliminate the soldiers below, it would undoubtedly alert those above. If they raised the alarm, more soldiers could arrive. After much deliberation, Aiding refrained from action, picking up a handful of dirt and tossing it into the distance. The sound of the sand hitting the ground startled the 5 soldiers. The 2 atop the tree immediately turned to investigate, noting nothing amiss aside from the swaying grass, attributing it to the wind. The 3 below, upon hearing the noise, relaxed and resumed their banter. After a moment, Aiding repeated the tactic, casting more sand to draw the soldiers' attention. One of the soldiers below, seemingly the leader, halted the conversation and commanded the soldiers in the tree to scrutinize the source of the noise. The 2 on the tree peered intently for some time, confirming there was nothing unusual. After waiting a bit longer, Aiding again tossed dirt. The 3 soldiers below could no longer contain their impatience, arming themselves and rising to investigate the source of the sound. Seizing the opportunity, as the 2 soldiers in the tree focused intently on the others, Aiding swiftly crawled several meters into a more advantageous position. Rising to his feet, he drew his bow, stringing it taut, and released. The arrow flew like a bolt of lightning, piercing the back of the left soldier and pinning him firmly to the tree trunk, silencing him instantly. The right soldier, sensing something was amiss, turned to look at his comrade, but before he could comprehend the situation, a glimmering arrow shot forth, penetrating his mouth and exiting through the back of his skull, securing him to the tree as well. Having successfully dispatched 2 soldiers, Aiding felt a sense of ease wash over him. The remaining 3, provided they did not flee, were destined to meet the same fate. He approached the tree, retrieving 3 arrows and preparing for the remaining soldiers. The 3 demonic soldiers, having been lured away, returned empty-handed, cursing as they approached the old locust tree that as they neared, they suddenly spotted a soldier standing beneath the tree. Drenched and tattered, hair disheveled, obscuring half his face, making it difficult to discern whether he was friend or foe. The leader of the soldiers questioned as they walked, demanding to know which unit he belonged to and what had transpired to leave him in such a state. Aiding chuckled softly. "I am Aiding, a guide under the command of the Crown Princess, here to eliminate you vile creatures, hence my disheveled appearance." Aiding, the guide under the Crown Princess. The 3 soldiers paused, momentarily perplexed by the contradictory statement. Before abruptly realizing Aiding was the deserter they had been seeking, they immediately shouted and charged at him, weapons brandished. Unfazed, Aiding drew his bow and unleashed a volley of 3 arrows. The projectiles sliced through the air, striking the throats of the 3 soldiers, who fell to the ground, eyes wide with disbelief as blood gushed forth. Aiding sighed deeply, contemplating the act of killing humans versus beasts. Both shared the same flesh and blood, the same fragility. The only distinction lay in the motivations behind the killings. Beasts were slain for sustenance, while humans fell to conflict. However, in this battle, where life and death were at stake, he could not afford to show mercy. Aiding took a moment to rationalize his actions, finding justification for the killings, and felt no lingering guilt. Just as he was about to summon Chunyu and Da Huang from the woods, he suddenly heard Chunyu's panicked cries. Xiao AI, Xiao AI, aiding, aiding. The demonic soldiers are coming. Realizing the urgency, Aiding sprinted towards the ridge. After just a few steps, he spotted Chunyu rushing out of the woods, fear etched across her face as she ran towards him, with Dahuang following closely behind. Xiao AI, the demonic soldiers are here, Chunyu exclaimed, her voice trembling as she sprinted, her complexion pale with fright. After a few strides, she stumbled and fell, struggling to rise before continuing to run. Abandoning her bow in her haste, moments later, 10 demonic soldiers, accompanied by a military dog, burst from the forest, calling out loudly as they spread out to encircle her, rapidly closing in. Damn it, Aisting cursed vehemently, his blood surging and courage soaring, as he charged towards the 10 demonic soldiers. Miss, Dahuang, run, he shouted loudly, simultaneously drawing his bow and releasing an arrow that flew straight, piercing the brow of the nearest foe. The demon soldier fell lifeless to the ground. The remaining soldiers cried out in unison, dispatching 5 of their number to confront Aisting, while a commanding officer ordered a war dog to be unleashed, which raced menacingly towards Chunyu. Aisting loosed another arrow, striking down yet another demon soldier to AT that moment. The war dog sprinted swiftly, closing in on Chunyu, ready to pounce. Aisting, witnessing this, roared in fury but refrained from shooting, as the dog and its target were too close together. Suddenly, Dahuang leaped from behind, jaws wide, lunging at the war dog, and the 2 canines began to grapple fiercely. The other 4 demon soldiers approached, now merely a dozen paces from Aisting, their weapons gleaming ominously in the noonday sun, exuding a chilling aura of death. Having hunted in the forest for nearly a decade, Aisting had faced countless life-and-death trials, forging a formidable willpower that rendered him undaunted by any predicament. Rather than succumb to fear amidst the encirclement of 4 demon soldiers, he felt a surge of exhilaration. His body's faculties began to operate at an accelerated pace as he unleashed a flurry of arrows in rapid succession. Whoosh, 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 3 consecutive arrows struck the brows of 3 demon soldiers, causing the last remaining soldier to drop to the ground in terror, calling out, "It's a pain in the ass, Sergeant Yang, come quickly." The other demon soldiers soon recognized the unusual situation, abandoning their pursuit of Chunyu to deal with this troublesome adversary. Dahuang, fierce and unmatched, swiftly dispatched the war dog with a few well-placed bites. Silencing its cries, Chunyu seized the opportunity to rush to Aisting's side, her voice filled with distress. Dahuang is hurt. Aisting turned to see Dahuang, having completed the battle, racing towards Chunyu, revealing a blood-soaked wound on his back as he ran. Damn it! Aisting's eyes reddened in fury as he cursed aloud, striding towards the remaining demon soldiers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Aisting released 3 more arrows, felling 2 demon soldiers instantly. The commanding officer, particularly nimble, saw the arrows approaching and deftly twisted his upper body 90 degrees while keeping his lower half steady, narrowly evading the deadly projectiles. Aisting stood in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend how he had achieved such a feat. That in the brief moment of hesitation, the remaining 3 demon soldiers regrouped, led by the officer, advancing towards Aisting with fierce intent. Aisting drew 3 more arrows, preparing to fire again. The earliest soldier, sensing the imminent danger, dropped to the ground, motionless. All 3 arrows flew forth. 1 struck a demon soldier in the brow, while the other 2 hurtled towards the officer, who managed to deflect them with 2 swift slashes. It seemed as though the arrows moved slowly in his eyes, granting him ample time to execute several maneuvers. Aisting inhaled sharply, as if encountering a specter, bewildered by the officer's extraordinary agility. Gripping his teeth, Aisting steadied his focus, refusing to believe that the officer could deflect all of his arrows. The demon officer, in contrast, was filled with trepidation, shaken by Aisting's remarkable archery skills, which left his arms aching from the force of the strikes. Even among the demon ranks, Aisting could undoubtedly be considered a top-tier archer. At that moment, they were approximately 10 meters apart, a foot soldier confronting a master archer without any shield for protection, clearly at a disadvantage. Thus, the officer suppressed his arrogance, adopting a cautious demeanor as he maneuvered from side to side, wielding his sword while searching for an opportunity to attack, all the while hurling insults. "Damn you, Aisting! You cowardly brat, emboldened by some beastly courage, dare to oppose the mighty army of the demonic realm. You have slain countless of our valiant warriors. Your entire lineage shall pay the price for your crimes. Be ye wise and surrender your bow at once, or face a fate worse than death at the hands of the Grand Princess, who will flay your skin and draw your tendons, piece by piece. Chapter 20. Shooting stars chased the moon. Aesting had no time to engage in verbal sparring. He raised his bow, aiming for the officer's brow, and released the arrow. This was Aesting's ultimate technique. If it failed to fell the demon officer, he would have no choice but to flee. The arrow soared forth with a piercing shriek, tracing an arc through the air, oscillating between speed and languor, unpredictable in its trajectory. Without hesitation, Aesting drew his bow again, sending forth another arrow, its speed akin to lightning as it sped towards the officer's brow. The two arrows, one slow and the other fast, converged upon the officer's target. That a mere parlor trick, the demon officer scoffed, raising his blade to cleave the fast arrow, calculating that he could deflect the slower one with the momentum from his strike. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred as the slow arrow suddenly accelerated at the last moment, reaching the officer's brow simultaneously with the fast arrow. The officer, unable to evade in time, managed to deflect the quick arrow but could not escape the suddenly swift projectile, which struck him in the right eye. With a sickening thud, the arrow penetrated the eyeball, embedding itself within the bony socket, its fletching trembling in the aftermath. Ta-da! The officer fell backward, gazing skyward. Sergeant Young, Sergeant Young. The demon soldiers in the vicinity, lying low, called out twice, but upon receiving no response, fled in terror. Aesting advanced a few steps, aiming to shoot the retreating soldier. Suddenly, he felt a chill in his backside, followed by an agonizing pain that coursed through his body. Aesting let out a pained howl, stumbling and dropping his bow as he fell, then scrambled to his feet, clutching his behind to ascertain the source of his discomfort. It turned out that the demon officer, though gravely wounded, had not succumbed to death as he struggled to rise. Aesting had rushed past him, and the officer had thrown his dagger at Aesting, striking him squarely in the rear. Enraged by the officer's continued combativeness and the injury he had sustained, Aesting lunged at him, mounting him and grasping his neck in an attempt to choke him to death. The demon officer was a seasoned warrior, quick to react and possessing immense strength. Even with one eye lost, his fighting spirit remained fierce. He swiftly seized Aesting's arm, breaking free, and the two became entangled in a fierce struggle. The officer, strong and resolute, gained the upper hand, pinning Aesting beneath him and tightening his grip around Aesting's neck, intent on choking him to death. The fleeing demon soldier, sensing a shift in the tide, halted and turned back, cautiously approaching the two combatants with a spear, seeking an opportune moment to strike Aesting down. Aesting, on the verge of losing consciousness, could hardly believe that a one-eyed demon officer could be so formidable. In his moment of desperation, he noticed the arrow still lodged in the officer's eye, its fletching swaying tantalizingly before him. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped the arrow's fletching and yanked it forcefully, extracting a stream of blood along with the eyeball itself. The demon officer howled in agony, his pain reverberating to the core. Clutching his injured eye, he released Aesting. Seizing the opportunity, Aesting thrust the arrow into the officer's left eye. Ah! The demon officer screamed once more, now blinded in both eyes, his mind unraveling in confusion as he staggered to his feet, flailing his hands helplessly in the air. Aesting took advantage of this moment. Standing up, grasping the officer's collar with one hand while drawing a short dagger with the other, viciously stabbing the officer's chest repeatedly until the front of his torso was utterly punctured. Aesting discarded the officer's lifeless body and raised his gaze to see the last demon soldier still watching him, wide-eyed and frozen in shock. Steeling his resolve, Aesting glared at the soldier, brandishing his dagger as he charged towards him. The demon soldier, paralyzed by fear, gazed at Aesting, drenched in blood, the dagger glistening with gore, looking every bit the embodiment of a bloodthirsty reaper. In an instant, the soldier dropped his spear and fled, bolting into the woods without a backward glance. Aesting stumbled a few paces to retrieve his bow and arrows, only to find that the soldier had vanished without a trace, and he sighed inwardly. Allowing one to escape would surely attract more demons. It seemed that this flight would not unfold easily. Chunyu, having witnessed Aesting's valorous fight, cheered him on, and as he eliminated the last of the demon soldiers, she rushed to his side. Xiao AI. You hurt. Stay still. I'll treat you. A Sting, concerned for Da Huang, quickly inquired, how is Da Huang? You should first attend to Da Huang's wounds. The spring rain continued unrelentingly as Chun Yu retrieved a packet of medicinal powder from her satchel. Applying it to Aiding's injuries, skillfully, she tore a strip of cloth from her garment and bandaged Aiding's wounds. That Da Huang's injuries were not severe, and I immediately set about administering treatment. Rest assured, with my presence, I can heal both of you, no matter how grave your injuries may be. Aiding nodded in agreement. Indeed, with the healing fairy here, there was no need to worry about treatment. Chun Yu then finished bandaging Da Huang's wounds. And after a brief tidying up, they set off without delay. Aiding, exhausted and hindered by the injury on his posterior, leaned on Chun Yu for support as they ambled forward, accompanied by an injured dog. Slowly traversing the hillside, the fleeing demon soldiers scurried through the woods, soon colliding with the battalion personally led by Ba Yin Luo. The soldiers rejoiced and hurriedly reported the situation at the headland. They spoke of the fleeing soldier Aiding being together with the healing fairy Chun Yu. Aiding's archery skills were unmatched. Among the 10 pursuing soldiers, only he survived the onslaught, the others perishing in battle. The headland was eerily silent, and it was likely that the 5 soldiers stationed there had met a grim fate. Now, Aiding and Chun Yu had successfully escaped the headland. The Ba Yin Luo was taken aback. Unable to fathom how a mere hunter and a healing fairy could elude the grasp of a total of 15 demon soldiers, both in pursuit and ambush. This was inconceivable. When had this little thief become such a master archer? Just that morning, he had missed 7 or 8 shots, and even the 2 arrows that struck had failed to hit vital points. How could such a pitiful archer suddenly become extraordinary by noon? Are you certain you witnessed this with your own eyes? The fleeing soldier knelt, fervently swearing the truth of his account. I report to your highness, the Long Princess, that every word I speak is true. The fleeing soldier Aiding is indeed formidable. His archery skills unparalleled. 8 of my brothers fell to his arrows, unable to mount any resistance whatsoever. Only Yang Wu Chang managed to exchange blows with him for several rounds. But ultimately, he too was bested and met his demise at Aiding's hands. Met his demise at his hands. That is impossible. This little thief possesses no martial prowess. How could he hold his ground against a seasoned warrior like Wu Chang for several rounds? You lie. There must be more to this story. The Ba Yin Luo remained skeptical of the soldier's claims regarding Aiding's prowess, beginning to doubt the authenticity of his words, observing the soldier's uniform, which was tidy and devoid of weapons. He appeared less like a battle-hardened warrior and more like one concealing the truth, his eyes darting nervously with a look of panic. You 10 pursued, yet 9 fell in battle. How did you escape Aiding's miraculous archery? Where are your weapons? Ba Yin Luo questioned sharply, her almond eyes radiating a piercing coldness, seemingly penetrating the soldier's very soul. Chapter 21. Archery skills beyond compare. The soldier was taken aback, cold sweat streaming down his face. At a loss for words, that I report to your highness, the Long Princess, that the military discipline of the demon army is particularly strict. Desertion in battle is a capital offense, as is abandoning one's weapon, making it difficult for the soldier to respond to. So, you fled from the battlefield. You coward. How could the Feather Forest Army have a coward like you among its ranks? Ba Yin Luo, observing the soldier's demeanor, surmised the truth of the matter. Long Princess, please spare me. I confess my guilt and implore your highness to grant me mercy. However, I assure you, every word I speak is true. That fleeing soldier Aiding is indeed a master archer. The soldier, utterly broken, fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head, hoping for Ba Yin Luo's forgiveness. Enraged, Ba Yin Luo kicked the soldier to the ground, drawing her demon scorpion blade and pointing it at his head. Rebuking him fiercely, the esteemed Feather Forest Army, personally commanded by my father, stands as the elite among 1,000,000 demon soldiers. How could you be such a spineless coward? To flee in battle and then blame the enemy's archery skills. I, representing my father, hereby pronounce your death sentence. Execution on the spot. Long Princess, spare me. I am a relative of the great commander of hatred. I am willing to pay 5,000 taels of silver for my transgressions. The soldier desperately begged, hoping for Ba Yin Luo's clemency. The Feather Forest Army, as the garrison of the capital, held a noble status and enjoyed generous treatment. Most soldiers hailed from noble or wealthy merchant families. and it was customary for them to donate silver for redemption. Moreover, the soldier invoked the name of the great commander of hatred, hoping to sway Ba Yun Luo's decision. "Get lost," Ba Yun Luo exclaimed, her anger boiling over, unwilling to entertain such notions that it is your kind that tarnish military discipline. Today marks your end. With that, she swung her blade, severing the soldier's head, his lifeless body collapsing to the ground. The surrounding commanders stood in solemn silence, all filled with trepidation. The Long Princess was indeed ruthless, daring even to execute a relative of the great commander of hatred. "Convey my orders," in the pursuit of the fleeing criminals. All soldiers must exert their utmost efforts and uphold their duties. Anyone who falters in battle will be executed. Those who fail to assist one another will be executed. Those who abandon their posts will be executed. Those who exhibit negligence will be executed. Those who jeopardize military operations will be executed. Enraged, Ba Yun Luo executed the fleeing soldier on the spot while simultaneously reinforcing military discipline. The commanders responded in unison. Ba Yun Luo commanded that the body of the fleeing soldier be left exposed in the wilderness, and then led her troops to hasten their pursuit, quickly arriving at the headland. Upon reaching the gentle slope before the headland, they encountered a ground strewn with corpses. Just as the fleeing soldier had claimed, they all bore arrows embedded in their foreheads, a testament to truly miraculous archery. Ba Yun Luo's countenance darkened, and she remained silent as she examined each fallen soldier. Upon discovering the body of Wu Chong, whose chest had been pierced by numerous blades and whose eyes had been blinded by arrows, she understood the reason why a martial artist had fallen to a mere hunter. It was the arrows that had incapacitated him, leaving him at a disadvantage. The group then ascended to the top of the headland, where they encountered 5 more demon soldiers slain by arrows. The commanders collectively inhaled sharply, chills coursing through their bodies, filled with dread. Such an exceptional archer could rival a martial arts master. If the pursuit continued in this manner, they would suffer heavy losses with no reward. Ba Yun Luo's fury reached a boiling point. Her almond eyes sparkled with dark energy as she cleaved an old locust tree in two, aiding, "You despicable, shameless little thief, how cunning and deceitful you are. Concealing your true strength to deceive this princess. Truly detestable, detestable. You treacherous little scoundrel. If I capture you, just wait and see how I will torment you to death. Ah, you infuriate me to no end." The commanders, aware of the Long Princess's temperament, observed her in fright, not daring to utter a word, lest they inadvertently draw her ire. After a prolonged fit of rage, Ba Yun Luo finally regained her composure and promptly organized the next steps for the pursuit. The demon army had entered the forest early in simple attire for ease of movement, carrying only personal weapons and provisions, without armor, shields, or bows. Thus, upon encountering Aiding, a master archer, they found themselves utterly helpless. Akin to lambs to the slaughter. The reason for this predicament was clear. It stemmed from Commander Ba Yun Luo's misjudgment and flawed deployment. Now aware of the oversight, Ba Yun Luo swiftly made adjustments. Starting from the headland, all pursuit teams recalibrated their search directions. Each pursuit team increased from 10 to 50 members, led by commanders of martial prowess or higher. Additionally, the group stationed at higher vantage points for surveillance increased to 20 members. Led by 2 capable sergeants, Ba Yun Luo also ordered the 500 troops patrolling outside the Black Forest to urgently enter the woods to bolster the capture efforts, bringing along shields, armor, and other protective gear. All pursuit teams received the command. No cessation of action until the healing fairy was captured, and they were to remain vigilant against Aiding's exceptional archery skills. With the deployment complete, Ba Yun Luo stood atop the headland, gazing westward at the vast forest, her heart heavy with concern. According to the map described by Aiding, the terrain west of the headland was relatively flat, with numerous paths leading to the eastern bank of the North Darenai River. With her current forces, it was indeed a daunting task to search such an expansive area, should Aiding and Chunyu manage to cross the Darenai River. The hope of capture would dwindle to nearly nothing. What would she do if she failed to locate the healing fairy within the Black Forest? With such thoughts, Ba Yun Luo sighed inwardly. In her desperation, she considered seeking assistance from her fourth uncle, General Tu Qinli of the Western Campaign. However, to request the deployment of the Wolf Riders merely for the capture of 2 fugitives would severely tarnish her reputation. Returning to the capital in disgrace, She would surely face ridicule from the likes of Hatred and Tuju, who would mock her incompetence. Contemplating this, Bayan Luo clenched her teeth in determination. She could not allow Aiding and Chunyu to escape across the Daranai River. She must pursue relentlessly to the end, eager to discover just how much strength these two detestable fugitives had left to sustain them. Aston and Chunyu were utterly exhausted and had no choice but to sit down and rest. Aston reclined on the ground, tilting his body as he took several hearty gulps from his water pouch, chewing on the demonic army's flatbread that he had pilfered from the summit of the first peak. Meanwhile, he incessantly brushed off the leeches that had gorged themselves on his blood, their bodies swollen. "Miss, I lack strength, not due to injuries sustained from battling the demonic army, but rather because these bloodsuckers have drained several pounds of my vitality," he lamented. Chunyu, while examining his wounds and reapplying bandages, chuckled softly at his words. "Xiao AI, these leeches are actually beneficial. They siphon away your impure blood and expedite the recovery of your circulatory system. Your fatigue stems from overexertion, compounded by both internal and external injuries, resulting in a depletion of your energy that a bit of rest will remedy it," she replied. Then, recalling something, she casually inquired, "Xiao AI, have you ever practiced martial arts?" Chapter 22. The First Whispers of Martial Skills. Martial arts? "What martial arts? I haven't practiced any. Why do you ask?" Aston responded, somewhat bewildered. Chunyu nodded, a hint of regret in her tone, that, "Oh, it's nothing much, that I merely observed your unmatched bravery in combat against the demonic army and wondered if you had any martial training. It seems, although you lack formal training, you possess a natural ferocity and a robust physique, ideal traits for a fighter, that I've made a decision. You shall no longer serve as my laborer, but rather as my bodyguard. When I eventually rebuild the medical god manor, I would like you to assume the role of my chief bodyguard." "Chief bodyguard? That must come with substantial benefits," Aston exclaimed, instantly elated. Bai Luo also once inquired if I had practiced martial arts, suggesting I possessed the qualities of a soldier, claiming that even without martial skills, I could still rise to command an army. But what exactly is martial arts? Is it truly that significant? Chunyu, having finished tending to Aston's wounds, began to assess the injuries of De Huang. Upon hearing his question, she sighed. "Martial arts, much like your archery skills and my medical expertise, is a skill that our ancestors developed through relentless exploration and practice. I now find myself regretting not having pursued martial arts instead of medicine. Perhaps I would possess the means to protect the medical god manor from the slaughter of the demonic army." Aston nodded in understanding and offered her reassurance. "The demonic army is vast and powerful. It cannot be confronted with mere skills alone. That my archery is indeed formidable. Yet even if I were to slay dozens of their soldiers, it would not alter our disadvantage. Why? Because Bai Luo has numerous subordinates. She can afford to fail countless times. While we cannot afford a single misstep that Tio defeat her, we would need to annihilate her entire force in one fell swoop. But is there even a skill capable of eradicating hundreds or thousands in one strike? Annihilate her entire force?" Chunyu laughed softly, her amusement evident. "Xiao AI, your ambitions are grand indeed. It is true that defeating the demonic army cannot be accomplished solely through martial prowess. However, while martial skills, your archery, and my medical arts all fall under the category of skills, their levels and purposes differ vastly, ditto." "How so?" Aston inquired, intrigued. Chunyu took a moment to gather her thoughts and continued to explain gently. "I have not practiced martial arts myself, so I can only provide a general overview. Your archery and my healing skills are considered minor skills aimed at providing a livelihood, means of survival, in contrast. The purpose of practicing martial arts is to unlock one's inherent potential, thus enhancing physical strength, self-defense, and personal cultivation. Furthermore, upon reaching the pinnacle of martial arts, it is said one can explore the secrets of uniting with the cosmos, potentially achieving immortality. Immortality, is it truly that remarkable?" Aston's eyes widened in disbelief that a mere skill can grant eternal life. How many individuals throughout history have lived on? He exhaled in astonishment. Chunyu merely shook her head slightly, letting out a sigh accompanied by a smile. "Immortality is merely an ideal pursued at the peak of martial arts. Indeed, no one has been known to achieve it throughout history. However, once one reaches a certain level in martial arts, they become incredibly responsive, immensely powerful, and may live significantly longer, capable of performing feats beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Indeed, the leader of the demonic army I fought seemed to have practiced martial arts, as he was able to dodge and deflect my arrows. Moreover, he possessed tremendous strength, easily pinning me to the ground. Had I not shot out one of his eyes first, I might have perished. Aston recalled, a shiver of fear still lingering from the encounter. Yes. Chunyu nodded in agreement. Having witnessed the events firsthand, Aston was indeed fortunate to have emerged victorious. That small leader of the demonic army was merely a skilled martial artist. In a fair duel, you would not have been his match, that he was merely a low-level martial artist. Should you encounter a higher-level martial artist, no matter how adept your archery, you would find it utterly futile. There's a higher level of martial artist? Aston gasped in surprise, eager for clarification. Martial artists are categorized into 4 tiers based on their level of cultivation. From lowest to highest, they are skilled martial artist, expert martial artist, top-tier martial artist, and pinnacle martial artist. Aston was left bewildered. What is the distinction between martial skills and martial arts? Is there a difference? Chunyu continued her explanation. The initial stage of martial skills is referred to as martial arts or martial techniques, involving the practice of various forms and internal energy cultivation methods. Upon reaching the advanced stage, it is termed martial Dao, emphasizing the cultivation of internal energy, gradually developing profound internal strength, also known as internal power. A martial artist with exceptional internal power is far more formidable. They can take on 100 foes, performing feats beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. When they gather their energy, it manifests as radiant light, dazzling and captivating, as if a celestial being has descended. Aston blinked in contemplation, struggling to envision what such radiant light might resemble, ultimately chuckling dismissively. What use is beauty in battle? One requires practicality. My archery is straightforward and effective. 1 shot, 1 kill. How much more utilitarian can it be? Chunyu, however, shook her head in disagreement that a martial artist capable of producing radiant light is a pinnacle expert. With profound internal energy, they could easily counter your archery with a mere finger. Do not underestimate them at this stage. Martial skills can inflict internal injuries, which are far more challenging to treat than external wounds. Just like the internal injuries you currently bear, your internal organs are pained. A result of the internal energy inflicted by a martial Dao expert, requiring several days of recuperation. That I have internal injuries? Aston exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, and no wonder I've felt pain in my chest since last night. Struggling to breathe, turns out I have sustained internal injuries. After a moment's reflection, he cursed vehemently, I know it. My internal injuries must be the result of those kicks from Bai Luo. That which is truly insufferable. Chunyu shot him a sideways glance, suppressing a laugh. But didn't Bai Luo treat you quite well? She even offered you rewards. What could have provoked her to strike you? Oh well. Aston's expression turned awkward as he quickly looked down, attempting to conceal his embarrassment. Bai Luo is simply a madwoman. One moment she's cheerful, the next she is furious. Her moods are unpredictable, and she strikes without reason. At this point, he hastily stood up. We've rested enough. We must hurry. We cannot allow Bai Luo to catch up. She may wish to capture you alive, but she will show me no mercy if I fall into her hands. Who knows what tortures await me? Chunyu nodded in agreement. The two gathered their belongings and, accompanied by De Huang, set off once more toward the west. Chapter 23. Retribution from the wolf pack. Aston and Chunyu, alongside De Huang, continued their journey for over 10 miles before pausing to rest once more. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the forest gradually succumbed to darkness. Aston grew increasingly restless and climbed a tall tree to survey the surroundings. After a considerable time, he descended, drinking some water. His brow furrowed in silence. What have you discovered? Has the demonic army caught up to us again? Chunyu asked anxiously. It's not the demonic army, but I have an unsettling feeling as if I am being watched. Aston replied, twisting his head to scan the area, desperately trying to discern the source of his discomfort. The terrain here was flat and densely wooded, unsuitable for the demonic army's reconnaissance from above. After walking a few more miles, Aston climbed another tree for a closer inspection, but found no signs of the demonic army's pursuit, thus ruling them out. What, then, could be observing us? Aston pondered, his brow furrowed in contemplation. You are likely just overly anxious, experiencing an illusion. It's a normal phenomenon, Chunyu reassured him, having sensed no abnormalities. Aston glanced at De Huang and shook his head. If I am experiencing an illusion, It is impossible for De Huang to be as well. De Huang is currently tense and restless, clearly sensing some impending danger. Chunyu turned to look and noticed De Huang's unusual behavior. The canine was taut with tension, its fur bristling, eyes darting as it scanned every tree and shrub. Seemingly searching for something, De Huang. What is the matter? Don't frighten me. Come here. Chunyu called out to the dog. De Huang dashed over, sitting beside Chunyu, yet its gaze remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings. Aston searched for a long time, finding nothing amiss, and let out a long sigh, feeling a hint of dread. Could it be that we are being eyed by a wild beast, to have stealthily observed us for such an extended period? It must be a formidable beast. Could be a tiger or perhaps a leopard. Upon hearing of the wild creature, Chunyu immediately felt relieved, reaching out to stroke the neck of Da Huang. Xiao Ai. Dealing with wild beasts is your forte. If you merely cough, wouldn't any beast shy away from you? A flush crept upon Aiding's face as she eagerly nodded in agreement. Yes, as long as I am here. Within the dark forest, as long as it is not the demonic army, no beast can harm us. That I was merely overreacting. With that, the two resumed their journey. Though Aiding professed calmness, unease gnawed at her, and she continuously scanned her surroundings, readying her bow and arrows should the beast launch a sudden attack. After traversing several more miles, they stumbled upon a damp area by a small stream, where fresh paw prints caught Aiding's eye, leaving her utterly astonished that a yellow wolf. It's a yellow wolf. No wonder it has been tracking us all this while. This is dire. What is so fearsome about a yellow wolf? You shot one just yesterday, Chunyu retorted dismissively. Aiding frowned deeply, her mood darkening. It is precisely because I killed that yellow wolf yesterday that I have provoked an entire pack. Encountering a yellow wolf now is no longer a matter of just one or two, but rather an entire pack, numbering in the hundreds that we cannot contend with them. Hundreds of yellow wolves. How could this be? Chunyu's face paled with fear as she immediately pressed for details. What happened? How did you provoke the wolf pack? What shall we do now? Aiding sighed as she glanced at her. Yesterday, while I was hunting yellow wolves in the woods, I happened upon you. You know the rest, my offense against the demonic army. My provocation of the wolf pack, all stem from you, from me. How does provoking the wolf pack relate to me? Chunyu questioned, her eyes wide with confusion as she fixed her gaze on Aiding. Aiding began to recount the entire incident of hunting the yellow wolf the previous day, detailing how, in an effort to lure the yellow wolf into a trap, she had stealthily abducted a yellow wolf pup from Old Wolf Ridge. In her attempt to save Chunyu, she accidentally killed the pup, thus breaching the hunter's taboo and incurring an unending feud with the wolf pack. Now, being targeted by the yellow wolves was merely the pack's revenge. At this juncture, Aiding inquired about Chunyu's encounter with the yellow wolves the previous night. Last night, Chunyu recalled, still trembling with fear. After you left, Da Huang and I rested in the tree hollow, but when night fell and you had yet to return, I was frantic. During the night, 4 or 5 yellow wolves appeared, their eerie green eyes glaring at me, their howls chilling to the bone, keeping me on edge all night long. Eventually, they left, but it seemed one took away a tattered burlap sack. A tattered burlap sack, Aiding exclaimed, slapping her thigh in regret. Of course. I left in such haste yesterday that I forgot to dispose of the yellow wolf pup's body, which was in that burlap sack. This is irrefutable evidence. The wolf pack is surely mobilizing for revenge. What shall we do then? Can you handle hundreds of yellow wolves? Chunyu grasped the gravity of the situation, her anxiety surging. Aiding furrowed her brow, contemplating a strategy, and began to check the arrows in her quiver. Each quiver contained 25 arrows, and Aiding had pilfered 2 after several skirmishes. Only 18 or 19 arrows remained, barely enough for a single quiver. Even with her exceptional archery skills, a solitary bow and insufficient arrows would not suffice to take down an entire pack of wolves. Aiding stood frozen in thought, unable to devise a plan. The wolf pack was akin to a military unit, more tenacious and ferocious than any army. The moment the Wolf King issued a command, all the yellow wolves would charge without hesitation, exhibiting no fear of retreat. This fierce yellow wolf brigade posed an even greater challenge than the demonic army, that we certainly cannot handle them, Chunyu said, feeling increasingly anxious, drawing closer to Da Huang, her eyes darting around, fearful of a sudden attack from the wolves. Given the ferocity of the wolf pack, what are we waiting for? Could they attack us at any moment? Chunyu asked, her voice trembling. The yellow wolf is an exceptionally clever beast, organized and disciplined, akin to a military force. Well-versed in strategy, they will first send scouts to trace our whereabouts, then patiently await the most opportune moment to strike. What moment? Aiding explained while glancing at the sky, suddenly struck by realization that I understand now. They are waiting for darkness. Once night falls, the forest becomes their dominion. I'm certain the wolf pack is already near, lying in ambush just ahead. When darkness descends, that will be the moment they attack us. Chunyu, finding Aiding's analysis reasonable, felt a bit more at ease and looked up at the sky. The setting sun cast long shadows, indicating that there was still some time before nightfall, with wolves lying in ambush ahead and the demonic army pursuing from behind. Retreat was impossible. Were we destined to meet our end here tonight? Rather than being devoured by yellow wolves or falling into the hands of the demonic army, I would prefer to take poison and end it all. Chunyu lamented, her spirits plummeting. Aiding shook her head, her eyes glinting with determination. Do not speak of taking poison until the final moment, that we still have time to consider our options. Let me think of a way. A way? The wolf pack is ferocious, and the demonic army is powerful. One blocks our path, the other relentlessly pursues us. Even if we climbed a tree, we could escape the wolves but not the demonic army. It would be better to take poison, Chunyu said, despair creeping into her tone. After pondering for a while, Aiding suddenly had an epiphany. Miss, your words have sparked an idea within me. I believe I have a plan. Oh, what plan? Do share, Chunyu exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she leaned closer to Aiding, eager to hear her thoughts. Just as you said, the wolf pack is fierce, and the demonic army is strong. We cannot contend with either. However, is there a possibility that we could incite the wolf pack and the demonic army to battle each other, allowing us to reap the benefits? Inciting the wolf pack and the demonic army to battle? That is indeed a brilliant idea. Chunyu's spirits lifted momentarily, though doubts soon clouded her expression that it is a good idea. But how do we make it happen? Neither the wolf pack nor the demonic army will heed our manipulation. Aiding nodded, understanding the complexity of the plan, her brow furrowing in contemplation. Indeed, the challenge lies in executing this idea. How can we provoke the wolf pack and the demonic army to engage in battle? While pondering, Aiding rummaged through her pocket and produced a bamboo whistle, an item she had seized when she killed the first young soldier of the demonic army. Commanding the demonic army may not be difficult. But how do we incite the wolf pack to engage in a relentless fight? Chunyu's eyes brightened as she saw the bamboo whistle. Xiao AI, you still have that. That is used for communication among the demonic army. Blow it to summon the army against the wolves. Aiding gently handled the bamboo whistle, shaking her head. Not yet, we must wait for the most opportune moment to summon the demonic army. Right now, I am focused on how to ensure the wolf pack and the demonic army clash until none remain. Yes, we must ensure that they fight until none are left, or else they will still pose a threat to us. Chunyu realized the difficulty of this task. But wait, if the wolf pack cannot retreat, what about the demonic army? Won't they retreat if they are losing? Aiding suddenly grasped Chunyu's shoulders, her excitement mounting. Miss, you have reminded me again. We indeed need to create a scenario where the wolf pack cannot retreat even if they are losing, compelling them to fight the demonic army to the bitter end. That I know what to do. With that, she turned toward the north, gesturing. Let us go to Old Wolf Ridge and raid the den of the yellow wolves. What? The den of the yellow wolves? Chunyu was momentarily bewildered. Aiding laughed heartily, her spirits soaring. Old Wolf Ridge is the lair of the yellow wolves, home to hundreds of them, just north of our current position. The adult wolves have come to exact revenge on me. The pups are still in the den, that we shall raid their lair and specifically target the pups. Chunyu gasped in alarm, quickly blocking her path in protest. Attack the yellow wolves' den and kill their pups? Won't the pack come after us with a vengeance? We might not even make it until nightfall before they attack. Aiding smiled reassuringly, gently patting her shoulder that I merely intend to create the illusion of an attack. We do not truly need to raid their lair, that as long as the wolf pack believes we are going to kill their pups, they will emerge to intercept us, and then I will summon the demonic army. Though the yellow wolves are clever, they are still beasts and cannot outsmart humans. Chunyu's face lit up with understanding, her worries dissipating as she grasped Aiding's strategy. What a brilliant plan. Xiao AI, your idea is truly ingenious. The wolf pack will undoubtedly protect their young, guarding Old Wolf Ridge against intrusion, creating a scenario where they cannot retreat even if they are losing data. But wait, if the wolf pack cannot retreat, the demonic army is not foolish either. What if they cannot retreat if they are losing in battle? Aston chuckled as he affectionately patted her forehead as long as the wolf pack deemed the cubs to be in peril. The demon army's decision to fight or retreat was not merely at their own discretion. It would culminate in an unyielding confrontation. Chunyu comprehended this fully, her admiration profound, her bright eyes shimmering with fervor. Indeed, once a conflict ignited, the wolf pack would undoubtedly fight to the bitter end to safeguard their young. As long as the wolves remained relentless, the demon army would have no choice but to engage, potentially leading to an annihilation of both sides. Xiao Ai, you are truly remarkable, courageous and astute, exceptionally gifted. Aston laughed heartily, confidently thumping his chest in assurance that I have proclaimed that within the Black Forest, any matters concerning beasts are my responsibility to resolve. It is by no means a challenge. Let us proceed now to the Old Wolf Ridge and uncover the lair of the pack. I shall follow your lead, Chunyu replied sweetly, filled with confidence in Aston's scheme to incite a clash between the wolves and the demon army. The trio, 2 humans and a dog, immediately altered their course, heading northward. Just as Aston had anticipated, it was not long before the wolf pack could no longer conceal themselves, and signs of their agitation began to manifest. A few yellow wolves cautiously poked their heads out, scanning their surroundings. From the depths of the forest came the rustling sound of a swift run, indicating that a substantial number of yellow wolves were on the move. The 2 humans and their canine companion walked on edge, fully alert. The wolf pack, unable to decipher the purpose of their northern journey, continued to observe quietly, refraining from launching an attack, seemingly biding their time until nightfall. After traversing several miles, the Old Wolf Ridge was within reach, and the wolves, finally losing patience, began to emerge, encircling the 2 to in the dimly lit forest. Shadows danced as the pack surged forth, their numbers astonishing. Each yellow wolf glaring fiercely at the duo. The eyes of the yellow wolves glimmered with an eerie green light, as if able to peer into the depths of the human soul, instilling an inescapable sense of dread. With their hearts racing, the proximity of the ferocious yellow wolves rendered Chunyu breathless. The surroundings fell into an unsettling silence, save for the heavy breathing of the wolves. Aston's expression grew grave. He treaded cautiously while knocking an arrow, wary of a sudden assault from the pack. Xiao Ai, is it time to go yet? Do we still need to proceed? Chunyu inquired, trembling with trepidation, each step sending chills down her spine. With so many yellow wolves, there must be more than 100. Aston internally panicked, feeling the hairs on his neck stand on end, as the actual number of yellow wolves far exceeded his expectations. At least 200 to 300 were present. The yellow wolves refrained from attacking, waiting for the Wolf King's command that we must maintain our momentum, forcing the Wolf King to show himself. Aston steeled himself against the intimidation of the encircling wolves. Pushing onward for another 2 miles, suddenly, a howl erupted from deep within the forest, high and piercing, causing the trees to shudder. That a yellow wolf, resembling the size of a calf, emerged from the pack, immediately drawing attention. Its robust forelimbs were powerful, and its 2-inch fangs gleamed ominously, while its eyes, the size of copper bells, radiated a chilling menace. The surrounding yellow wolves cowered, parting to grant it passage, underscoring its esteemed status within the pack. The Wolf King. Aston's pupils contracted as he fixated on its movements, fearful that the Wolf King would unleash an attack the moment it appeared. With another resounding howl, the Wolf King lifted its head, and the surrounding hundreds of yellow wolves responded in unison, the sound reverberating through the very earth as they closed in, encircling the 2 humans and their dog. Climb the tree. Aston, witnessing the impending battle, could no longer hold his ground. He pressed against a large cypress, hastily signaling Chunyu to ascend. Chunyu stepped onto Aston's shoulder, scrambling up, followed closely by the large dog. 2 impatient yellow wolves, unable to contain themselves, charged out of the pack towards Aston. With swift precision, he loosed 2 arrows, striking true to the vital spots of the 2 wolves, ending their lives in an instant. This abrupt turn of events sent the surrounding wolves into a frenzy. Come on! Aston shouted defiantly, challenging the pack, his body tensed, exuding a formidable fighting spirit. equal to that of the surrounding wolves. However, the Wolf King remained unfazed by Aestin's provocation. It stood calmly, its fierce eyes locked onto Aestin, emitting a low growl as it commanded the surrounding yellow wolves to tighten their encirclement. The yellow wolves moved with remarkable speed, coordinating seamlessly as the encirclement closed in. Aestin and Chunyu felt an unprecedented pressure mounting. Seizing an opportunity, Aestin drew his bow and loosed an arrow at the Wolf King, the projectile flying true toward its heart. In a split second, 5 or 6 yellow wolves leapt in front of the Wolf King to shield it from the arrow. With a sickening sound, the arrow pierced through one yellow wolf before claiming another, halting its momentum. The Wolf King, provoked once more, let out a furious howl, its fur bristling, eyes flashing with a fierce glow. Poised to pounce on Aestin. "Come on, you beast! Do you think I fear you?" Aestin retorted boldly, meeting the Wolf King's gaze. "I will slay your cubs. What can you do to me? I shall go to the Old Wolf Ridge and eradicate every last one of your offspring, ensuring your line is extinguished." The Wolf King, seemingly comprehending Aestin's taunts, could no longer restrain itself. With a deafening howl, the surrounding wolves surged forward, attacking in a frenzied rush toward Aestin. He quickly stowed his bow and arrow. Scaling the cypress tree with haste, once atop, he positioned himself within the branches, raining arrows down upon the first wave of yellow wolves, taking out 5 or 6 of them in rapid succession. The pack's assault was momentarily thwarted, forcing them to withdraw while maintaining a tight watch around the cypress, awaiting their next opportunity to strike. Aestin took a moment to catch his breath, drawing a short knife to chop branches, constructing a makeshift nest within the tree for the 3 of them to take refuge. Once the nest was built, Aestin and Chunyu huddled together, Chunyu cradling the large dog, as they faced the hundreds of ferocious yellow wolves below. As night descended, the forest was engulfed in darkness, and all around them, countless pairs of eerie green eyes glimmered, a truly terrifying sight. With a commanding howl from the Wolf King, the pack finally launched their full-scale assault, encircling the base of the cypress and circling it in search of a way to ascend. "Shall AI quickly blow the bamboo whistle? If we don't attract the demon army soon, we and Huang will surely perish at the jaws of these wolves," Chunyu urged, sensing the urgency of their predicament. Aestin fished out the bamboo whistle, glancing into the distance, yet perceiving no signs of movement. Would blowing the whistle truly summon the demon army? Suddenly, a realization struck him, and his expression changed dramatically to, "Oh no, I forgot something crucial. This could spell trouble. What is it? What has happened?" Chunyu inquired promptly. Aestin, trembling, explained, "Last night, to delay Bianluo, I mentioned that nighttime scouting was inadvisable, and he heeded my advice, allowing the entire army to rest for the night. That if Bianluo adheres to my suggestion again tonight, and the army rests once more, we are doomed." Though Chunyu was unaware of the reasons behind the nighttime scouting prohibition, she grasped the dire consequences of the demon army's rest. She felt as though she had plunged into an abyss, her entire being chilled to the core. "Are you saying the demon army will not appear, and the wolves will not clash, leaving just the 2 of us and Huang to face hundreds of yellow wolves alone?" Aestin nodded, tightening his embrace around Chunyu, releasing a heavy sigh. "Alas, I have acted foolishly, ensnaring both myself and the young lady in this predicament. It is truly a grave mistake." Chunyu, feeling utterly drained, slumped against Aestin, lamenting, "Shao AI, this is not your fault. Your performance has been exemplary. Had I not encountered you, I may not have survived yesterday. It is merely the hand of fate. I, the healer, cannot contend with the great demon kingdom." The yellow wolves below continued their attempts to leap and climb the tree. Yet they remained thwarted, encircling the massive cypress in a state of fruitless agitation. After a prolonged silence, Aestin spoke again. "My lady, let us not succumb to despair. For now, the wolf pack is at an impasse with the tree, and our safety is temporarily secured. That my thoughts dwell on what we shall do come dawn." And no sooner had he spoken than a creaking sound emanated from below, reminiscent of a rodent gnawing at floorboards. Aestin, taken aback, craned his neck to peer down. In the darkness, he could barely discern several yellow wolves encircling the tree's base, attempting to gnaw at the roots, seemingly intent on toppling the great cypress. Aestin gasped, his heart racing in panic. "This is disastrous. We're truly finished." Chunyu looked up, concerned. What now? Aistin, exasperated, slapped his forehead. These wretches are far too clever. Unable to climb, they have resorted to gnawing at the roots. This tree cannot endure much longer. Soon, we shall plummet into the jaws of the wolves. Who would have thought that I, Aistin, who has traversed the Black Forest for over a decade and slain countless beasts, would meet my demise at the hands of wolves? Could this be poetic justice? As Chunyu comprehended the gravity of their predicament, she realized that time was not on their side. The moment the yellow wolf gnawed through the ancient cypress, it would herald the demise of the trio, 2 humans and a dog. At this critical juncture of life and death, Chunyu found an unexpected lightness. She embraced Dahuang and bestowed a gentle kiss upon its visage, before leaning against Aiding's chest, her laughter a soft melody. Xiao Ai, death is not to be feared. With you and Dahuang by my side in my final moments, I find solace. It is merely a pity that the medical texts passed down from the Chun lineage are destined to perish in my hands. That tome is the sole divine skill bequeathed to the world by the Creator God. Chunyu mused for a time, then leaned closer to Aiding's ear, whispering, Xiao Ai, I shall confide a secret. The medical texts are hidden within me. Can you guess where? Aiding could only manage a weary smile. With life hanging by a thread, the whereabouts of the medical text seemed trivial, that I cannot fathom it. They are not within your flesh. Could they be secreted away? Is it possible that the medical texts consist of mere sheets of paper? Chunyu giggled lightly. Allow me to enlighten you. I am the medical texts, and the medical texts are me. Aiding, taken aback, inquired, Oh, how so? Chunyu, still smiling, continued her explanation. From a young age, I immersed myself in the knowledge contained within the medical texts, mastering its contents to the point of earning the title of a medical fairy. Upon receiving a letter from my father, I learned that the demon lord coveted our medical texts. Long before their arrival, I incinerated the tome. Now, the only remaining copy exists within my mind, should I perish. Ba Yinlu shall never obtain the medical texts, no matter how he ravages the dark forest. Aiding, enlightened, felt a surge of admiration for Chunyu's cunning. Chapter 26. The wolf pack clashes with the demon army as the two nestled together. Facing the impending specter of death, their minds drifted to indelible memories. Chunyu clenched the poison pill in her palm, contemplating that once the great tree fell, she would swallow it immediately, refusing to endure the agony of the yellow wolf's gnashing teeth. Aiding, however, was tirelessly racking his brain for any potential means of salvation. Ultimately, out of options, he clasped his hands together, closing his eyes in fervent prayer. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, all deities, manifest your power swiftly and save the life of Aiding. He implored to be a Yunlu. Oh, Ba Yunlu, do not heed my ill-fated suggestion. Do not rest tonight. Chunyu, unable to suppress a chuckle, covered her mouth in mirth, only to suddenly spot something in the distance, her expression shifting to one of astonishment as she pointed and exclaimed, Xiao Ai, look quickly! Aiding opened his eyes, following Chunyu's gaze to the east. A sea of flickering flames appeared, resembling a line of fire swiftly advancing. The demon army! Aiding cried out in delight. It seems our final gambit has borne fruit. Heaven has not forsaken us, and the demon army has indeed arrived. With that, he raised a bamboo whistle to his lips, summoning all his strength to blow a piercing note that echoed through the night. Reverberating in the forest, a search party led by a demon army officer, already on the prowl, fortuitously stumbled upon the vicinity, drawn by the sound of the whistle. This was a contingent of 50. Brandishing torches and accompanied by 5 military dogs, who soon reached the spot where the two were cornered. As the dogs approached, they exhibited unusual behavior, hesitating and barking wildly at the woods, as if sensing something yet also struck by fear. The officer, elated, urged his soldiers to hasten, certain that the fugitives were close at hand. The soldiers dragged the reluctant dogs forward, gradually penetrating the thicket. A howl erupted from the Wolf King, who mistook the approaching troops for reinforcements. With a fierce cry, hundreds of yellow wolves surged forward, launching a relentless assault on the demon army, igniting the bloody clash that Aiding had so fervently desired. The wolves howled in unison, their piercing cries slicing through the night sky, sending tremors of fear through the ranks of the demon army, who were bewildered by the sudden upheaval. Amidst the flickering flames, a torrent of yellow wolves with glowing green eyes surged from the thickets, heedless of the chaos, and charged at the demon soldiers. The first to suffer were the military dogs, who upon sighting the wolves succumbed to terror, trembling and urinating in fear, paralyzed in place in the blink of an eye. Carnage ensued. The air turned thick with the stench of blood as the wolves tore the 5 military dogs to shreds, leaving a gruesome tableau of dismembered limbs. Yellow wolves, the pack, the soldiers, including the officer, screamed in terror, their frantic movements betraying their utter disarray in the face of such ferocity. The yellow wolves plunged into the throng, their jaws agape, revealing razor-sharp fangs as they swiftly severed the arms of 2 soldiers and clamped down on the throat of another. Refusing to relinquish their grip despite the frenzied blows of their assailants. "Form a defensive line. Quickly. Form a shield wall." The officer bellowed urgently, attempting to rally his men to establish a defensive formation. However, the uneven terrain of the forest and the cramped quarters rendered any organized defense impossible. Amidst the turmoil, several soldiers fell prey to the yellow wolves, who descended upon them in a frenzy of tearing and gnawing. "Gather around me. Quickly," the officer shouted, brandishing his sword and cleaving through the heads of 2 wolves, simultaneously kicking away another that lunged at him. Gradually, he regained his composure, strategizing a defense based on the terrain. Trained soldiers, despite the odds, hastened to cluster around their commander, forming a tight formation with shield bearers on the outer ring and spear wielders in the center to repel the wolves. Dozens of spears met the advancing wolves, piercing their bodies and swiftly claiming the lives of several. The pack momentarily faltered, but after a brief hesitation, they howled once more and charged forward, undeterred by the mounting corpses of their kin. The demon soldiers, overwhelmed by this audacious assault, had never encountered such ferocity. The wolves seemed oblivious to death, charging headlong into the spears without regard for their own lives. With each wave, the pack surged forward, emboldened by their growing numbers, and a gruesome spectacle unfolded as blood spattered, staining the ground, igniting an even fiercer bloodlust within the pack as the wolves climbed over the increasingly high mound of their fallen brethren. Their speed intensified, and several yellow wolves breached the formation, savagely attacking the demon soldiers. The officer rushed to dispatch the intruding wolves, but in doing so, he further disrupted the formation, creating more openings for the relentless pack to exploit. The cohesion of the demon army began to falter, the situation growing ever more precarious. "Whoa!" The Wolf King raised his head and let out a fierce howl, personally leading a pack of the strongest yellow wolves into the fray. Braving a forest of spears and arrows, they plunged into the crowd, their massive jaws tearing from side to side, swiftly claiming the lives of several soldiers from the demon army that a general charged forth to engage the Wolf King in battle, plunging a dagger deep into its heart. Yet, the Wolf King clamped down on one of the general's arms and refused to release its grip. The surrounding yellow wolves instantly descended into a frenzy, heedlessly leaping toward the general. After a fierce struggle, during which several yellow wolves perished, they finally tore open the general's abdomen, inflicting a grievous wound. The death of the Wolf King ignited an even greater ferocity among the pack, who seized the opportunity created by the Wolf King's assault to surge into the ranks of the demon army like relentless waves that end the ensuing melee. The ferocity of the wolves became apparent as they lunged, clawed, and bit, each strike a deadly blow. The demon soldiers were either killed or wounded, and the air filled with the sounds of splattering blood and anguished cries reverberated through the forest. The most pressing concern was that as more and more soldiers fell, the torches fell to the ground, illuminating an ever-diminishing area. In the encroaching darkness, the wolves found an advantage for their attack. The general, witnessing the burgeoning horde of wolves that seemed endless, realized that the formation had already begun to falter. Further defense was futile. Spitting a mouthful of blood, he shouted with great difficulty, "Retreat! Retreat!" Then, with a final effort, he swung his sword to cover his companions, slaying one yellow wolf before being overwhelmed by a pack of them. The remaining demon soldiers immediately retreated, quickly devolving into a chaotic flight, each man fighting for himself. Alone, each soldier faced multiple yellow wolves lunging from all directions. They dispatched the yellow wolves in front. Those on the sides pounced. When they fended off the wolves behind them, new ones surged forward from the ground. Once a wolf latched onto a body, no amount of beating would free it, as they would rather sacrifice themselves to create opportunities for their brethren. The pack had gone mad, the overwhelming stench of blood igniting their primal savagery. did I end the night. The howls of the wolves mingled with the pitiful cries of the demon soldiers, punctuated by the sounds of bones snapping and flesh tearing, accompanied by the acrid scent of blood, painting a horrific tableau. As the last few demon soldiers fled into the distance, the yellow wolves pursued. And the battlefield gradually shifted, the cries and screams fading into the distance until they became inaudible. Aistin and Chunyu hid in the trees, both horrified by the bloody brutality of the battle between man and wolf, yet secretly relieved that it was the demon army being torn apart rather than themselves. Chunyu trembled, unable to bear the sight of such cruelty, clinging tightly to Aistin as tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Aistin, too, felt a heavy heart. Although he had orchestrated the clash between the wolves and the demon army, witnessing dozens lose their lives to the jaws of the wolves filled him with an indescribable anguish. Beneath the trees, yellow wolves still scurried about, and the two dared not make a sound, huddling together in their nook, utterly exhausted, before they unknowingly drifted into sleep. Chapter 27. The Steward of the Medical God Manor. The following morning, sunlight flooded the treetops, warming the forest with its brilliance, while the chirping of insects and birds breathed life into the surroundings. Aistin awoke with a start, his eyes widening at the brightening sky. He quickly scanned the area below and, after confirming it was safe, descended to the ground with Chunyu and Dehuang. The yellow wolves had vanished without a trace, leaving behind countless corpses of men and wolves strewn across the ground. Dark red blood had congealed, intermingled with severed limbs and decaying innards that emitted a foul stench. Chunyu, unable to suppress her nausea, covered her eyes with her hands and, guided by Aistin, fearfully fled the bloody scene. The loss of a search party triggered alarm for Princess Bianluo, who immediately dispatched scouts to investigate the situation in the forest. Upon receiving the report, Bianluo was taken aback, never having imagined that the search party would clash with the wolves, resulting in a complete annihilation. Shocked and regretful, she recalled Aistin's warnings that nighttime was when wild beasts roamed the woods. She had overlooked this critical detail, leading to the needless loss of 50 valiant demon soldiers. Filled with remorse, Bianluo regarded the incident as an unfortunate accident, not blaming Aistin. She recognized the forest's peril and understood that it was a place where the demon army could not act with impunity. After careful consideration, she restructured the search parties, organizing all soldiers into 4 groups of 200 each, with the remaining soldiers bolstering the watch on elevated positions. The number of search parties had decreased, greatly increasing the distance between them and leaving more gaps. With no other recourse, Bianluo arranged the forces as best as she could, enhancing the surveillance along the banks of the Great Mud River and personally leading a team to track down Aistin and Chunyu, determined to capture them on the eastern bank. Having evaded the threat of the wolves, Aistin and Chunyu rested another night, regaining much of their strength and spirit. With renewed energy, they walked steadily for 30 or 40 miles. Gradually approaching the North Great Mud River, Chunyu's spirits lifted, and as they walked, she lavished praise on Aistin. Xiao Ai, I've been thinking, with your talents, merely serving as a guard captain seems like a waste. Once I rebuild the medical god manor, you shall be the steward, overseeing all operations. Steward? What position is that? How does the compensation compare to that of a guard captain? Aistin asked, somewhat puzzled. The steward, Chunyu laughed lightly, then explained, is the highest position after me. You will manage all personnel and affairs within and outside the medical god manor. You will have the final say in everything, and it will be as you decree. Then doesn't that mean I will be the leader, managing everyone and everything, calling the shots, just like the village head in our small village, commanding respect? I've always envied the authority of the village head. Aistin exclaimed, nearly jumping for joy. Chunyu smiled at him. Exactly. The steward of the medical god manor is akin to your village head, but without the obligation to pay taxes to the authorities, granting you much more freedom. Without taxes, then life in the manor must be exceedingly prosperous. What does the medical god manor rely on for income? How many people are there? Do they farm and hunt as well? Aistin, still elated, quickly inquired about the manor's revenue sources. Seeing his enthusiasm for the position of steward and his curiosity about the manor's affairs, Chunyu patiently began recounting the history of the medical god manor. 800 years ago, my ancestors brought medical texts to the Xiliang region and settled down, eventually giving rise to the Chun family medical clan. For 8 centuries, the Chun family has saved countless individuals from suffering through their exceptional medical skills, earning the reputation of divine healers throughout the land. The small village where the Chun family resides is known as the Medical God Manor. At its peak, the Medical God Manor boasted 600 to 700 residents, and its income stemmed from 3 main sources. First, they provided medical consultations, charging fees that varied depending on the patient's wealth. Second, they produced medicines, which were renowned for their effectiveness, leading many medical offices and pharmacies across the continent to seek them out. This constituted the manor's largest source of income. Third, they cultivated medicinal herbs, as the demand for ingredients was immense, necessitating their own farming rather than relying solely on foraging and purchasing. After sharing this, Chunyu continued to dream of a bright future. Xiao AI, with these 3 revenue streams, the income of the Medical God Manor is quite substantial, comparable to that of 100 small villages. Therefore, you need not worry about finances. Just focus on managing all aspects of the steward's responsibilities according to my plans. Additionally, given the near loss of the medical texts, I feel indebted to my ancestors that I intend to establish a medical academy upon rebuilding the manor, enrolling students to impart the medical knowledge within those texts, ensuring this divine skill flourishes. You will also be responsible for this educational endeavor. Aston shook his head vigorously, refusing to have an income equivalent to 100 small villages is akin to placing the burden of 100 village heads upon me. That is already more than enough to keep me occupied. Managing the academy's affairs would exceed my capabilities. Miss, you know I've never been to school. I can't even read a single character. How can I manage the teaching and learning process? Chunyu smiled gently, stroking his back while showering him with praise. Xiao AI, you are clever and resourceful, possessing the qualities of a leader. Most importantly, you remain composed in challenging situations, a quality I aspire to emulate. The future tasks of rebuilding the Medical God Manor will rely on you. As for the minor issue of literacy, do not worry. Once stability is achieved, I will arrange for a tutor. And with your intellect, you will learn quickly. Aston, uplifted by her praise, felt a lightness in his spirit. Indeed, miss, to be honest, the village school was the place I yearned for most in my youth, that if I fulfill my dream of studying, I will certainly apply myself diligently to overcome my ignorance. That he added, I will also learn to draw, so that next time someone asks me for a map, I can skillfully produce one. A map? Chunyu exclaimed in surprise before playfully pinching his back and scolding him. You mentioned maps just as I was about to hold you accountable. You divulged the entire terrain map of the Black Forest to the witch Bianluo, thereby significantly complicating our escape. Surely, the demon army will not be lying in wait ahead to ambush us, will they? Aston chuckled awkwardly, deep in thought. Just ahead lies the northern Dahu River, its waters rushing fiercely, wide and formidable, serving as a natural barrier. Bianluo must be aware of the river's significance and has doubtlessly stationed a tight defense along its banks to prevent us from crossing. What then shall we do? As you mentioned, the Dahu River is both wide and swift. Even without an ambush from the demon army, we cannot possibly traverse its turbulent waters. Can we? Chunyu inquired, her voice tinged with anxiety as she grasped Aston's sleeve. Yet Aston maintained an air of confidence, showing no signs of distress as he led Chunyu onward. Fear not. I have traversed the banks of the Dahu River countless times and possess a secret weapon to aid our crossing. However, we must remain vigilant against Bianluo's watchful gaze, ensuring she does not uncover our whereabouts first. Secret weapon? Chunyu questioned, puzzled and eager to know more. What exactly is it? Can it truly facilitate our crossing? Aston, having faced and overcome various challenges along the way, had fostered a robust sense of self-assurance and thus appeared remarkably at ease. With a hearty laugh, he urged her to calm her nerves. Once we reach the riverbank, I assure you, I will ensure your safe passage across the Dahu River, and even if the demon army pursues us to the shore, they shall be powerless to stop our escape. Chunyu, trusting in his abilities, felt her worries dissipate as they continued forward, accompanied by their loyal dog. Chapter 28. The secret weapon for crossing the river. The Dahu River spans 100 meters. Its waves rolling tumultuously from the northern woods, bending around the clearing before winding southward into the forest. The area extending 4 to 5 li from the riverbank is classified as riverbank terrain. This region boasts an expansive vista, lush green grass akin to a thick carpet, interspersed with wildflowers and dotted with peculiar boulders, while only a few sparse shrubs grow. Aston and Chunyu concealed themselves in the woods. Observing the situation by the riverbank, there are no signs of the demon army. Let us hurry, Chunyu, seeing the area was clear, urged Aston to the riverbank. However, Aston shook his head, remaining silent as he surveyed the nearby terrain. The absence of the demon army does not imply their absence altogether. Bayan Luo would not overlook such a critical position. She has likely dispatched scouts to monitor all riverbanks. The question is, where are they hidden? Unsettled, Aston climbed a tall tree to gain a better view of the surroundings. After a brief moment, he descended, exclaiming in alarm. The demon army had indeed stationed themselves atop a robust tree, surveying the riverbank, having even constructed a lookout tower. Had he not climbed the tree, he would have remained oblivious. The lookout tower was situated 6 or 7 li from their position. The path they had traversed was leading them directly to the demon army's lookout post. Should they have deviated even slightly? The demon army is indeed monitoring this area. What shall we do? The riverbank's openness renders us easily visible. Are we to wait until nightfall to cross? Chunyu questioned. Her brows furrowed in concern. Aston shook his head, forcing a smile, as he called for their dog, De Huang, striding boldly out into the open. Tio, wait until nightfall to cross would only serve to fall into the hands of the demon army. Our current position is still 6 or 7 li from the demon army's lookout tower. Even if they see us, what can they do? The bamboo whistles are too distant to be heard, and they would be unable to catch up in time, merely watching us cross the river helplessly. Chunyu felt a flicker of doubt, but could not resist his determination, thus reluctantly followed Aston as they emerged from the woods towards the riverbank. As they had scarcely walked 200 or 300 meters, a thick plume of black smoke suddenly rose from the direction of the lookout tower, the dark column piercing the sky, unmistakably noticeable. Aston, somewhat bewildered, questioned its meaning. What is this? A signal? Chunyu, however, was panic-stricken, hastily explaining. This is called a wolf smoke signal, a method for armies to relay messages over long distances that at night they light beacons. During the day, they raise wolf smoke. There are many means for armies to communicate. The demon army has undoubtedly discovered our presence. We must flee. Just as she spoke, a haunting horn echoed through the nearby woods, reverberating across both banks of the Dahu River. What is this? Aston asked, bewildered. Turning to Chunyu for clarification, Chunyu's face drained of color, her panic palpable as she explained. This is the sound of a horn, another method of communication for the army. Its source is not far off. Run. We must not delay, or it will be too late. Without further ado, she seized Aston's hand, urging him to run. Aston, caught off guard by the multitude of communication methods employed by the demon army, realized their cover had been blown, and with the enemy potentially in pursuit, he too was thrust into a state of urgency as they sprinted toward the riverbank. Bayan personally led a search party, coincidentally nearing their location. Upon seeing the smoke signal, she understood that the fugitives had been discovered and promptly commanded her troops to advance rapidly. They soon burst through the woods, reaching the edge of the riverbank. Arriving at a raised earthen mound that provided a vantage point to survey the entire riverbank. The despicable little thief Aston and the coveted healer Chunyu were clearly visible 2 or 3 li away, desperately fleeing across the beautiful riverbank, accompanied by their large yellow dog. Both were in a state of utter disarray, scrambling down the slope as they raced toward the riverbank. Not only was Chunyu stumbling and fragile, but Aston too hobbled painfully, clearly injured, having reached the limits of his endurance. Little thief Aston, where do you think you are going? Banglo shouted, her voice imbued with power, echoing clearly even from 2 or 3 li away. Reaching the ears of Aston and Chunyu, Aston, terrified, urged Chunyu onward as they dashed toward a thicket in the middle of a ravine. Bayan Luo immediately commanded her troops to encircle them from both sides. In this dire situation, by blocking the routes to the left and right, Aston and Chunyu would be left with no choice but to jump into the river or surrender. The commanders of the troops swiftly set their plan into motion. 200 men spreading out to form a net of encirclement, tightening their grip around the fugitives. Seeing the situation was now in her favor, Bayan reveled in the unfolding drama from atop the hill, her voice ringing out. Aston, you ungrateful, despicable little thief. Where do you intend to flee? If you surrender now, perhaps I shall spare your dog's life. Healer Chunyu, Those who recognize the tides of time are wise. If you submit to my great demon nation and present your medical texts, I shall pardon all your transgressions and even grant you titles of nobility, restoring the glory of your medical sage manner. Aston and Chunyu were struck with terror at her words, summoning their last reserves of strength as they sprinted toward a nearby thicket. Bayan Luo, observing from her elevated position, chuckled mockingly that I shall see just how far you two can run. Do you intend to leap into the river? Even if you do, you will ultimately fall into my grasp. To her astonishment, Aston and Chunyu, upon reaching the riverbank, did not plunge into the water, but instead dove into the thicket. Busily engaged in some activity, Bayan Luo scoffed repeatedly, disbelieving they could conjure any new tricks. Just as she was about to command her troops to hasten their pace, her eyes widened in disbelief as she watched them emerge from the thicket. Straining to pull on a rope, the branches shaking as they revealed an unusual piece of wood. Its pointed end curved upward, widening toward the back, supported by sturdy wooden beams along the edges. It appeared substantial, yet the two were pulling with surprising ease. Even with her royal background and extensive experience, Bayan Luo found it difficult to discern what the object was as she stood there, dumbfounded. Aston and Chunyu continued to pull, revealing more and more of the peculiar wooden structure. Inside it was hollow, lined with partitions resembling the compartments of a small boat. A boat! The little thief had hidden a vessel. Alas, regardless of how ignorant Bayan Luo may be, she has discerned the nature of what Aiding and Chunyu have extricated from the thicket. Bayan Luo was instantly consumed with rage, her anger boiling to the point of near explosion, and no matter how meticulously she calculated, she had never anticipated that Aiding would still possess a small boat. Witnessing Aiding and Chunyu preparing to launch the vessel into the water, while 200 military commanders remained several hundred meters away, no amount of cavalry could catch up in time. Bayan Luo's fury burned within her, and with a piercing howl that resonated through the heavens, she summoned her inner strength, channeling tenfold of her formidable demonic energy. Her eyes erupted with a surge of black brilliance, which expanded and swirled around her, her hair billowing as if caught in an unseen wind, her delicate form seemingly fading away, vanishing from the high hill in an instant. The next moment, she reappeared on the riverbank. 20 meters away, and in another heartbeat, she surged forward another 20 meters. Bayan Luo shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, swift as lightning, racing towards the riverbank with an astonishing speed, quickly surpassing the ranks of military commanders and arriving at the forefront. Her howl grew sharper, piercing the sky as the world around her shifted in hue. Her velocity had reached its zenith, covering half the distance in mere moments. Seeing Aiding on the verge of escaping her grasp, she executed a breathtaking display of extraordinary agility, vowing to intercept them before they could enter the water. Chapter 29. Dazzling radiance. Now it was Aiding's turn to stand astounded, frozen in place. Unable to react, he could scarcely believe such bizarre occurrences could happen in this world. The speed at which Bayan Luo raced surpassed Aiding's comprehension. Even the tigers and leopards of the forest, or the eagles and hawks of the sky, could not compare. Moreover, a layer of black, shimmering light enveloped Bayan Luo, glistening and radiant, resembling a mystical black aurora, both splendid and enigmatic. The flowing brilliance transformed unpredictably, taking on various shapes as Bayan Luo's form shifted at that moment. As her velocity reached its peak, the radiant light appeared like a dancing ribbon. The ribbon swayed gracefully behind her, accentuating Bayan Luo's ethereal presence as she approached with remarkable speed. However, the predominant color of the luminescence was black, coupled with Bayan Luo's fierce countenance, making her resemble a formidable enchantress rather than a celestial being. What is this? Is it magic? How has Bayan Luo achieved such a feat? Aiding stood utterly mesmerized, his eyes fixed on Bayan Luo as she drew closer. Chunyu dragged the boat into the water, leaping aboard with Da Huang, and turned to see Aiding motionless, shouting in exasperation at him. Aiding, are you trying to get yourself killed? Hurry up and get on before she catches you and tears you apart. Aiding suddenly snapped to attention, hastily pushing the small boat into deeper waters before scrambling into the cabin. With Chunyu wielding a paddle, they desperately rowed downstream, feeling something amiss, and then pivoted to row vigorously towards the opposite shore. Bayan Luo propelled herself forward with her inner strength, covering over 100 meters, exchanging breaths of energy as she soared several hundred more. Even as a direct disciple of the demon sovereign, her internal prowess had reached the pinnacle of martial arts. Yet, covering such a long distance at full tilt proved to be a challenge. As she neared the latter half of her sprint, her speed began to wane. With the depletion of her energy, she gradually slowed, ultimately trudging towards the riverbank, her once brilliant radiance dimming as her power diminished. Aiding observed with clarity, his heart finally at ease. Taking advantage of the buoyancy of the boat, they swiftly glided over 20 meters, maintaining a safe distance from Bianluo. Upon reaching the shore, Bianluo's exquisite face flushed a deep crimson, enhancing her allure, her chest rising and falling rapidly, revealing a captivating figure. She stood immobile, secretly regulating her inner energy to suppress the chaotic force within her. After contemplating for quite some time, Bianluo realized that with her remaining energy, she could not leap directly onto the small boat over 20 meters away, and thus reluctantly decided to abandon the pursuit. Nevertheless, resentment festered within her as she stood on the riverbank, gritting her teeth and glaring fiercely at the two figures in the boat. Chunyu, witnessing the first-hand splendor of the continent's foremost princess, could not help but commend her, even from an opposing stance. What a formidable woman, clad in armor, truly deserving of being recognized as one of the three exceptional figures among women of this era. Bianluo stood tall, donned in a set of lightweight yet resilient leather armor. Beneath the armor, her waist was slender, yet brimming with strength, exuding an air of unassailable confidence. The armor was adorned with a few jeweled leather straps that shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight, adding both allure and a testament to her noble lineage. Her long, dark hair was elegantly bound with a beautiful silver headband, presenting a neat and tidy appearance. Her face was charmingly beautiful, with bright eyes and a slight smile at the corners of her lips, emanating confidence and pride, as if all beneath the heavens were but her servants. Bio bore the notorious magic scorpion blade on her back, its edge glinting with a chilling light, exuding an intimidating aura of death. She stood on the riverbank, exuding a formidable grace, her presence both fearsome and enchanting, a striking beauty of unparalleled allure. It was no wonder that Aiding, after betraying her, still held her in his thoughts. Yet, such a flawless beauty was shrouded in a menacing aura, her chilling demeanor and fierce glare from her almond-shaped eyes somewhat diminishing her captivating charm. Chunyu observed for a long time, then raised her hand to smooth her disheveled bangs. Scolding in a delicate voice, "Bion, the continent's foremost princess." Bion also gazed at her for a while, their eyes locked in a fierce battle of wills, before she gently parted her lips to respond. "Medical fairy, Chunyu, Bion, I must ask you, what transgression has the medical god manor committed to warrant such a catastrophic fate? Do not forget, justice will eventually be served, and tyranny cannot endure. Your demon nation is ultimately an evil sect. Even wielding power will not alter your malevolent nature, and your demise is not far off." Chunyu spoke with righteous indignation, openly cursing the demon nation. Bianluo, having quelled her chaotic energy and regained her composure, pondered how to capture the two. That upon hearing Chunyu's words, she let out a cold laugh, lifting her proud chin in defiance. "That is it not a well-known axiom that the innocent bear the burden of the guilty? Surely you are aware of this simple truth. Our demon nation rose from the great river, with a strong military and prosperous populace, steadily gaining prominence and quelling the entire northern realm, establishing a foundation for millennia. The longevity of our dynasty is an undeniable fact. Medical fairy, you are well educated. You understand that beneath the heavens, all land belongs to the king, and all shores belong to his subjects, the medical god manor. As a citizen of the demon nation, has the duty to heed the summons of the Lion King. Moreover, your father, Chuanxiu, is currently in the Lion Palace of the capital, attending to my master's health. It was your father who personally penned a letter to you, instructing you to deliver the medical text to the capital for my master's perusal. Yet you chose to deceive the envoy with a counterfeit book, both defying royal orders and betraying your father's wishes. Such acts of disloyalty and injustice have implicated the innocent populace of your medical god manor, which is truly unkind. How absurd it is for you to commit such treachery and then blame this princess. Be silent, you vile witch spouting lies." Chunyu's face flushed crimson with rage, pointing an accusing finger at Biano. "Your entire demon nation is nothing but a collection of vile scoundrels. How dare you preach about benevolence and morality? I will not surrender the medical texts, for I am merely following my father's directive, which does not contravene his last wishes. Last wishes? Bianluo was somewhat puzzled that I asked your father not perfectly well in the Lion Palace. What last wishes? Chunyu's eyes reddened, unable to contain her sorrow as she howled. At the moment I received the letter, my father had already taken his own life in the Lion Palace. He was driven to death by your coercion, and thus, this grudge must be accounted to you. You did not foresee that my father and I have a secret means of communication, that he secretly informed me of his experiences in the Lion Palace. Exposing the demon sovereign's nefarious deeds. The demon sovereign's desire to consult the medical texts is not for healing, but to exploit medicine to discover the weaknesses of humanity, thereby controlling human nature to fulfill the sovereign's ambitions. The Lion Palace has become a living hell, with countless martial experts suffering under the demon sovereign's malevolence, reduced to experimental subjects for the control of human nature. I shall bring charges against you to the Martial Alliance for your crimes. You are the most wicked sect in the martial world, destined to be scorned and attacked by all righteous warriors. Bianluo's expression darkened as she fixed her gaze on Chunyu, disdainfully mocking her. You think you can bring charges to the Martial Alliance? Such delusions. My master, the Lion King, commands respect across the realm. Hailed as the world's foremost individual, and has attained the realm of transcendence while pondering the profound mysteries of martial arts in the Lion Palace. Countless martial luminaries across the continent admire my master's reputation, flocking to the Lion Palace to seek knowledge and discuss the intricacies of martial arts, all of which is voluntary. Where is the notion of malevolence? My master's intention to consult your medical god manners text is simply to validate certain martial questions through medical principles. What wild ambitions or sins could possibly arise, even if you refuse to lend the medical texts? That is your prerogative, but to slander my master's esteemed name is something this princess shall never forgive. Chapter 30. A clash with the princess. With that, Bianluo turned her gaze to Aiding, her voice sharp as she commanded. Aiding, you are to row the small boat back, aiding this princess in capturing the medicinal fairy. Chunyu, did I assure you that I shall not hold past grievances against you, but instead will pardon all your transgressions, considering it a significant achievement on your part. Upon my return to the capital, I shall bestow upon you titles of nobility and reward you with grand estates and splendid residences, granting you a life of wealth and prosperity. Should you desire beautiful women, I shall generously gift you with a multitude of wives and concubines to indulge in your carnal pleasures. Aiding stood aside, listening to the heated debate between the two, momentarily unable to discern who was right or wrong. When Lung Ding observed Ba Yinlu turn her attention towards him, he felt greatly troubled, for not only was he to be pardoned, but also promised a lavish reward. Hesitantly, he clasped his hands in salute and replied, Your Highness, I am truly sorry that I have betrayed your trust, that I had my own difficulties. I have known the medicinal fairy for some time, and we have made commitments. I cannot betray her, and can only escort her through the Black Pine Forest, and I do not wish to oppose you. However, you sent people to intercept and pursue us, leaving me no choice but to defend myself. I appreciate your kindness, but alas, I cannot assist you. Chunyu noticed his hesitant speech and the lingering thoughts he seemed to have for Ba Yinlu. Infuriated, she glared at him and whispered, Aiding, should you dare to harbor any treachery against me, I will immediately ensure your demise through poison, and then toss the large yellow dog into the water to drown. Aiding promptly straightened his posture and shouted towards Ba Yinlu, Your Highness, I do not wish to assist you, nor do I desire your rewards. Let us part ways now. No. Let us bid each other farewell forever, never to meet again. You need not pursue. You cannot possibly cross the great mud river. Ba Yinlu's beautiful face turned icy, her almond-shaped eyes glaring fiercely at Aiding. Aiding, how have I treated you? I summoned you to serve in the military, placing my trust in you and valuing your potential. Should you achieve merit, I would reward you handsomely. Why then do you choose to betray your loyalty and ally with my enemies? Is it because you resent the punishment I bestowed upon you the night before last? You must understand that once you enlist, you are bound by military discipline. Peering at female soldiers while they bathe is a severe violation of military conduct, warranting strict punishment according to regulations. However, considering your recent arrival and your first offense, I have shown you leniency, granting you a chance for redemption. Yet, you have foolishly chosen to flee in the night, aiding my adversaries. You are reckless and impulsive, jeopardizing your bright future and endangering your loved ones. Do not remain stubborn. It is not too late to turn back. I offer you one final opportunity. Subdue the medicinal fairy and row the boat back to me, that I promise not to pursue your faults. Acknowledging your contribution and rewarding you generously. Associating with the medicinal fairy, who is merely a minor healer from the Zhuang family, brings you no benefits that I assure you, regardless of the promises she makes. I shall compensate you tenfold. Wealth, beauty, power, whatever you desired. As Chunyu eloquently articulated her arguments. Even she found herself unable to counter them, fearing that aiding might be swayed by her words that I in a hurry. She interjected, Ba Yinlu, no matter how eloquent your tongue. Ultimately, the path of the unprincipled is lonely. Although aiding is but a commoner, he is a youth of integrity, discerning right from wrong. His assistance stems from his disdain for your tyrannical behavior, not from a desire for fame or fortune. Do you truly believe you can entice him with wealth and women? Aiding, alarmed by Chunyu's sharp rebuke, quickly rowed the boat further away, shouting towards Ba Yinlu on the shore, Your Highness, I shall not accompany you. You may as well give up. Although I do not understand why the demon lord seeks the medical scriptures, I have come to realize that they were not stolen, but are a family heirloom of the medicinal fairy. Ba Yinlu's face turned a shade of fury, unable to contain her wrath as she thundered at Aiding. Aiding, you filthy, wretched commoner. You tread upon the path of hell when there is a road to heaven before you. Determined to oppose me. Have you truly lost your sanity? Do not find yourself in my grasp, for I will flay your skin, extract your tendons, and feed your remains to the beasts of the forest. I speak with conviction. As Aiding's patience waned, he boldly declared, Your Highness, I, Aiding, am indeed a lowly commoner, unworthy of your lofty regard. Yet, I grasp a simple truth. If someone does not wish to lend you their belongings, you cannot simply take them by force. What difference is there between you and a bandit? You little thief, are you insulting me? Ba Yinlu's face flushed with rage as she pointed an accusing finger at Aiding, berating him. Aiding, you are nothing but a despicable little wretch. How dare you criticize my actions? Do not forget your own misdeeds, that a perverted voyeur, peeking at women bathing, a shameless little thief, consuming and wearing what belongs to me. Even stealing from me, that if you had taken something of value, I might have remained silent. Yet you stole salt and bread. Have you truly lost your mind in poverty regarding the theft? Aiding's voice softened as he mumbled. I did not take those things. I returned them all to you. That it was not theft. He then glanced at Chunyu, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he added, and about the voyeurism, I am truly wronged. Ba Yinlu laughed in anger, disdainfully regarding Aiding as she shouted, You little thief! Are you trying to play the rogue? You have already confessed to your crime of voyeurism. Now to deny it makes you a fickle coward, deserving of my contempt. Furthermore, look at the clothes you wear and the bow in your hand. Is there anything that does not belong to me? How dare you claim you have not stolen? Aiding's face turned slightly red as he shifted to conceal the quiver of arrows behind him, responding awkwardly, Your Highness, does your grand estate truly suffer from the loss of such trifles? Moreover, I have not taken from you without reason. I did draw a map for you, that it is only fair to ask for some form of compensation. You insolent wretch! Ba Yinlu nearly exploded with rage, unable to contain her fury. You dare treat my esteemed military as a marketplace. Bargaining for a price? I have misjudged you. You are nothing but a complete pervert, a shameless little thief, a rogue commoner. Simply looking at you makes me feel nauseous. Aiding's face burned with embarrassment. He stretched his neck defiantly and retorted, Ba Yinlu, I have always respected you as a noble princess, treating you with courtesy, yet you resort to vile language. Are you afraid of a verbal confrontation? You are nothing but a bandit, a witch, a demoness, bullying others. I will assist the medicinal fairy in thwarting your schemes. What can you do to me? You little thief. You dare insult me. Ba Yinlu, nearly driven mad with fury, stamped her foot and shouted at Aiding. You shall suffer. Your family will not escape unscathed and will join you in hell. I will command that all your relatives be executed for opposing me. Humph, how frightening. Aiding turned to glance at the large yellow dog nestled at Chunyu's feet. Responding with greater ferocity, You little demoness. What ability do you have besides dragging the innocent down with you? If you wish to kill my family, I shall curse you with a lifetime of misfortune. Destined to descend to the depths of hell, you shall forever remain an old maid, never to marry. Even if the heavens turn a blind eye and grant you a blind husband, you will bear no children. And even if the heavens grant you a blind husband who bears children, they will be without anuses. Chapter 31. Poisoning Aiding, raised in the countryside, had often scuffled with the village rascals, honing his skill in verbal confrontations. Now, as he exchanged insults with Ba Yunlu, his words became sharp and biting. Ba Yunlu, a noble by birth, had always been cherished as a jewel, and had never endured such humiliation. She retaliated fiercely, "You motherf." Yet, Ba Yunlu's repertoire of insults was limited to "you motherf." She could only repeat those 3 words, lacking the cunning and flair of Aiding's retorts, leaving her seething with rage, but unable to counter effectively. At this moment, numerous demon soldiers arrived at the riverbank, witnessing the princess engaged in a public quarrel with Aiding. Initially taken aback, they soon could not suppress their laughter, seeing the princess clearly at a disadvantage. Now in a state of furious rage, they dared not intervene, standing silently by and observing. Feeling that mere insults were insufficient, Aiding raised his bow and shot an arrow straight at Ba Yunlu's face. "You little demoness, not only have I insulted you, but I also dare to shoot at you. What can you do about it?" The arrow flew swiftly, reaching Ba Yunlu in an instant, with a swift motion. She drew her blade, the demon scorpion blade striking like lightning, slicing the arrow in 2 as it fell to the ground. Ba Yunlu glared at Aiding, her chest heaving with rage. "You little thief! How dare you defy me and resort to violence? Come ashore if you dare. I shall challenge you to a duel." "Ah, quite the skill. Now observe this move. Meteor chasing the moon." Aiding in the art of archery. Aiding was both indignant and resolute as he unleashed his signature move once more, drawing back his bow to release 2 arrows, one swift, the other slow. Standing immobile, Ba Yunlu made no attempt to wield her scorpion dagger. Instead, she concentrated her energy, her almond-shaped eyes suddenly radiating with an ominous black glimmer. As the swift arrow approached, she delicately lifted her hand, effortlessly pinching the arrow, which flew like lightning between her slender fingers. The slow arrow, in a sudden burst of speed, arrived at her face simultaneously. Ba Yunlu remained undeterred, parting her crimson lips to reveal her pearly white teeth, and with a startling bite, she clamped down on the sharp steel arrowhead. The 2 arrows seemed to encounter an invisible barrier, abruptly halting as if frozen in time. The overwhelming inertia vanished in an instant, leaving the arrows motionless, their fletchings quivering not even a little. As Aiding stood agape, Ba Yunlu summoned her inner strength, biting through the steel arrowhead with her silver teeth, causing the arrow to drop to the ground. She expelled a small fragment of the arrowhead from her mouth, and with another surge of force, reduced the shaft to mere powder, both segments falling away simultaneously. "You little thief, do you think you can challenge me, the princess? Perhaps in your next life," she taunted. Aiding, speechless and incredulous, could hardly fathom how his once proud archery skills were reduced to child's play in the face of Ba Yunlu's prowess. Such an unfathomable display of skill was beyond his comprehension. Xiao Ai. "This sorceress is a master of martial arts. Your archery is futile against her. We should leave," Chun Yu suggested, attempting to console Aiding. Reluctantly, Aiding, eyes wide with shock, began to row the boat, gradually steering away towards the opposite shore. Seeing the small vessel drift farther away, Ba Yunlu erupted in a fit of rage. "You little thief! Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, you cannot escape my grasp once I catch you. Your life will be a living hell, and you will regret ever being born into this world. I am a woman of my word." With that, she turned to her assembled soldiers, her voice sharp with authority. "Is there anyone here skilled in swimming? Immediately cross the river and pursue those 2 fugitives." 2 captains stepped forward, followed by another 20 or so soldiers. Ba Yunlu commanded them to form a pursuit team of 30, instructing all personnel to shed their armor and outer garments, donning only shorts while armed with short swords and shields. They promptly plunged into the river, determined to capture the 2 escapees. The boat Aiding had concealed was crafted from birch bark. Supported by a few pine logs and covered with patches of birch bark, the joints secured with pine resin, it was a simple yet effective vessel, both lightweight and sturdy, serving as aidings means of traversing the Great Mud River. Upon reaching the western bank, aidings swiftly punctured the bottom of the birch bark boat and sank it to prevent the demon army from utilizing it. Just as he completed this task, he noticed dozens of figures on the opposite bank stripping down to their shorts, gripping short swords and shields as they leaped into the river to swim across. This little sorceress has lost her mind, forcing her subordinates to swim across the Great Mud River in the nude. Are they courting death? With just one bow, I could send them to the depths as fish food. As Aiding spoke, he observed the demon soldiers dispersing in the water, a significant portion drifting downstream. The line of soldiers stretched for hundreds of meters. Indeed, a single person with a bow could not impede their passage. This little sorceress is quite clever, taking advantage of our fewer numbers. Aiding glanced at the scattered demon soldiers in the river, then at the mere 7 or 8 arrows remaining in his quiver. Shaking his head in resignation, "Miss, let us continue running." With that, the trio, a girl, a dog, and a young man, hurriedly fled westward. Upon crossing the Great Mud River, the landscape of the Black Forest starkly contrasted with that of the eastern bank. The terrain undulated, the land considerably drier, and the trees sparser, revealing patches of sand and soil, unlike the lush greenery on the eastern side. Aiding and Chunyu, accompanied by the dog, pressed on beneath the scorching sun, running tirelessly for miles, drenched in sweat and parched. The water in their canteen was long gone, and their throats felt as if they were on fire. "Xiao AI, I can't go on any longer. I can't run anymore. Do you have any water left for me?" Chunyu exclaimed, the first to succumb to exhaustion, collapsing onto the ground. Aiding checked the canteen, discovering it was utterly dry, that he gazed at the nearby terrain. Seeking to encourage Chunyu, "Miss, just a little longer. Once we cross this next ridge, there's a crescent spring with crystal clear, sweet water, and we'll be just fine there." "Really?" Chunyu's eyes sparkled at his words, and she mustered her strength to rise, leaning on Aiding as they ascended the ridge. Aiding glanced back, noticing figures in the distance sprinting towards them, evidently the demon soldiers who had swum across the river and were now hot on their trail. Aiding gritted his teeth, filled with both fear and anger. Observing those athletic figures, he knew some formidable warriors were among them. Should they catch up, he would stand no chance. Upon descending the ridge, just as Aiding had described, a crescent-shaped deep pool lay hidden within the trees. Though the pool was not extensive, its depths were unfathomable, surrounded by several large trees that formed a cool shade. Chunyu was overjoyed, breaking free from Aiding's support to rush to the pool's edge. Eagerly drinking from the water, oblivious to the fact that her clothes were getting soaked, Aiding and the dog followed suit, quickly quenching their thirst. Aiding filled the canteen once more, then motioned for Chunyu to step aside. "Miss, please hide behind that tree, and I need to add something to the spring water for the demon soldiers to taste." "What do you mean?" Chunyu asked, puzzled. Aiding smirked mischievously that I plan to urinate in the spring water. So when the pursuing demon soldiers arrive and drink, they'll be consuming my urine. Chunyu immediately blushed, casting a reproachful glance at him. "You have such a wicked mind. How can you be so certain the demon soldiers will come here for water?" Aiding nodded confidently, glancing at the scorching sun. "The sun is relentless. They must be as thirsty as we are after running for miles. Xiao AI, don't urinate. Let me poison the water. I'll ensure they perish." Chapter 32. Poisoning. Aiding was taken aback that I asked there truly such a method of killing in this world. "Miss, can such a large body of spring water even be poisoned? What kind of poison is so potent?" Chunyu surveyed her surroundings, exuding confidence that heart-eating, bone-corrupting powder. "As long as the demon soldiers drink the water, I am certain they will succumb to its effects." Though the spring water was ample and not ideal for poisoning, Chunyu asserted that with the right timing, it could indeed be lethal. Aiding's spirits lifted as he leaned in closer to Chunyu, eager for details. "Miss, what timing is necessary to poison the demon soldiers? If we could eliminate these pursuers, it would make our escape so much easier." Chunyu nodded, her eyes shimmering with determination. "The demon soldiers slaughtered the innocent inhabitants of my medical god village. Today I, the medical fairy Chunyu, shall avenge them. The timing is crucial. We must predict when and where the demon soldiers will drink from the spring that a moment too early, and the poison will dissipate. Too late, and it may lose its effectiveness." The Aiding's excitement grew as he surveyed the terrain surrounding the pool. The steep banks where the trees grew were unsuitable for close proximity, leaving only one accessible spot by the water's edge. Miss, the drinking spot is limited. The challenge lies in how we can toss the poison into the water before the demon soldiers arrive. Chunyu nodded, understanding that while the location was straightforward, controlling the timing was vital. Xiao AI, you and De Huang should go first. I'll hide in the trees and toss the poison into the water when the demon soldiers arrive. Absolutely not. How can I trust you to face the demon soldiers alone? Aiding shook his head in disapproval. He looked up at the towering trees, noting their straight trunks were unsuitable for concealment, in broad daylight. One could easily spot anyone hiding among the branches. Where should I hide then? Chunyu furrowed her brow in thought. The area around the pool was clear, aside from a few large trees. She couldn't find any other suitable hiding spots. Let us hide in the water, Aiding suddenly suggested, pointing toward the area near the tree roots. This pool is deep and concealed. The recessed area near the roots would be perfect for hiding. As long as we remain submerged, the demon soldiers will never discover us. However, Aiding glanced at Chunyu, cautiously inquiring, Miss, if you poison the water while we're hidden in it, won't we also risk being poisoned? Chunyu shot him a look, chuckling softly. You won't be drinking the water, so how could you be poisoned? Besides, with the medical fairy present, I can not only poison, but also concoct an antidote. What is there to fear? Very well. We shall hide in the water as you suggested, but what about De Huang? Can he conceal himself in the water? De Huang doesn't need to enter the water. I still require him to distract the pursuing soldiers. Aiding called for De Huang. He instructed, De Huang, run ahead and wait 5 miles away. Do you understand? With a single bark, the large yellow dog signaled its understanding. Aiding his canine companion. Aiding patted its head and commanded it to set off, while he himself meandered back and forth, leaving a trail of disordered footprints before returning to the water's edge. Aiding then sought out 2 slender grass stems, hollow in the center, and signaled Chunyu to prepare the poison. Chunyu unwrapped a pouch and extracted 2 handfuls of pills, introducing them as the deadly heart-eating bone-corroding powder. She instructed Aiding to grind the powder against the stones on the riverbank, wrapping it in several broad leaves to complete the preparation of the toxin. Aiding was the first to plunge into the water, steadying himself before receiving the poison, and then he beckoned Chunyu to join him. That Chunyu's swimming skills surpassed Aiding's. She dove into the water with a splash, her eyes wide open as she scanned the surroundings, and indeed discovered a hidden cavern beneath the tree roots. The roots had been eroded by water, causing the soil to collapse and create an inwardly concave space, which would have remained undetected without submerging. Chunyu surfaced, exhaling the stale air, and breathed in deeply, her face lighting up with joy. Xiao AI, you truly have a knack for this. The water is indeed a splendid hiding place, though a tad chilly. It's quite freezing. Aiding swam over, drawing close to her, and shared his warmth with Chunyu. They lingered for a moment until the sound of thundering footsteps echoed from afar. Aiding's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he gestured for Chunyu to be cautious, pouring the heart-eating, bone-corroding powder into the water. Subsequently, the pair silently submerged, gliding towards the tree roots. Just as they found a suitable hiding spot among the roots, they heard a multitude of footsteps above. Aiding hastily shoved a grass stem into Chunyu's mouth, and both concealed themselves beneath the water, utilizing the stems for breath. Meanwhile, the footsteps grew ever closer, the ground trembling beneath their weight. The sound halted precisely at the roots. The heavy breathing of the pursuers distinctly audible, clearly exhausted from the chase. Chunyu was filled with trepidation, sensing the enemy was now perilously close, far more alarming than the previous encounter among the withered trees. Unable to suppress her fear, she grasped Aiding's arm tightly, signaling him to stay close. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out. Damn it. We were so close to catching them. Look, these tracks are still fresh. The fugitives have just passed. Let us pursue. I don't believe Aiding and a girl can escape too far. Another deep and commanding voice followed, startling Aiding. Could it be that the enemy did not need to drink water? If that were the case, all their efforts to lay the poison would be in vain. The previous clear voice chimed in again. Chun Baichong, let the brothers drink some water. It's sweltering out here. We've chased for over 10 miles and are parched. This spring water looks crystal clear. If we keep pursuing, we might not encounter such pristine water again. Other voices echoed in agreement, advocating for a brief respite to drink before continuing the pursuit. All right, everyone take a moment to drink. The deep voice commanded once more, and Aiding felt the weight in his heart lift at last. Footsteps approached the poisoned waters, as a group hastily bent down to drink, oblivious to the two fugitives hidden just beneath the surface. Aiding and Chunyu watched in silence, peering through the clear water at the reflections of the muscular men. Their faces appeared distorted and magnified as they leaned into the water, their mouths opening and closing to reveal teeth, with even their beards swaying in the water's current. The faces of the enemy loomed so close, as if merely opening their eyes would reveal the presence of the two. This scenario felt akin to being in the shadows, spying on others. A thrill both perilous and exhilarating that Chunyu's heart raced, her fingers gripping the grass stem tightly, fearing that a single misstep might alert the enemy. The enemy, engrossed in their drinking, caused ripples to dance across the water's surface, and no one noticed the two grass stems gently swaying above the water. Nor did they suspect that two fugitives lay hidden beneath its depths. Chapter 33. A personal vendetta. A soldier used a shield to collect water and offered it to the two commanders, the clear voice resuming. Delicious, refreshing and sweet, truly excellent water. It's a pity we didn't bring water bags. Otherwise, we could fill one to carry with us. Chun Baichong drank deeply, the sound of gulping echoing, then paused as the deep voice proclaimed, Indeed, it is excellent water. Has everyone had their fill? Let us move out. The demonic soldiers responded in unison, their footsteps echoing as they began to march away. Just a few paces on, a groan arose. My stomach hurts. Soon, more cries of agony filled the air as soldiers clutched their bellies, collapsing to the ground, writhing in distress, bewildered by the sudden affliction. The two commanders felt their own stomachs twist painfully, as if their very blood vessels were constricting, that a wave of numbness surged towards their chests, spreading throughout their bodies, accompanied by excruciating pain that threatened to engulf their minds entirely. Not good. We've been poisoned. The water is toxic, Qin Baichong realized, but before he could utter another word, the overwhelming numbness crashed over him like a tidal wave, rendering him dizzy and engulfing him in torment. The potency of the poison was so fierce that it seized control of the will in mere moments, leaving even a martial arts master like Qin Baichong no time to react. Though he staggered, he managed to remain upright, summoning all his strength to resist. Gritting his teeth, he concentrated fiercely, determined to maintain a flicker of clarity while enduring the agonizing pain, attempting to suppress the toxin. The ferocity of the poison surged forth, as unstoppable as a raging flood, swiftly overwhelming the bodies of the soldiers. The soldiers writhed momentarily, their screams gradually fading from loud cries to whispers, and ultimately to silence as they succumbed to the poison. Aiding, hidden beneath the water, felt his heart race in fear, unable to fathom the horror unfolding above. After a brief wait, the area fell eerily silent, prompting the two to emerge and assess the scene by the spring. Aiding gasped in shock, horrified by the sight before him. He had witnessed death before, but never in such a terrifying manner. Swords and shields lay scattered across the ground. 30 demonic soldiers appeared to have endured excruciating agony, their bodies contorted in various grotesque positions. Some curled up, others lay straight, while a few kicked their legs towards the sky, as if trying to burrow into the earth. Others clawed at their chests in torment, leaving deep, bloody scratches that exposed bone. Most strikingly, each corpse bore a ghastly expression, their eyes wide open in death, as if refusing to close. Blood flowed from their orifices, painting their features in a macabre and terrifying tableau. Aiding, trembling in dread, quickly surveyed the scene, noticing two individuals standing rigidly, their faces contorted in agony, wisps of white vapor rising from their heads, their complexions turning ashen, blood seeping from their orifices, indicating they had not yet succumbed completely. Aiding pointed them out to Chunyu. Miss, what is happening with those two? Chunyu's expression turned cold as she kicked aside the nearest corpse of a soldier and picked up a sword. They are martial arts masters, struggling to resist the poison. Alas, their vitality is extinguished. They are merely holding on. With that, she approached the young commander and plunged her sword into his chest, gritting her teeth in anger. You scoundrels, you brought this upon yourselves. Die well. The young commander slumped down, lifeless, without ever having moved or closed his eyes. Chunyu, still unsated, kicked the body several times before severing his neck in a futile attempt to behead him. Frustrated by her weak efforts, she turned to Aiding, demanding, Aiding, cut off his head. I wish to honor my father. Reluctantly, Aiding complied, taking the sword and swiftly severing the young commander's head. Chunyu continued to glare at him, prompting him to approach another older commander. This man, in his 40s, bore a familiar visage. He had attended a meeting in the general's tent of Baiyun Luo. Chen Baichong, utilizing all his strength to resist the potent poison, though unable to move, maintained a final thread of clarity that he watched in horror as Chunyu killed his subordinate, then turned her terrified gaze toward Aiding as he approached with a weapon. Chen Baichong sighed inwardly, knowing he was doomed, and relinquished his resistance, allowing his energy to dissipate that in a final act of defiance. He bit his tongue, choosing death over falling into enemy hands. Aiding, observing the now limp body, raised his sword once more and severed Chen Baichong's head, placing it alongside that of the young commander at Chunyu's feet, awaiting her next move. Chunyu arranged the two severed heads side by side in the northeastern direction, kneeling on the ground as she wept and paid her respects. Father, the elders and fellow villagers of the healing god Zhuang, Chunyu has avenged you. This is the army of demons that Chunyu personally vanquished. Chunyu has avenged you with her own hands. You may now rest in peace beneath the 9 springs. Upon finishing her words, she wept bitterly, kneeling continuously toward the northeast. Aiding her to rise only after she had fully vented her sorrow, Aiding stood silently to the side. Chunyu eventually stifled her tears and spoke solemnly. Xiao Ai, let us depart. The two continued their journey westward in silent communion. After traversing 5 miles, they encountered Dahuang, the large dog who joyfully bounded around them, sniffing and nuzzling with remarkable affection, particularly toward Chunyu, who giggled as Dahuang licked her fingers. Observing Chunyu's uplifted spirits, Aiding cautiously inquired, Miss, should I take the antidote now? What antidote? Chunyu initially failed to comprehend. The truth is, the lie detector pill you gave me yesterday morning was supposed to be deadly poison. Wasn't it? Oh, Chunyu realized, understanding at last why Aiding had been so anxious throughout their journey. He had recalled the ghastly scenes of the poisoned demons. With a smile, Chunyu retrieved a red pill from her satchel and handed it to Aiding. Here, this is the antidote. Take it. Aiding skeptically accepted the pill. Noting its familiar its medicinal aroma filled his mouth. He was struck by how it resembled the poison he had consumed the previous day, causing him to feel somewhat unsettled. Is this truly the antidote, miss? It tastes identical to yesterday's poison. Chunyu could not suppress a laugh, playfully poking Aiding's nose. Xiao Ai, you foolish child. How could I ever give you poison? I was merely deceiving you yesterday morning. What you ingested was not poison, but a restorative elixir that I noticed your lack of vitality when I first saw you, understanding that you had sustained internal injuries. The pill was a sacred remedy for healing such wounds. You were so affectionate, calling me princess, that I felt compelled to trick you into believing it was lethal. Now that I recognize you have severed ties with that witch, I felt it was time to reveal the truth. You should assess for yourself whether your internal organs have fully healed. You can now rest easy. Chapter 34. Innocent people, guilty of possession I see. Aiding sighed, shaking his head with a wry smile. The whims of a young girl are truly inscrutable. Her words are a blend of truth and deception, making it difficult to discern which statements are genuine. Stretching his arm to gauge the condition of his internal organs, he found that they were indeed healed, no longer painful, and he looked at Chunyu with relief. Miss, I am well again. Truly, I am completely healed. Your elixir works wonders. However, please do not deceive me again. I spent the entire day in anxiety. It was quite distressing. Chunyu laughed joyfully, her eyes transforming into crescent moons of delight, evidently elated after avenging her kin. Miss, what truly transpired with your father? The little demoness claimed he was in the lion palace of the great capital, attending to the demon lord, while you said he took his own life. Seizing the moment of Chunyu's happiness, Aiding broached a question that had long troubled him. Chunyu fell silent, her delicate face clouded with sorrow as she recounted the events of the past few years. The incident concerning the medical god manor ultimately echoed the words of Ba Yunlu. Innocent men suffer for possessing treasures. The medical classic is the root of this tragedy, the demon lord. King Gisa resides in the lion palace of the great capital, wholly devoted to refining his skills and exploring the profound mysteries of martial arts. It is said that the demon lord has reached an extraordinary level of mastery, almost akin to the legendary demon gods, possessing the power to consume souls with a mere gaze, truly unparalleled in the martial realm. However, his techniques are not without flaws, necessitating various forms of knowledge to overcome his limitations. He began to delve into astronomy, geography, history, literature, mathematics, and even medicine, seeking inspiration to perfect his martial arts. While the other subjects were relatively easy to access, the knowledge of medical theory and pharmacology in the continent's foremost nation paled in comparison to that of the small medical god manor in Shiliang. The key to this disparity lies in the medical classic. At this point, Chunyu's expression turned grave. Xiao AI, do you know, this medical classic has a significant origin. It is the sole divine technique left to us by the Creator. The Father God of Shinzhou continent, IT encompasses all medical theories and contains the secrets of human life and death, incomparable to the techniques of mere mortals. This divine tome is the root of the downfall of the medical god manor. Discussing it, the medical god manor flourished because of the medical classic, and it perished because of it, such is the hand of fate. Aiding vaguely remembered Chunyu mentioning the medical classic as a divine technique. At that time, in the face of life and death, he had not given it much thought. Hearing it again now piqued his curiosity. Miss, does the Creator truly exist? Why can we not see him? Chunyu's expression turned serious as she reproached Aiding. Xiao AI, how can you doubt the existence of the Creator? If there were no Creator, how did the Shinzhou continent come to be? How did humanity originate? Who bestowed upon us the food we eat and the tools we use? The Creator truly exists, having created all things, including our ancestors as children of the divine. We must not harbor any doubts about the Father God. Nor can we show any disrespect, lest we incur severe divine retribution. Aiding smiled awkwardly, quickly bowing his head to apologize. Indeed, I lack knowledge and understanding of the Creator's legends, that I only know that several hundred miles west of the Black Forest lies the Tianshan Mountains. It is said that Tianshan is the domain of the Creator, hence the belief that it is a sacred mountain, a forbidden ground for mortals. Chunyu nodded, her eyes shining with boundless longing. Yes, the Tianshan Mountains are the sacred realm of the Creator, forbidden to mortals for centuries. Otherwise, they would face severe divine punishment. That it is said that after creating the Shinzhou continent and all things, the Creator grew weary and fell into slumber atop the sacred mountain. Attended by countless divine envoys, apart from the irreparable calamities of the mortal realm, the Father God rarely reveals himself. Thus, for millennia, there have only been legends of the Creator, yet no one has ever seen his visage. Our ancestors of the Chun family have connections with the divine envoys serving the Creator, which is why we were fortunate enough to obtain the divine technique of the medical classic. It is precisely because this medical classic was passed down from the Creator, far surpassing ordinary medical techniques, that it attracted the covetous eyes of the demon Lord Gisa. That a year ago, emissaries from the great demon kingdom arrived at the medical god manor to convey the orders of the demon lord, King Gisa. They summoned my father to the great capital to attend to the demon lord's health, while also providing him with medical knowledge to my father, without suspicion and unable to refuse the royal command. Promptly set off with the emissaries that I am not well acquainted with the events that transpired after arriving in the great capital, only knowing that my father was taken into the Lion Palace where the demon lord resided and was never seen again. 5 days ago, I received a handwritten letter from my father, that in it, he praised the demon lord's greatness, surpassing all martial artists throughout history, claiming to have reached a realm of transcendence. That he described the demon lord's mental prowess as a significant breakthrough in human history, carrying immense significance. According to my father's account, under the demon lord's piercing gaze, one could be compelled to obey all his commands, unable to resist. This mental prowess was akin to the legendary divine arts, granting unimaginable abilities if perfected. This is a manifestation of human potential and the pinnacle of medical knowledge that our Chun family has tirelessly pursued. However, the demon lord's mental prowess still had its flaws. Upon entering the Lion Palace, my father endeavored to utilize his medical knowledge to address the demon lord's shortcomings, hoping to help him overcome the final obstacle and reach the pinnacle of martial arts. In addition to introducing me to the demon lord, my father primarily sought the medical classic, intending for it to be directly referenced and studied by the demon lord, that he hoped I would act promptly upon receiving his letter, offering the treasured medical classic from our family for the emissaries to take back to the great capital. Aiding felt confused, as this account closely resembled what Ba Yunlu had said. How could such a tragedy have befallen the manor? Sensing Aiding's bewilderment, Chunyu sighed and continued her explanation that my father wrote this letter under surveillance, fully aware that its contents would be inspected by the officials of the Demon Kingdom before being delivered. Thus, he outwardly extolled the Demon Lord, professing complete submission, while concealing his true intentions within the letter. As Chunyu spoke, she let out a long sigh, her delicate face shrouded in worried what is the hidden meaning? What were your father's true thoughts? Aiding hastily pressed for further details. Chapter 35. I desire to cultivate martial arts. Chunyu cast a glance at him, her teeth clenched in fury. That I and my family, we possess a secret writing technique that renders ink invisible, which can later be restored with a potion. That my father used invisible ink to compose another letter to me. And that correspondence contained his true thoughts. That he informed me that the Demon Lord is the most malevolent warrior on the continent, and their great demon kingdom is the most wicked sect in the martial world. The Demon Lord harbors immense ambition and will stop at nothing to achieve his goals, conducting various cruel experiments within the Lion Palace. Countless renowned martial artists have fallen victim to the Demon Lord's treachery, becoming sacrifices for his cultivation of mental prowess. That my father, burdened with guilt for his complicity, resolved never to assist the Demon Lord in harming innocent warriors again. Sensing my father's reluctance, the Demon Lord demanded to personally review the medical texts, prompting my father to reluctantly pen this letter. But he emphasized that the Chun clan's medical lineage is dedicated to healing the ailments of the world, and under no circumstances must the medical texts fall into the hands of the Demon Lord to be used as instruments of cruelty. Aware that the Divine Healer's Pavilion could not withstand the might of the great Demon Kingdom, my father instructed me to disband the clinic upon receiving this letter and seek refuge elsewhere. The letter's conclusion, he revealed that by the time I read it, he would have taken his own life within the Lion Palace. This is the origin of the enmity between the Divine Healer's Pavilion and the great Demon Kingdom. Do you now comprehend? Indeed, it is no wonder you harbor such animosity toward the great Demon Kingdom and the Demon Lord. Aiding finally grasped the situation, nodding in understanding. But what transpired afterward? How did you end up being pursued by the demon army after relocating? Chunyu gritted her teeth, her jade-like visage reflecting deep regret. Upon receiving the letter, she had not anticipated that her father would venture to the capital and never return, leading to a permanent farewell between father and daughter. Chunyu was engulfed in sorrow, her heart feeling as though it were being cleaved in two, yet she outwardly maintained a facade of composure. She engaged in superficial conversation with the Demon Kingdom's envoy, feigning the need to bathe and pray devoutly before requesting the envoy to stay overnight. Under the cover of night, Chunyu hastily crafted a counterfeit book, which she presented to the envoy to take back to the capital the following morning. Once the envoy departed, Chunyu wept bitterly, holding a simple burial ceremony for her father, interring his garments alongside her mother's grave before finally attending to the affairs of the clinic. She dispersed all the clinic's personnel, urging them to flee and remain hidden, vowing to reunite with them after she had established a new Divine Healer's Pavilion elsewhere. Before the last of the staff could disperse, the demon army suddenly appeared, storming into the clinic with ferocity, wreaking havoc and searching for survivors. Chunyu managed to break through the chaos, shielded by over 100 strong clinic workers. What followed was a harrowing chase as the demon army pursued Chunyu relentlessly until she reached the Black Forest. The majority of the clinic's defenders perished, leaving Chunyu to escape alone into the woods, where she encountered Aiding. Initially, Chunyu could not fathom why the demon army had returned so swiftly. Logically, the envoy should not have dared to open the book box prematurely, allowing her ample time to arrange for the aftermath. It was only when Aiding revealed that the operation was commanded by the continent's foremost princess, Bianluo, that Chunyu had an epiphany. With a voice filled with bitterness, Chunyu recounted the events, that which is truly cunning. She must have followed the envoys to Shiliang, hiding in the shadows. After the envoys departed from the Divine Healer's Pavilion, instead of returning directly to the capital, they met with their eldest princess. Bianluo quickly discerned the authenticity of the medical texts, realizing she had been deceived that it was undoubtedly Bio who dispatched the demon army to invade the Divine Healer's Pavilion, leading to the slaughter of hundreds of innocent souls. Chunyu cursed Bianluo through clenched teeth. Her insidiousness has caused the massacre of countless innocents within the Divine Healer's Pavilion that if I ever have the chance to capture her, I shall ensure she suffers a fate most gruesome. Aiding remained silent, recognizing that with Chunyu's skills, capturing Bianluo was an improbable feat, and such vengeful thoughts would likely remain mere fantasies that as they conversed while walking. The sky darkened without their notice, prompting Aiding to decide to stop and construct a makeshift nest in the trees for the night. After dispatching 30 demon soldiers pursuing them across the river, he surmised that Bianluo was still confined to the eastern bank of the Great Mud River. With a brief respite, they prepared a comfortable tree nest for a well-deserved rest. Aiding hunted a wild chicken for their dinner, while he and Chunyu enjoyed unleavened bread and water, leaning against the tree nest, marveling at the star-studded night sky and relishing the rare moment of tranquility. Miss, once the situation stabilizes, I wish to cultivate martial arts. Could you possibly find me another instructor to teach me? Aiding suddenly inquired of Chunyu. Cultivate martial arts? Chunyu expressed surprise, turning to look at Aiding and reaching out to touch his forehead. Little Aiding, what has prompted this sudden desire to train in martial arts? Have you been stimulated by something? Aiding sighed deeply, filled with sentiment. Miss, the experiences of the past few days have opened my eyes. Previously, I had been like a frog in a well, priding myself as the foremost hunter of the Black Forest. Yet in truth, I am nothing. Before even the most basic martial artist, I stand at a disadvantage. Encountering a martial arts prodigy like that little demoness felt akin to being an ant. She could easily dispatch me with the merest flick of her finger. It is terrifying. The strength gained through martial arts is astonishing. To protect you in the future, I need to become significantly stronger. And after much contemplation, I have concluded that only through cultivating martial arts can I transform myself. Thus, I wish to learn Dada, little Aiding. Cultivating martial arts is rather challenging. I fear I may not be able to assist you. Chunyu shook her head repeatedly, sighing heavily. Aiding, taken aback, quickly pressed for the reason. Although Chunyu had never trained in martial arts, she understood the general principles and began to explain the fundamental knowledge of martial arts cultivation to Aiding. Since ancient times, the populace of the continent has been fervently inclined toward martial training, not only to strengthen their bodies, prolong their lives, and surpass ordinary individuals for self-protection, but also to achieve fame and prominence. However, practicing martial arts is not as straightforward as acquiring cultural knowledge. It is subject to several constraints. Firstly, one must possess suitable innate qualities. This is a prerequisite condition, and only those with exceptional innate qualities can cultivate advanced martial arts. Secondly, one must endure hardship and possess resilience. Requiring years of persistent training, as one approaches the pinnacle of martial arts, progress becomes increasingly difficult, with every ounce of inner strength earned through sweat. Lastly, cultivating martial arts demands considerable financial resources. The saying goes, the poor pursue knowledge while the rich pursue martial arts. Hiring martial arts instructors requires substantial expenditure, as does seeking renowned masters and procuring an array of weapons. Even daily sustenance necessitates additional nutrition, incurring further costs. In summary, martial arts cultivation has historically been the privilege of the affluent, while the impoverished often find it unattainable. Chapter 36. The Wickedness of the Martial World. After hearing this, Aiding felt even more compelled. Gazing eagerly at Chunyu, Miss, I can endure hardship, and I possess willpower. When my old hunting master taught me archery, he instilled in me that the essence of archery lies in practice alone, that it is through relentless practice, countless repetitions throughout the seasons, that I attained the current state of shooting with precision and intention. As for finances, I would serve you as the steward without taking a single coin. The only remaining concern is my innate qualities. Do you think my potential is adequate? Chunyu stared at him for a long moment, then burst into laughter, gently stroking Aiding's face. Little Aiding, do you think I am trying to dissuade you from cultivating martial arts out of fear of expenses? Quite the contrary. I would be thrilled for you to become a martial arts master by my side. The most crucial condition for martial arts cultivation is indeed possessing exceptional innate qualities, and it is especially advantageous for young children to begin their training. During youth, the bones are pliable, the meridians are rich, and the body is brimming with vitality, making it the optimal period for developing a solid foundation. When martial arts are practiced during this time, the results are rapid and pronounced, allowing the meridians to expand to accommodate greater inner strength, thus increasing the likelihood of becoming a formidable warrior. It is akin to constructing a towering edifice. One must first lay a solid foundation, or else all else is moot. As one ages, the bones and meridians become rigid, making it increasingly difficult to cultivate profound inner strength. Just as a small pond can only contain a trickle, it cannot bear the weight of a torrential flood. Therefore, for adults, no matter how hard they strive, they can only manage to practice superficial techniques. Aiding blinked in confusion, finally grasping Chunyu's metaphor, feeling dejected as he sighed. "Miss, to say it plainly, I am too old to cultivate any remarkable martial arts." Chunyu chuckled softly, caressing his large face, having chosen her words delicately to avoid hurting his pride. Yet, the truth remained unchanged. Martial arts cultivation must begin in childhood, and the earlier the foundation is laid, the greater the future achievements. Individuals like Bayan Luo, who were groomed from infancy, had their innate qualities assessed and their meridians expanded while still in their cradles, allowing them to reach the pinnacle of martial arts at a young age. In contrast, children from ordinary families lack such advantageous conditions, making it exceedingly difficult for them to become martial arts masters. Leaning against the tree nest, Aiding gazed up at the crescent moon in the night sky, recalling the words often spoken by the elders. "A person's fate is determined by heaven." Could it be that in this lifetime, I am destined to remain an ordinary person, despite the discouragement within my heart? I have not entirely given up hope that I recall the astonishing, breathtaking running technique displayed by Bayan Luo, which was truly remarkable. "Miss, if I cannot cultivate martial arts, might I learn to run as swiftly as the little sorceress? In future encounters with the demon army, if I cannot fight them, I could at least flee from them. Even if they are powerful, they would be unable to catch me." Chunyu remembers the earth-shattering, soul-stirring, lightning-like speed exhibited by Bayan Luo, and feels a lingering trepidation. The extraordinary lightness of Xiao AI's skills requires profound internal strength, still firmly within the realm of martial arts, given your current physical condition. Even if the demon sovereign were to personally teach you, you would never reach the level of Bayan Luo in this lifetime. Does this mean that my pursuit of martial arts is entirely hopeless? Is there truly no system of cultivation suitable for adults in this world? Aidingston still clings to a shred of hope and poses his final question. Upon seeing his tenacity, Chunyu understands that the impact of Bayan Luo's displayed skills on Aidingston must be deeply etched in his mind, igniting a fervent desire to practice martial arts. After contemplating for a moment, she finally responds to his inquiry. There is indeed a martial arts sect that does not discriminate based on age or gender. As long as one is determined, they can cultivate profound martial skills, albeit at a significant cost. Aidingston's eyes light up, and he eagerly grasps Chunyu's hand, inquiring with urgency that if it means I can cultivate profound martial arts. "I am willing to pay any price. Miss, which sect offers such understanding?" "The demonic realm. Only the techniques of the demonic realm align with your current physical condition for cultivation." "But Xiao AI, are you willing to pay that price?" "The demonic realm?" Aidingston expresses surprise and confusion, his gaze reflecting a profound understanding as he ponders. It seems he has heard this term before. "Miss, you once criticized the great demon kingdom as the most sinister sect of the martial world. What connection does this demonic realm have with the great demon kingdom? It hardly sounds like a legitimate martial art." Chunyu playfully taps his head, chuckling softly. "Xiao AI, are you not perceptive? Surely, you can discern that the demonic realm is not a respectable path." After jesting with Aidingston, Chunyu proceeds to recount the origins of the demonic realm. Over the course of centuries, martial arts have evolved and transformed, continuously researched and innovated by successive generations to this day. Martial arts have developed into a vast system of diverse skills, with numerous sects, each with its strengths. All practitioners of martial arts are collectively referred to as martial artists, and the social interactions among them form what is known as the martial world. The primary structure within the martial world comprises various sects, each adhering to different methods of cultivation and principles. Depending on the martial artist styles, the martial world is further divided into light and dark paths, as well as righteous and sinister factions. The righteous path consists of martial artists who earn their living through legitimate means, such as bodyguards, martial arts instructors, or military service. Meanwhile, the dark path comprises those who engage in unscrupulous activities, such as theft, assassination, and smuggling. Additionally, the martial world distinguishes between respected orthodox sects and loathed sinister factions, the latter referred to as the demonic realm. Practitioners of the demonic realm often diverge from the honorable and gradual progression of legitimate martial arts. Instead immersing themselves in dark and mysterious paths, employing extreme methods of cultivation that prioritize rapid power gains, often at the expense of the original essence and ethical principles of martial arts. At this point, Chunyu produces a pill from her satchel, indicating it to Adington. Xiao AI, this strength-enhancing pill is akin to one of the methods employed by practitioners of the demonic realm. Consuming it grants you an instantaneous surge of boundless power, rendering you immune to fatigue and pain, allowing you to possess strength several times beyond the ordinary. However, after consuming the strength-enhancing pill, one will experience aftereffects, leading to a period of weakness, and repeated usage may even shorten one's lifespan. Practitioners of the demonic realm often resort to such life force draining methods to rapidly elevate their cultivation in the short term, yet this exacts a tremendous toll on both body and mind, resulting in disabilities and shortened lives. Disabilities and shortened lives? Adington is taken aback, hastily shaking his head in rejection. The purpose of cultivating martial arts is to enhance longevity and strengthen the body. How has it reversed into disabilities and premature death? Such methods are better left unpracticed. Chapter 37. The Justice Alliance of the Martial World. Chunyu smiles and nods in approval. Xiao AI, you are indeed clever. Discerning the detrimental nature of sinister practices at a glance, they fundamentally contradict the original intent of martial arts. There exists another method of cultivation within the demonic realm that does not harm oneself. Would you like to learn about it? Another method that does not harm oneself? How wonderful! Please do tell. Adington's interest is piqued as he urges Chunyu to continue. The cultivation of martial arts within the demonic realm either harms the practitioner or others. If one wishes to avoid self-harm, they must resort to harming others to serve as stepping stones for their own cultivation. For instance, the demon sovereign, in pursuit of enhancing his mental prowess, has mercilessly harmed countless renowned martial artists, inciting my father's profound hatred, labeling him as the most malevolent martial artist in the realm. Must one resort to harming others? Would not practicing such a morally reprehensible method incite public outrage? Forget it, I shall not pursue martial arts any longer. Adington resigns himself completely, leaning against a tree hollow, letting out a deep sigh. I comprehend now. The path of martial arts offers no shortcuts. The demonic realm's expediency surely lacks popular support. It cannot possibly represent the mainstream of the martial world, can it? Indeed, Chunyu affirms with a nod. The righteous path, the dark path, the orthodox sects, and the sinister factions collectively construct this vibrant world of martial artists. Among them, the orthodox sects stand as the backbone of the martial world, boasting the most extensive discipleship that in the martial world. Any matter can be resolved through martial force, where the strong are revered. Formidable sects may even grow powerful enough to claim dominion, becoming the mightiest kingdoms on the continent. For instance, the demonic sect has gradually evolved into the great demon kingdom over the past century. Moreover, a small number of practitioners from sinister factions possess malevolent dispositions, cruel and ruthless, wielding their formidable skills to oppress the populace, becoming pariahs of the martial world. They seize the belongings of the common folk, burn down homes, and abduct women, causing immense distress and suffering to ordinary lives. Just warriors, unable to tolerate the vile acts of these pariahs, rise to confront them, upholding social justice and fairness. These righteous warriors are referred to as heroes. Centuries ago, the heroes of the martial world united to form a justice alliance, pooling their strength to combat the pariahs and uphold justice. At this juncture, Chunyu falls silent, her gaze drifting towards the deep night in the south. Seemingly lost in thought, the Justice Alliance of the martial world. What a commendable organization! With powerful heroes stepping forth to punish evil and promote good, they must certainly enjoy the support of the populace. Adington, upon first hearing of the Justice Alliance, cannot help but express his admiration, then recalls a matter and inquires of Chunyu. Miss, you once spoke with Bayonluo about going to the Justice Alliance to lodge a complaint. The little sorceress seemed unperturbed at that time. Could it be that the Justice Alliance has no authority over the affairs of the great demon kingdom? Chunyu remained silent for a long moment before shaking her head with a wry smile. I do not know that I have been pondering the same. According to the principles of the Justice Alliance, they should have eradicated the demonic sect over a century ago. How could they allow it to flourish and develop into the foremost power on the continent? Look at its name, invoking the demon. How audacious and arrogant it must be, having evaded the scrutiny of the heroes for over a century. Chunyu expresses her lament. then begins to describe the current state of the Justice Alliance. The Justice Alliance, abbreviated as the Martial Alliance, is currently led by the renowned hero Yin Zhaoran, known for his iron spear and chivalry throughout the Central Plains. Yin Zhaoran is celebrated across the continent, serving as the soul of the righteous martial artists today. It is said that years ago, Changshan was occupied by a band of ruthless bandits, committing all manner of atrocities, leaving the local populace in despair. The young hero, Yin Zhaoran, single-handedly confronted the bandits in Changshan, wielding his iron spear to defeat 12 formidable bandit leaders and subdue the remaining hundreds. Following this victory, Yin Zhaoran gained fame, earning the title of the Iron Spear Hero of Changshan, and subsequently settled in Changshan to establish his legacy. For decades, the Iron Spear hero Yin Zhaoran has performed countless acts of chivalry, aiding the weak and eradicating the pariahs of the martial world, protecting the common folk from oppression, earning him widespread admiration. 30 years ago, after the passing of the original leader of the Martial Alliance, the esteemed sects unanimously elected Yin Zhaoran to assume the role of the new leader. At this point, Chunyu expresses her heartfelt sentiments that it is said that the leader of the Martial Alliance wields the decree of reward and punishment, which is disseminated throughout the continent. All righteous martial artists adhere to it. I am contemplating fleeing to the Central Plains to seek out the hero Yin and report the demon sovereign's nefarious deeds within the Lion Palace. However, I lack evidence. Can the hero Yin believe me? Even if he does, can the Justice Alliance truly impose sanctions upon the demon sovereign? Chunyu appears uncertain, furrowing her brow as she questions herself, filled with doubt about approaching the Martial Alliance to lodge a complaint. Adington knows nothing of this and is unable to offer any strategies that we shall take it one step at a time. According to your words, the leader of the Martial Alliance, the chivalrous hero Yin, must indeed possess a noble heart. Even if he cannot bring the demon lord to justice, he can surely arrange a favorable path for us, sparing us the plight of wandering aimlessly without a refuge. Chunyu nodded in agreement, acknowledging that having offended the demon lord and incited the wrath of the continent's foremost princess, there truly exists no power willing to stand in defense of her. Thus, our only recourse is to seek refuge with the chivalrous Yin Zhaoran in Changshan, in hopes that the Martial Alliance will uphold justice, should he be able to punish the demon lord. That would be splendid. Even if he cannot, the protection of the Alliance would allow us to evade the atrocities of the Demon Kingdom. Aiding our plight, Eyesighting sighed heavily, consumed with concern for their future. Alas, had I the ability to cultivate martial prowess, I too could become a hero of the martial world, wielding my skills to vanquish the wicked and avenge the young lady, at the very least. I could protect her from the current predicament of being relentlessly pursued by the little demoness. Chunyu, aware of Eyesighting's lingering discontent over his inability to cultivate martial arts, gently caressed his face, soothingly assuring him, "Xiao Ai, you are truly remarkable. You have far exceeded my expectations. Though you lack martial skills and cannot even recognize a single character, your mind is sharp and agile, and you possess an innate courage and tenacity that would allow you to contend with even the mightiest of warriors. Just consider you alone, with but a bow, have faced off against hundreds of the demon army's soldiers. And here we are, alongside De Huang, safe and sound in contrast, while Yinlu has suffered repeated defeats, losing troops and commanders alike, and now finds himself at a loss against us, despite his status as a top martial expert, that if word were to spread, your reputation, Eyesighting, may not be inferior to that of those renowned heroes." "Is that truly so?" Eyesighting exclaimed, his spirits lifted and a hint of pride swelling within him. "Might I, like the chivalrous Yin Zhaoran, achieve fame through a single battle? Upon reflection, I have already felled more than 12 of the demon army. If the martial heroes were to learn of this, would they bestow upon me a title? Perhaps Bowman of the Black Forest or Hero of the West Liang? Oh, but those titles seem rather lackluster compared to Yan's." Chunyu chuckled lightly, playfully scolding De Huang as she moved aside. "Xiao Ai, you certainly have a knack for dealing with the demon army, but your talent for naming leaves much to be desired. Enough with the whimsical thoughts. Perhaps it would be wiser to contemplate strategies for dealing with the demon army." Eyesighting scratched his head, sheepishly laughing to himself. Lack of education is truly daunting, even failing to come up with a proper title. Indeed, now is not the time for pondering titles. Though the little demoness has suffered losses, Her strength remains formidable, though we have only narrowly escaped to this point and have yet to free ourselves from peril. It is imperative we reflect on our recent experiences and learn from them. Eyesighting grew solemn, contemplating deeply as he sighed, that my lady, to speak candidly, I find myself increasingly fearful, with each encounter with the little demoness. The odds become less favorable for us to What leads you to such a conclusion? Chunyu inquired, her interest piqued as she leaned closer to Eyesighting, encouraging him to elaborate. Consider this, my lady. Eyesighting began with a serious demeanor. From the outset of our flight until now, what allowed us to evade capture by the demon army time and again? He looked at Chunyu earnestly. Chunyu furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment before responding. There is an element of luck involved, but more significantly, Bai Yunlu underestimated you. She presumed you to be a mere commoner without capability, dispersing her forces, which allowed us to strike them down one by one, and thus reach this place. Had Bai Yunlu recognized your true potential from the outset and treated you with caution, deploying a formidable force to capture you, we would have been apprehended long ago. Indeed, Eyesighting nodded in agreement. The little demoness was indeed careless. Initially, she believed you to be a frail woman devoid of martial skills, sending a mere 5 soldiers after you. She did not anticipate that I would be accompanying you. Familiar with the geography of the Black Forest and equipped with traps and hunting tools to exploit, allowing us to easily dispatch one of her capture squads. Furthermore, she could not have foreseen my exceptional archery skills, resulting in the subsequent soldiers, unprotected by armor or shields, falling victim to my arrows. However, as my strength became apparent, the little demoness finally grasped how to deal with me. The 30 soldiers pursuing us across the river, unarmored and armed only with swords and shields, indicate that she has begun to adapt her strategy in response to my archery. Fortunately, my lady, your heart-corroding poison eliminated the pursuing 30 soldiers of the demon army. Otherwise, we would not be able to sit here calmly conversing. The current situation is abundantly clear. The little demoness is now well aware of the geography I know, and she comprehends my capabilities. Her next plan of capture will undoubtedly be tailored to counter my strengths, and once she sets it in motion, we shall find it insurmountable. After all, the soldiers of the demon army are formidable opponents. Thus far, aside from one coward who fled, the rest have proven to be valiant men. Eyesighting recalled the fierce battles with the demon army sergeant he had encountered and the resolute 100-man commander at the Crescent Spring who would rather take his own life than suffer dishonor or death. And he could not help but feel a sense of admiration within. Chunyu, too, grew concerned, her voice low as she inquired, Xiao Ai, are you suggesting that we should simply resign ourselves to fate? Is there truly no recourse? This hardly aligns with your character, that in my eyes, you are a man of unwavering resolve, a true hero. Whenever we find ourselves in dire straits, it is you who inspires me to persevere until the final moment, guiding us through adversity to seize a glimmer of hope. Fear not, my lady. Eyesighting laughed heartily, shaking his head. You overthink matters. Though I may be afraid, I will never surrender. That is my nature, whenever I face a formidable beast. I always tread cautiously, meticulously considering all its movements, ensuring I am fully prepared to confront it. This exchange with the little demoness presents the most powerful opponent I have ever encountered. To say I am unafraid would be disingenuous. Yet, the greater the challenge, the more it ignites my fervent desire to overcome her. After all, we are in the Black Forest, my territory, and I refuse to believe that I cannot outmaneuver the little demoness. Chunyu became inspired by his unwavering confidence, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she reached out to caress Eyesighting's face, speaking softly, Xiao Ai, having known you for just a few days, I now realize you are a true man. A paragon of masculinity. I have not misjudged you. Your prudent yet decisive demeanor in the face of adversity is commendable. Though I have never hunted, I have considerable experience in healing the sick. And your mindset resonates with my own. Eyesighting's expression shifted, as if he understood her sentiments, encouraging her to continue. To Chunyu's gaze drifted into the vast night sky as she recounted her experiences with passion. For every time I encounter an unprecedented medical case, it presents me with a challenge that ignites my desire to conquer it. Only through these continual trials can I hone my medical skills. Yet, each time I face such a scenario, I am engulfed in fear, terrified of making a mistake, of witnessing a patient suffer or perish, that I in the aftermath, I often reflect upon what it is that I truly fear. With my experienced father, a medical sage, by my side to guide me, and the divine medical texts at my disposal, what ailment is beyond my grasp? Yet in those moments, I remain helplessly terrified. Gradually, I came to understand the true root of my fear. It was not the cases themselves that terrified me, but rather their unpredictability, that as long as I can grasp their patterns of behavior, no matter how severe the ailment, I can treat it. For a healer, the distinction between predictable and unpredictable is the key to success or failure. Unpredictability, I echoed, nodding in agreement. Indeed, you are absolutely right, my lady. During my hunts, I often experience similar fears, to the point where I become frustrated with myself. Here I am, the foremost hunter of the Black Forest, having encountered countless bears, wolves, tigers, and leopards, yet I still find myself trembling in fear. Now I understand, it is not the beasts that frighten me, but their unpredictability. After all, while these creatures may exhibit certain patterns, they remain inherently unpredictable. No one can guarantee they will be in a specific location at a given time. Upon reflection, the distinction between unpredictability and predictability is indeed crucial to the success of my hunts. Those beasts are astute. Should they sense any danger, they will flee, learning from their past encounters. Thus, each hunt must adopt a new approach, or else they will not fall for the same trap. Chunyu shot him a disapproving glance for using coarse language, then nodded and continued. The same principles apply to healing the sick, hunting wild beasts, and indeed, to all matters in the world. The ability to discern the patterns of events is the key to success or failure. Thus, when applied to the clash of armies, it transforms into the military strategy of knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy, ensuring victory in countless battles. Eyesighting laughed heartily. Knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy leads to certain victory. That is indeed wise. Now that we comprehend the formidable strength of the little demoness, and she too understands our strengths and weaknesses, we have achieved mutual knowledge. However, how do we ensure our victory? One must delve into the elusive and inscrutable present. I have begun to grasp the nuances of maneuvering around the demonic army, employing tactics that render their patterns indecipherable, allowing them to be ensnared in confusion. As Chunyu observed his renewed confidence, her joy was palpable, prompting her to seek a detailed explanation of his plans. However, Eyesighting shook his head, indicating that a concrete strategy had yet to be formulated. The overarching principle would be to counter their moves as they come, remaining adaptable and unpredictable, not solely focused on evading dangers but also on striking back at the demonic forces. The previous tactics of utilizing wolf packs to engage in fierce confrontations and poisoning the waters had proven particularly effective, inflicting significant losses upon the enemy. Only by neutralizing the strength of the little, which could they render the enemy powerless, thus enabling their safe escape. After extensive deliberation, the two reached a unanimous decision regarding their strategy against the demonic army. Given their disadvantage in strength, they resolved to avoid direct confrontations, instead relying on their intimate knowledge of the terrain to engage in a game of hide-and-seek. Additionally, they recognized the necessity of being nimble and responsive, seizing any opportunity to strike at the demonic forces, thereby disrupting their plans before making their escape. With nearly 200 miles remaining to exit the dark forest, they understood that this journey would undoubtedly be fraught with peril, necessitating utmost caution. That it was only after their discussions extended into the night that they finally succumbed to slumber. Chapter 39. The Little Which Changes Tactics. Princess Banluo, hindered at the eastern bank of the Great Mud River, dispatched 30 military commanders to swim across the river and ordered her subordinates to fell trees for rafts. It was not until noon the following day that they successfully crossed. Upon pursuing to the Crescent Spring, they discovered the 30 commanders had been poisoned to death. Bayan Luo was taken aback, and the remaining demonic forces looked on in horror. The deceased commanders were elite specialists of the Feather Forest Army, led by a seasoned centurion, and had met such a gruesome fate. Their bodies were darkened, with blood oozing from their 7 orifices, and their eyes remained wide open in death. The heads of the 2 commanders had been severed and displayed together, clearly intended as a show of intimidation to the approaching demonic forces. Upon witnessing the horrific demise of the 30 commanders, Bayan Luo was consumed by rage, cursing Eyesighting and Chunyu. Little thief Eyesighting, How utterly despicable and shameless of you to resort to such lowly tactics as poisoning. She spat. And you, Chunyu, the healer. Surely it was your vile concoction that caused this. These two wretches were equally contemptible, a perfect match for one another. After her tirade, she sought to uncover the cause of the poisoning among her troops. Upon thorough investigation, she concluded that Ai and Chunyu had poisoned the spring water. The 30 commanders had succumbed to the poison after drinking from it. Bainluo was beside herself with fury, unable to fathom how Ai and Chunyu had managed to poison the spring water. In frustration, she reiterated to her subordinates the importance of military discipline during their pursuit of the fugitives. All demonic soldiers were strictly forbidden from consuming anything other than their own provisions, foraging wild fruits, or drinking untreated water, and they were expressly prohibited from touching any items left behind by Ai and Chunyu to prevent a recurrence of such tragedies. Standing by the crescent spring, Bainluo commanded her subordinates to ensure a proper burial for the 30 fallen commanders while contemplating the next steps in their pursuit. Little did she realize that in her quest to capture the healer Chunyu and obtain the medicinal texts, her own command of 1,000 feather forest troops had paid such a grievous price. To date, 100 commanders had perished, and even if she were to capture Chunyu and Ai immediately, it would only be a Pyrrhic victory, leaving her humiliated upon her return to the capital. Bainluo pondered extensively, unable to grasp why Ai and Chunyu had proven to be such formidable adversaries. They had managed to evade capture multiple times, and even had the audacity to poison her own men. After much contemplation, she felt an inkling that the problem lay with Ai. Though this little thief was lowly and wicked, he was also cunning and astute, possessing a familiarity with the geography of the dark forest, making him a particularly troublesome foe. Reflecting on this, Bainluo felt a pang of regret. Had the incident of spying on the female soldiers bathing never occurred, or had she not been so severe with Ai at the time, he would not have deserted her ranks, nor would he have aided Chunyu in opposing her. With an ally like Ai, the operation to capture Chunyu might have already succeeded. After much deliberation, Bainluo lamented the possibility of having missed out on a capable strategist. Realizing this, she became cautious. The previous capture operations had all been arranged according to Ai plans, which he was undoubtedly familiar with, allowing him to exploit the vulnerabilities and escape. Henceforth, she resolved to abandon Ai approach and devise a new capture strategy based on her own military knowledge. Recognizing that the terrain differed significantly from the eastern bank of the Great Mud River, she began to assess her surroundings. The western bank was characterized by ridges and dry land, with sparse trees, creating wide and open passages between the ridges, facilitating ease of movement. Suddenly inspired, Bainluo issued orders for all demonic forces on the eastern bank to cross to the western side, bringing all their weapons and equipment, including cavalry. After a day of waiting, the remaining 900 demonic soldiers successfully crossed the river to the western bank, fully armed and mounted on majestic steeds, restoring the formidable presence of the Feather Forest Army. Bainluo commanded 300 cavalry to be divided into 5 groups of 60 soldiers, each led by a skilled commander, to patrol the passages between the ridges. This maneuver would allow the cavalry to maximize their speed and mobility, thereby pressuring Ai and Chunyu to abandon the convenient routes in favor of the more arduous and forested ridges that, as their pace slowed, it would afford Bainluo more time to close in on them. She then ordered the remaining 600 cavalry to be split into 10 groups, each tasked with searching every ridge within designated areas. Bainluo commanded all military commanders that upon discovering Ai, they were to kill him on the spot, ensuring the capture of the healer Chunyu. The various forces dispersed swiftly, soon forming an efficient and tightly knit net to ensnare Ai and Chunyu to go. A squadron of demonic cavalry galloped past the ridges, leaving a trail of dust in their wake. Ai and Chunyu hid behind several large trees on the ridges, watching intently until the demonic forces had moved far enough away to withdraw their gaze. Exchanging fearful looks with one another, the little witch had changed her tactics. Ai exhaled a long breath, overwhelmed by astonishment. The method of using cavalry for patrols was proving far more effective than high vantage points, allowing them to detect our presence and pursue us for capture. After all, 2 legs cannot outrun the galloping of warhorses. What shall we do now? Chunyu recognized the gravity of the situation, having traversed 2 days' journey. They were on the verge of escaping the dark forest. only to be pursued by the demonic cavalry in these final miles, forcing them to hide within the wooded ridges. Eye-sighting furrowed his brow, contemplating the situation before shaking his head in response. This is troublesome. The little witch's tactic is quite ingenious. She has sealed off our escape routes with her cavalry, trapping us in a position where we cannot move. I am certain she is systematically searching for us. Ridge by ridge, it was particularly vexing that they were aware of her gradual approach, yet felt powerless to flee. Was it truly their fate to fall into her clutches this time? Despair flickered in Chunyu's eyes as she clenched her teeth in frustration that if we cannot escape, then let us fight to the end. We must find a way to slay another batch of demonic soldiers. Even if we perish, it would be worth it. Eye-sighting placed a comforting hand on her back, offering reassurances. Let us not speak of death so readily. It is ill-omened that we anticipated the dangers of this remaining distance. The current circumstances were within our expectations, albeit the situation has shifted, necessitating a new approach. Chunyu reined in her fury, resting her chin thoughtfully in her hand. Yes, we must not surrender lightly until we reach absolute despair. Eye-sighting, you are remarkably composed. I have yet to devise a suitable plan. Let us move quickly. If we linger, the cavalry will surely discover us at a squad of cavalry, numbering in the dozens, fully armored. Even if you had 5 or 6 arrows left, we could never contend against such numbers that if we do not move, we will inevitably fall into Bayan Luo's hands. Whether we advance or remain stagnant, there seems to be no future. Eye-sighting nodded in agreement. Lifting his gaze towards the dissipating dust left by the retreating demonic forces, cursing under his breath. The little witch relies on her overwhelming numbers to bully us. But one day, when fortune favors me, I shall gather 1,000 troops to pursue her. Still feeling aggrieved, he struck the tree beside him with force. Neither option seems viable. Our only recourse now is to retaliate against the little witch. My lady, how many doses of your heart-corroding poison do you have left? We must seek an opportunity to poison again. None. I have exhausted all my supplies. The last of it was used at Crescent Spring. Chunyu replied, spreading her hands in resignation and offering a wry smile. Chapter 40. The Tiger Hornet. Let us consider alternative methods, perhaps once again employing the wolf packs to clash with the demonic army. A few hundred yellow wolves could contend against dozens of demonic soldiers. Ideally, if we could gather a few thousand yellow wolves, we could annihilate Bayan Luo's several hundred troops. A few thousand yellow wolves? Eye-sighting gasped, eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Chunyu. Lady. The entirety of the yellow wolves in the dark forest may not even amount to a few thousand, that the several hundred yellow wolves at Old Wolf Ridge comprise the largest pack. The other packs are mostly made up of only a few dozen, scattered throughout the forest. We cannot rely on the wolf packs for another confrontation. Then what shall we do? Chunyu pondered, her eyes darting about before a new idea emerged. If we cannot utilize the wolf packs, what of tiger or leopard packs? Even a few hundred tigers could certainly slay a multitude of demon soldiers, right? As Aston listened to her increasingly absurd claims, he shook his head with a wry smile, attempting to halt her discourse that lady, tigers and leopards are solitary beasts. They typically roam alone. Where would we find hundreds of them gathered together? Let us refrain from relying on ferocious creatures. There are no herds in the Black Forest that could contend with the hundreds of demon soldiers led by the Little Witch. Spring Rain, greatly disheartened, sighed in frustration. Alas, with the poison depleted and no hope from wild beasts. What methods do we have left to annihilate the demon army? Aston, at a loss, furrowed his brow, deep in thought about how to vanquish the demon soldiers during our escape these past few days. We have twice dealt significant blows to the demon army, each time relying on external forces. Now, we must again seek some form of assistance to strike a decisive blow. What shall we leverage this time? Spring Rain also knitted her brows, murmuring softly to herself. Indeed, we have previously relied on external aid to eliminate dozens of demon soldiers, once with the help of a pack of wolves and once through potent toxins. What should be our next recourse? Aston suddenly jolted, as if struck by a revelation, and grasped Spring Rain's delicate hand in joyful exclamation. Lady, you have reminded me. There exists indeed within the Black Forest a certain species that is both numerous and venomous. If we could enlist their aid against the demon soldiers, I guarantee the Little Witch will have no fear of any army she sends forth. However, after the initial joy subsided, Aston's expression turned contemplative. As he pondered aloud, this creature could indeed eradicate the demon army. But how shall we utilize it? Must we perish alongside the little witch? What creature are you referring to? Pray, enlighten me. Spring Rain inquired eagerly. The tiger wasp. In the vicinity of Lake Tianshui, there lies a vast expanse of tiger wasp nests, numbering in the thousands. Indeed, there are at least several million of these wasps among the denizens of the Black Forest. The tiger wasp is the most venomous, frequently attacking other creatures. Even tigers and black bears flee in terror from them. However, the tiger wasps do not discriminate between friend and foe in their assaults. Should we incite them to attack the demon soldiers, we would be at risk of suffering the same fate ourselves. How could we employ them? Spring Rain's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, the tiger wasps possess formidable aggression. Any creature encroaching upon their territory or nest will be met with hostility. Moreover, their stings contain lethal venom, posing a grave threat to life. With thousands of nests, it is indeed feasible to annihilate all of Bayanluo's demon soldiers. Little AI, what are we waiting for? Let us set off immediately to lure the demon army to the tiger wasp nests. Aston regarded Spring Rain, puzzled by her exuberance, to "My lady, are you familiar with the tiger wasps? You know they will attack any creature that approaches their nests, and we would not be exempt. Their venom is deadly. A mere few stings could prove fatal. How do you propose we utilize them?" Spring Rain giggled, playfully patting her bosom. "With me, the divine healer, present, there is no poison in the world that can daunt us. I am well versed in the ways of the tiger wasp, having previously cultivated a hive to extract their venom while at the divine healer's manor. I have long since developed an antidote to counteract their sting. An antidote." Aston's excitement surged as he clasped her hand, jubilant. "Splendid. My lady, as long as we are not afraid of the tiger wasp's attacks. And if we can entice the demon soldiers to their nests, the little witch shall await her doom." With that, he erupted into laughter, envisioning the scene of Bayanluo and her minions being besieged by a swarm of 1,000,000 tiger wasps. The two then devised a plan to employ the tiger wasps against the demon army and immediately set about its execution. Lake Tianshui lay to the south of their current position, and the pair, accompanied by the large yellow dog, altered their course, carefully evading the patrolling demon cavalry, gradually approaching the densely populated region of tiger wasp nests described by Aston. Along the way, Aston deliberately left conspicuous traces to entice the demon army to discover their presence. Additionally, he began to gather grass, utilizing the spare time to weave a hat and gloves. The grass stems danced nimbly between his fingers, soon forming a base, which he gradually built up, taking on the appearance of a tall hat. When placed upon his head, the gaps between the grass allowed for visibility of the surroundings and did not obstruct breathing. However, when donned, it appeared rather peculiar, resembling a helmet worn by soldiers, thoroughly protecting his head. The grass gloves looked even more unseemly, akin to burlap sacks encasing his hands. With the antidote in their possession and the protective gear shielding their exposed heads and hands from the tiger wasp stings, the two felt exceedingly secure. Spring Rain, intrigued, observed Aston's industriousness and took it upon herself to weave a similar headpiece for the large yellow dog. Fully equipped, the trio approached the vicinity of the tiger wasp nests. As they neared, the sparse trees revealed the presence of numerous tiger wasp nests. Tiger wasps are highly social creatures, favoring mud and leaves to construct their nests. A typical nest can house thousands of wasps, suspended among the trees like earthy gourds. Some colonies are immense, constructing super nests on the ground, rising over 2 meters high and thick enough to be encircled by a single person, housing tens of thousands of wasps. The air buzzed with the dense, low hum of countless tiger wasps in flight, clearly displeased by the presence of the three intruders, swirling around them as if preparing to launch an attack. Spring Rain retrieved the antidote, and both she and Aston, along with the dog, ingested it in advance, signaling Aston to proceed with caution, slowing their pace to avoid provoking the tiger wasp. As they delved deeper, the towering earthen nests multiplied, and the swarming wasps thickened, their buzzing resonating throughout the forest. Clearly, they were now within the heart of the tiger wasp territory. Aston and Spring Rain crouched among several nests, observing and studying them. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from a distance, causing the very ground to tremble. That a cloud of dust billowed around them, and soon hundreds of cavalry appeared in their line of sight. Chapter 41. The tiger wasp's wrath as the distance closed. The thunderous sound of galloping hooves crescendoed, threatening to engulf the world. The cavalry, clad in armor and wielding weapons, emerged from the dust, each exuding an aura of lethal intent. Akin to a legion of reapers materializing before them, that in an instant, the cavalry encircled the two and the dog. The sudden shock of the situation rendered them nearly breathless, the chilling aura of death palpable in the air. Aston and Spring Rain, utterly horrified, nearly collapsed to the ground. Even with mental preparation, the appearance of hundreds of demon cavalry was enough to shatter their composure. Bianluo was indeed formidable. Upon discovering the traces of the two fugitives and comparing them with the map, she realized they were heading toward Lake Tianshui. Fearing that Aston might once again conceal a vessel by the lakeside to escape, she ordered all demon soldiers to converge upon the shores of Lake Tianshui. Bianluo commanded two factions of demon soldiers to flank them, urging them to advance at full speed, determined to reach the lake before Aston and Spring Rain, preventing them from utilizing the water to flee. The demon cavalry executed their encirclement with efficiency and speed, unknowingly closing in on Aston and Spring Rain while accurately pinpointing their location, forming an impenetrable trap. Realizing the situation was dire, Aston and Spring Rain could not hope to escape the encirclement of 900 cavalry. Bianluo, now thoroughly at ease, urged her black steed forward, gradually revealing herself before the assembled troops, clad in gleaming steel armor and a helmet that obscured much of her face. The tips of two white plumes swayed rhythmically atop her head as her steed galloped. With the glimmering, menacing scorpion blade strapped to her back, she exuded a blend of allure and formidable presence, radiating an aura of icy menace. Bianluo lifted her visor, her almond-shaped eyes seemingly ablaze with fury as she fixed her gaze upon the two. Upon noticing Aston, Spring Rain, and the large yellow dog in their peculiar attire, she displayed a hint of surprise, halting her horse to scrutinize them before growling in anger. "You little thief, do you believe that by concealing your wretched visage, you can evade my pursuit? No matter how far you flee, you shall never escape my grasp. You have poisoned my esteemed demon soldiers and disrupted my grand designs. Even if I were to slay you 1,000 times, it would not quell my wrath. Consider how you will meet your demise." Bianluo, observing that Aston and Spring Rain remained frozen in place, surrounded by the towering earth pillars, hesitated to act. Aston quietly commanded the large yellow dog to stay put, then clasped his hands in greeting to Bianluo, adopting a tone of deep remorse. "Your Highness, the princess. I, Aston, sincerely apologize for betraying your trust and being forced into conflict with you, that I deeply regret the harm inflicted upon many of your demon brothers. I have been contemplating ways to atone for my transgressions, that I have prepared a gift that I know will please you, and I humbly present it to you, hoping for your forgiveness." With that, he crouched down, carefully lifting a gourd-shaped object, and proclaimed, "Your Highness, this is the medical compendium you so dearly desire, and I present it to you now." He then hurled the gourd into the air, sending it soaring toward Bianluo. Unaware of the impending danger, Bianluo remained seated upon her steed, her voice low and menacing. "You little thief, what trickery is this? This princess shall no longer be deceived by you." The beehive, though composed of mud, straw, and beeswax, is remarkably light despite housing thousands of hornets that floated effortlessly through the air, covering a distance of over 10 meters before colliding directly in front of Bianluo. Bianluo, filled with uncertainty, feared that the medical text might be concealed within and hesitated to split it open with the scorpion blade. Instead, she extended her right arm, leaning forward to meet it, her jade-like hand transformed with agility, employing various techniques of pushing and pulling to dissipate the force of the impact, steadying the enormous hive in her grasp. However, upon flipping it over, her expression shifted dramatically, resulting in a startled exclamation as she hastily hurled it to the ground. It turned out that in catching it, Bianluo had inadvertently grasped the hive's exit point, causing the hornets inside to vibrate and swarm out, instantly crawling over her delicate hands. Even as a top martial artist in the realm, the sight of countless insects writhing on her hand was indescribably terrifying. Being a woman, she was naturally more sensitive to insects. The overwhelming number of hornets crawling on her sent shivers down her spine, causing her heart to nearly cease its beating. After tossing the hive aside, she vigorously shook her right hand, attempting to dislodge the multitude of hornets. Meanwhile, the shattered hive on the ground released a furious buzz as thousands of hornets took to the air, resembling a billowing cloud of yellow smoke, swiftly enveloping the space above. The swarm circled around, sensing the presence of numerous unfamiliar beings invading their territory. They immediately began to buzz and flap their wings, launching an attack on the surrounding creatures. "Miss!" Ancestor called out loudly to Chunyu, while he himself unleashed a swift kick at the nearby hive. With a cacophony of cracking sounds, debris flew everywhere as the towering earthen hive was smashed apart, toppling down. The hornets within, startled, erupted from their nest like a swarm of fireworks, and upon spotting the crowd around them, they attacked with unrelenting ferocity. Simultaneously, Chunyu joined in the destruction of the hive, slicing through with her short blade, and then using her body to ram another hive, further contributing to the chaos. More hornets ascended into the sky, diving down indiscriminately, mercilessly avenging any human they encountered. As they approached faces and collided with hands, their stings became a frenzied assault, injecting venom deep into flesh. The demon army was thrown into disarray, desperately swinging their weapons to fend off the hornet onslaught. The dense swarm of hornets seeped into every crevice, as if liquid mercury, rendering weapons utterly ineffective against them. Those stung by the hornets began to feel unbearable searing pain, crying out in agony. Ancestor, having consumed an antidote and protected by a straw hat, felt only slight discomfort despite being stung several times, as the pain was negligible. Thus, he felt emboldened to wreak havoc. He kicked down one earthen pillar after another, destroying 6 or 7 hives in quick succession, unleashing countless enraged hornets. In an instant, the sky was filled with a yellow haze, and the sound of buzzing intensified, as the swarm coalesced into a mass, charging at everyone present. Their omnipresence and insatiable hunger for flesh turned the battlefield into a scene of utter chaos. The accompanying hornets gnawed and stung, relentlessly employing their venomous tails. The demon army was soon overwhelmed, their cries of despair echoing amidst the chaos as they flailed helplessly. Many soldiers bore horrific injuries, their faces bloodied and swollen from the stings. The warhorses, too, succumbed to the hornets' wrath, neighing in agony as they thrashed and bolted, causing even greater turmoil. Chapter 42. The defeat of the demon army. Bio had not anticipated that Ancestor would possess such means to counter her. Though her fury burned within her, she found herself encircled and attacked by the hornets. Unable to spare a moment to confront Ancestor, she desperately dodged the relentless onslaught of hornets. She shrieked in terror while wielding her scorpion blade, striving to protect herself from the stings. Ancestor and Chunyu seized the opportunity to destroy even more hives, ultimately releasing millions of hornets into the fray. The Biomluo's formidable armor could withstand arrows and blades in battle, yet it proved ineffective against the ceaseless swarm attacking from all directions. Her only recourse lay in her exceptional martial skills. Confronted by these monstrous insect assassins, Bio channeled her dark powers to their utmost limit, radiating a brilliant aura that created a barrier of energy, keeping the hornets at bay. Meanwhile, her scorpion blade danced like a tempest, striking out in every direction, forming an impenetrable curtain of blades. The slicing energy whirled around her, as if countless shears were shredding the invading hornets. Their carcasses fell, rapidly accumulating on the ground in a thick layer. Such slaughter provoked even greater rage from the swarm. Over 100,000 frenzied hornets surged forth, resembling a relentless tide, threatening to exploit any gap in her defenses. The fallen hornets emitted a distinctive pheromone that summoned reinforcements from afar, causing the skies to darken with a mass of hornets, instilling terror in all present. The relentless swarm twisted and dove in the air, appearing like a legion of furious demons attacking everyone in their path. The immense and unyielding force of the horde instilled profound dread and despair within the demon army, causing many to flee in panic. Although Biomluo's martial prowess was exceptional, she could only defend herself against the hornets, unable to protect her steed. The warhorse, having been stung multiple times, could no longer bear the pain and let out a sorrowful neigh, bolting and trembling uncontrollably. "Dahome, what ails you?" Biomluo, concerned for her beloved steed, quickly bent down to inspect, momentarily easing her grip on the scorpion blade. In that fleeting moment, 2 hornets slipped past and fell into the gap of her armor, They crawled through the layers of her clothing until they reached the tender flesh of her backside, where they viciously stung her. Oh no, Bino shrieked, clutching her rear as a piercing agony shot through her. The sharp, searing pain was overwhelming, as if she had sat upon a bed of hot coals, causing her exquisite form to spasm in torment. Tears of pain welled in her eyes in that moment of vulnerability. Her concentration faltered and the scorpion blade halted. More hornets surged forward, battering her armor with a cacophony of sound, instilling a profound fear that eclipsed her thoughts of Aestin and Chunyu. In panic, she turned and fled, swatting at the hornets that clung to her, all while wailing in distress over her posterior, marking this as the most humiliating experience of her 18 years. The 900 demon soldiers, witnessing the long princess's retreat, could no longer maintain their ground and erupted into chaos, scattering in all directions to save themselves. The relentless swarm of hornets pursued them mercilessly, continuing their assault. Those who lagged behind, along with their horses, were swiftly stung to death, while the faster soldiers succumbed to the venom, perishing quickly. Bianluo finally reached the banks of the Great Mud River, where she paused to expel the toxins from her body and regroup the remaining troops. Out of 900 cavalry, only a handful returned, each bearing horrific injuries, unrecognizable from the stings of the hornets. This expedition, led by Bianluo in pursuit of Chunyu, could only be deemed a complete and utter failure. Frustration and indignation welled within Bianluo as she gazed at the river, unable to suppress her sobs. Why? Why? She cried. Aestin, you have ruined this princess's grand designs. I shall not let this rest. My words are my bond. Bianluo could not fathom the reasons behind her defeat. She blamed everything on that wretched little thief, Aestin. In that moment, an intense and visceral hatred for this despicable rogue consumed her, wishing only to tear him apart and drink his blood. Bianluo had never before experienced such a profound humiliation. To be harmed by someone so lowly and insignificant made her lament her noble lineage. She could not comprehend how Aestin, with such meager skills, had managed to thwart an entire army of the Demon Kingdom. Nor could she understand how 1,000 demon soldiers, including dozens of skilled martial artists and herself, a top-tier master, could not best a mere commoner. Was it possible that superior martial skills were not the key to victory? Was it possible that sheer numbers did not guarantee success? Bianluo was perplexed, unable to grasp where she had faltered. Consumed by self-pity, she lamented the disgrace she had brought upon the royal family of the great Demon Kingdom, and how she would face her master upon returning to the capital at this juncture. Even the heart that yearns for death is stirred, leaving one at a loss for direction. Bianluo, concerned for the injuries of the Black Horse, finds himself devoid of strength to pursue Aiding and Chunyu once more. Reluctantly, he must return to the encampment outside the Black Forest. While tending to the wounds of the Black Steed, he urgently dispatches personnel from the nearby government office for reinforcement and simultaneously pens a letter to General Tu Qianli in Shiliang City. In his correspondence, Bianluo recounts the circumstances under which his mentor, the Lion King Gisa, had dispatched him to the Divine Healer's Manor to procure medical texts. He candidly admits the failure of his mission and implores his uncle for assistance. Bianluo beseeches Tu Qianli to dispatch the wolf cavalry to seal off the borders between Shiliang and the Central Plains, preventing the fugitives from entering the heartland. He informs Tu Qianli that the two criminals have traversed the Black Forest and reached the Gobi Desert, undoubtedly making their way southward into the Central Plains. Bianluo requests that, while sealing the borders, a contingent of wolf cavalry be sent to the Gobi Desert to hunt down the two fugitives. After sending off the letter, Bianluo remains seething with rage, ordering the execution of Aiding's relatives and the village chief who recommended him. Soon, a subordinate reports that Aiding is all alone, without any kin. Bianluo, cursing for a long while, finally comprehends why Aiding dares not fear the repercussions upon his family. His anger unabated, he orders the execution of the neighbors of Aiding as if they were his kin, as a means of providing some measure of accountability for the nearly 1,000 valiant soldiers who perished in the line of duty. Chapter 43. By the waters of Tianshui Lake. With its surface as smooth as a mirror, shimmers in the light. The trees lining the shore stand lush and verdant, their branches and leaves adding a rich hue of green to the surrounding waters. As evening descends, the scenery becomes enchanting. The afterglow of the setting sun bathes the lake in golden light, resembling a golden ribbon winding through the water. After defeating the demonic army led by Bianluo with the aid of the tiger bees, Aiding and Chunyu swiftly evacuate the tiger bee nest area, arriving at the shores of Tianshui Lake just in time to witness the captivating sunset. Though the two, accompanied by a dog, are protected by antidotes against the tiger bee's venom and wear hats and gloves to shield their exposed skin, they still feel the searing pain from countless stings. The icy waters of Tianshui Lake provide a perfect balm for their wounds. Aiding and Chunyu crouch by the water's edge, gently washing themselves, while the big yellow dog leaps into the lake, frolicking with joy. Chunyu giggles, splashing water at the dog while exclaiming, "Little AI, we have triumphed, we have triumphed." Who would have thought that the tiger bee army was so formidable that they obliterated the entire force of the little sorceress? We shall never fear her again. Aiding shares in her exuberance. His heart lightened as he watches Chunyu and the big yellow dog play, savoring this rare moment of joy. Were it not for Chunyu and the dogg's laughter by the lakeside, Aiding would scarcely believe this was reality. Tio think that merely utilizing millions of tiger bees could lead to the rout of Bianluo's hundreds of troops seems utterly unfathomable. After days of fleeing and being relentlessly pursued, it is only now that he feels truly liberated. Aiding, feeling unburdened, smiles as he gazes at Chunyu and the big yellow dog until the sun sets and twilight envelopes the land, prompting him to seek a tree hollow for the night's rest. Suddenly, a figure in the distance piques Aiding's vigilance that a solitary horse approaches. "Miss, Big Yellow, come quickly. There are demonic troops." Aiding swiftly knocks an arrow and ducks behind a large tree, calling out to Chunyu in a flurry. Chunyu hurries away from the water's edge, scurrying to Aiding's side, and together they peer into the distance that it appears to be just a warhorse, without a rider. After observing for a while and not seeing any demonic troops, Chunyu quietly voices her doubts. Aiding also senses something amiss. It truly seems to be only a warhorse, devoid of cavalry. The horse appears injured, staggering as it walks, each step a laborious endeavor. As the horse draws nearer, the details sharpen. Indeed, it is merely a warhorse, and a wounded one at that. It is clear that the horse has suffered from numerous stings from the tiger bees, with several swollen welts adorning its body. Particularly its head, which is grotesquely swollen, its eyes squinting to mere slits, obscuring its path. The warhorse is in extreme distress and pain, its breathing labored, and with each step, it trembles as if on the brink of collapse. Aiding's eyes light up as he notices two saddlebags dangling from the horse's sides, and he exclaims, "Miss, we have struck gold. This is indeed a stray warhorse, fully equipped with saddle and bridle. Not a single pack lost, truly. Heaven has blessed us with this bounty." Chunyu, equally elated, rushes forward. Indeed, it is a stray warhorse, a gift from the heavens, and they shall no longer have to travel on foot. Chunyu reaches the horse, seizing its reins to steady it, and calls out to Aiding, "Little AI, hurry and bring the water pouch. I must detoxify this horse." Aiding, taken aback for a moment, realizes that with the divine healer present, alleviating the horse's venom is a trivial matter. He rushes to Chunyu's side, witnessing her inserting two antidote pills into the horse's mouth, and promptly offers the water pouch to the horse. As the horse drinks the fresh water, it regains some strength, its body ceasing to tremble, standing still in quietude. Chunyu instructs Aiding to remove the saddle and the pack from the horse's back, allowing it to relax and rest comfortably. Aiding unfastens the pack to inspect its contents. Bows, arrows, blankets, water pouches, military uniforms, biscuits, dried meat, a fire starter, and a bag of fine salt. Overjoyed, Aiding collects dry twigs to kindle a fire, using the glowing flames to dry their damp clothing. Noticing Chunyu's tight-fitting outfit has become tattered, he takes out a military uniform and inquires, "Miss, this is a new military uniform. Would you like to change into it?" Chunyu hesitates momentarily, although reluctant to don the attire of the demonic army. Her own outfit is soiled and ragged, with a tear at the collar exposing her skin ungracefully. She reluctantly accepts the military uniform and heads towards the lakeside to change. "Little AI, I'm going to bathe and change. You mustn't peek." Aiding, feeling quite embarrassed, hastily defends himself. "Miss, I was wrong last time at the demonic camp. I did not intentionally spy on the female soldiers bathing. Intentional or not, you did see it. So it cannot be considered a false accusation that I know you well. You are not an innocent person, that I remember how you had designs on me while we were hiding among the dead trees. Aiding is utterly mortified, sighing in resignation that, oh, am I destined to bear the stigma of a peeping Tom? Miss, do go wash and change. I shall not peek that I'll go catch some fish for our dinner tonight. With that, he takes a piece of biscuit and saunters to another part of the lakeside, crumbling the biscuit and tossing it into the water while he waits, crafting a simple fish spear by binding an arrowhead to the end of a long branch. The waters of Tinshui Lake are teeming with fish, renowned for their exquisite taste. Aiding has fished here many times and is quite adept at it. After a short wait, the scent of the biscuit attracts a multitude of fish, which compete eagerly for the morsels, creating ripples as they leap and splash. Aiding, spear in hand, fixates on the movements of the fish. Suddenly, he strikes, thrusting the spear with precision, and successfully catches a plump fish weighing about a pound. With a beaming smile, Aiding admires his catch and eagerly seeks the next target. Chunyu approaches, clad in the oversized military uniform, which, rather than appearing bulky, exudes a casual comfort, lending her an unexpected charm. She stands beside Aiding, keenly watching him fish. Aiding, after a considerable effort, has caught 4 or 5 fish, and with a hint of regret, he glances at Chunyu. Miss, the light is waning, and I can no longer see clearly. Otherwise, I would guarantee a catch with every thrust. Enough for a grand feast for you and Big Yellow. Chunyu smiles, pulling 2 pills from her pouch and tossing them into the water. Just wait and see. Moments later, dozens of large fish float to the surface. Belly up, evidently poisoned. Aiding stares in disbelief, frozen in place. Miss, is that the heart-eating corruption powder? Can poisoned fish still be eaten? It's merely a tranquilizer devoid of lethal properties. It only temporarily incapacitates the fish. They will awaken shortly and be as good as new. Little AI, hurry and gather them up. Tonight I shall personally prepare grilled fish for you and Big Yellow. Chunyu instructs Aiding with a cheerful demeanor. Chapter 44. Brotherhood. A short while later, Chunyu sits by the fire, rolling up her sleeves as if she were a domestic goddess, threading a long string of lake fish onto a stick. As she roasts them, she sprinkles fine salt and retrieves a pouch of spices from her supplies. Aiding and Big Yellow sit nearby, drooling in anticipation. Miss, your medicine pouch resembles a treasure chest, containing everything. Poisons, antidotes, remedies for internal and external injuries, strength-enhancing pills, and tranquilizers. What sort of medicine is this? Aiding curiously rummages through Chunyu's pouch. Of course, my title as the Divine Healer is not without merit. My pouch is replete with various potions. What I'm adding now is a spice that enhances flavor during roasting and invigorates the mind when treating ailments. Though these remedies may appear unremarkable, they are exceedingly valuable. The contents of my pouch could fetch several hundred taels of gold. Several hundred taels of gold. Such worth. Astonished, Aiding immediately cherished the small pouch before him. No wonder the young lady mentioned that the medical god manor could rival the income of hundreds of small villages. In my view, that was an understatement. The value of the medicines contained within this single pouch is far beyond what the villagers could ever hope to earn. Chunyu smiled, neither affirming nor denying, as she roasted fish while guiding Aiding in identifying the names and functions of the various medicines within the pouch. The red one is the Vitality Restoration Pill, most effective for treating internal injuries. The white one is an antidote, and the brownish-yellow one is an anesthetic. The strengthening pill is a greenish color, while the heart-corroding powder is black and already used up. For external wounds, the golden wound powder, typically in powdered form, is employed. As Chunyu spoke of medicine, her enthusiasm surged, and she elaborated on the various drugs and their properties. Aiding noticed 3 golden pills at the top of the pouch, particularly striking, and casually inquired about their names and effects. Chunyu grew serious, pausing her work to introduce the 3 golden pills with particular emphasis. These are the life-sustaining golden pills. Their value surpasses that of all the other medicines combined within the pouch. Regardless of the severity of one's injuries, as long as there is breath remaining, consuming a life-sustaining golden pill can alleviate the condition, allowing for careful treatment thereafter, leading to a near-complete recovery. Such a treasure, Aiding exclaimed, carefully stowing the pouch away. The young lady truly lives up to her title as the Divine Healer, having developed such a plethora of medicines, including the miraculous life-sustaining golden pills. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Chunyu handed Aiding the roasted fish she had prepared, while she herself picked out the bones from several fish to feed to Da Huang. Strictly speaking, the life-sustaining golden pills are life-preserving medicines. Most effective when one is on the brink of death, that I have yet to develop a true resurrection drug. That remains my ongoing aspiration, that is there a difference? Aiding asked, puzzled, as he savored the delicious roasted fish and humbly sought enlightenment. Certainly there is. Chunyu began to taste her own handiwork, patiently explaining the principles of medicine, to aiding that life-threatening conditions and death are two distinct but interrelated concepts, that a life-threatening condition refers to a severe deterioration of health due to disease or accidental injury, leading to a state where life is at imminent risk. Death, conversely, signifies the end of life, the antithesis of existence, that a life-threatening condition is a precursor to death. If timely intervention is not administered, it may culminate in death. Death is the extreme outcome of a life-threatening condition, representing the complete cessation of life functions. Aiding listened, bewildered, struggling to grasp the essence of her explanation. Chunyu patiently continued, to simplify. One could distinguish between the moments before and after one takes their last breath. The period before the last breath is termed life-threatening, while post-last breath is considered death. The life-sustaining golden pills are effective before the last breath is taken, but have no effect afterward. Reviving someone after they have taken their last breath truly constitutes resurrection, a noble medical goal I have long pursued this moment. Aiding fully comprehended, nodding in admiration of Chunyu's lofty ambitions. Chunyu felt immense joy, having not only triumphed over the formidable demon army, but also relished a delightful meal of roasted fish. As she gazed at Aiding, her satisfaction grew. Little AI, let us become sworn siblings. What, sworn siblings? Aiding was taken aback, looking up at Chunyu, stammering, isn't that too soon? We've only known each other for a few days. Shouldn't we get to know each other better first? Chunyu was utterly earnest, firmly grasping Aiding's hand, her expression solemn. Little AI, I have made up my mind. I am serious. Since fate has brought us together in the midst of calamity, it cannot merely be for you to serve as my attendant. You are undoubtedly the second most important man to me, after my father. Otherwise, I would not feel such a sense of closeness towards you. The sooner we become sworn siblings, the sooner we can grow closer. Do you not wish to be close to me? Yes, I have longed to be close to you in my dreams. Aiding nodded fervently, his heart swelling with indescribable joy, fearing he might be dreaming. He discreetly pinched his thigh to confirm the reality of the moment. Overjoyed, Aiding eagerly nodded in agreement. Yes, let us become sworn siblings. I am at your service. After speaking, he felt somewhat flustered, uncertain of the necessary rituals for such a bond. While he pondered, Chunyu pulled him to kneel on the ground, directing him to bow towards the bright moon in the night sky. Little AI, after our swearing-in, you will be the male head of the medical god manor. Regardless of the future wealth of the manor, half will belong to you. Are you satisfied? Aiding felt a bit awkward, rubbing his hands together. I am satisfied. Very satisfied. But, isn't it a bit hasty? Shouldn't we notify our elders and have a witness or something? Chunyu nodded in understanding. I have already prayed to the spirits of my parents. I trust your parents in the afterlife would not oppose this. Given the current limitations, we shall keep the ceremony simple without a witness. I am 2 years your senior. After our swearing-in, I shall be your elder sister, and you will be my younger brother. Younger brother? Aiding's face lit up with joy, yet he felt a twinge of awkwardness. How? How did I become the younger brother? Chunyu nodded repeatedly, joyfully explaining. Exactly. You are my younger brother. I am 20 this year, and you are 18. So naturally, you are the younger brother that you wish to be the elder brother instead. I wouldn't dare. A younger brother it shall be. Aiding's face turned red, hastily acquiescing. It dawned on him that he had misunderstood, thinking they were to become husband and wife. In the moonlight, Chunyu did not notice the shift in Aiding's expression as she tenderly cradled his face, speaking with heartfelt emotion. Little AI, my dear younger brother, my true brother, I have lost all my family in this world, and I felt utterly despondent. Were it not for my commitment to the medical texts, I would have followed my kin into the afterlife. However, after meeting you, I found hope and a renewed sense of purpose. In the days spent with you, I have felt an extraordinary warmth and security, and I have unconsciously come to regard you as my closest kin. Being 2 years your senior, I must take on the role of your sister. After our swearing, We shall share a bond of sisterhood stronger than blood. Regardless of where we are or whether we are together or apart, this bond will remain unbroken. Little AI, do you wish to have a sister like me? Aiding quickly broke into a wide grin, forcing out a smile as he replied, yes, I would love to have an elder sister. Chapter 45. Far from home, Chinyu joyfully nodded repeatedly, kneeling with hands clasped towards the radiant moon. Heaven above, with the moon as witness, we, Chinyu of the medical god manor and Aiding of the Black Forest, hereby swear to become sworn siblings of different surnames, vowing to treat each other as family, to share joys and sorrows, and to uphold this bond of siblinghood regardless of life and death. After completing the vows with 3 bows, she gestured for Aiding to follow suit. Aiding, feeling helpless, imitated her, completing the ritual with reluctance. Yet seeing Chunyu's excitement, he couldn't help but feign a similarly jubilant expression. With the oath completed, Chunyu and Aiding became sworn siblings, with Chunyu referring to Aiding as brother, while Aiding, in accordance with custom, addressed her as sister. Seeing Aiding's awkward attempt to call her, Chunyu beamed with delight. Sister Yu. Chunyu was overjoyed, readily accepting the title, searching for a suitable gift to present to Aiding as a token of their new bond. She found nothing appropriate. Deciding instead, she puckered her lips and bestowed upon Aiding a fiery kiss on his cheek, embracing him wholeheartedly, allowing him to bask in the warmth of their newfound sibling affection. As night fell, with the campfire warding off any lurking beasts, the two enjoyed a rare night, sleeping on the ground. Chunyu cuddled with Da Huang, covered with a soft blanket, experiencing her first comfortable sleep since fleeing. Thus slumbering deeply and sweetly, as the younger brother. Aiding lay close to Da. Aiding's emotions were complex as he gazed at the starry sky, unable to fathom how he had initially set out to earn 8 taels of gold. Following the beautiful Mistress Chunyu on her escape, he had transitioned from a guide to a laborer, then advanced to the role of head guard, and now to that of steward, ultimately becoming a sworn sibling. Henceforth, he would be the male head of the medical god manor, entitled to half of its wealth. Although this was not the outcome he had most desired, it was a fortunate turn of events he had never dared to dream of. From that moment on, he would no longer be a mere hunter in the Black Forest, but rather a person of status and significance, the male head of the medical god manor. Just the thought sent waves of exhilaration coursing through Aiding. Most importantly, he would no longer be alone and solitary. He had gained a capable sister to rely on, bringing a profound sense of warmth. Now, the pressing task was to reach the Central Plains, escaping the clutches of the great demon kingdom to rebuild the medical god manor. Yet could he, with his naivety and ignorance, truly shoulder the responsibility of restoring the manor? Aiding his contemplation, Aiding found himself ensnared in a web of confusion, ultimately succumbing to a restless slumber. Upon the dawn of the following day, Chunyu arose and promptly attended to the condition of the horses. After a night of rest, the steeds had purged themselves of toxins, rejuvenating to their former splendid selves. They grazed beneath the trees, their coats gleaming and their postures regal, a sight that filled Chunyu with delight as she tenderly caressed their sleek bodies. Chunyu unfastened the reins, personally leading the horse to the water's edge for a drink, then sought a lush patch of grass where the horse could feast to its heart's content. Once satiated, Chunyu guided the horse back joyfully, calling out to Aiding from a distance. Little AI, from this day forth, Xiaohua shall be our horse. Our family has gained a new member. Aiding observed the horse's mane fluttering in the breeze. Its gray-white coat as smooth as silk, adorned with charcoal spots, the name Xiaohua indeed befitting its characteristics, but he noticed Da Huang happily trotting alongside, clearly having formed a bond with the horse during their morning together. Chunyu, possessing some knowledge of equestrian skills, instructed Aiding to fasten the saddle and stirrups onto Xiaohua, ensuring the saddlebag was secured tightly on either side. With a graceful leap, Chunyu mounted the horse, allowing Aiding to hand Da Huang to her embrace, and finally directing Aiding to mount behind her. Thus the trio set forth on Xiao Hua.it was Aiding's inaugural experience upon a horse. Clumsily, he ascended on his Xiaohua, nervously wrapping his arms around Chunyu's waist. Giddy up! At Chunyu's command, Xiaohua sprang into a lively gallop, the trees around them blurring as they sped past, an indescribable sensation enveloping Aiding. He clung tightly to Chunyu, feeling the power and rhythm of the galloping steed. Each stride quickened his heartbeat and set his blood aflame, in an instant. He felt as though he had merged with the very speed of the wind. Racing alongside the horse by the picturesque shores of Tianshui Lake, Chunyu, brimming with excitement, urged Xiao Hua to hasten, and the horse flew forth with the grace of an arrow loosed from a bow. Thrilling Aiding to the core. Before long, they had traversed dozens of miles. They now stood at the edge of the Black Forest with the vast, desolate expanse of the wilderness stretching hundreds of miles to the west. Aiding and Chunyu paused at this geographical junction, taking in the unique scenery where the desert and forest intermingled, yet remained distinctly separate. To the west lay an endless stretch of barren wasteland, dominated by sand dunes. The undulating dunes resembled waves rolling across the earth, while patches of salt flats and exposed rocks added to the desolation, evoking a stark, lifeless atmosphere. Behind them, the Black Forest flourished with verdant trees encircling Tianshui Lake, the air fragrant with the scent of foliage and wild ducks occasionally soaring overhead, a vibrant tableau of life. Rain Sister, I have ventured to this farthest point. Beyond here, I have never been. This time, I have truly departed from my homeland. Aiding remarked, glancing back at the Black Forest, a sense of nostalgia creeping in. Indeed, you are leaving the Black Forest, and I am departing from the medicinal deity's manor. We are both estranged from our roots now. Chunyu felt a twinge of melancholy but quickly rallied her spirits, exclaiming, "Fear not. Though we have left our homeland, we have escaped the clutches of the dark demon kingdom. From henceforth, the sea is wide for fish to leap, and the sky is high for birds to soar. Once we reach the Central Plains, let us establish ourselves anew at the medicinal deity's manor, and we shall strive to achieve glory to honor our ancestors." Indeed, Aiding nodded in agreement. Rain Sister, I am uncertain of the path ahead. You shall have to decide how we proceed. No problem. I am well acquainted with the geography of the continent. The approximate route shall pose no challenge for me. Chunyu replied with a melodic laugh, confidently patting her chest that we have already traversed the Black Forest. If we continue south along the edge of the forest and the desert, we shall cross the Karichu after approximately 1,000 miles. Once we enter the Central Plains, we will be free from the influence of the Dark Demon Kingdom, no longer fearing the witch's pursuit. With that, Chunyu urged Xiao Hua southward, aiming for the distant Central Plains. After traveling a short distance, a great river obstructed their path, compelling them to dismount and assess the situation. Before them surged a mighty river flowing from west to east, its waters tumultuous, sending forth foaming white crests that crashed against the boulders with a deafening roar. The river spanned several meters in width, yet its banks were steep and rugged, forming an insurmountable barrier. What river is this? There is no indication on the general geography map. Chunyu, who fancied herself knowledgeable about the continent's geography, gazed blankly at the river, perplexed by its sudden appearance. That I believe this must be the Tianshui River. I have heard the old hunter speak of it. Aiding recalled tales from the old hunter about the area west of Tianshui Lake and eagerly shared the river's origins. According to the master, the Tianshui River springs from the Tianshan Mountains, its swift waters flowing into Tianshui Lake, which is how the lake got its name. That I have never been to this region before. And seeing the Tianshui River now, it matches exactly what the master described it. Oh, the Tianshui River, Chunyu nodded, turning to Aiding with curiosity. Did the old hunter mention how to cross the Tianshui River? He did not. Perhaps he, like us, reached this point and did not proceed further. Then what shall we do? If we cannot cross the Tianshui River, must we turn back? Chunyu frowned, casting a disheartened look at the rushing waters. Turning back is not an option. Aside from the arduous journey of thousands of miles to reroute, the little which is still waiting for us in the Black Forest, that we absolutely cannot retreat. Aiding quickly countered, pondering a solution. Perhaps we should head upstream along the Tianshui River, seeking a shallower area to cross, rather than risking a return to the trap. That shall have to suffice, Chunyu agreed. And the two remounted their horses, riding upstream along the Tianshui River. As they traveled further, they ventured deeper into the heart of the arid wilderness. The terrain of the desert was uneven, with dunes and rocks scattered about. The towering dunes rose and sprawled, varying in shape, resembling the waves of the earth, while in other areas, exposed rocks formed peculiar landscapes due to erosion. This land was characterized by its vast emptiness and aridity, an atmosphere of desolation prevailing. Only along the banks of the Tianshui River was there a narrow green path, dotted with low shrubs and grass, Fortunately, they had eliminated the little witch's minions within the Black Forest. Otherwise, if she had pursued them into the arid wilderness, they would have found no refuge, inevitably falling into her grasp. Aiding surveyed the endless expanse of the barren wilderness, repeatedly expressing gratitude that Bayanlo had not tracked them here. Otherwise, with the rapid mobility of the demon cavalry, capturing the two would have been a trivial task. Chunyu shared his sentiment, acknowledging that in such an open space, there was no place to hide. And facing hundreds of soldiers under Bayanluo's command would indeed make escape nearly impossible. Little AI, I shall now teach you. You must start practicing equestrian skills immediately that I end times of urgency. Riding swiftly is essential. Practice now? Am I capable? Aiding asked, a flicker of anxiety in his voice. Yes, we have time. We can practice while we travel, accomplishing both tasks simultaneously. Chunyu replied, dismounting to offer her position to Aiding, who would now sit at the forefront while she positioned herself behind him, guiding him through the essentials of riding. Chunyu first instructed Aiding on proper riding posture, to maintain an upright and relaxed position while seated in the saddle, then to grasp the reins firmly. Pulling left to turn left and right to turn right, tightening both reins simultaneously to halt. Aiding, quick-witted and agile, soon mastered the basics, independently urging Xiao Hua into a gallop. Had I known riding was this simple, I would have stolen 2 warhorses while fleeing from the demon army, sparing myself the arduous escape through the Black Forest. Now adept at riding, Aiding immediately regretted not taking a horse during his flight from the demon encampment. The forest's dense branches were unsuitable for horseback travel. Even if you had stolen a warhorse, we would not have been able to utilize it. But now, in the arid wilderness, having a horse is indispensable. Otherwise, if the demon army discovers us, we'd be left defenseless. Chunyu explained with a playful laugh that on the continent, the Shiliang Iron Cavalry is renowned for its exceptional horses, as Shiliang produces the finest steeds. Xiaohua is a purebred Shiliang horse, effortlessly carrying both of us into Huang. Typically, such fine horses serve as military mounts, and ordinary citizens are forbidden from using them. The horses at the medicinal deity's manor are of much lower quality. My mount would perish after running 300 or 400 miles. Merely thinking about it pains my heart. Given the circumstances, we have no choice. There is no need for you to be overly saddened. Rain sister, Aiding consoled her. From now on, we must treat Xiao Hua with utmost care, ensuring it never becomes fatigued, hungry, or thirsty. Agreed. Little Hua is also our kin, and I shall treat her with great care. Chunyu, nodding in agreement, has since shown extraordinary affection for little Hua. After running for dozens of miles, they must take a moment's respite and seek out the freshest, juiciest grass to feed her, fearing that little Hua might suffer even the slightest distress. As they venture further west, the weather diverges starkly from that of the Black Forest. The Gobi Desert is scorching by day and bitterly cold by night, night, when they settle down to sleep. Aiding lights a campfire, and the two huddle close to it for warmth, allowing them to rest comfortably. After another day's journey, the terrain of the Gobi Desert begins to transform. The sand dunes diminish, and barren rocky plains become prevalent, where large stones have been eroded into various wind-sculpted shapes, such as wind-eroded mushrooms and pillars. Aiding and Chunyu gaze in awe, marveling at the extraordinary sights that one could scarcely imagine without experiencing them firsthand. As they continue for another day, early the next morning, as they mount their horses, Aiding suddenly spots a silver edge appearing on the distant horizon, dazzling in the light of the rising sun. What could that be? Aiding exclaims in astonishment. Chunyu looks up, equally puzzled, deep in thought that be why their calculations. It should be the Tian Shan Mountains, indeed the divine realm of the Creator God. The brilliance is so striking that it must be a celestial paradise. A realm of ethereal beauty, that a celestial paradise. They must hasten to draw nearer and behold it. This life would not be in vain. Aiding, fueled by curiosity, urges little Hua to gallop swiftly westward. The sacred mountain is a forbidden realm. Mortals must not approach the domain of the Creator God, lest they incur severe divine retribution. Chunyu quickly cautions Aiding. Yes, the sacred mountain is indeed a forbidden realm for mortals. We must not draw near. Aiding acknowledges, realizing the gravity of the situation. Yet, gazing at the surging Tian Shui River, he expresses his helplessness. Sister Yu, we must head upstream to seek shallower waters to cross the river. We can only approach the Tian Shan Mountains this way. This is a necessity, dictated by circumstances, and I trust the Creator God will not hold it against us. Chunyu gazes at the river, momentarily lost in thought that we must proceed westward. After crossing the Tian Shui River, we will advance toward the Central Plains. Chunyu consents to Aiding's plan, clasping her hands together to offer a prayer to the west. Omniscient and omnipotent Creator God, I, Chunyu, along with my brother Aiding, have no intention of trespassing upon the sacred mountain's forbidden realm. We simply seek to cross the Tian Shui River and must draw near to the Tianshan Mountains to find a crossing point that we hope the Father God will understand our actions. In the future, we shall offer a grand tribute of 3 sacrificial gifts in gratitude to the Father God. Once her prayer concludes, Chunyu feels a sense of relief, and together with Little Hua, they proceed westward as the afternoon approaches. They gradually draw closer to the Tianshan Mountains, and the sights become increasingly vivid. The Tianshan Mountains truly live up to their name as the Sacred Mountain. Stretching thousands of miles from the north to the southwest, majestic and breathtaking, with peaks soaring high into the clouds from a distance, the silver edge glistens, a testament to the ancient, unmelted ice and snow that blankets the mountains. Resembling a silver dragon winding gracefully across the western continent. Beneath the sunlight, the blue sky and wispy clouds appear as delicate veils, like soft scarves draped around the neck of the Tianshan, adding a touch of gentleness while retaining an air of infinite mystery. Such splendid landscapes leave Aiding and Chunyu dumbfounded, repeatedly exclaiming in admiration, "What an extraordinary sight this is, were it not for their close approach." They could scarcely believe that the sacred mountain's forbidden realm could possess such magnificence. The mountain peak is adorned with a pristine blanket of snow, which gradually gives way to a distinct snow line at the midsection, where the ice and snow wane almost completely. Below the snow line lies an expansive grassland and forest, extending all the way to the foot of the mountain. At the base, the rugged meadows are dotted with vibrant patches of green grass, interspersed with a riot of colorful wildflowers. This is not quite what they had envisioned. Without palatial towers of jade, how could this be deemed a celestial paradise? Could this not be the dwelling place of the Creator God? Aiding, observing the stunning natural beauty devoid of any signs of habitation, cannot help but voice his doubts. Chunyu, gazing upon the towering mountain range, feels a sense of insignificance wash over her, her heart racing with unease. Little Aiding, do not speak foolishly. The celestial palace where the Creator God resides cannot be perceived by mere mortal eyes. Only the Creator God could possess such extraordinary and beautiful scenery as this majestic Tianshan. We must quickly dismount and pray to the Father God, seeking his forgiveness. Otherwise, we risk incurring divine wrath by drawing so close to the Tianshan. With that, Chunyu firmly pulls Aiding down from his horse, prompting them to kneel in the direction of the Tianshan to pray once more, beseeching the Creator God's understanding. The Tianshui River here branches into countless small tributaries, the water shallow enough to traverse easily. Together, they and Little Hua cross the Tianshui River and begin their journey southward along the foot of the Tianshan. Sister Yu, what exactly is the Creator God? Why does he claim the Tianshan as his own and prohibit us mortals from approaching? Aiding inquires, his curiosity piqued as he guides Little Hua along. Chapter 47. The Sacred Mountain's Forbidden Realm. Mortals must not approach. What does it mean to claim? The entire divine land was created by the Creator God. All things in the world, including every mountain and river, belong to the Father God. We mere mortals are fortunate to dwell upon the divine land, granted by the Father God's grace. Chunyu admonishes Aiding for his choice of words, scolding him lightly before elaborating on the legend of the Creator God and the widely known legend across the continent. The divine land was once a wild and inhospitable place, rife with miasma and prowled by ferocious beasts, devoid of the existence of humanity or any of the current world's wonders. The Creator God descended from the heavens, possessing boundless knowledge and power. He led the divine emissaries to banish the beasts, expand the territory, create all things in the world, and sow the seeds of humanity, thus giving rise to the divine land we inhabit today. For over 2,000 years, humanity has thrived and migrated, gradually shaping the present landscape of the continent. That is for the notion that the Tianshan is a sacred mountain, a forbidden realm for mortals. Chunyu is not entirely sure of its origins. since humanity's emergence in the Central Plains. Centered around that region and expanding outward, this idea has slowly circulated. The Tian Shan mountain range and the Hengduan Mountains are the creator god's reserved dwelling places, deemed a forbidden realm that forbids mortals from trespassing. Those who do so face severe divine retribution. Hengduan Mountains? Aiding interjects in surprise, interrupting Chunyu's explanation. I only knew that the Tian Shan was a sacred mountain. How does the Hengduan Mountains come into play? Indeed, the Hengduan Mountains, Chunyu confirms with a nod.to understand the Hengduan Mountains and the Tian Shan Mountains. One must delve into the geography of the continent. She then explains the general geographical overview of the Divine Land to aiding. The Divine Land is vast and expansive, stretching from the Tian Shan in the west to the eastern coastline, spanning 7,000 to 8,000 miles. North to south, it extends several tens of thousands of miles. Typically, the continent is divided into three major parts: the northern icy plains, the southern arid deserts, and the central region where humanity resides. When one speaks of the Divine Land, they generally refer to the region where humans live in the center. The Tian Shan Mountains serve as a barrier on the western side of the continent, akin to a wall shielding the western territories. The Tian Shan range generally runs from the north to the southwest and stretches nearly 10,000 miles before abruptly veering eastward, effectively bisecting the Divine Land into a larger and smaller section. This sudden turn of the Tian Shan mountain range is called the Hengduan Mountains, which, along with the Tian Shan range, form a singular geological entity comprising two parts. The southern part of the Hengduan Mountains is known as the Southern Land, a region developed relatively late by humans, currently inhabited by only one martial nation and several barbarian tribes. The northern side of the Hengduan Mountains encompasses most of the Divine Land and hosts the densest population, collectively referred to as the continental region. This region is further divided into three areas based on two major rivers. The area north of the Great River is called the North, which is now unified under the Great Demon Nation. The region where Chunyu and Aiding reside, Xiliang, falls within this northern territory. The area south of the Yangtze River and north of the Great River is known as the Central Plains, the birthplace of humanity and the earliest developed region. The Central Plains are currently dominated by 6 national powers: Chu, Zhao, Qi, Dashi, Hongri, and Wuyue, collectively known as the 6 nations of the Central Plains. The area south of the Yangtze River, extending to the Hengduan Mountains, is referred to as Jiangnan. Historically, Jiangnan was regarded as a land of barbarians, constrained by geographical conditions from developing powerful national governance. It only possesses loosely organized alliances in the east and several city federations in the Western Highlands. Oh, so the Divine Land we inhabit is so vast. Aiding, for the first time in his life, learns the intricate details of the land he calls home and cannot help but exclaim, "Sister Yu, which country shall we head to in the Central Plains? Where is the legendary hero Yin Zhaoran of Changshan? Changshan is located in the Zhao Nation that we shall head southward, and after crossing the Kariri River, we will reach Zhao territory, not far from Changshan. As they continue their journey, Chunyu imparts knowledge of the continent's geography to Aiding, and during their nightly rest, she teaches him to read maps. Aiding, bright and curious, is eager to learn, and in just a few days he gains a fundamental understanding of the geography of the Divine Land. He marvels at the grandeur and diversity of the continent, with its varied landscapes and distinct customs, igniting a longing within him. Should the opportunity arise in the future, he vows to explore various regions and witness the beauty and customs of each, ensuring that his life will not be in vain. On this day, as they walk along, suddenly, they hear the sound of arrows whistling through the air, that a multitude of wild rabbits dashed towards them. As they stood in astonishment, even more rabbits, along with foxes, roe deer, and other creatures, raced in from the south, hurrying northward or directly into the Tian Shan Mountains. Before long, hundreds of animals streamed in from the south, including formidable beasts such as yellow wolves and leopards. These creatures paid no heed to Aiding and Chunyu, their sole focus on hastening northward. Initially, Chunyu found the spectacle intriguing and even paused her horse to admire the migration of animals. However, as she observed an increasing number of creatures fleeing in panic from the south towards the north or the mountains, a sense of confusion washed over her, prompting her to urgently inquire of Aiding. Xiao Ai, why are the animals behaving in such a manner? Could it be that a disaster has befallen the south? Aiding's expression grew grave. a foreboding feeling stirring within him as he replied solemnly, "I cannot ascertain whether a disaster has occurred, but there must certainly be a reason for such a multitude of animals to flee in unison. I have an unsettling premonition. Could it be that the demon army is pursuing us? The demon army? How could that be possible? The little demoness was defeated in the Black Forest and will not catch up in the short term. Moreover, the direction is wrong. It cannot possibly be the demon army." Chunyu expressed her disbelief, her gaze drifting towards the horizon in uncertainty. That moment, they traversed the vast grassland, the surroundings offering no cover, allowing them a clear view of the distant scene, which bore no sign of the demon army. Yet in this open expanse, the two of them, along with a horse and a dog, felt utterly exposed. With nowhere to hide, that if the demon army were truly in pursuit, they would undoubtedly be spotted at once. Despite the little demoness defeat, the power of the great demon kingdom remained formidable, besides Bianluo. Who else of note resided in the Xiliang region? Aiding pondered, his brow furrowed in concern. Tu Qinli, the Duke of Xiliang. Tu Qinli. If Bianluo were to falter, it is most likely he would seek assistance from Duke Tu Qinli. Chunyu suggested after a brief contemplation. The evil tiger Qinli. Aiding exclaimed in horror, his complexion paling. Indeed, it is the evil tiger Qinli, that if he intervenes, it is highly probable that he will dispatch the fearsome wolf cavalry to confront us. Our situation is dire. Chunyu nodded in agreement, her expression clouded with worry. The Duke of Xiliang, Tu Qinli, was undoubtedly one of the most notorious figures in the region. His infamous name resonated widely, even to the extent that country children would cease their wailing at the mere mention of the evil tiger. Aiding small village lay at the far western edge of Xiliang. Yet even there, the dread of evil tiger Qinli was well known. This spoke volumes of the fearsome reputation he held across the land. Chapter 48. The evil tiger Qinli and the wolf cavalry. The name of the great demon kingdom echoed resoundingly throughout Xiliang, primarily due to the bloodthirsty reputation of Tu Qinli. 13 years prior. It was Tu Qinli, the general of the demon kingdom, who led the army in the conquest of Xiliang. That it was said that the war was a gruesome spectacle, with bloodshed and corpses strewn across the land. A scene of unspeakable horror. Upon invading Xiliang, Tu Qinli issued an ultimatum: surrender or perish. He not only spoke such words but also acted upon them, from Helan Mountain to the city of Xiliang. The demon army demonstrated Tu Qinli's unwavering resolve through blood and fire. Resistance would inevitably lead to the slaughter of entire cities. In an instant, the once thriving eastern regions of Xiliang turned into rivers of blood and fields of bones. Becoming a living hell, the massacre terrified the rulers of Xiliang, and on the day the demon army reached the city, the sovereign, along with all civil and military officials, surrendered at the gates. Even so, Tu Qinli continued his bloody spree within Xiliang city for 3 days, executing all original rulers, including the sovereign. Within those 3 days, the city was piled high with corpses, the ground soaked in blood. A scene of carnage forever etched in the minds of the Xiliang populace. From that day forth, Tu Qinli earned the notorious moniker of the evil tiger Qinli, instilling fear throughout Xiliang. That he was subsequently granted the title of Duke of Xiliang due to his military exploits, establishing his dominion over the region. To this day, it was rumored that the elite force under Tu Qinli's command was none other than the Wolf Cavalry, a cavalry that could stand toe-to-toe with the renowned Iron Cavalry of Xiliang. Should Bianluo seek aid from Tu Qinli, and should Tu Qinli dispatch the Wolf Cavalry to deal with Aiding and Chunyu, the mere thought sent shivers down their spines. That if Tu Qinli were to send the Wolf Cavalry after us, where could we possibly escape? Aiding recalled the feeling of being surrounded by hundreds of cavalry in the Tiger Horn Nest area, anxiety gripping him as he turned to scan the surroundings. Chunyu mirrored this action, and the two exchanged fearful glances, both sensing the dread reflected in each other's eyes. That moment, standing on the grassland at the foot of the Tianshan Mountains, their only potential refuge lay in the mountains themselves. If the wolf cavalry truly pursued them, their only escape would be towards Tianshan. No, absolutely not. Chunyu interjected urgently, not allowing Aiding to finish his thought. The Tianshan is a sacred mountain, a forbidden ground for mortals. We cannot flee there. Otherwise, we would defy the will of the Creator God and surely face severe divine retribution. Aiding fell silent, inwardly dismissive of her fears. Raised in the countryside, he possessed little knowledge of the creator god's lore and did not share Chunyu's superstitious dread of the sacred mountain. Let us hope we are merely overthinking this and that the demon army has not pursued us. Perhaps these animals are fleeing for another reason, Aiding suggested, attempting to divert the topic and comfort Chunyu. Neither he nor Chunyu could definitively ascertain the cause of the animal migration, and both were filled with trepidation as they continued their journey for several more miles. Suddenly, a horn sounded at the distant edge of the sprawling grassland to the south. A massive cloud of dust erupted. Countless cavalry appeared abruptly, sweeping in like a swirling storm of gray and yellow. The sound of thunderous hooves echoed, shaking the ground, causing the entire grassland to tremble. The demon army, Chunyu cried out in alarm, desperately tugging at Aiding's collar to signal for haste. Quick, quick, Xiao Ai! We must turn and flee. Aiding, equally stricken with fear, watched as the cavalry surged forward like a tumultuous wave. The sunlight glinted off their armor, casting a chilling glare, while the spears and swords reflected blinding light, resembling thousands of lightning bolts aimed directly at them. The cries of battle and the neighing of war horses reverberated throughout the land, casting an ominous shadow over all. Aiding urgently turned his horse around, spurring it to flee back the way they had come. The demon cavalry surged like a torrential flood, relentless in their pursuit, drawing ever closer as their faces became discernible. The bloodthirsty riders, akin to vengeful spirits from the depths of hell, relentlessly chased after them. Their armor was distinctive. In addition to steel plating, they donned capes made from the pelts of yellow wolves. The wolf heads served as grotesque helmets, their gaping mouths revealing fangs, resembling a pack of ferocious yellow wolves that sent chills down the spine. This was the signature attire of the notorious wolf cavalry of Shiliang. The wolf cavalry, Chunyu exclaimed in terror, her spirit nearly fleeing her body at the realization that their worst fears had materialized. Xiao Ai, run! It truly is the wolf cavalry. It is the evil tiger Qinli's wolf cavalry. There must be thousands of them. Aiding, filled with dread, urged his horse to gallop faster, drawing a short dagger to use as a whip, driving the horse to its limits. After running for over 10 miles, they had not managed to shake off the wolf cavalry. In fact, they drew nearer, their shouts echoing in the air. Capture the healer! Capture the healer! A reward of 1,000 taels and a promotion of 3 ranks. The wolf cavalry closed in, their shouts mingling with the thunder of hooves and the clash of weapons, creating a cacophony that felt like a death knell. Relentlessly pursuing the two, Aiding felt the horse reaching its limit. He made a decisive turn towards the Tianshan Mountains, desperate for salvation. The pursuing wolf cavalry did not relent, swiftly adjusting their course to encircle them. Chunyu gasped in horror. This is Tianshan, the sacred mountain. We cannot enter. Otherwise, we will face divine retribution. Aiding, undeterred, replied without looking back, there is no time for such concerns. If we do not enter Tianshan, we will lose our lives. Chunyu glanced back at the encroaching wolf cavalry, letting out a resigned sigh, and tightened her grip on Aiding, allowing him to lead the way. After running for another 10 or so miles, the terrain began to rise, leading them over highland pastures and into a forested area. Aiding, familiar with the forest, urged the horse to find narrow paths, gradually creating some distance from their pursuers. Emerging from the forest, towering peaks loomed ahead, their summits capped with glistening snow, radiating a cold, blue light. Aiding glanced back to see countless wolf cavalry closing in from 2 to 3 miles away, their momentum formidable, startling the birds and beasts within the forest into flight. Aiding, left with no choice, continued to guide the horse into a mountain hollow. After running for dozens of miles, even the well-bred horse, Xiao Hua, could not withstand the strain. As the slope steepened, its pace slowed considerably. Eventually, Xiao Hua collapsed, foam spilling from its mouth, throwing the 3 of them to the ground. Xiao Hua! The spring rain cried out in sorrow. Aidingston, unable to ascertain the condition of Xiao Hua, hurriedly pulled Chunyu and dashed towards the right slope of the mountain. The incline became increasingly steep, and when they looked up, towering snow-capped peaks pierced the clouds, laden with thick ice and snow accumulated over eons. Both were panting heavily, their pace gradually slowing until they resorted to scrambling upward on hands and feet. As dusk approached, the setting sun illuminated the mountainside, casting a vivid image of 2 figures and a dog, frantically fleeing, Against the backdrop of the golden light, the wolf riders, having pursued them to the steep slope, dismounted and began their chase. Among them, a particularly skilled warrior showcased his agility, swiftly closing the distance to a mere 100 meters from the two. Chapter 49. Divine Retribution. Ancestor. Run quickly. I will cover you. Adington shouted to Chunyu and to Huang as he turned, knocking an arrow, and aimed at the closest wolf rider, unleashing a powerful shot. The arrow flew true, striking a warrior squarely in the face, causing him to fall backward with a scream. Adington loosed several more arrows, each hitting its mark, momentarily stifling the ferocious advance of the wolf riders. An archer, a skilled marksman. Everyone be cautious, the wolf riders cried out, their voices echoing in the valley. Many sought cover, halting their pursuit. Adington, perched behind a large rock, kept a watchful eye on the wolf riders below, ready to shoot anyone who ventured too close, seizing the opportunity. Chunyu led to Huang to sprint upward, edging closer to the snow line. As their commander arrived, he directed his troops to disperse and encircle Adington, while he himself charged forward, relying on his formidable skills. Adington turned and fled upward, quickly catching up to Chunyu. They were now at the edge of the snow line, where the ice and snow above presented a breathtaking sight. Above the snow line, snow fell perpetually, never melting, transforming into glaciers that undulated with the mountain's contours, resembling a heavy blanket of ice draped over the Tian Shan range. Bathed in the setting sun, the entire mountain seemed to shimmer with a golden hue. The glacier surface was marred with deep cracks and crevices of varying shapes. In the sunlight, the fissures glimmered with a pure blue-white hue, radiating a chilling yet enchanting glow. Adington and Chunyu gazed in awe, attempting to climb, but the ice was impossibly smooth, rendering ascent futile. As Chunyu observed the approaching wolf riders, tears welled in her eyes. Xiao Ai, this time, we are truly doomed. There is no way out. The demonic army, witnessing the scene, cheered with renewed vigor, closing the gap swiftly. Their leader bellowed, "Men, the Lord of Slaughter has commanded the capture of the healer Chunyu, with a reward of 1,000 taels of silver and a promotion of 3 ranks. Kill the fleeing Adington and receive 100 taels and a promotion of 1 rank." The demonic army roared in response, their voices reverberating through the valley, shaking the mountainsides and causing the ice and snow above to crack and fall. Adington pulled Chunyu aside to dodge the falling debris. Scanning the area, he suddenly spotted a dark cave nestled among some large rocks and quickly signaled to Chunyu. "Ancestor, let us seek refuge there." De Huang rushed to the cave's mouth, peering inside before bounding in, then turned back to bark twice, indicating it was safe to hide. Chunyu's spirits lifted, and she hurried toward the cave. Adington glanced back, noting the wolf rider's commander had closed the distance to only 30 or 40 meters. Cursing under his breath, he turned and shouted, "Meteor chase!" before loosing a double shot at the commander. The arrows flew with unmatched ferocity, aimed directly at the demon commander's chest. Unfazed, the commander deftly deflected them with a flick of his spear, narrowly avoiding a hit. The surrounding demons erupted in cheers. The demon commander steadied himself, raising his spear to aim at Adington, channeling all his might before launching it with a fierce cry. The spear shot forth like a serpent, covering the distance in an instant, aimed straight at Adington's heart. Adington's heart sank, realizing he faced a master among the demon ranks. Far beyond his capabilities as the spear approached, he had no choice but to mimic the commander's actions, raising his bow in a futile attempt to block the deadly projectile. With a resounding crash, the bow shattered upon impact, failing to mitigate the spear's force, which pierced Adington's chest, protruding from both sides. The impact propelled him backward, crashing to the ground. Thousands of demons erupted in jubilant cheers, rallying behind their commander. The cacophony reverberated through the valley, shaking the very earth beneath. Chunyu, witnessing Adington's demise from the cave entrance, was consumed by grief, a surge of strength coursing through her as she rushed to his side, desperately trying to pull him. Amidst the surrounding mountains trembling, the ice and snow atop the peaks seemed to ripple, fracturing and billowing forth clouds of white smoke, accompanied by a deafening roar that shook the heavens and earth. Converging toward the valley, thousands of demons, bewildered and alarmed, halted in their tracks, stunned by the unfolding events. It appeared as if the glacier above was collapsing, flowing downwards with unstoppable force. reminiscent of a stampede. Akin to ocean waves crashing against the shore, transcending all descriptions to as if the ancient ice and snow of the Tian Shan had suddenly awakened, alive with fury, it descended upon the intruding demons, intent on exacting retribution. The demon commander stood frozen in shock, finally realizing the gravity of their transgression. The gods have sent us to invade the sacred mountain, provoking the creator god's wrath. We shall be punished. The commander immediately knelt, pleading for forgiveness from the creator god. The thousands of demons, bewildered, followed suit, kneeling in remorse for their sins. The once silent Tianshan roared to life, unleashing an avalanche of ice and snow. The entire valley echoed with a thunderous roar, reverberating like the sound of thunder, shaking the souls of all present. That Chunyu's thoughts were entirely consumed by Adington, oblivious to the deafening clamor above or the falling shards of ice and snow. As she desperately pulled him into the cave, outside, an avalanche of ice and snow cascaded down like a colossal beast, an unstoppable force sweeping over the demon commander, engulfing thousands of wolf riders, and ultimately flooding the valley, burying countless warhorses beneath the frozen deluge. Such a cataclysm, a testament to humanity's frailty, could only be orchestrated by the creator god's magnificent power. Could this truly be divine retribution? Just as Chunyu pulled Adington into the cave, she felt the earth tremble violently, as if 1,000 troops thundered above, accompanied by a cacophony of booming thunder, the cave itself seeming on the brink of collapse. Chunyu's face turned pale, trembling as she gazed at the ceaseless cascade of ice and snow outside, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Holding tightly to De Huang and Adington, time seemed to stretch infinitely before the thunderous roars outside gradually subsided. Chunyu approached the cave entrance to assess the situation. To her astonishment, the once familiar valley had vanished entirely, replaced by a towering mound of ice and snow, with nothing but frozen terrain in sight. The wolf riders had disappeared without a trace. Chunyu stood in stunned silence, sensing that the divine retribution had indeed occurred. Who but the creator god could wield such earth-shattering power? Chapter 50. Besieged by ice and snow in a state of both shock and trepidation, Chunyu hurried into the cave, her heart heavy with concern for Ading's injuries. Upon entering, she found Ading grievously wounded, a steel spear embedded in his body, his breath shallow, and his complexion ashen, teetering on the brink of death. In a flurry of urgency, Chunyu unfastened her pouch and extracted a life-sustaining elixir, chewing it into a pulp before transferring it mouth-to-mouth into Ading's mouth. The medicinal essence gradually flowed into him, swiftly coursing through his meridians, causing his weak breaths to stabilize and a hint of color to return to his face. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Chunyu grasped the steel spear with both hands and, with a sudden force, yanked it free. Ading let out a pained scream, jolting awake, his body trembling violently as blood poured from the gaping wounds on his chest and back. Chunyu quickly produced several pills for Ading to swallow, then hastily applied healing ointment, tearing strips of cloth to bandage his wounds. After a flurry of activity, she finally managed to tend to Ading's injuries. Exhausted and terrified, she collapsed beside him, clutching De Huang, and succumbed to a deep sleep. The following morning, the surroundings lay in eerie silence, a beam of sunlight streaming into the cave, casting a warm and tranquil glow. Chunyu awakened first, noticing that Ading remained in a deep slumber, his body burning with fever. Realizing that he was at a critical juncture in his recovery, she dared not disturb him and led De Huang outside the cave. Upon emerging, Chunyu was struck dumb, gazing in disbelief at the transformed landscape before her. The once expansive valley, stretching for miles, was now filled to the brim with ice and snow, and a towering snow hill loomed at the entrance of the mountain. Enormous ice blocks lay scattered, obstructing all paths, while the once verdant grass and trees were entirely covered by the chilling white blanket. Only the rocky peaks, previously shrouded in snow, emerged like ancient sentinels. After a moment of stunned realization, Chunyu understood that the ice and snow from the surrounding mountains had cascaded into the valley, drastically altering the terrain in an instant. The thousands of wolf riders must have been buried beneath the heavy snow hill, resulting in their complete annihilation. She and Ading, along with De Huang, were fortunate to have taken refuge in the cave, thus escaping the divine wrath. The creator god truly possessed extraordinary powers, unleashing such a horrific retribution. Chunyu felt a wave of dread wash over her. Their intrusion into the sacred mountain had indeed provoked the Creator God's ire. Overwhelmed by the revelation, she promptly knelt in supplication, confessing her transgressions and beseeching the Creator for forgiveness. After a prolonged period of prayer, during which the silence of the surroundings remained unbroken, she rose, her heart laden with anxiety, as she returned to the cave that in their frantic escape, they had left behind their belongings and provisions. Now facing the grim reality of hunger and cold, trapped within the cave. What should they do next? As Chunyu sat beside Aiding, silent tears streamed down her face, sinking deeper into despair. Throughout the entire day, Chunyu remained close to Aiding, unable to fathom the conditions outside. Another day passed, and Aiding finally overcame his fever and the toll of his injuries, awakening to Chunyu's urgent calls that he gazed at her tear-streaked face, weakly asking, "Sister Yu, have we died? Is this hell? As long as I am with you, even hell is bearable." That Chunyu's heart swelled with a mixture of sorrow and joy, her voice choked with emotion as she caressed his large face. Weeping softly, "Little Ai, you have not perished, and neither have I. Did I not assure you that with my healing skills, I could restore you, no matter how grave your injuries? But you frightened me by sleeping for 2 whole days." Aiding touched his chest, feeling the pain, but noting that his wounds were meticulously bandaged. Recalling the events, a shudder ran through him as he nodded slowly. "Yes, I was wounded. Did I remember a demon general throwing a steel spear at me? I couldn't block it, and it struck my chest and I thought I was doomed. But after that, everything went dark." Chunyu wiped her tears and grasped his hand gently. "You did it to protect me. How could you compete with a demon general? Thankfully, I managed to bring you back. Otherwise, if you had died, I would not have survived either." Noticing the bloodshot eyes and dirt-streaked face of Chunyu, Aiding felt a surge of gratitude for her unwavering dedication over the past few days. He raised his arm to smooth her disheveled hair, brushing away the debris. "Sister Yu, I am fine. During hunts in the forest, I often suffer scratches and bruises, sometimes even fainting, but I always recover in a day or 2. My body is as sturdy as an ox." Chunyu finally smiled through her tears, leaning closer to him. "Indeed, little Ai, your resilience is remarkable. You recovered much faster than I anticipated. You have no idea how worried I was these past 2 days." Aiding gently stroked her shoulder, suddenly recalling something important. "Sister Yu, what about the wolf riders? Are they still nearby? How did we manage to evade their pursuit?" Chunyu paused, contemplating how to convey the events outside the cave. She recounted the cataclysmic avalanche, the torrent of ice and snow that had filled the valley, burying the demon army, leaving no trace of them. This calamity must be a consequence of our trespass into the sacred mountain, incurring the wrath of the Creator God. The Creator unleashed divine retribution, burying thousands of demon soldiers beneath a 100-meter-thick layer of snow. At this point, Chunyu sighed deeply. "Little Ai, we were fortunate to be hiding in this cave when the divine retribution struck, thus escaping the icy grave. However, we have desecrated the sacred mountain and provoked the Creator's majesty. We will ultimately face divine punishment again. The next time divine retribution occurs, we will surely perish in the Tianshan Mountains." Aiding listened in astonishment, disbelief etched on his face. He had never imagined such a bizarre event could transpire, annihilating thousands of wolf riders in one fell swoop. The thought was too extraordinary to comprehend. Could it be that the Creator God truly existed? No one else could wield such terrifying power. Seeing Chunyu's anxious demeanor, Aiding grasped her hand reassuringly. "Sister Yu, it seems the Creator God is indeed real, possessing immense power. However, the fact that the Creator's wrath was directed at the demon army, while sparing us, cannot simply be attributed to luck. That I believe the Creator can distinguish between right and wrong, thus punishing the wolf riders while allowing us to escape. That if we are not punished this time, we may never be again." Chunyu remained skeptical, pondering the circumstances under which they had survived the divine wrath, as if it were a matter of fate or divine arrangement, alleviating some of her fear. "Little Ai, even if the Creator God does not punish us, our time is still limited." Sitting beside Aiding, she continued to lament. "What is the matter? What has happened?" Aiding inquired hastily that we were so focused on escaping that we didn't take any supplies or food with us. Now that we have survived, we are at our wits' end. These past 2 days, I've only consumed a bit of snow to quench my thirst, and I am on the verge of starvation. Especially at night, the cold is unbearable. Without the Huang, we would have frozen to death. Aiding nodded in understanding, surveying their surroundings. The cave was small, only 4 or 5 meters deep and about the height of a person, barely sufficient for hiding. However, without food, they could only await their fate. Finding sustenance was now the most pressing matter. Sister Yu, help me up. I want to see if the Huang has found anything to eat. Chunyu slowly assisted him to his feet. And together they stepped outside the cave, that the Huang must be hungry too. He went out to search for food early this morning, she said as they emerged. Aiding gazed at the transformed valley. He was filled with dread that he saw that all paths were blocked by ice and snow, truly trapping them near the cave, rendering any return to the world below impossible. Chapter 51. The Tianshan Snow Bear, while Aiding was consumed by worry. He suddenly spotted Da Huang, who was perched on a large rock at the edge of the cliff, gnawing on something. Sister, you look. It seems Da Huang has found something to eat. Following Aiding's indication, Chunyu rushed over in excitement to investigate. To her delight, she discovered that the large rock was covered in fresh, green lichen. It's lichen. Edible lichen. We won't starve now. Chunyu exclaimed joyfully, quickly gathering some and popping them in her mouth to chew. Delicious, just like fresh mushrooms. Da Huang, you are truly amazing. You've saved our lives. She returned with a generous handful of lichen to share with Aiding. With food now available, a smile began to emerge on her face. Aiding sat at the cave entrance, basking in the sunlight, munching on the lichen to stave off hunger while contemplating their next move. The efficacy of the life-prolonging elixir was remarkably potent, and Eyesighting's injuries had improved by nearly half. However, the imminent crisis remained unresolved. Eyesighting was still gravely wounded, devoid of his bow and arrows, and most crucially, there were no animals nearby to hunt, making the question of sustenance a persistent and pressing concern for both individuals. The area they were trapped in by the ice and snow was quite limited, with few exposed rocky cliffs and insufficient moss and lichen. The two humans and their dog could not sustain themselves for long. The urgent task was to find a way out of this predicament in the ensuing days. While Eyesighting recuperated, Chunyu scoured the vicinity, only to be met with despair as she realized that the surroundings were completely obstructed by ice and snow, leaving no possible escape route. After another 2 or 3 days, Eyesighting had regained enough strength to move, and together with Chunyu, they searched for an exit, yet their results were the same. The cave was entirely sealed off by the relentless ice and snow, offering no avenues for egress. Was it possible that divine retribution had not yet ceased? The Creator God had not buried them beneath the snow, but rather intended to confine them to perish within the cave. This form of entrapment was far more tormenting than a swift demise under the snow. As the moss and lichen within reach dwindled, Chunyu's feelings of despair and fear began to resurface. One day, while Eyesighting sat in the cave with a furrowed brow, he suddenly heard Chunyu's terrified scream and rushed out to investigate. He found Chunyu and their dog, Da Huang, frantically returning, clutching a handful of lichen while calling for help. Her face a portrait of panic, Eyesighting's gaze followed hers, and despite his extensive experience as a hunter, he felt a jolt of alarm run through him. Descending from the rocky cliffs of the mountain was a colossal creature, white as snow. The beast weighed between 3,000 to 4,000 jin, resembling a small mountain, covered in white fur, with a formidable maw and sharp fangs, black nostrils and eye sockets, and a ring of black around its mouth. Its massive paws, thick and broad, crushed the ice beneath it as it appeared to be a bear, yet far larger than the black bears of the dark forest, and its snowy white coat set it apart. Eyesighting's mind raced as he recalled tales from old hunters, suddenly remembering that north of the dark forest, on the distant ice plains, lived a species of bear known for its enormous size and white fur. Aptly named the snow bear, could this monstrous creature before him indeed be the snow bear of the icy expanse? According to the old hunter's teachings, snow bears and the black bears of the dark forest belonged to the same family. Yet the former was much more robust and ferocious, favoring the frigid climes and never venturing southward. Thus, Eyesighting had only heard of it, but had never encountered one in person. What brought this snow bear to the Tianshan Mountains? As the snow bear charged towards Chunyu, Eyesighting had no time to ponder further, and he quickly searched for a weapon. His bow and arrows were lost, and while he had left his dagger in the cave to tend his wounds, The only weapon at hand was the steel spear that had previously injured him. Grasping the spear, Eye-Sighting charged toward the snow bear. "Chunyu, get back!" he shouted, signaling her to evade while roaring ferociously, as if he were a fierce beast challenging the snow bear. Being a hunter well-versed in the behaviors of animals, Eye-Sighting employed tactics meant for confronting black bears, hoping to scare off the snow bear with sheer bravado. Enraged, the snow bear abandoned its pursuit of Chunyu and lunged toward Eye-Sighting instead, letting out a terrifying roar. This snow bear, a native of the Tianshan Mountains, was known for its ferocity and violent temperament. The cave where Eye-Sighting and Chunyu had sought refuge was originally the home of this Tianshan snow bear. Having ventured out in search of food, it returned to find its lair obstructed by ice and snow, compelling it to navigate back to its den, only to discover it occupied by humans. Enraged at the intrusion, it charged at Eye-Sighting. The snow bear stood before Eye-Sighting, its hind legs planted firmly on the ground, its massive forearms raised to the sky as it roared defiantly, its powerful paws poised to strike. Eye-Sighting, undaunted, took a couple of steps forward, concealing the spear behind him, and let out a fierce roar, continuing to provoke the beast. The snow bear bellowed in response and lunged forward with tremendous force. In an instant, the air crackled with energy as its heavy paws descended from above, casting a shadow that obscured the sun. Determined, Eye-Sighting recalled his past experiences hunting bears. He planted the spear firmly in the ground, aligning its tip with the snow bear's heart, waiting for the precise moment to leap aside as the spear would pierce its flesh. With a thunderous crash, the enormous snow bear's body slammed into the ground, the steel spear penetrating through it, half of its length protruding from the bear's back. The snow bear roared in agony, thrashing about as blood gushed from its chest, staining its pristine white fur with a vivid red, creating a pool of crimson beneath it. Unyielding, the snow bear twisted and writhed, but eventually, it succumbed, growing rigid in death. Chunyu watched in shock and awe, but soon her curiosity piqued as she wondered why Eye-Sighting, despite having leaped away, had vanished from sight. Had something gone awry? The spring rain called out a few times, met with silence. Gathering her courage, it approached the other side of the snow bear's lifeless body. Beneath the massive carcass, a head emerged, blood oozing from the mouth and nose, unconscious. It was none other than Aiding, who had just hunted the snow bear. Spring Rain was taken aback, hastily rushing forward to render aid. This was Aiding's first attempt at hunting the Tianshan snow bear, and though he had relied on his previous experience in combat, he had forgotten that the snow bear's body was 3 times larger than that of a black bear, necessitating a leap of greater distance to ensure safety. Moreover, Aiding's injuries had not yet healed, and his movements lacked the usual agility and dexterity. Thus, although he had just leaped away, his distance had not exceeded the range of the snow bear's falling body. He landed only to be crushed beneath the weight of the snow bear, silenced before he could utter a sound, pinned down by several thousand pounds. His entire skeletal structure creaked under the pressure, his internal organs suffering immense strain, blood gushing from his mouth and nose, and the wounds that had only just begun to heal were torn open once more, comparable to being pierced by a steel spear. Spring Rain was horrified at the sight and quickly administered a life-saving golden pill. Summoning all her strength, she dragged Aiding away, finally using a steel spear and a stone to leverage the snow bear's body, managing to pull Aiding out and carry him back to their cave. With Aiding's old wounds unhealed and new injuries inflicted, Spring Rain wept inconsolably as she held him close. Fortunately, the golden pill proved remarkably effective, pulling Aiding back from the brink of death. Soon after, Aiding awakened, racked with pain, and coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Spring Rain offered him a handful of medicinal pills to stabilize his condition. Ugh! Aiding groaned in agony, struggling to speak. Sister Yu, I nearly met my end this time. That snow bear is far more formidable than the black bears of the Black Forest, that I couldn't evade it. I know. I saw everything. If it weren't for you, De Huang and I would have perished in the bear's jaws. Little A, we cannot lose you. You must be strong and recover quickly, Spring Rain. Her eyes brimming with tears, tenderly caressed Aiding's broad face, her heart aching for him. Chapter 52. Crossing the Tianshan Mountains, Aiding coughed several times, spitting out a mouthful of congealed blood, and after catching his breath, he managed to smile. Injured as I am, it was worth it that we were lamenting our lack of food, and now this great foolish bear has delivered itself to us. perfectly addressing our urgent needs. He then gestured animatedly, instructing Spring Rain on how to skin the snow bear, extract the fat, and dismember the meat. The freshly butchered bear meat was buried beneath the ancient, unmelting snow outside the cave, alleviating any concerns about spoilage. Aiding carried a fire starter with him, but there were no nearby trees to ignite a flame. For days, the trio survived on raw moss and lichen. 18 night, they huddled closely beside De Huang for warmth. Now, with the snow bear's fat, Spring Rain scoured the vicinity for dry grass to mix with the fat and managed to start a fire. The flickering light warmed them considerably. Spring Rain skewered chunks of meat on the steel spear and roasted them over the flames. Soon, sizzling sounds filled the air as fat splattered, and an enticing aroma wafted through the space. After days of deprivation, the three finally indulged in delicious, cooked food, their bodies warmed from the satisfying meal, perfectly countering the night's chill. The snow bear's fur was thick and soft. Spring Rain cut it into several pieces, laying one beneath her and covering herself with another. Their humble cave was transformed into a cozy nest. With several thousand pounds of meat and hundreds of pounds of fat from a single snow bear, even if they were trapped in the cave for a time, they need not worry about their food supply. With a sense of relief, Spring Rain devoted herself to caring for Aiding's wounds. The golden pill proved to be exceptionally effective, and with additional medicinal pills, Aiding's condition began to improve significantly over the next few days. Through these trials, Spring Rain's feelings for Aiding deepened, and she remained by his side, diligently attending to him. However, their serene days were short-lived as a pressing concern soon emerged. They had no salt, and no matter how delectable the roasted bear meat was, it was bland and tasteless. Unable to stomach the bear meat any longer, Spring Rain began searching for moss and lichen again, attempting to pair them with the roasted bear meat to make it more palatable. The most pressing question loomed. What would they do next? They could not remain hidden in this cave for eternity. Although several thousand pounds of bear meat was considerable, it would eventually be consumed. Would they simply wait until their supplies ran out, leading them to the end of their lives? Aiding's injuries were healing, and he spent his days contemplating their future. One day, Aiding sat at the mouth of the cave basking in the sun. He looked up to see Spring Rain leading De Huang up the cliff in search of moss and lichen. The nearby cliffs had been stripped bare of moss and lichen, so Spring Rain and De Huang ventured higher to seek more. Aiding watched them for a while, suddenly struck by an idea. "Sister, you, come back, hurry!" Upon hearing his shout, Spring Rain, worried about Aiding's well-being, quickly led De Huang back to the cave. "What lies to the west of the Tian Shan?" Aiding asked abruptly, catching Spring Rain off guard. "The west of the Tian Shan," Spring Rain replied, somewhat perplexed that I don't know. The Universal Geography Atlas doesn't depict conditions west of the Tian Shan. However, the ancestors of the Spring Clan are related to the divine messengers serving the Father God. According to ancestral legends, the Tian Shan is a sacred mountain, a domain of the Creator Father God. There exists a paradise to the west of the Tian Shan, where the family of divine messengers resides. But where this paradise is located, no one knows, for no one has reached it in over 2,000 years. After speaking, Spring Rain glanced at Aiding, her confusion deepening. "Little A, why are you inquiring about the west of the Tian Shan? We can barely venture beyond this cave. What relevance does the west of the Tian Shan hold for us? Aunt you, I want to cross the Tian Shan." Aiding gazed resolutely at the western cliffs, his expression serious. "Cross the Tian Shan?" Spring Rain was taken aback, hastily placing her hand on Aiding's forehead to ensure he was not feverish and speaking nonsense, that we entered this valley in defiance of the sacred mountain's edicts, desecrating the majesty of the Creator Father God. Thankfully, the Father God has shown mercy, sparing our lives for now. You dare to propose crossing the Tian Shan. Are you seeking your own demise? If the Father God were to become enraged and unleash divine retribution, would we not be cast into the depths of hell? Aiding chuckled softly, unfazed, and reassured Spring Rain that it may not be as dire as you think. Previously, I did not fully believe the legends of the Creator Father God and did not ponder it much. However, after witnessing the mountains quake and the ice and snow cascading, I now feel that the Creator Father God must indeed exist. Otherwise, how could mere mortals command such immense forces of ice and snow? Moreover, considering how the Creator Father God annihilated thousands of demonic armies, yet spared you and me, it seems he must be a just and benevolent deity. Perhaps that great foolish bear was sent by the Creator Father God to prevent us from starving to death. It is possible that the Creator Father God is secretly watching over us. Thus, even if we cross the Tian Shan and disturb his peace, I doubt he would severely punish us. At most, he would scold us and send us back down the mountain. At this point, Aiding looked up at the west, furrowing his brow in deep thought. Now a question emerged. If the Creator Father God did not interfere with their crossing of the Tian Shan, what lay beyond? Could it offer them a place to settle and thrive? That was the crux of the matter. Spring Rain remained anxious, her voice wavering. Little A, are you truly intent on crossing the Tian Shan? Humanity has existed for over 2,000 years, and there has never been a record of anyone crossing it. If the Creator Father God does not intervene, we could seek the legendary paradise that is the domain of the Divine Messenger family and might permit us to live there. According to ancestral legends, the paradise is a realm of ultimate happiness, a land favored by the Creator Father God. It boasts breathtaking natural beauty and abundant resources, with fields lush with grains and vegetables, and orchards brimming with fruits. The Divine Messenger family resides amidst the clouds, surrounded by flowers, their fragrant blossoms creating an ethereal ambience. It is known as the Celestial Pavilion. They do not toil for their sustenance. Nature provides endlessly, allowing for an extraordinarily harmonious life. As she spoke, Spring Rain's eyes sparkled with boundless longing that if there were truly an opportunity to live in paradise, it would be a life worth living. Paradise. Aiding murmured the beautiful name to himself, striking his thigh with a fist, resolute in his decision. All right, for the sake of this name, paradise. It is worth our while to venture forth that it is settled then. We shall cross the Tian Shan. Chapter 53. The majestic Tian Shan Mountains. We shall truly cross the Tian Shan. As the Spring Rain paused for a moment, she turned her head to survey her surroundings, shaking her head with a bittersweet smile. Xiao Ai, it's not that I speak words of despondency. Even if the Father God truly refrains from intervening in our crossing of the Tian Shan Mountains, we, alongside De Huang, cannot escape this icy prison. You are well aware of it. Just a few days prior, we searched high and low, and there was simply no passage leading outward. How can we hope to traverse the Tian Shan? However, Aiding chuckled heartily, brimming with confidence. Indeed, we could not find a way out in the past few days. Yet, the arrival of the clumsy bear has reminded me that the cliff may indeed be our escape route. The cliff? Spring Rain questioned, bewildered, gazing at the towering cliffs to the west, her mind momentarily lost in thought. Such a high and sheer peak. How can we possibly ascend it? Aiding nodded affirmatively, explaining with assurance. Yes, it is precisely the ascent of the peak. Even the cumbersome bear has managed to climb up here from the cliff, proving that a path exists above, that we too can surely scale it. The issue, however, is that should we succeed in climbing, we would be heading westward, delving deeper into the heart of the Tian Shan. Therefore, I must first understand what lies to the west of the Tian Shan. Spring Rain began to grasp the logic, hesitating momentarily before speaking. There is some truth in that. The places where the great white bear can pass should indeed be worth exploring. After all, remaining here will lead to our demise sooner or later. We might as well venture forth and see what we find. However, Xiao Ai, since we can climb out of this icy prison, why not head east, away from the mountains? Invading the forbidden grounds of the Divine Mountains will surely bring forth divine retribution. Aiding shook his head, explaining, leaving eastward from the Tian Shan is absolutely out of the question. The wolf riders have suffered thousands of casualties, and the ferocious tigers will not rest until they have their revenge. Undoubtedly dispatching more wolf riders to seal off the Tian Shan, that if we head east, we will fall right into their clutches. That is also true, Spring Rain nodded, understanding that the threat of the wolf riders still loomed large. Departing eastward from the Tian Shan was indeed unwise, and she let out a resigned sigh. Very well. Since either path leads to death, let us follow your lead and traverse the Tian Shan in search of the divine realm of the divine family. Even if we face divine punishment, it is better than falling into the hands of the wolf riders. Seeing her consent to cross the Tian Shan, Aiding promptly began making preparations for their journey. Over the next 2 days, Aiding and Spring Rain fashioned 2 simple leather coats and hats from bear skins to protect against the fierce winds and biting cold at the mountain's summit. They stitched together bear pelts to create two bags, one large for a sleeping bag and a smaller one for carrying supplies. They also cut some of the bear skin into strips, twisting them into ropes to aid in their ascent of the cliff. Finally, Aiding sliced off dozens of pounds of bear meat and fat to pack into the bags, completing their preparations. The following morning dawned clear and bright as Aiding and Spring Rain, burdened with their packs, left the cave, leading to Huang to begin their ascent of the Tian Shan. Not far above the cave lay the snow line, where the last divine punishment had unleashed a torrent of ice and snow, revealing a vast expanse of rocky cliff that in the days prior, Spring Rain had climbed to this point to gather moss and lichen. Following the crevices of the cliff, the trio quickly scaled nearly 100 meters, reaching the steepest section, where above them loomed the towering, snow-covered peaks. Aiding set down the pack, instructing Spring Rain and Huang to wait while he took the rope and steel spear to climb ahead. Once Aiding found a secure foothold, he lowered the rope to bring up the pack, Huang and Spring Rain in succession, in this relay manner. The three gradually ascended, drawing ever closer to the summit. As they neared the peak, the ascent became increasingly arduous. The terrain was complex and treacherous, at times steep as a wall, at others riddled with ice fissures and hanging glaciers. Aiding navigated carefully, using his spear to probe for the safest climbing route. The rocks above were often obscured, and each step required utmost caution, for a misstep could lead to a fall or a plunge into soft snowdrifts. With the increase in altitude, the biting cold wind cut like a knife. Without their leather garments, the chill alone would have frozen them solid at the summit. The climb tested both their physical endurance and willpower. Each lift of a foot, each swing of an arm, required all their strength just to ascend a few meters at midday. After countless trials and challenges, the trio finally reached the pinnacle. Exhausted, Aiding and Spring Rain sat cross-legged atop the snow-covered peak, overwhelmed by an indescribable surge of emotion and exhilaration. From their vantage point at the summit, the sweeping vista opened before them, their spirits soaring with an unexplainable sense of freedom and elation. Countless mountain ranges stretched beneath them, and the rolling clouds swirled close at hand, creating the sensation of having ascended to the heavens. Spring Rain let out a jubilant cry, filled with admiration. Tio stand atop the highest peak and survey all the lesser mountains. The ancients did not deceive me. I feel as if I could soar through the skies, as though I had become a celestial being. Aiding, panting beside her, gazed at Spring Rain who, with her furry and plump figure resembling a small Tian Shan snow bear, bounced joyfully. He cautioned her, "Sister, be careful. The winds are fierce here, and you might be blown off. That if that were to happen, you'd truly be flying, but not as a celestial being. You'd likely end up as a pancake." As he spoke, Aiding turned westward, momentarily lost in thought before letting out a heavy sigh. To survey all the lesser mountains is fitting when looking back, but to gaze forward only reveals that each mountain surpasses the last. If given a choice now, I would abandon the crossing of the Tian Shan. Having admired the breathtaking view from the summit, Spring Rain also turned to gaze at the endless snow-capped peaks to the west. The mountain range sprawled wide, resembling the spine of the earth, winding through the clouds like an endless serpent, layer upon layer, stretching into infinity. Spring Rain gasped, filled with wonder. Heavens, it's a boundless expanse of snow-covered peaks, all seemingly much taller than the one beneath us. What a predicament! How long must we climb to overcome these? The joy of reaching the summit dissipated in an instant, replaced by the anxiety of the long journey ahead. Perhaps crossing the Tian Shan was a grave mistake. Looking at these endless, towering snow peaks, it seems we might never be able to traverse them in our lifetime. The vast Tian Shan may very well be our final resting place. Aiding fell silent for a long while before nodding with a heavy heart. "Sister, you may be right. Perhaps we will never escape the Tian Shan. Yet, we have no choice but to press forward. Whether we find the fabled paradise or remain forever amidst these icy summits." Spring Rain nodded, understanding the principle that there is no turning back once the arrow is loosed. Having chosen to traverse the Tian Shan, they must forge ahead undeterred by any obstacles that may arise. The trio ceased their delay and began their descent, searching for a path to climb down the mountain. The descent proved even more challenging. The terrain of the snow peak was at times as steep as a knife's edge, at others winding and treacherous, covered in ice and snow, fraught with traps and dead ends. Aiding led the way with his spear, testing the path ahead, and after assessing the conditions, he would need to return to assist Spring Rain and De Huang, adding to his burdens the T-steep sections. They could only lower themselves using the ropes. While on gentler slopes, they slid down the ice and snow, which was both swift and exhilarating. By evening, the trio had successfully navigated the first snow peak unscathed. Arriving near the snow line, the altitude gradually decreased. The temperature began to warm. Below the snow line lay a deep mountain gorge in the valley. Dense trees and tangled vines formed a vast forest, with a clear stream winding through it, the banks lush with green grass, resembling a magnificent landscape painting unfurling before their eyes. Spring Rain was overjoyed, calling out in delight. Truly, this is the divine realm of the Father God. Such extraordinary scenery exists here. Above the mountains is a world of ice and snow, while below lies a summer paradise that would be worth it to stay here forever. Aiding was equally astonished by the ever-changing beauty of the Tian Shan, surveying his surroundings with wide eyes. The mountains embraced them, shrouded in mist, the peaks above blanketed in white snow, while before them lay a scene of vibrant green, resembling a fairyland, almost too surreal to believe. Could this be the paradise? The beauty here seems to align with the legends of paradise. Yet I do not see the divine emissaries you mentioned, Sister Yu. This, Spring Rain responded hesitantly, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. The legends passed down from our ancestors say that paradise lies to the west of the Tian Shan, a land of breathtaking beauty and abundant resources. While this gorge is indeed picturesque, it is too narrow and limited in size to be the paradise, which is why we do not see the divine emissaries who serve the Father God. Oh, thus, it can be said that this place is far from a paradise. Aiding in this realization, Aiding nodded in understanding and took the lead into the woods to assess the situation. Upon entering the familiar environment, De Huang became exuberant, frolicking joyfully as he sniffed various scents. The forest was lush with verdant trees, and the ground was blanketed with a thick layer of humus, suggesting that no human foot had ever trodden here. Yet, the scene was one of vibrant life. Unknown birds flitted between the branches, singing melodiously, while bees and butterflies busily flitted among the flowers and grasses. Little squirrels scurried up and down, gathering food. Occasional paw prints on the ground indicated the presence of wild beasts. There are birds and beasts here. We need not worry about food any longer. Aiding exclaimed with delight, pointing at the tracks on the ground to introduce them to Chunyu. These are the footprints of a wild hare. And over there are the tracks of a fox. Seems this place is quite similar to the Black Forest, teeming with various birds and beasts. Chunyu responded, brimming with joy. Xiao AI, if the environment is akin to that of the Black Forest, then this truly is your domain. Quickly devise a method to hunt some game. I have grown weary of bear meat. Aiding nodded in agreement and continued to lead Chunyu and De Huang deeper into the woods. The trio soon arrived at a brook where the water flowed crystal clear, revealing a school of fish swimming merrily. Fish? There are actually fish here, Chunyu exclaimed with astonishment, gazing longingly at the plump fish in the water. Observing that the day was waning, Aiding decided to camp by the brook. He gathered dry twigs to kindle a fire. Chunyu had already caught a sizable haul of plump fish using a tranquilizer and was preparing to skewer them with willow branches for grilling. When they once again savored the delicious grilled fish prepared by Chunyu, even without salt, Aiding and De Huang feasted heartily, their voracious appetites bringing forth delightful laughter from Chunyu. After dinner, Aiding began to fashion a long wooden stick with his knife, intending to create a longbow, while Chunyu watched, embracing De Huang. Alas, that military bow was lost along the way. Otherwise, I could have hunted some wild chickens and ducks by now. Aiding lamented nostalgically as he worked on the wooden stick, reminiscing about his finest bow and arrow. Xiao AI, if we truly find the paradise and live there, you may never need your bow and arrow again. Chunyu smiled as she envisioned the idyllic life in paradise. Paradise is a land blessed by the Father God, where the seasons are warm, flowers bloom eternally, and the fields abound with an inexhaustible supply of fruits, vegetables, and grains. The members of the Divine Messenger clan never fret about food. If we reach paradise, your exceptional archery skills may very well go unused. And what, dear Yu Jie, if we truly arrive at paradise, what shall we do there? Will the Divine Messenger clan accept us? Aiding inquired with a hint of doubt. Well, Chunyu hesitated, contemplating her response. The members of the Divine Messenger clan are the servants of the Creator Father. They possess pure hearts, free from suspicion and barriers. So they should not reject us for what we might do there. I am uncertain. According to ancestral tales, the men of the Divine Messenger clan guard the palace of the Creator Father, while the women gather food and prepare various necessities for the palace. That if we arrive there, we will likely engage in similar tasks. Guarding the palace, Aiding murmured with a furrowed brow, letting out a sigh. Yujia, from what you say, it seems the men and women of the Divine Messenger clan do not dwell together, that if we reach paradise, I certainly do not wish to be separated from you. Indeed, Xiao Ai, to speak from the heart, I too do not wish to part from you. Once we reach paradise, we shall assess the situation and decide how to proceed. For now, I cannot be certain. It appears we can only take one step at a time. The pressing concern at hand is whether we can traverse the Tian Shan Mountains and discover the legendary paradise. Aiding nodded in understanding, setting aside his worries about potential separation in the future. Having crafted the long wooden stick and bound it with leather, Aiding completed a rudimentary wooden bow that he then selected a straight branch to fashion simple arrows, hardening the tips by roasting them near the fire. That a basic set of bow and arrows was thus completed. With the bow and arrows in hand, Aiding showcased his exceptional archery skills, swiftly bringing down wild chickens, ducks, and hares, significantly improving the provisions for the trio. With ample food, their worries dissipated, and for the next several days, the trio journeyed westward, continuously climbing one snow-capped peak after another. Each day, they experienced the biting cold of the snowy mountains, followed by the warmth of lush valleys. Transitioning suddenly from the icy cliffs to the verdant forests, meadows, and brookside created a surreal sense of rebirth. They endured fierce snowstorms, torrential rains, and brilliant sunshine, dealing with a capricious array of weather that brought untold hardships. Even Aiding, a man of great fortitude, found it challenging, let alone Chunyu, who was far more delicate as the days wore on. Chunyu's radiant smile became increasingly scarce. With scant food and poor sleep, she appeared much more haggard. Her once bright, watery eyes now filled with sorrow. One day, after crossing a snow-capped peak, they found themselves in a valley where mist rose from the brook, presenting a stark contrast to the lush valleys they had encountered days prior. The golden glow of the setting sun intertwined with the rising steam, creating a scene reminiscent of a dream. Aiding approached the brook's edge, testing the water with his hand, only to be startled by its scalding heat. This water is hot. Yujie, it's boiling. Oh, hot water? Chunyu hurried over to confirm, and upon discovering its warmth, she was elated. This is a hot spring, a naturally occurring thermal water. Today, we are indeed fortunate. Let us indulge in its soothing embrace. A hot spring? What is that? Aiding, unfamiliar with the concept, was puzzled. Chunyu explained, hot springs are naturally occurring thermal waters that offer numerous benefits for the body, such as relaxing muscles, alleviating fatigue, and improving sleep. According to medicinal texts, they can even cure ailments, making them a precious natural resource. How fortunate we are to encounter one today. I shall enjoy a long soak in this hot spring. A long soak? What does that entail? Aiding was intrigued yet confused, but he said nothing further and promptly set about making camp by the brook. After dinner, Chunyu instructed Aiding to look away and not peek. She sought a spot with moderate water temperature, shed her tattered military attire, and joyfully immersed herself in the hot spring. The Huang followed suit, playfully splashing about in the water. Xiao Ai, this is utterly delightful. You must join me, Chunyu called out to Aiding, urging him to experience this rare moment of bliss. Aiding, too, discarded his clothing and stepped into the hot spring, instantly transported to a world of tranquility. The warm water washed away the worries and fatigue of the world, enveloping him in unparalleled comfort. Emerging from the water, Chunyu reclined on the bear-skin sleeping bag, gazing silently at the starry sky above, seemingly lost in thought. Aiding lay beside her, feeling utterly relaxed, and mimicked her gaze towards the stars. The night sky was resplendent, countless stars shimmering like gemstones against the dark canvas. Beneath this beautiful expanse, a serene mystery enveloped them, punctuated only by the rhythmic sounds of their breathing and heartbeats. Xiao Ai, let us marry, Chunyu suddenly declared marriage. What? Aiding exclaimed in astonishment, sitting up abruptly to face Chunyu, unsure if she had been affected by something. Why you Jia? What did you just say? Marriage. Xiao Ai, I wish to marry you. Will you? Chunyu reiterated earnestly, her bright eyes reflecting sincere emotion. Xiao Ai, I want to be your wife. Will you accept me? Of course. I would love to marry you. But, Aiding stammered, feeling flustered and at a loss for words. Yu Jie, marriage is a significant matter. It cannot be taken lightly. Have you thought this through? Why the sudden desire to wed? Seeing Aiding's bewildered expression, Chunyu couldn't help but giggle that a marriage is indeed a serious affair. But I have contemplated it repeatedly over the past few days, that I have decided to marry you. If you agree, we can wed tonight and become husband and wife from this day forward. Aiding, now fully awakened to the reality of the situation, was overwhelmed with joy. Wed tonight? I agree. I agree. To marry such a beautiful and enchanting woman like you, Yu Jie, is a blessing. Am I dreaming? Spring Rain, with a smile yet silent, sat up and motioned for Huang to lie aside, grasping Aiding's hand. Xiao Ai, it is indeed fate that we encounter each other during these perilous times. How wondrous is destiny to have brought you to my side when I was all alone and in despair. Ready to assist me, that I never anticipated such an outcome, that I would become your wife. Yet, fate has intertwined our paths, allowing us to meet, to know one another, and to remain together, that I willingly accept you as my husband, without regret or complaint, until the end of time. Aiding, overwhelmed with joy, fumbled as he held Spring Rain's hand, stammering, Sister Yu, I am so delighted that I hardly know what to say, that I wish to marry you as my wife. I shall protect and care for you for the rest of my life. Without any regrets. That he hesitated, glancing around, feeling somewhat uneasy. But tonight's ceremony is rather simple. Sister Yu, I hope you are not too inconvenienced. With a smile, Spring Rain's eyes shimmered with tears as she nodded repeatedly. Xiao Ai, as long as you are willing to marry me, I care not for the conditions. Rising, she took Aiding's hand and faced the east. Standing side by side, and solemnly knelt first. Aiding, recalling their previous brother-sister bond, quickly followed suit, kneeling in imitation of Spring Rain. Heaven above, with the Tianshan as witness, I, Spring Rain, and Aiding, now wish to bind ourselves as husband and wife. From this day forth, may we share joy and sorrow, remain steadfast and true, regardless of the storms that may come, or the passage of time, that we vow to uphold this promise and navigate through life hand in hand. Upon finishing her declaration, Spring Rain gestured for Aiding to repeat the oath, affirming their marital vow. She then began her prayers. First, we bow to heaven and earth, leading Aiding in performing 3 bows. Second, we bow to our ancestors. Xiao Ai, both our parents have passed. We need only to pray silently in our hearts. They faced the void, offering silent prayers for a moment before bowing 3 times again. For the third part, Spring Rain turned to Aiding, her eyes glistening with tears, and knelt, hands clasped together, performing 3 bows. Aiding, equally moved, hastily returned the gesture. With that, from this moment forward, they were united as husband and wife. Aiding gazed at the radiant Spring Rain. His heart sweetened as if immersed in honey. Gently holding her delicate hand, his heart raced with excitement, hesitant to take the next step. Sensing his nervousness, Spring Rain smiled tenderly, leaning closer to whisper softly into his ear. Xiao Ai, from now on, I am your woman. You may do as you wish. Noticing Aiding's uncertainty, she boldly pressed her lips against his, wrapping her soft arms tightly around his strong shoulders. Huang, unable to bear the sight of such tender affection, shook his head and moved aside to enjoy the coolness of the night. The starry sky seemed to shy away, drawing a veil of mist to obscure the multitude of stars. The night breeze caressed softly. The forest fell silent, and the earth held its breath, all bearing witness to this sacred and beautiful moment. Between heaven and earth, only the tender whispers of Spring Rain and the heavy breaths of Aiding remained. After the tempest of emotions, calm returned. Aiding lay on the bearskin sleeping bag, catching his breath, while Spring Rain nestled like a delicate kitten in his embrace, gently caressing his chest. Aiding let out a long sigh of contentment, fondly stroking Spring Rain's smooth, soft shoulder. Sister Yu, according to the customs of our small village, from this moment forth, you are my wife, and I shall call you Bai. Do you accept this title, Bai? How utterly unappealing. I refuse to be called that. Spring Rain quickly shook her head in protest. Xiao AI, though I become your wife, I cannot adhere to your customs that I am the young mistress of the medical god manor, bearing the responsibility of inheriting the medical texts and continuing the lineage of the Chun family. Our marriage means you are joining the Chun family, and by rights, you should follow our customs. Henceforth, you shall still call me Sister Yu, and I shall call you Xiao AI. Joining the family, becoming a son-in-law, Aiding expressed surprise, turning to look at Spring Rain. Sister Yu, you never mentioned anything about joining the family before. According to our village's customs, once a son-in-law has children, they take the mother's surname, belonging to her family. Spring Rain pinched his arm, huffing in annoyance. What of being a son-in-law? Xiao AI, my ideal husband would hail from a prestigious family, possessing both literary and martial prowess, and be dashing as well. You possess none of these qualities. Now that I am your wife, it feels as though I am marrying beneath myself, that I have not even expressed my grievances. Are you regretting marrying me? Aiding quickly raised his hands in surrender, smiling as he explained, No, not at all. How could I regret it? I am overjoyed. All right, I will comply. If it means being a son-in-law, then so be it. Whatever customs you wish to follow. I have no objections. Here I am, Aiding, merely a humble hunter from the Black Forest, and yet I have married the young mistress of the medical god manor. Truly, I am the fortunate one, blessed beyond measure. Spring Rain released her grasp and lay back, letting out a long sigh. Xiao AI, in truth, the customs matter little now. Our time is limited. I simply do not wish to depart this world alone, without a soul to accompany me to the afterlife to meet my parents. Now that we are married, should I journey to the afterlife, I can at least have an explanation for my parents. Limited time. Aiding was taken aback, hastily inquiring, Sister Yu, what do you mean by that? How can we be short on time? We have food and drink now, and no longer need to worry about sustenance. As long as we continue heading west, we shall surely cross Tianshan and find the fabled paradise that a beautiful life awaits us. How can we be short on time? Spring Rain continued to sigh, her delicate face revealing a sorrowful expression. Xiao AI, in these past few days, we have crossed 5 or 6 snow-capped mountains. Have you not noticed that to the west, there are endless peaks standing tall, growing more formidable? We may never be able to traverse them all. Furthermore, have you realized that each crossing becomes increasingly arduous? This is due to our prolonged lack of salt, which has left us weaker. A deficiency in salt leads to fatigue, drowsiness, headaches, and if severe, even death. Our time is running out. Even if the Creator does not unleash divine punishment upon us, we may perish here in the Tianshan Mountains due to lack of salt. Thus, I wish to marry you before my death. First, to fulfill the wish of being a complete woman before I go, and second, to prepare for meeting my parents in the afterlife. Xiao AI, when you meet my parents, you must be humble and respectful, obedient to their wishes, so that my choice to marry you is not in vain. That's how it is. Aiding nodded repeatedly, fully understanding Spring Rain's current state of mind. The lack of salt indeed posed a significant problem, yet they could find a solution. Sister Yu, there is no need to be so pessimistic. Now that we are married, a beautiful life is just beginning. We should do everything in our power to overcome the difficulties we face and successfully cross Tianshan. Of course, should it come to pass that we perish within these mountains, even as spirits in the underworld, I shall still care for you and honor your parents. Spring Rain nodded, feeling somewhat touched, tears sparkling in her peach-like eyes as she once again nestled into Aiding's embrace, choking back her emotions. Xiao AI, your words are enough for me. Your conditions may be lacking, and my parents may not be pleased with you, that if we truly meet them in the afterlife, you must be humble and sincere, showing them your genuine heart. Now I have no regrets. It is up to you to do everything possible to extend our lives. The longer we live, the more we can savor the joys of being husband and wife. Aiding chuckled softly, realizing that Spring Rain too wished to live, reveling in the love they had just begun to explore. Gently caressing her curvaceous form, he offered comfort. Sister Yu, the old hunter once taught me that when salt is scarce in the wild, one can drink the fresh blood of animals. Animal blood contains salt and can provide a quick solution for crossing Tianshan. That remains a formidable challenge. After all, no human has ever traversed it. We do not know how vast the mountain range is or if it has an end. Drink animal blood. Spring Rain grimaced, furrowing her brow in distaste. How revolting! Is it even effective? Aiding nodded affirmatively. Explaining, the old hunter would not deceive me. Drinking animal blood is a technique he honed over a lifetime in the Black Forest, and it is undoubtedly effective. Sister Yu, when faced with the choice between preserving your life and feeling disgusted, which would you prefer? Spring Rain shot him a glance, playfully huffing. Is this even a choice? Anyone would have to endure the disgust to drink blood to survive. All right, even if you've resolved the salt issue, can we truly cross Tian Shan? If the Tian Shan mountains are infinitely vast, no matter how many snow-capped peaks we traverse, we may never find our way out. That I end summer and autumn. Sustenance can still be sought. But if winter arrives and we remain trapped in Tian Shan, we may face the grim fate of starvation or freezing to death here. Aiding this notion, Aiding nodded repeatedly, affirming that Chunyu's words held merit. The crux of the matter now lies in our ignorance of the true breadth of the Tian Shan. If we venture westward, will we ultimately succeed in crossing over? Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Aiding gestured in the air, seemingly engaged in a profound study. Sister Yu, I believe I have a line of thought, yet I cannot quite grasp the inspiration. It feels as though something crucial is missing. Oh, you have a thought. Chunyu immediately perked up, sitting up straight and fixating her gaze on him. Little AI, what is your insight? Please share it with me. Aiding sat beside her, tracing a rough diagram in the air. Sister Yu, you taught me about the geography of the continent. The description of the Tian Shan mountain states that they stretch southwest for nearly 10,000 miles before abruptly bending eastward, forming the Hengduan Mountains, which divide the Shenzhou continent into two regions, the mainland and the southern land. Indeed, but how does this relate to our current endeavor of crossing the Tian Shan? Chunyu inquired, her head tilted in confusion. Aiding continued, the mainland encompasses our present location, including the north, the Central Plains, and Jiangnan. The southern land consists of the Wugua and several barbarian tribes. Noticing Chunyu's continued bewilderment, Aiding pointed to the center of the imagined diagram and inquired. Sister Yu, what I wish to ascertain is, since the Hengduan Mountains bisect the Shenzhou continent into two halves, how do the people of the mainland maintain contact with those in the southern land? Do they traverse the Hengduan Mountains? That question. Chunyu sighed despondently, taking her time to respond. Little AI, the geography of the continent I taught you is merely a broad outline. Many details have yet to be clarified. True, the Hengduan Mountains do split the Shenzhou continent into two parts, but there are passages connecting the mainland and the southern land. It is not a matter of crossing the Hengduan, that she spoke. Chunyu pointed to the easternmost part of the Hengduan Mountains in the AI, or the eastern edge of the Hengduan Mountains. There lies a narrow passage that connects the mainland with the southern land. This passage is known as the Shanhai Corridor. The Shanhai Corridor extends nearly 1,000 miles, featuring flat terrain conducive to travel. Its widest point spans several dozen miles, while its narrowest section measures only a few hundred meters, serving as the sole connection between the mainland and the southern land, making its geographical position exceedingly perilous. The southern land's Wugua controls the Shanhai Corridor and has constructed two fortresses at its northern and southern ends. The northern end is called Shanhaiguan, while the southern end is known as Wuguan. Together, they guard the vital throat of the Shanhai Corridor. Among them, Shanhaiguan is lauded as the unparalleled key to the mountains and seas. The foremost stronghold in the world, the gateway to the southern land's Wugua. Shanhaiguan, Aiding murmured twice, nodding in understanding. Sister Yu, since there exists a passage between the mainland and the southern land's Wugua, and the distance from the northern Shanhaiguan to the southern Wuguan is nearly 1,000 miles. Can I interpret this to mean that the width of the Hengduan Mountains is approximately 1,000 miles? Yes, indeed. The distance from Shanhaiguan to Wuguan is close to 1,000 miles, which signifies the width of the Hengduan Mountains. Chunyu nodded in agreement, though she had yet to grasp the significance of this revelation. Aiding continued, Sister Yu, you once mentioned that the Tian Shan Mountains and the Hengduan Mountains are two parts of a whole. If the Hengduan Mountains possess a width of nearly 1,000 miles, does that not also imply that the Tian Shan Mountains share a similar breadth? That... Chunyu pondered for a moment before realization dawned upon her. Exclaiming in delight, Little AI, are you suggesting that our current position also spans 1,000 miles and is not, in fact, boundless? If so, we have great hope of successfully crossing over and will not perish in the Tian Shan Mountains. Aiding smiled and nodded, affirmatively stating yes. Given that the Hengduan Mountains span 1,000 miles, the Tian Shan Mountains should not differ significantly. They too ought to measure around 1,000 miles that we have only traversed roughly one-fifth of the journey. With the majority of the path awaiting us to the west, this moment, we must not succumb to despair or abandon hope, that as long as we persevere, we shall surely surmount the Tian Shan. Chunyu beamed with joy, pouting her rosy lips to plant a fervent kiss on Aiding, exclaiming, "Little AI, your reasoning is sound. The Hengduan Mountains and the Tian Shan Mountains, in essence, form a unified whole, and it stands to reason that their width should be consistent. Let us set a goal of crossing the Tian Shan, and we shall not relent until we achieve our aim. Little AI, you are exceedingly clever, deducing the width of the Tian Shan Mountains from the Shanghai corridor. I must reward you, yes. Lie down and do not move. Let us engage in another round." Chapter 57. The summit of Tian Shan. Aiding and Chunyu had taken their initial steps toward resolving the two formidable challenges before them. Rekindling a flicker of hope within their hearts in the days that followed, they continued their ascent westward across the Tian Shan. From that moment on, whenever Aiding hunted an animal, he would take the opportunity to allow Chunyu to drink its fresh blood. In the beginning, Chunyu found the taste repulsive and nearly wretched, but in her desperate quest for sustenance to preserve her life, she forced herself to adapt to drinking the blood, gradually coming to accept it. As they pressed onward day by day, the trio of 2 humans and 1 dog relentlessly traversed one snow-capped peak after another, gradually entering the heart of the Tian Shan. Surrounding them was an expanse of majestic mountains. A continuous undulation of peaks, towering snow-covered summits rose high into the clouds, glistening with a silvery sheen, a sight both grand and awe-inspiring. Immersed in this landscape, one could not help but feel a profound sense of reverence. The heights grew ever more formidable, and the ascent of sheer cliffs became increasingly arduous. The frigid heights, the howling winds and swirling snowflakes rendered the air thin, making each breath a laborious task. Chunyu often found herself utterly exhausted, unable to take another step, languishing in the snow, reluctant to move. In those moments of despair, it was Aiding who would rally Chunyu's spirit, instilling in her the determination to continue their westward journey. The West beckoned, a land of bliss, a territory blessed by the Creator. Should they reach it, they could live a life free from worry and strife. Such encouragement stirred Chunyu's spirit, propelling her to muster her strength and follow closely in Aiding's footsteps as they continued westward. Fortunately, each time they crossed a snow-capped peak, they would encounter a verdant valley below. The valley, a welcome respite during their arduous journey across the Tian Shan, became a cherished haven amidst their otherwise bleak and desperate days. The valleys of the Tian Shan's heart were replete with hot springs. After each grueling descent from the snow-capped mountains, the weary duo and their canine companion would immerse themselves in the soothing warmth of the springs, allowing the heat to envelop their bodies, washing away fatigue. A rare and exquisite indulgence. The valley teemed with avian and animal life, as well as an abundance of unknown wild fruits, with Aiding's remarkable archery skills and extensive hunting experience. Their provisions were plentiful each day. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Aiding and Chunyu relished their most blissful and tender moments together. Having become husband and wife in this desolate world, every nightfall enveloped them in an enchanting springtime of intimacy. As youthful lovers, they were eager to explore the depths of their bond, reveling in the joys of marital bliss. Each night, as darkness deepened and the moon ascended, they would hand in hand enter the realm of love. Embracing tightly, they would feel each other's breath and heartbeat, their gentle caresses and fervent kisses infused with an all-consuming passion. Chunyu, cherishing the notion of savoring each day as a precious gift, would take the initiative, wholly immersing herself in the intensity of their shared vitality. Their passion surged like a tidal wave, and even after the climax had passed, they remained entwined, basking in the warmth of their closeness. Chunyu particularly relished lying in Aiding's embrace, tenderly stroking his body while whispering sweet nothings. They would ultimately fall asleep in each other's arms, savoring countless warm and tender nights together, as the days drew them nearer to the western edge of the Tian Shan. One day they beheld a towering, magnificent snow-capped peak before them. From a distance, it seemed to pierce the heavens, its silver radiance dazzling to the eye, shrouded in mist, exuding an air of solemn mystery. Heavens, how tall is it? Can we possibly climb over it? Chunyu gazed apprehensively at the unprecedentedly lofty snow peak. Aiding, eyeing the majestic summit that reached toward the sky, clenched his teeth in reassurance for Chunyu. We have no other choice. To linger is to await death. Only by ascending the highest snow-capped peak can one hope for salvation. According to our calculations, we have traversed nearly 1,000 miles. Perhaps, upon crossing this towering snow mountain, we shall arrive at the land of bliss. At this moment, Chunyu understands that there is no room for choice. She must exert every ounce of her strength to scale this formidable mountain. As dawn breaks, the two individuals and their canine companion prepare to embark on their arduous climb. After ascending to the mountainside, Chunyu feels as if her head is heavy and her feet light. Dazzling flashes of gold dance before her eyes, her skull pulsating with unbearable pain. Were it not for Aiding's steadfast grip, she would be utterly incapable of taking another step. Dahuang also struggles onward, laboring through the ice and snow, panting heavily with his tongue lolling out. Aiding, too, finds himself in dire straits. His legs feel as though they are weighted with lead, each step demanding the full measure of his strength. Ultimately, he resorts to crawling, using both hands and feet to forge a path ahead. Aiding Chunyu and Dahuang, as they ascend, the thin air makes breathing increasingly laborious. Even with their mouths wide open, it feels insufficient. Fortunately, Aiding's resilient character prevents him from revealing his discomfort. As he continually encourages Chunyu and by midday, the trio has endured immense hardship and finally reached the summit. Upon standing atop the peak, Aiding and Chunyu are utterly drained, collapsing onto the icy surface, motionless. Their temples throb violently, as if boulders are lodged in their chests, and it takes all their strength to draw a breath. They remain sprawled on the snow for some time, recovering. Aiding is the first to rise, gazing westward, and gasps in astonishment, rendered momentarily speechless. Chunyu, intrigued, quickly follows his gaze, her own eyes widening in disbelief at the sight before them. Indeed, they find themselves at the westernmost and loftiest peak of the Tian Shan Mountains. With Dahuang in tow, they have ascended to the pinnacle of Tian Shan. Looking westward from this lofty vantage point, there are no more undulating ridges, only an infinite expanse of azure obscured by clouds. In the entirety of the western realm, aside from a narrow green band visible at the foot of the mountains, the distance is dominated by boundless azure, stretching to the horizon, endlessly extending south and north, ultimately vanishing into the mist. The azure resembles a vast mirror laid out before them, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds in a seamless blend, rendering it impossible to discern where the heavens end and the earth begins. Moreover, the azure appears akin to a colossal sapphire set against the western face of Tian Shan, shimmering with an ethereal glow, seemingly profound and endless. After a prolonged moment of awe, Aiding finally regains his composure. Exclaiming in wonder, "Heavens, we have finally crossed Tian Shan. There are no more snow-capped mountains. But what lies beyond in the distance? Why does it appear so extraordinary? Could it be that this distant place is indeed the land of bliss? It is undeniably beautiful, unlike the scenery within the Black Forest." Chunyu, equally captivated by the novel landscape, exclaims in delight, "How wonderful! How splendid! We are on the brink of reaching the land of bliss. It is truly magnificent. So awe-inspiring. This must surely be the realm of ultimate joy. Such vast and level ground. No wonder it is rich in resources. In legends, the land of bliss is a realm of light, adorned with flourishing flowers and bountiful fruits, where divine beings sing and dance in their leisure, enjoying unending pleasures, a place beyond description. Yet amidst her excitement, Chunyu feels a twinge of doubt and hesitantly inquires of Aiding, "Xiao Ai, what color do you see in the distance?" "All I can perceive is an expanse of azure, which seems rather unsettling." Aiding, momentarily shaken, realizes that something is amiss. "That I see an expanse of azure as well. Logically, the land of bliss should be lush with flowers and verdant grasses, teeming with trees. Why then is it azure? Could it be that the territory of the divine beings differs from our continent? No, the distant land cannot possibly be the land of bliss." Chunyu, with her keen eye, quickly discerns a flaw in their observations. "Xiao Ai, look at the base of the mountain. There is indeed a greenish hue, clearly indicating a forest or prairie, identical to the verdant valley we traversed earlier. The edge of this green connects with the azure, forming a distinct boundary. The azure region cannot possibly be a forest or prairie. It must be a phenomenon beyond our understanding. Could it be that we have reached the edge of the heavens, and that beyond lies the void? Chunyu gestures towards the junction of the two colors at the mountain's base, her hesitation mingling with uncertainty. Aiding furrows his brow, studying the scene below. Suddenly, a roar emanates from the far distance at the base of the mountain. Sharp and high-pitched, trembling the very ice and snow around them. What is that sound from such a distance? The roar is so resounding. What kind of colossal beast could emit such a cry? Aiding, having hunted in the Black Forest for over a decade, has never encountered a creature capable of such a thunderous roar. The two exchange glances, fear creeping into their hearts. This is not right. This is not the land of bliss. Shall AI, should we descend the mountain? Chunyu's voice wavers with apprehension. Aiding hesitates for a moment, then resolves, we must descend. We have no other choice that if it is indeed a beast's roar, I can handle it. There is no need for you to fear. Yujie. With that, he leads the way down the mountain. Reluctantly, Chunyu follows, aiding down the slope, unease gnawing at her, but as they progress, the cacophony of beastly roars intensifies, echoing around them and instilling dread into their hearts. From their vantage point, the forest at the mountain's base is shrouded in mist, where ominous tendrils of purple-black haze rise, creating a distinctly eerie atmosphere. The Chunyu's fear mounts, rendering her unable to proceed further. However, Aiding insists on approaching closer to ascertain the nature of the disturbance. If it proves to be a terrifying realm of beasts, they will reconsider their course of action. The two descend the steep cliff and arrive at a gentle slope. They use their carrying bags as makeshift seats and slide down the snow-covered incline, akin to flying, covering 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Dahuang follows closely behind, racing and sliding down swiftly. As they glide down, navigating twists and turns, their speed escalates, the wind howling past their ears, the scenery blurring before them. Suddenly, they find themselves at the edge of a precipice. Chunyu screams, her body tumbling into a snowdrift and rolling to a stop. Dahuang halts beside her, gripping her arm with his teeth to pull her up. Aiding, trailing behind, is unable to halt his momentum in time and tumbles over the cliff, crying out as he falls. With a thud, he lands in a snowbank, leaving only his hat behind as he vanishes from sight, seemingly engulfed by the deep snow. Aiding continues to plummet, breaking through the snow layer until he strikes solid ground, rolling into a soft body. "Who are you?" a woman's startled voice exclaims, pushing Aiding aside with force. Aiding, groggy and disoriented, takes a moment to regain his bearings, finally comprehending the scene before him. He finds himself in a modest space formed by white snow walls. A stunning girl, unlike any he has ever seen, rubs her shoulder where he collided with her, glaring at him with indignation. Her large, round eyes flicker with surprise, inquiry, and a hint of anger, creating a strikingly whimsical image. The girl appears to be around 15 or 16 years old, draped in a fur cloak and adorned with a vibrant silk dress, unmistakably a girl of nobility. Her figure is graceful, her complexion remarkably fair, surpassing even Chunyu. Her thick, wavy hair cascades beautifully, capturing Aiding's attention with its novelty. Her features are exquisitely delicate. Arched brows, round eyes, a prominent nose, and a slightly elongated face, complemented by a pair of thin, rosy lips. Her expressive eyes radiate curiosity, questioning, and a palpable sense of indignation, bestowing upon her an aura of peculiar enchantment. This extraordinary girl, amidst the mysterious western side of Tianshan, could she be the legendary divine being? Each of them, harboring their own thoughts, scrutinizes one another for a moment before speaking in unison. "Who are you?" The girl blinks in surprise, then swiftly approaches, her delicate fingers pointing accusingly at Aiding's face. "You don't recognize me, do you? Yet you dare to pursue me. Which house do you belong to? Why are you dressed so peculiarly? How did you find this place? I thought I was perfectly concealed." Beyond all suspicion, it's infuriating. Her voice is melodious, akin to a nightingale's song, yet her words come forth in a rapid-fire stream, imbued with an air of superiority. Aiding steps back, scratching his head and bowing slightly. "I am Aiding, a hunter from the Black Forest of Shiliang, that I meant no offense. and I hope you can forgive my intrusion. May I inquire as to your name and the nature of this place? Aiding from the Black Forest, the girl expresses further astonishment, leaning closer to scrutinize Aiding's face, her large eyes filled with inquiry as she examines his features from head to toe. Aiding, increasingly apprehensive, is taken aback by her swift movements, finding himself in her grasp before he can react. Could she possess martial prowess akin to that of Bianlo? It is advisable for a formidable warrior of the martial realm to refrain from provoking unnecessary trouble. Aiding in his decision, Aisting freed himself from the girl's grasp and bowed respectfully once more to I am indeed Aisting, a hunter from the Black Forest of Shiliang, who has inadvertently trespassed into the forbidden grounds of the Divine Mountain, disrupting the tranquility of the Creator God, that I sincerely hope that this esteemed divine envoy can find it in her heart to forgive us and refrain from imposing any punishment. The peculiar girl flitted around Aisting in a whirlwind, inspecting every inch of him with keen interest. Eventually, she reached out to pinch his skin through his clothing, confirming that Aisting was indeed a normal human. The girl nodded repeatedly, her joy palpable. How wonderful! Truly wonderful! You are indeed from the continent. How did you come to be here? I crossed over the Tian Shan Mountains. Aisting replied, If I have caused any offense, I beseech the esteemed divine envoy for forgiveness. Crossed over the Tian Shan, the girl gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. Heavens! You actually traversed the Tian Shan. Is it truly passable? Those old hags have been deceiving me all along. The Tian Shan can indeed be crossed. This is fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Overcome with emotion, the girl suddenly embraced Aisting, exclaiming, Aisting, I love you. You are truly my guiding light. Aisting, taken aback and bewildered by her fervent affection, struggled to comprehend the situation, but he had never anticipated that this divine envoy would exhibit such enthusiasm, proclaiming her love so openly and embracing him so warmly. Feeling flustered, he finally managed to extricate himself from her embrace, his heart racing as he bowed once more. Esteemed divine envoy, did you hear my previous words? The Creator God shall not punish us, will he? We, the astute girl, regaining her composure, quickly discerned the implications of Aisting's words and narrowed her gaze, inquiring sharply, Do you have accomplices? Where are they? Who informed you that I am a divine envoy? Speak, or I shall not be so gracious. With a fierce countenance, she glared at him, her expression fierce and intimidating, rivaling that of any formidable foe. Just then, a voice called anxiously from above the cliff. Xiao AI, where are you? Xiao AI, I am here beneath the snowdrift. I am fine. Aisting called out urgently. The girl was startled and immediately admonished him. Do not shout. Do not shout. If you alert them, we will all be in trouble, and I will not be able to escape. Quickly tell your sister to cease her cries. Chapter 59, The Divine Envoy. Jenny Aisting scratched his head repeatedly, feeling quite distressed. Esteemed divine envoy, if she cannot see me. Yujie will continue to call out. The girl shot him a fierce glare. Her thin lips pursed in annoyance. It is all your fault for causing such trouble by wandering in here, but if my family discovers my secret hideout, ruining my plans, you shall see how I deal with you. However, your arrival here is fortuitous. You have aided me greatly, and we ought to assist one another. Follow me to help your sister. As she spoke, the peculiar girl turned and led Aisting toward a passageway, seemingly carved out of the pristine snow. Esteemed divine envoy, my sister is above on the cliff. Just moments ago, she and De Huang slid down the mountain with me, but I lost my balance and fell. Yujie is still up there. As Aisting followed the girl, he explained the situation to and De Huang. Just how many of you are there? The girl furrowed her brow as they reached the end of the passage. Pushing aside some snow covering, that De Huang is a dog, a hunting hound. It is just the two of us and a dog, Aisting hastily clarified. The girl emerged from the passage, and Aisting followed suit. Crouching beside the snowdrift, there is a dog too. How delightful, she remarked, instructing Aisting. Hurry, call your sister down quickly. If we delay any longer, my family will discover us. Upon spotting Aisting beside the snowdrift, Yujie called out. Xiao AI, are you all right? You startled me. Who is she? How can there be someone here? I am fine, really, I am. Please come down. This is the esteemed divine envoy, and this is her secret hideout, that a divine envoy. Goodness, have we truly encountered someone from the divine family? Could this be the promised land? Yujie exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. The girl waved her hand, urging Yujie to descend. Sister, please come down quickly and do not shout any longer. My name is Jenny. Although I am from the divine family, I am not yet an esteemed divine envoy. Seeing Asting unharmed calmed Yujie's heart. She quickly slid down the slope with De Huang, landing beside the girl, who gazed at her with curiosity. That a dog! What a lovely dog! Upon seeing De Huang, Jenny's eyes sparkled with delight as she reached out to caress its head. De Huang, she is a friend. Be kind. Asting commanded De Huang to behave. Esteemed divine envoy, Yujie began, but Jenny hurried them into the passage. Hurry inside, quickly. We must not be discovered. With that, she pushed them through and lifted De Huang, following them in and sealing the entrance with snow. That a gust of wind swept through, swirling the snow and concealing any trace of their presence, even whisking away Asting's discarded hat, which floated away to land far in the distance. Once inside the snow chamber, Yujie marveled at the surroundings, expressing her admiration and bowing to the girl. I am Yao Yujie from the Shiliang Medical God House. I have the honor of meeting the esteemed divine envoy. Jenny appraised Yujie, her face breaking into a warm smile. You are Asting's sister. What a beautiful lady. I am delighted to welcome you to my secret hideout. It is wonderful to meet two people from the continent. I am Jenny, a descendant of the divine family. Though not yet an esteemed divine envoy, I am still young and will only assume control of the Fian Tower in 3 years, which is when I will truly be considered an esteemed divine envoy. Fian Tower, Yujie nearly fell to her knees, trembling as she spoke. You are the master of Fian Tower? One of the two esteemed envoys of the divine family. Could the ancestral tales truly be real? Are there indeed two highest divine envoys serving the Creator God? Jenny smiled shyly, her lips pursed. They say I am not yet the master of Fian Tower, thus I cannot be regarded as an esteemed divine envoy. Suddenly, she realized something and stared at Yujie in surprise. How do you know of the divine family secrets? A mere continent dweller should not know of the master of Fian Tower's identity. Who are you really? Yujie, caught in a whirlwind of excitement, stepped forward and grasped Jenny's hand. Esteemed divine envoy, I am the heir of the Shiliang Medical God House. Named Yujie. 800 years ago, my ancestor had the honor of serving the Creator God. Thus I have some connection to the divine family and know of certain secrets. This time, Xiao Ai and I were forced to cross the Tianshan Mountains, inadvertently trespassing into the forbidden grounds of the divine mountain. Disrespecting the Creator God's majesty, that I implore the esteemed divine envoy to speak a few kind words on our behalf before the Creator God, so we might not be punished. 800 years ago. So long ago. How could someone from the Shiliang Medical God House have ties to the divine family? I am quite perplexed, and I will need to thoroughly investigate the records from 800 years ago when I return. Jenny mused, For now, dear sister, do not worry. This is my domain, and I shall take charge. The Creator God does not reside in the Tianshan Mountains. The notion of forbidden grounds is a ruse, and there is no question of punishment. Yujie, observing Jenny's innocent and charming demeanor, felt her fears dissipate. Gratefully, she asked, Esteemed divine envoy, you truly will not punish us for trespassing into the divine mountain's forbidden grounds. Indeed, I shall not, Jenny replied, her eyes twinkling with kindness. However, if you reside here, where does the Creator God dwell? Surely he must be in the Tianshan Mountains. Jenny, admiring Yujie's graceful beauty and noble demeanor, felt a fondness for her. You need not be so formal. Dear sister, you may simply call me Jenny. The legend of the Forbidden Grounds is merely to deter continent dwellers from probing into the secrets of the divine family, that in truth, the Creator God resides in the Snow Mountain Palace. Thousands of miles away. Realizing her slip, Jenny quickly covered her mouth, her large eyes darting towards Asting with a fierce glare. This is the greatest secret of the divine family. Continent dwellers must never know. Asting, you did not hear that, did you? Embarrassed, Asting chuckled awkwardly, nodding repeatedly, that I did not hear anything. I know nothing of the Creator God residing in the Snow Mountain Palace, that oh no, I have caused trouble. Jenny exclaimed in frustration. Spinning around in exasperation, that in an instant, she leaped onto Asting's shoulders, grabbing his ears and scolding him. Eavesdropping thief, return my words. Asting yelped in distress, pleading for mercy and vowing not to reveal her secret. Little Jenny, where are you? Come out quickly. A loud voice echoed from outside the snowdrift, sounding alarmingly close that Jenny's expression changed drastically as she swiftly jumped off Asting's shoulders and rushed to the snow wall to peer outside. Hush! Do not make a sound. They have arrived. Do not let them discover you. Chapter 60. The flying hot air balloon. It turns out that one side of the snow wall has a row of small holes through which one can observe the outside world. Jenny, too frightened to make a sound, hides behind the snow wall, peering through the small openings. Austin and Chunyu, intrigued, approach the holes to take a look and are astonished by what they see. Below the mountain, a colossal sphere hovers in the air, slowly moving, tethered by several ropes to a basket below, where a few middle-aged women lean over the edge, calling out loudly, "Little Jenny, Miss Jenny." Elder Delice is furious. "You must return to the Sky Pavilion within half a month. If you continue to run away and are caught, you will face severe punishment. Come out quickly." Austin and Chunyu stare in disbelief, unable to comprehend the nature of this enormous sphere or how it floats in midair. They also notice the middle-aged women holding a trumpet-like object to their mouths, their voices booming several times louder, echoing for miles as if they were right beside them. Jenny scoffs quietly, muttering to herself, "Here we go again, trying to frighten whom? Do they think I'm a child? I won't go out. This time, not only will I hide, but I will also cross the Tian Shan Mountains to the mainland, making sure to drive my mother to madness." With that, she chuckles, as if playing hide-and-seek is the most delightful game. Chunyu, recovering from her astonishment, exclaims, "Goodness, the Creator truly possesses extraordinary powers. The means of transportation used by the Divine Family is so wondrous. Floating through the air, could it possibly be the legendary magic? What kind of magic is this?" Jenny scoffs again and begins to explain. "This is the transportation tool used by the divine beings to traverse between the north and south of the Tian Shan Mountains, known as the flying hot air balloon. A secret tool of the divine race. You two must keep this knowledge to yourselves. Otherwise, if the secret of the divine race is leaked, I will be in trouble too." Seeing the two nod in agreement, she turns and sits on a large package nearby, crossing her legs and smirking. The flying hot air balloon operates by utilizing the circulation of air currents to fly back and forth across the western side of the Tian Shan Mountains. Then it uses heating and cooling to ascend and descend, while air currents propel it sideways. That I have been able to operate this thing since I was 5. It's nothing remarkable. What? Air currents? Heating and cooling? Chunyu is left speechless, struggling to grasp the novel terminology Jenny has introduced. After observing for a while, Austin finally begins to grasp the concept and quietly explains to the two lovely ladies. "I think I understand a bit. The flying hot air balloon is hollow, with a flame burning beneath it, generating hot air that fills the sphere, allowing it to float. That it's akin to the sky lanterns we played with as children. Only this lantern is vastly larger, and while it seems quite daunting, the principle is quite simple." Jenny is taken aback, swiftly gliding to Austin's side, cupping his face in her hands, and exclaims in admiration, "Brother AI, what an astute mind you have. How did you figure it out so quickly? You are truly quite clever." Even among the divine race, many still do not understand the principles behind the flying hot air balloon. Austin, flattered, feels a bit bashful, scratching his head with a rueful smile. "While I see that the flying hot air balloon resembles a giant sky lantern, I still cannot fathom how it could be constructed. Where would one find such enormous fabric? How much firewood would need to be burned to lift it into the sky? Moreover, the most challenging part is how to control it to fly according to our will. That is the crux of the matter." Jenny nods repeatedly, planting a kiss on his cheek in admiration. "Brother AI, the fact that you can think of these things proves you are extraordinary. However, the flying hot air balloon is a tool of the divine race, only applicable within their domain. Even if you understand the principles, you would find it difficult to replicate. The materials required for its construction are particularly hard to come by, especially the oil used as fuel, which is secreted by a specific type of tree near the Land of Joy, with an extremely low annual yield." Chunyu steps forward, pulling Jenny aside and retorting to Austin, "Just because you are clever and figured out the principles, do you think you can make one? You should focus on keeping an eye on the situation and not disturb my conversation with Sister Jenny." Austin sheepishly laughs and turns back to observe the outside scene, suddenly signaling. They are moving. They're flying down the mountain and have landed. It seems they have discovered something. Jenny and Chunyu quickly lean closer to the small hole to see. They observe the enormous flying hot air balloon hovering several hundred meters below. Its basket touching the ground. 3 women have disembarked and are examining something on the snowy surface, discussing among themselves and gesturing towards the mountaintop. Jenny turns back, furrowing her brow in contemplation, and inquires of Chunyu and Austin. Brother Ai, Sister Yu, did you bring anything with you that might have been left behind, leaving a clear trace? Chunyu shakes her head vigorously, assuring that none of her belongings are missing and that she has left no trace. However, Austin scratches his head, wearing an apologetic expression as he responds awkwardly, I dropped my fur hat. They seem to have discovered it. Chunyu glares at him, exclaiming, How careless can you be? Sister Jenny, it's just a hat. It shouldn't pose a problem, right? Jenny remains silent for a moment before shaking her head. Sister Yu, those elderly women from the Sky Pavilion are quite astute that if they find even the slightest clue, it will expose our hideout, and it will only be a matter of time before we face trouble. Capturing me may be trivial, and I may only face a scolding at worst. However, if they discover that mainlanders have intruded into the domain of the divine race, it becomes a principled issue, and they will not easily let you and Brother Ai go. Your lives could be in danger. After pondering for a moment, Jenny sighs and speaks softly, Let us wait and see. If they discover us, I will go out and distract them. Sister Yu and Brother Ai should hurry back to the mainland. There are enough supplies here for you both. Austin and Chunyu remain silent, unable to fathom the gravity of the situation, that if they are discovered as intruders in the realm of the divine race, it could indeed pose a threat to their lives. Chunyu tightly embraces little Jenny, unable to articulate her feelings, only silently praying that the women below merely find the hat and do not uncover their secret hideout. As long as they leave, everything will be just fine. Perhaps Chunyu's prayers had an effect. After a discussion among the divine women at the foot of the mountain, they did not ascend to search, but instead took flight in the flying hot air balloon. The balloon ascended higher and higher until it surpassed the peak of the Tianshan Mountains, then veered southward, swiftly disappearing from view. Jenny jumped up, clapping her hands in jubilant celebration. Wonderful! Wonderful! Those fools did not discover my secret hideout. They must be returning to the Sky Pavilion with Brother Ai's hat to report. For the next few days, she would not have to worry about them buzzing around like flies. Let us make haste and escape. Chapter 61. Journey to the Mainland. Chunyu hesitates slightly. Sister Jenny, the land of joy is such a wondrous and beautiful place. Little Ai and I have toiled greatly to traverse the Tianshan Mountains just to reach the land of joy to live. Why do you wish to flee from your homeland? Jenny falls silent, her expression turning sorrowful as if bearing a tremendous grievance. Tears shimmer in her large round eyes, and she struggles to suppress the urge to cry. It is all my mother's fault. Among so many young women in the clan, why must she choose me to be the master of the Flying Swallow Tower? I have no desire to be this divine envoy. I just want to live freely like an ordinary person. Yet this cursed identity of a divine envoy restricts my freedom, that if I do not sneak out to see the outside world now, I will be trapped in the Crystal Palace for the rest of my life. Chunyu, somewhat understanding yet not fully grasping Jenny's words, gently strokes her cheek in comfort. Mothers always want the best for their children and would never force you into something wrong. While I do not understand what you seek, I know the master of the Flying Swallow Tower is one of the 2 great envoys of the divine family, a leader of high standing, and the most powerful leader. I have no interest in that at all, Jenny scoffs coldly, lifting her gaze to Chunyu. Sister, you tell me, is it reasonable to pursue a mission that can never be fulfilled? Seeking someone who will never appear. The 2 great envoys must sacrifice their entire youth, including their middle age, and even into old age, remaining confined in a cage. What is the meaning of life? Even though one may wield great power and indulge in various luxuries, one remains a pitiable captive of wealth. I refuse to become such a prisoner. I refuse to be such a prisoner. At this point, unable to contain her emotions any longer, tears streamed down her face. Spring rain hurriedly comforted her, enveloping Jenny in her embrace, gently wiping away her tears while offering her solace. Dear sister, I am unaware of the mission you seek to fulfill or the kind of person you are searching for, nor do I know the whereabouts of the Crystal Palace or its comfort. However, it is clear to me that you bear an incredibly heavy burden of responsibility, yearning to resist such a fate. You are but a youthful girl, playful and lively, with an affinity for novelty. These desires are entirely reasonable. If even this modicum of human nature is stripped away, one truly loses the joy of living. Fear not, for both Rain's sister and brother AI shall certainly assist you. Do cease your tears. Instantly, Jenny transformed her sorrow into joy, embracing Spring Rain tightly and showering her with affectionate kisses. You are the most considerate, Rain's sister. I adore you dearly. If Rain's sister and brother AI wish to help me, then lead me over the Tian Shan Mountains to the mainland. My greatest aspiration is to traverse the mainland, to behold its breathtaking landscapes and savor its delectable cuisines. That would render this life worthwhile. To the mainland, Spring Rain was taken aback, momentarily stunned before breaking into a bitter smile. Dear Jenny, AI and I were compelled to flee the mainland and had no choice but to cross the Tian Shan. We have only just arrived, barely reaching the foot of the mountain. Are we to turn back now? The mainland is currently fraught with chaos, rife with treachery and conflict, a world steeped in darkness and sin. How could one possibly enjoy leisure or indulge in culinary delights there? Easton, eavesdropping intently, began to grasp the situation and candidly expressed, "To be honest, I sincerely do not wish to return to the mainland." Even setting aside the pursuit by the great demon kingdom, the mere thought of crossing the Tian Shan again was a nightmarish headache. Contemplating this, Easton quickly turned to Jenny and beseeched, "Little Jenny, both Rain's sister and I find ourselves at a dead end, with nowhere else to turn. Please, take us in. Allow us to remain in this land of bliss that I shall agree to any condition, willing to serve you in any capacity. This vast expanse of land stretches endlessly. Does it truly require our presence?" Easton gestured towards the boundless azure below. "That I hail from a lineage of hunters, adept in the art of pursuit. Listening to the unceasing roars of beasts, it is evident that this land is teeming with wildlife. I shall sustain myself by hunting at the foot of this mountain, causing you little inconvenience." Spring Rain eagerly chimed in, "Dear Jenny, I, although lacking in talent, am a descendant of the divine healers clan, renowned as the medicine fairy, well-versed in various medicinal principles and skilled in treating ailments. Would this land of bliss welcome a physician?" Jenny, at last, comprehended that Easton's notion of the land of bliss referred to the blue expanse below. Unable to stifle her laughter, "Brother AI, the azure below is the land of bliss. What sort of perception is that? The western side of the Tian Shan, aside from the boundless ocean, reveals not a soul. How could you and Rain's sister possibly reside here? An ocean, a vast, unending ocean." Spring Rain and Easton exchanged perplexed glances, momentarily at a loss. Spring Rain was the first to regain her senses, sighing in disbelief. "How could this be? How is it an unending ocean?" Easton, the ocean located to the east of the mainland. No wonder the view from the mountain peak seemed peculiar. It is indeed the ocean. Seeing that the two still appeared skeptical, Jenny elaborated, "Yes, it is indeed the ocean, entirely ocean to the west of the Tian Shan, from the icy plains in the north to the arid deserts in the south. Stretching thousands of miles is an endless ocean, a paradise for the sea monsters, where humans cannot possibly survive. Your arrival here is a grave mistake. In my view, it would be wiser to turn back now, retracing your steps over the Tian Shan to the mainland, for it is there that you may find a suitable existence. Humans cannot possibly survive. How then do your divine envoy clan manage to live?" Easton still harbored doubts and inquired, "This question touches upon the secrets of the divine clan, and I cannot divulge too much." Jenny hesitated, pointing southward. "The land of bliss inhabited by the divine envoy clan does not lie to the west of the Tian Shan, but rather southward, extending thousands of miles into the distance. There lies a rainforest, far removed from the ocean, where we can evade the incursions of the sea monsters that at this point." Jenny scrutinized the expressions of Easton and Spring Rain closely. "Rain's sister, brother AI, the western side of the Tian Shan is utterly unsuitable for human habitation. The shores below are teeming with sea monsters that exhale toxic mists, which sweep across the mountainside. Merely inhaling a breath can be fatal. You both have already been slightly poisoned. Your complexions are somewhat flushed. Fortuitously, you encountered me, for had you ventured further down the mountain into the dense area of poison, you would surely have perished." "We've been poisoned? How can that be?" Spring Rain found it hard to believe and quickly checked Easton's complexion, which indeed bore a slight flush. She then scrutinized the whites of Eyston's eyes and noticed a hint of dark green. Frowning, Spring Rain grasped Eyston's wrist, concentrating on his pulse. After a lengthy moment, she exclaimed, "My heavens, little AI, you have indeed been poisoned. Both you and De Huang have succumbed to the sea beast toxin." Chapter 62. Two medical texts poisoned? Eyston was taken aback, inspecting himself for any abnormalities. "Rain's sister, I feel no discomfort whatsoever. Is it possible that little Jenny concocted this tale to coerce us into aiding her in reaching the mainland?" Jenny immediately pouted, gliding over to Eyston's side and playfully tugging at his ear as she spoke. "Brother AI, how could you not believe me? That is utterly dreadful. I truly wish to venture to the mainland for enjoyment. But I would never deceive you, Rain's sister, and De Huang have all been afflicted by the sea beast toxin. Currently, it is a mild poisoning, but if we do not act swiftly to detoxify, it shall worsen and ultimately threaten your lives. Little AI, little Jenny is not lying to us. We have indeed been poisoned." Spring Rain interjected, halting Eyston's protests, her brow furrowed in contemplation. To the east of the mainland lies an infinite ocean, home to numerous sea monsters. These creatures harbor potent toxins within their bodies, and the air they exhale is laced with poison. Even a mere touch could be fatal for an ordinary person. I had not anticipated that the western side of the Tian Shan would also be an ocean, and moreover, inhabited by countless sea creatures, with toxic gases coalescing into miasmas of greater potency, we descended from the peak. The purple-black haze we observed in the forested area must be the concentrated zone of poison. Fortunately, we had only traversed halfway down the mountain. The poison here is diluted and less potent. So we, along with De Huang, have not suffered severe symptoms. With a sigh, Spring Rain tapped her medicinal pouch with a wry smile. The Divine Healers clan is distant from the ocean and has limited knowledge of the sea beast toxin, lacking a specialized antidote. This presents quite the conundrum. How shall I expel the toxins from our bodies? Jenny rolled her eyes at Eyston, then withdrew a delicate silver vial from her large satchel. The vial was slightly flattened and round, with a wide belly and a narrow mouth. Jenny unscrewed the cap, pouring out 2 pills the size of mung beans, vibrant red and fragrant, handing one to Spring Rain and tossing the other to Eyston, urging them to swallow. Rain's sister, who calls herself the medicine fairy, cannot even neutralize the sea beast toxin. Your medical prowess seems rather ordinary. This is an antidote crafted by the Divine Envoy clan. It not only neutralizes the sea beast toxin, but can also counteract all poisons in the world. You both must take it at once." After saying this, Jenny produced another antidote and coaxed De Huang to consume it. Spring Rain felt a twinge of embarrassment, responding defiantly, "I merely have had limited encounters with sea beasts, which is why I am at a loss against their toxins. However, my medical expertise is quite advanced. The medical techniques I study are derived from the medical canon, the divine skill of the Creator God." The medical canon? Jenny was taken aback, scrutinizing Spring Rain in astonishment. Individuals from the Divine Envoy clan receive a fundamental education in medicinal skills from childhood. We study precisely the medical canon. Logically, this is a skill of the divine race, one that should not be divulged to the people of the mainland. It is indeed curious that Rain's sister has learned the medical canon. Could it be that she truly has ties to the divine race? Is the medical canon a fundamental knowledge that members of the Divine Envoy clan learn from a young age? Spring Rain was equally taken aback. I had thought divine skills were profound and esoteric, accessible only to a select few for study and mastery. I never imagined it to be basic knowledge among the Divine Envoy clan. Spring Rain pondered for a moment and, somewhat reluctantly, inquired of Jenny. "Little Jenny, the medical canon and pharmacopoeia that you study may share only a name with what I have learned. Their content might indeed differ. Perhaps there are 2 distinct versions of the medical canon?" Jenny, intrigued, leaned closer to Spring Rain, and the two engaged in an animated discussion about their respective studies of the medical canon. They began with the front pages of their books, delving into various chapters and specific details, only to discover, to their astonishment, that the medical canons they studied were nearly identical, differing only in the final sections. Spring Rain's version emphasized a plethora of treatment cases, honing in on the skills of healing, while Jenny's focused on the analysis and development of medicines, excelling particularly in the properties and effects of pharmacology. After much comparison, it became evident that both Spring Rain and Jenny possessed unique strengths. holding mutual admiration for one another, each regarding the other as a kindred spirit. Jenny laughed heartily, genuinely admiring Spring Rain. Sister Yu, I see now that our medical skills originate from the same source. The only divergence lies in our later studies. This is due to the wealth of practical experience amassed by your Spring family, who have treated countless patients over the past 8 centuries at the Divine Healer's Manor. In contrast, the Shinsher family, residing in a land of plenty, with only a few thousand inhabitants and few cases, has made little progress in the art of healing. Spring Rain wholeheartedly appreciated Jenny's observation. Sister Jenny, your expertise in pharmacology far surpasses mine. The detoxifying elixir you possess can neutralize all forms of deadly poison in existence, a feat I could never hope to achieve, when time permits. You must impart your knowledge to me, at this moment. Aiding, feeling left out as the two continued their endless discourse on the medical canon, grew increasingly exasperated with their mutual flattery, that he swiftly interjected. Sister Yu, little Jenny, discussions of medical skills and pharmacology can wait for another time. Shouldn't we focus on what to do next? Shall we proceed to the land of plenty, or should we once again traverse the Tianshan Mountains to return to the mainland? Jenny, noticing Spring Rain's gaze filled with a pleading expression, promptly rejected the idea. Sister Yu, you must abandon that notion. The land of plenty cannot harbor people from the mainland. This is an inviolable decree. If you and Brother AI insist on going, those old crones in the air castle will not spare you. They will certainly eliminate you to prevent any secrets of the divine race from leaking. Eliminate. Aiding and Spring Rain exchanged glances, their hearts sinking into despair. The hope that had sustained them through their arduous journey across the Tianshan Mountains was now shattered. What should they do next? Spring Rain let out a long sigh, gazing at Jenny with sorrowful eyes. Sister Jenny, it is not that we do not wish to return to the mainland, but that we cannot. The demon Lord Geezer covets the medical canon of the Divine Healer's Manor and has dispatched the mainland's first princess, Bayan Luo, to hunt me down. With the overwhelming might of the great demon kingdom, there is truly no place for me to hide on the mainland that I cannot comprehend why the Creator God, who is omniscient and omnipotent, would tolerate the demon kingdom's oppression of the weak and the suffering of the mainland populace. Can the Father God bear to watch his own creations live in such dire straits? Jenny fell silent, contemplating for a long while before sighing. The Shinsher family has served the Father God for 3,000 years, and apart from adhering to his teachings, we do not grasp his true intentions. Thus, I cannot comment on this matter. However, the Father God strictly forbids anyone from the divine race from interfering in the affairs of the mainland, allowing its people to evolve freely and naturally. This is also a crucial reason why the Father God resides in the Snow Mountain Divine Palace, isolating the Shinsher family from the mainland. This decision by the Father God must hold profound significance. Jenny mused before continuing. The great demon kingdom has been rapidly expanding its territory in recent years, causing countless innocent families to be torn apart, which is indeed heart-wrenching. However, the Shinsher family cannot intervene. As of now, the great demon kingdom's influence is still confined to the north. After you and Brother AI return to the mainland, you could seek refuge in the Central Plains or Jiangnan. And if all else fails, there is still the Southern Wu Kingdom. In my opinion, your only choice is to return to the mainland. Chapter 63. Crossing the Tianshan Mountains again, Spring Rain and Aiding. Having completely lost hope, exchanged glances. Little AI, it seems we must once again traverse the Tianshan Mountains and return to the mainland, retracing our steps to the Central Plains. Aiding nodded, letting out a resigned sigh. If they do not keep us here, we shall find our own way back. Looking at little Jenny's unwavering desire to escape this forsaken place, it surely is not the paradise we imagined. Perhaps it is best we do not go. Thus, the two resolved to return to the mainland. Jenny, filled with excitement, quickly rummaged through her supplies to prepare a hearty meal for the 3 of them and the dog. As dusk fell, the trio settled down in Jenny's snow cave for the night, preparing to cross the Tianshan Mountains to the east the following morning. Jenny had brought an abundance of provisions, sufficient for eating, wearing, and living, all packed into a large bundle. She produced an exquisite brass oil lamp, adjusted the flame to a higher setting, and placed a silver kettle atop it to brew tea, which they took turns pouring into silver cups. The food consisted of a type of fruit paste resembling dried fruit, dense and rich in flavor, requiring the tea for swallowing. yet a small piece would suffice to satiate hunger. Jenny explained that this was a product made from sun-dried monkey fruit, suitable as a staple food. The brewed tea was a local specialty from the Land of Plenty, known for its rich aroma. For the first time since their escape, the two savored steaming hot water, and the fragrant tea brought them immense pleasure. Jenny's sleeping bag was rather special as well. She explained that it was crafted from the fluff of one type of plant seed woven into the fibers of another, resulting in a soft, lightweight, and warm fabric, capable of withstanding the chill of the Tian Shan Mountains. In short, every item Jenny produced was a novel marvel to Spring Rain and aiding, broadening their horizons. Jenny also had multiple sets of clothing. Noticing that Spring Rain's military uniform was tattered and her bear fur coat clumsy and crude, she offered her own garments for Spring Rain to change into, draping her with a brand-new mink cloak, instantly transforming her into a figure of elegance and grace. As night fell, Aiding lay alone in his bear fur sleeping bag, while Spring Rain and Jenny cuddled with the large yellow dog. The two chatted quietly, their voices a lively murmur, occasionally punctuated by peals of laughter, indicating the warmth of their exchange and the deepening bond between them. Jenny recounted her experiences of attempting to escape over the years, the failures that provided valuable lessons, ultimately culminating in this fortunate encounter with Spring Rain and Aiding, which brought her closer to success. That Jenny's first escape attempt occurred when she was only 12 years old. She managed to flee only a few dozen miles, merely circling the Land of Plenty, and was caught by her kin within a day, receiving a stern reprimand from the elders and being made to stand in punishment for half a day. Spring Rain chuckled, finding it hard to believe that Jenny, so young, would dare to run away from home, which likely resulted in her punishment. Sister Jenny, I've heard that apart from the two great divine envoys, the elders hold significant power in the Shinsher family. In daily matters, who truly holds the authority? The establishment of the two divine envoys primarily serves the Father God, while the family's affairs are collectively managed by 10 female elders, making it difficult to determine who holds more power. If one must rank them, the two divine envoys possess the final say, unless both the 10 female elders and the 10 male elders oppose a decision, in which case the divine envoys still prevail. I see. Spring Rain nodded, continuing her inquiry. Among the two divine envoys, the Lord of Fian Tower and the Lady of Fafing Pavilion, who wields greater power? The two divine envoys stand on equal footing, possessing identical authority, differing only in their respective domains of responsibility. The current Lady of Fafing Pavilion is Sister Annie, my elder sister, who has always cherished and protected me since childhood, assisting me when challenges arise. When I calculate it all, I find myself most inclined to heed Sister Annie's counsel. Had it not been for her intervention during my last failed escape attempt, I would have been confined to a small dark room to reflect on my transgressions for an entire year. You attempted to escape over the Tian Shan Mountains last time. How did you fail? Jenny chuckled and began to recount her escapade. After her initial failure, she learned from her mistakes and at 13, seized an opportunity to manipulate a flying hot air balloon to escape, hiding in the Tian Shan Mountains while her kin searched for her in vain. However, due to insufficient supplies, she eventually surrendered and returned to the Land of Plenty after a few days. This time, however, Jenny was well prepared and, by chance, encountered Spring Rain and Aiding, realizing her long-held wish to traverse the Tian Shan Mountains and escape to the mainland was finally within reach. Thus, she was filled with exhilaration, endlessly conversing with Spring Rain. Aiding, feeling neglected, lay by the side, observing the resplendent Spring Rain and the spirited Jenny, his thoughts wandering. The following morning, the trio and their dog rose early to gather their belongings in preparation for crossing the Tian Shan Mountains. Jenny was the first to produce a large bag, neither thick nor satin, the material's origin unknown. She secured the oil lamp and stove within the bag, igniting the flame to a roaring fire. Aiding was taken aback and quickly intervened. "Little Jenny, you must be out of your mind. Why would you burn a perfectly good bag that could be used to carry things?" Jenny looked at him with a smirk. "Oh, dear brother, it is you who seems rather foolish and unable to discern the value of things. This is my fat ball, a tool I devised for transporting large parcels. I would never dream of incinerating it." "Fat ball? What on earth is that?" Aiden gazed in bewilderment, unable to intervene, and could only watch as Jenny proceeded with her task. Before long, the oil lamp flickered for a moment, and hot air filled the bag, which began to swell, its wrinkles smoothed out, and its shape became increasingly distinct. Eventually, it slowly rose into the air, revealing itself to be a spherical object large enough to accommodate 2 people, nearly filling the snow cave. Beneath the bag were several ropes, and Ginny attached the large parcel to them. Aiden, now somewhat enlightened, clapped his hands in admiration. "Goodness, this is a hot air balloon. My little sister Ginny has actually created a hot air balloon. Albeit a much smaller version, but what purpose does it serve?" Jenny's expression turned serious as she bound Aiden's pack to the ropes that I learned from my previous failed escape attempt and prepared ample supplies this time. "However, I am small and weak and cannot carry all that much. Hence, I devised this simple mini hot air balloon to assist me in transporting provisions, which I have named the Fat Ball." By this point, the Fat Ball was fully inflated, its surface taut and bulging outward, seemingly ready to take flight were it not for the snow wall blocking its ascent. Jenny retrieved a snow shovel from the parcel and surveyed the surroundings. "Aiden, Rain, and Big Yellow, are you all ready? We are about to set off over the Tianshan Mountains." As she spoke, Jenny wielded the snow shovel, breaking apart the snow walls around her and above, clearing a space for their exit. The Fat Ball slowly ascended, lifting the attached parcel off the ground. Jenny adjusted the flames to maintain the Fat Ball at a height of several meters, hovering steadily in place. She handed one of the ropes connecting the Fat Ball to Aiden, speaking with an air of confidence. "Brother Aiden, let the Fat Ball handle the heavy lifting while you guide it. Now, let us embark on our journey over the Tianshan Mountains." Aiden was both astonished and delighted. He gently tugged on the rope, and the Fat Ball glided forward, pulling the parcel along with it. A truly labor-saving method. Splendid. This technique is marvelous. It spares me the burden of carrying everything on my shoulders. With you beside me, dear Sister Jenny, we are truly fortunate. Let us go. Tianshan, we are returning. Chapter 64. The Council of Elders in a spacious and brightly lit hall. 3 middle-aged women, who had flown south in the hot air balloon, stood before a wooden table with their hands clasped respectfully. Aiden's fur hat was placed atop the table. Flanking it were 5 solemn-faced elderly women. These matriarchs bore dignified visages, their complexions as fair and delicate as Jenny's. At the center of the table sat an elegant young woman in her 20s, adorned in lavish attire and wearing a gold crown encrusted with pearls, making her strikingly conspicuous. She possessed large, round eyes, a prominent nose, and thin lips pressed tightly together, her delicately pointed chin slightly raised, exuding exquisite beauty that a cold gaze revealed a resemblance to Jenny, though this young woman's demeanor was serene, her large eyes glimmering with wisdom and shrewdness, devoid of Jenny's vivacious innocence. "Marie, please recount the origins of this fur object." The elegant woman gestured for the eldest among the 3 middle-aged women to respond. "Yes, I humbly report, Lady Annie, that we were tasked with flying the hot air balloon in search of little Jenny towards the Tianshan Mountains. Upon reaching the western side, nearly 8,000 miles from the land of bliss, we discovered the hot air balloon that little Jenny had stolen, that it had been abandoned on the hillside, but there was no sign of her, that we searched meticulously within a 50-mile radius of the location where the balloon was left. But we found no trace of little Jenny. Instead, we stumbled upon this peculiar fur object. After deliberation, we concluded that this item was of great significance and must be reported to you and the esteemed elders at once. Thus, we did not dare to delay and promptly returned to the Sky Pavilion. Upon completing her report, Marie stepped back. "You 3 have done well. Your efforts on this mission were commendable. You may return to rest." The elegant woman, known as Lady Annie, waved her hand, indicating that the 3 could leave. Once they departed, Lady Annie remained silent for a while before turning to a stately elder on her right. Softly inquiring, "Mother, what are your thoughts?" The elder, with a head of silver hair perfectly maintained and skin as tender as that of an infant, bore only a few fine lines etched at the corners of her eyes. She appeared exceedingly agitated, her chest heaving, cheeks flushed, and she clenched her teeth in barely contained rage. "That wretched girl has driven me to despair with her repeated escapades. She refuses to shoulder the responsibilities of the divine envoy family. This time, we must capture her, and I shall enforce justice without familial bias, personally executing this heedless little girl, that we shall then select another heir for the master of the Flying Swallow Tower." A gray-haired elder beside her quickly interjected, gently attempting to soothe her. "Sister Delilah, please do not be angry. Jenny has always been rebellious. Her previous escapades were merely to relieve stress and boredom. She will return in a few days. Now is not the time to discuss the heir for the master of the Flying Swallow Tower. The most pressing matter is to locate little Ginny swiftly. Otherwise, if she is away from home for too long, she may feel lonely or encounter unforeseen circumstances, which is indeed worrisome, that a pale-faced elder echoed in agreement. Elder Vivian speaks wisely. Regardless of how we intend to punish little Ginny, we must first ensure her safe return. This little girl has wandered far afield. Her abilities have grown significantly, managing to escape several thousand miles to the western side of Tianshan. And she has produced this strange fur object. I confess, I cannot discern its origins, said a younger elder suddenly. Elder Delilah makes a valid point. Little Ginny has run away several times, unwilling to become the heir to the master of the Flying Swallow Tower, and shirking the responsibilities of a divine envoy. Is such a headstrong and pleasure-seeking individual truly fit to assume the position of the master of the Flying Swallow Tower? Should we not consider relinquishing her claim and selecting another heir? The women surrounding the table fell silent, all eyes turning toward Elder Delilah. I shall not shield this little girl, that if we capture her this time, I will leave her fate to the council. Elder Delilah declared with unwavering resolve. Elder Vivian smiled faintly, saying nothing as she examined the fur hat, her brow furrowing. This is not the fur of a marten. It resembles that of a snow bear from the ice plains. How on earth did little Ginny acquire a snow bear's pelt? If my memory serves me correctly, little Ginny has only visited the Crystal Palace once, when she was merely 5 or 6 years old. At that time, she had no capacity to hunt a snow bear, let alone skin it for such an object that a stern-faced woman, whose appearance bore a hint of darkness, finally spoke up. Elder Vivian seems to have forgotten. There are snow bears in Tianshan as well. This is fresh snow bear skin, and the crafting process appears rather haphazard, lacking proper curing. That it has merely been stitched together with crude leather strips to form a hat, still exuding a bloody scent. Little Ginny would never touch it, even if she were dead. A hat made from the skin of a Tianshan snow bear. Grace, who crafted this hat? The pale-faced elder gasped, her cheeks paling further. Elder Daisy, I can assert with certainty that a person from the Western Liang has hunted a Tianshan snow bear and crafted this hat, leaving it behind on the hillside of the Western Tianshan. Grace declared with resolute conviction, causing Elder Daisy to stare in disbelief. Grace, are you certain of your assessment? How do you know it was a person from the Western Liang? Do you understand what that implies? Grace snorted dismissively and continued, Elder Daisy, do not forget that I have previously patrolled the Western Liang and am particularly familiar with the customs and practices of that region. The style of this hat is favored by the common folk in the western part of Western Liang. Hence, I deduce that a person from the Western Liang hunted the Tianshan snow bear, crafted this hat, and left it on the western hillside of Tianshan. In other words, individuals from the Western Liang have crossed the Tianshan Mountains and arrived at the western side. My goodness! The hall erupted in a flurry of astonishment, as everyone stood agape, rendered speechless. Lady Annie was the first to recover, urgently inquiring, Aunt Grace, are you absolutely certain? If it is true that people from the Western Liang have crossed the Tianshan Mountains, it would be a monumental event. Should mainlanders be able to traverse the Tianshan Mountains at will, it poses a threat to the secrecy of the divine envoy family, a crisis unprecedented in over 2,000 years. We must deliberate carefully. Elder Delilah was equally shaken, her voice trembling as she spoke. Grace, you cannot be mistaken. How could mainlanders suddenly arrive on the western side of Tianshan? Who would dare to defy the legends surrounding the sacred mountain and cross over? Elder Grace regarded Delice and Mistress Annie with a scrutinizing gaze, a sardonic smile curling upon her lips as she spoke. Elder Delice, Mistress Annie, this matter is far from trivial. How could I dare to speak recklessly? Indeed, there are individuals from the mainland who have intruded upon the western slopes of Tianshan, that we are on the brink of relinquishing our 2,000 years of tranquil existence, confronted with an unprecedented crisis. Elder Vivian and Elder Daisy were equally taken aback, casting anxious glances at Annie and Delice, uncertain of how to proceed. The youngest elder opened her mouth, eager to voice her thoughts, but was swiftly interrupted by Mistress Annie's decisive wave of her hand. Let us temporarily set aside Aunt Helen's proposal. This elder council shall devote itself wholly to addressing this emergent situation. The crossing of the Tianshan by mainlanders could expose the secrets of the divine race. The Father Goddess designed to maintain our separation from the mainlanders is on the verge of collapse. How shall we respond? Elder Helen quickly interjected. Annie, I am not here to discuss the matter of little Jenny's inheritance. What I wish to convey is whether the crossing of the Tian Shan by the people of Xiliang is a mere coincidence or a deliberate exploration of the western slopes. Our response would differ vastly, depending on which scenario applies. Yes, we must ascertain the nature of this situation. Elder Delice concurred emphatically with Elder Helen's sentiments that if the mainlanders are consciously exploring Tian Shan, it complicates matters considerably. However, if it is merely a few individuals who have unwittingly crossed over, the resolution would be far simpler, that we could identify that individual and eliminate them, thereby resolving this crisis. Chapter 65. Mistress of Fei Feng Pavilion. Annie nodded, letting out a sigh. Let us hope it is but an accident. May that mainlander have perished in the toxic miasma, allowing this crisis to dissipate without a trace. Nonetheless, we must prepare for the eventuality of mainlanders exploring Tian Shan. After all, humanity is driven by an insatiable curiosity, inherently drawn to the exploration of uncharted territories. Not to mention, the people of the desert have already penetrated the flaming sands for thousands of miles, and even the depths of the icy plains have witnessed the activities of mainlanders. Our divine realm is becoming increasingly precarious. Maintaining secrecy regarding the Crystal Palace is becoming ever more challenging. What can be done? Elder Daisy lamented. There is but so much land on the divine continent, and as the mainland population burgeons, their living areas will inevitably encroach upon our divine domain. Did the Father God ever foresee such an outcome at the dawn of creation? Elder Delice voiced her grievances vehemently. Annie shook her head, exhaling deeply. In my estimation, the Father God did not anticipate the profound difficulty in locating that individual. For 3,000 years, the Earth's sovereign has eluded us, leading us to this state of impasse. I must report to the Father God, strategize for the future, and devise an entirely new plan. The elders nodded in unison, each ensnared in a web of profound concern. Suddenly, Elder Helen spoke again. Annie, esteemed elders, there is another possibility we have yet to consider. The likelihood that this intruder who crossed Tian Shan may have encountered little Jenny. What would be the consequences if she were to meet the mainlanders who have traversed Tian Shan? The assembly was momentarily taken aback, their expressions shifting to alarm. Given little Jenny's spirited nature, she would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to venture into the mainland for amusement, should she become aware of mainlanders crossing from Tian Shan. Would she not hasten to imitate their actions and journey eastward over the mountains? Perhaps the little girl has already made the crossing and is en route to the mainland as we speak. Elder Vivian immediately foresaw the ramifications. Annie nodded repeatedly, a wry smile gracing her lips. Indeed, there exists such a possibility. Should little Jenny truly cross over into the mainland, locating her would become infinitely more challenging. This audacious girl dares to escape into the mainland. I shall sever all maternal ties with her, banishing her from the divine race, forbidding her ever to return to our cherished realm. Elder Delice exclaimed in exasperation. Elder Grace coldly interjected. Given this possibility, we must swiftly contemplate remedial measures. What purpose would severing ties serve? Little Jenny would likely revel in the idea of never returning to our paradise. Aunt Alice happens to be patrolling the central plains between Qi and Zhao. I shall promptly notify her to proceed to Xiliang and intercept little Jenny near Tian Shan. Annie declared resolutely. Yes, indeed. We must urgently send word to Alice, instructing her to hasten to the Tian Shan region of Xiliang to apprehend little Jenny. Elder Delice readily concurred with Annie's plan. Did I have another suggestion? Elder Helen spoke once more. In light of little Jenny's actions, which have severely betrayed the Father God's trust and plunged our family into turmoil, I propose we impose severe punishment to quell the public outrage. Annie regarded Elder Helen with a penetrating gaze, recognizing that her daughter was a formidable contender for the position of Mistress of Fei Yin Pavilion. Elder Helen's persistent calls for accountability regarding little Jenny were but an attempt to carve out an opportunity for her own daughter. Aunt Helen, Jenny is still just a child, regardless of her errors. She deserves a chance for redemption. Let us do this. Upon turning 18, should Jenny still remain unaccounted for, we shall revoke her status as a divine envoy and select another mistress of Fei Yin Pavilion. Would this punishment satisfy you, Aunt Helen? With a resigned nod, Elder Helen acquiesced to this outcome. Annie further proclaimed, During the period of capturing Little Jenny, the frequency of celestial balloon flights between the north and south of Tian Shan must be minimized, ensuring that the basic supplies within the Crystal Palace remain uninterrupted. Additionally, I shall notify the Snow Mountain Guardians to elevate the alert level of the Snow Mountain, preventing any further incursions by mainlanders into the Snow Mountain Divine Palace. With Tian Shan already facing issues, we cannot afford any complications from Hengduan Mountain. Let this matter be settled. Annie concluded that any of the esteemed elders have further additions as the mistress of Fei Feng Pavilion. One of the two greatest divine envoys overseeing the highest authority, Annie's declaration left no room for dissent among the other 5 elders. Thus, this elder council came to a close. Annie departed the hall, traversing several corridors until she reached her study, attended by a waiting maid. Have there been any notable developments from Xiliang recently? Annie inquired before settling into her seat. The maid pondered for a moment before shaking her head. Nothing particularly noteworthy, save for the recent efforts to apprehend a deserter named Aiding near the Black Forest. That a deserter named Aiding, Annie replied, somewhat displeased. What significance does this hold? The maid hastily explained, while the news itself is rather mundane. It is noteworthy as it comes directly from the first princess of the mainland, Bai Lo, who personally issued the bounty for his capture. The first princess herself is involved in this pursuit. What is the background of this deserter? A scion of a noble family or a prominent sect? It is unclear. He does not appear in the records of noble families or prominent sects, suggesting he is merely an ordinary individual. This situation does seem somewhat peculiar. Yet, what connection does this have to the crossing of Tian Shan? Annie mused, unable to derive an answer, and chose to dismiss these trivial concerns. Taking out pen and paper, Annie penned an urgent letter to Elder Alice, detailing little Jenny's escape from the paradise and the high likelihood that she had fled to the mainland. Annie implored Elder Alice to hasten to Xiliang and intercept little Jenny, emphasizing the necessity of her return to the Crystal Palace before her 18th birthday to assume the role of mistress of Fei Yin Pavilion. Once the letter was complete, Annie entrusted it to the maid. The maid traversed several corridors until she entered a vast chamber, suffused with light and spaciousness. Rows of wooden racks stood neatly aligned, filled with a cacophony of chirping birds, an assembly of countless avian creatures. Upon closer inspection, most were common species such as swallows and pigeons from the mainland, alongside vibrant parrots and peacocks from the southern lands. The spectacle of thousands of soaring birds congregating in one room was truly magnificent. At the entrance of the chamber, an office area bustled with activity as several maids diligently managed various affairs. They gently captured the doves and swallows that fluttered in from outside, extracting scrolls from their talons and gathering the documents for distribution. Simultaneously, other maids engaged in the opposite task, affixing scrolls to the claws of various birds before releasing them into the skies. Annie's letter was placed inside a slender tube, which was then secured to the talon of a black swallow. After the maid fed the bird a delectable worm, she carried it to the edge of the room, whistling to release it. With a call, the black swallow soared into the sky, circling the platform before casting a lingering glance back at its owner and companions. Then darting past the treetops and into the distance as it circled, the house became somewhat visible, elevated high above the treetops, nearly 100 meters off the ground. The surrounding mist enveloped the area, creating an ethereal haze as though dwelling in midair. The celestial abode truly lived up to its name. Chapter 66. The Supreme of the Earth, aiding by the corpulent companion, Aistin and Chunyu Zhini traversed the Tian Shan Mountains once more, finding the journey considerably less arduous than their initial crossing. Along the way, the rotund figure carried the burdens, allowing Aistin to ascend with remarkable ease and agility. When confronted with steep cliffs, Aistin would first scale the heights and subsequently use a rope to assist his companion. Meanwhile, Chunyu and Zhini, accompanied by the large canine, would rest atop the packages, amplifying the flames to increase lift, enabling both themselves and their cargo to be elevated effortlessly. As they descended the mountain, the group seized the rope simultaneously, allowing their plump friend to glide swiftly down the slope. Within a few days, they had covered nearly half the distance. The sole predicament arose from Zhini's presence. Since her joining, Aistin and Chunyu had been deprived of any intimate moments. Every night, Zhini insisted on sharing a bed with Chunyu and the large dog, leaving Aistin feeling neglected and forlorn. Observing Aistin's despondency, Chunyu would often steal a quick kiss from him when Jinni was not paying attention, which provided Aistin with a modicum of comfort. This furtive affection felt akin to an illicit affair, further igniting Aistin's restlessness, rendering him sleepless through the night. Jinni, perceptive and astute, soon sensed the clandestine glances exchanged between Aistin and Chunyu, prompting her to maintain a cautious distance from Aistin. In contrast, she and Chunyu shared a playful camaraderie, engaging in lively discussions about medical matters. They discovered that one possessed extensive knowledge in pharmacology, while the other excelled in practical medicine, thus complementing each other perfectly as they exchanged ideas fervently, lamenting the late arrival of their acquaintance. Jinni began to harbor suspicions regarding Chunyu's lineage, suspecting her of being a descendant of the divine due to her profound understanding of medical texts. This shared connection drew the sisters closer, evolving into an unreserved bond where no topic was off-limits. Chunyu, harboring a significant question, seized the opportunity to inquire of Jinni. What precisely is the nature of the Creator God? Why did the Creator God fashion the myriad beings of the world, particularly humankind, only to abandon them to endure afflictions such as disease, poverty, war, conflict, floods, and hurricanes? Had humanity become forsaken? This topic delved into the secrets of the divine, and after a moment's hesitation, Jinni distanced Aistin before elaborating on the origins of the Creator God. The Creator God is a magnificent entity, having transcended ordinary forms of existence, requiring neither sustenance nor water, yet capable of learning, reasoning, and judgment that he has endured for over 3 millennia, unchanged in any respect. According to the Creator God's own account, he hails from the distant cosmos, bearing a unique mission as for the reason he created humankind, only to permit them to evolve freely amidst the struggle for survival. It carries profound significance. Having shared this, Jinni let out a long sigh, her expression tinged with melancholy. The Creator's ultimate purpose in crafting all that exists on the continent was to seek out an individual, the Supreme of the Earth. The Supreme of the Earth, who might that be? The title is indeed resounding, piquing Chunyu's curiosity further as she urged Jinni to continue. Yet Jinni could only manage a wry smile, her voice tinged with indignation. Who, indeed, is the Supreme of the Earth? The divine emissary family has searched for 3,000 years for this answer. 3 millennia. Countless generations of divine emissaries have selected innumerable divine pets to present to the Snow Mountain Divine Palace for the Creator God's appraisal. Yet, not a single one has passed the scrutiny until this day. The Supreme of the Earth remains an enigmatic figure, the time and place of their appearance a mystery. Tears streamed down Jinni's face as she sobbed softly. Perhaps the Supreme of the Earth will never manifest, and we, the divine emissaries, are destined to squander our youth and time within the confines of the Faifing Pavilion and Fian Tower. I cannot resign myself to such a fate. Jinni could no longer contain her anguish and wept openly. Chunyu hurried to comfort her, enveloping her in an embrace and soothing her distress. What kind of standard does the Creator God employ for his assessments? Why, after 3,000 years, can he still not select a single individual? Is this not a deliberate torment of the divine emissary family? Chunyu too felt a sense of discontent. After Jinni's outburst, she felt considerably relieved, her tears gradually subsiding. Indeed, the Creator God has not disclosed his criteria, merely instructing the divine emissaries to select the most outstanding individuals of the present age to be sent to the Snow Mountain Divine Palace for evaluation. Yet generations of divine emissaries have poured their hearts into selecting a variety of human elites, only to find none qualify as the Supreme of the Earth. The cycle continues with each new generation of divine emissaries sending forth divine pets, yet still failing to identify the Supreme of the Earth. Thus, the divine emissary family finds itself ensnared in an inextricable loop, the identity of the Supreme of the Earth becoming a curse that has plagued them for 3 millennia. Until this curse is lifted, the divine emissary family is doomed to bear a tragic fate. Chunyu nodded in understanding, absorbing the astonishing revelations shared by Jinni, and comprehending the crux of the matter. According to her sister, to unravel this enigma, someone must pass the Creator God's test and become the Supreme of the Earth. What does the assessment process entail? Jinni shook her head and sighed. The Creator resides in the Snow Mountain Divine Palace, accessible only to the masters of the Faifing Pavilion and Fian Tower. The palace itself is resplendent, a kaleidoscope of colors beyond our imagination. The Creator's presence is shrouded in mystery, his voice alone heard, yet his form unseen that I, having confirmed my role as the next master of the Fian Tower, will have the opportunity to pay homage to the Creator. I have only heard the deep, kind voice of a man, accompanied by a soft, radiant light that seemed to flicker with countless shadows, yet I could not discern its contents that I have never witnessed the specific process of the Creator's assessment of divine pets. I have only heard accounts from the previous master of the Faithing Pavilion, Aunt Alice. The first step of the assessment involves approaching the Creator God, donning a device resembling a helmet to receive the infusion of divine consciousness. Full acceptance of this consciousness signifies successful passage. However, for 3,000 years, no divine pet has even managed to clear this first hurdle, illustrating the challenge's formidable nature. Chunyu furrowed her brow, struggling to envision what the infusion of divine consciousness entails and why countless human elites have been unable to succeed over the millennia. The thought caused her head to throb, leading her to abandon the inquiry. Each generation of divine emissaries may only recommend one divine pet during their lifetime. When I assume the position of master of the Fian Tower, one of my critical missions will be to identify a divine pet that meets the Creator God standards to send to the Snow Mountain Divine Palace for evaluation. This task appears destined for failure. A peculiar smile flickered across Jinni's face. The Creator demands that successive divine emissaries select the elite among humanity, yet does not provide a concrete standard. Those chosen have consistently failed the assessment. Could it be that the Creator is mocking us? When I assume power, I shall select an ordinary individual as a divine pet and observe the Creator's reaction. Chunyu could not help but smile wryly, recognizing Jinni's rebellious thoughts and her burgeoning doubts regarding the Creator God, leading her to despair and even contemplate deceiving the exalted Creator. Everything remains an enigma, a colossal riddle that has persisted for 3 millennia. The key to unraveling this mystery lies in the Supreme of the Earth. Yet where might this Supreme be at present? As Chunyu pondered, her head throbbed with frustration, and she cried out in exasperation, "Supreme of the Earth, where are you?" Just then, Aestin timidly emerged from behind a tree, a mischievous grin plastered across his face as he approached, eager to please that "I'm here. I'm here. Were you calling for me?" "Rain's sister, Jinni's sister, I've discovered a splendid place that you both will adore. Come along and see." Chapter 67. The unfathomable heart of a woman. Jinni and Chunyu exchanged glances, irritation evident at Aestin's untimely interruption. Jinni, in a fit of anger, glared at him with wide eyes and a stern expression. Her voice sharp. "Did I not inform you, dear brother, that Rain's sister and I are engaged in a private conversation? You are not permitted to eavesdrop, yet here you are." With that she sprang into the air, landing on Aestin's shoulder, ready to tug at his ear. Aestin hastily covered his ears, pleading in desperation. "Sister Jinni, I did not eavesdrop. I merely stumbled upon a hot spring and came to inquire if you both wish to bathe. I did not overhear your conversation." "A hot spring. Splendid. We can bathe," Jinni exclaimed joyfully, clapping her hands in delight as she leapt down from Aestin's shoulder. "Quickly, lead the way, dear brother. Rain's sister, De Huang, let us indulge in the hot spring." Chunyu's eyes sparkled with excitement at the news. Both women, fastidious in their cleanliness, had endured several days of climbing the snow-capped mountains without a bath, their skin now calloused. They had been yearning for the soothing embrace of the Tian Shan hot springs. Aestin led them into the woods, where they soon discovered a meandering stream of hot spring water, converging into several small pools amidst the trees. The water was crystal clear and pleasantly warm, an ideal spot for soaking. Chunyu and Jinni laughed and cheered in delight, eager to disrobe and immerse themselves in the pools. Having shed her outer robe, Jinni turned to find Aestin still standing nearby. Staring in a daze, she glared at him, her voice firm. "Aestin, avert your gaze. Why do you linger here?" As Aestin gradually regained his composure, he hurriedly made his way downstream, glancing back to speak to I'm just checking if you need any assistance. I'll look for another pool downstream." Aestin, with a foolish grin, dashed toward the lower stream. Seeking a secluded pool where the 2 women were out of sight, he stripped off his clothes and, with a splash, leaped into the water, indulging in a delightful hot spring bath. Before long, Chunyu, draped in damp attire, approached the water, resembling a lotus emerging from the depths, her entire being radiating a luminous allure. Aestin was overjoyed. Noticing that Jenny had not followed, he embraced Chunyu, planting a fervent kiss on her lips before his hands roamed over her body. Sister Yu, what made you decide to keep me company for the past few days? You and little Jenny have been inseparable, as if you were one person that I thought you no longer wanted me, he continued. Chunyu tightly embraced him, their bodies entwined, reveling in the intimate thrill, her breathy reply escaping her lips. Little Jenny is playing with De Huang. I took the opportunity to come and spend time with you. How could I ever want to abandon you? I've missed you dearly. The two were lost in passionate kisses and caresses, their emotions igniting. Just as Chunyu's garment was half removed and they were about to delve deeper into their connection, a voice suddenly broke through the water's surface. Sister Yu, what are you doing? Age, where are you? Jenny's lilting call startled the pair, pulling them from their indulgent reverie. Chunyu hurriedly adjusted her attire, while Aiding, with no place to hide, sank deeper into the water, concealing himself between Chunyu's legs. Jenny, similarly clad in damp undergarments, approached, noticing Chunyu sitting alone, and leaped into the pool, splashing playfully. Sister Yu has left, and De Huang has run off. I'm all alone and bored. This pool is just right. Neither too cold nor too warm. I'll soak for a bit longer. Chunyu's face flushed crimson, embarrassment flooding her as she tightly clamped her legs around Aiding's head, fearing he might surface and reveal their predicament. Aiding, completely exposed, knew the humiliation of being discovered by little Jenny would be unbearable. Chunyu forced herself to maintain composure, feigning indifference as she adjusted her garments. Sister Jenny, why have you come down here? Such a damp spring light is quite revealing. Be careful not to bump into Age. Jenny giggled innocently. Where did Age run off to? You should be cautious of him. I've noticed he's been acting a bit lecherous these past few days. When have I ever been lecherous? Aiding protested from beneath the water, unable to surface, holding his breath as he awaited Jenny's departure. What has Age done to you? Chunyu, harboring her own suspicions, stealthily pinched Aiding's tender flesh beneath the water. Jenny, oblivious to their awkward situation, blushed slightly and chuckled. No, Sister Yu, you've misunderstood. Age hasn't done anything to me. I just sense something odd between you two. You're neither siblings nor lovers that I can't quite discern your relationship. Is that so? Chunyu paused, momentarily taken aback, her expression stiffening as she pondered before forcing a smile and responding. Not siblings, nor lovers. How could you perceive that? Little Aiding is indeed my brother, albeit not by blood. Our bond is genuine, as strong as that of siblings. Jenny shook her head, laughing lightly. I can't quite explain it. It just feels strange. Age seems to have an interest in you, but there is quite an age gap between you two. You don't seem well matched. Chunyu's legs tightened around Aiding's head, preventing him from surfacing, while she turned to address little Jenny. One wouldn't expect such astute observations from you. Little Jenny, perhaps you have experienced love before, which grants you such mature insights. Jenny immediately blushed, hastily shaking her head. Not at all. I've never been in love. It's not a mature viewpoint, merely a feeling. Nothing to take seriously. Aiding, beneath the water, was on the verge of suffocation, signaling Chunyu with gentle pulls on her leg, urging her to conclude the conversation so that Jenny might depart, allowing him to breathe before he drowned. Chunyu understood Aiding's predicament, but, with Jenny present, could not allow him to surface. Instead, she pressed down on Aiding's head, turning to face Jenny with a strained smile. Sister and little Aiding share a sibling bond. You must have misjudged. Let us get out of the water and dress while he is still away. All right, Jenny replied nonchalantly, splashing in the water for a moment longer before finally standing up, laughing as she climbed to the bank. When Age returns, Sister Yu, please don't speak ill of me. Even though Age is a bit foolish, he is quite endearing. Aiding, feeling lightheaded and on the brink of passing out, struggled violently beneath the water. Desperate to break the surface for air, Chunyu exerted all her strength to keep him submerged, resolutely preventing him from emerging, and the situation grew dire. Sister Yu, you're a bit more voluptuous. This outfit may not suit you. I have several flexible pieces of underwear that guarantee comfort. You should try them on later, Jenny remarked before finally leaving, slipping from Chunyu's sight. Chunyu quickly released her grip, signaling Aiding that he could surface and breathe. However, to her shock, Aiding remained motionless, his body stiffening as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chunyu panicked, yanking him up to check, only to find his face pale, eyes shut tight, and breath non-existent, that in a frantic state. Chunyu struck his chest forcefully. attempting to rouse him. Aiding lay still, appearing lifeless in desperation. Chunyu removed a silver hairpin from her hair, and, aiming for Aiding's acupoint, plunged it down with all her might. The pin pierced through flesh, stirring a surge of intense pain throughout his body. Ah! Aiding convulsed, jolted awake, his eyes snapping open. Upon seeing little Jenny, he acted as if nothing had transpired. From now on, behave properly in front of little Jenny. You mustn't let her look down on you. Chunyu urgently instructed him before departing. Aiding, summoning his remaining strength, crawled onto the bank, lying back and gasping for breath. Then lamented, "Little Jenny, you've ruined my good fortune." Dressed once more, he returned upstream, finding the two sisters already attired. Seated on a bundle, partaking in their evening meal. Upon seeing Aiding, Chunyu exchanged a deep gaze with him, seemingly inquiring if he was all right. Jenny, in high spirits, quickly made room for him, cheerfully speaking. "Where did Age go for so long?" "I discussed with Sister Yu, and we've decided to camp by the stream tonight. Let us eat something first." Aiding sighed, settling beside Chunyu. Jenny, curious, asked, "Age seems to have been wronged. Who bullied you? Tell me, and I'll stand up for you." Aiding looked at Jenny, bemused that I nearly drowned while bathing, which is why I feel so contemplative. Drowned? Jenny giggled, mistaking his words for humor and brushing it off. Chunyu offered Aiding a piece of dried fruit, frowning as she chided him. "How could you be so careless?" As Aiding chewed the dried fruit and sipped tea, he marveled, "Sister Jenny, where exactly is this paradise? How does it yield such an abundance of exquisite items? Everything you wear and use is so beautifully crafted. Even your food is so refined that I never imagined I could enjoy such delicacies in the wilderness. What else do you have in your large bundle?" "Any meat, no meat. The Divine Envoy family rarely consumes meat, primarily relying on vegetarian fare," Jenny replied, shaking her head. Aiding was taken aback that I thought the Divine Envoy family lived in a bountiful paradise, if not mountain delicacies. "Then surely fish and meat would be the norm, that I never expected you to be vegetarians. That is even less than my life in the Black Forest. I can eat meat every day." Jenny pouted and shrugged, helplessly shaking her head. The paradise where the Divine Envoy family resides is a rainforest, rich in resources. Grains and oils can be easily gathered from the woods. Hence, no one hunts. And meat is seldom consumed. "Oh, I see." Aiding nodded, patting his chest as he introduced himself. "Sister Jenny, leave the matter of meat to me. Today, as the sun sets, we'll let it go. Starting tomorrow, I'll ensure you have meat every day. At every meal, that if we catch fish in the stream, I'll have Sister Yu prepare it. Her grilled fish is truly a specialty. Great! I can hardly wait." Jenny clapped her hands in delight that my greatest wish in escaping to the mainland is to admire the scenery and savor the local cuisine. "Let us start with the culinary skills of Age and Sister Yu." Aiding exaggerated slightly. "Now, we don't even have salt. Grilled fish would be tasteless, hardly a specialty." Chunyu humbly downplayed her skills that I'm just modest. "My cooking is quite average that I have salt. I have everything. Rice, oil, vinegar, and T&M. Large bundle contains pots and dishes. What does Sister you need to use?" "Everything is here," Jenny declared as she unwrapped her large parcel, revealing a delightful assortment of jars and bottles filled with various spices, as well as pots and pans and other kitchen items. Chunyu and Aiding gazed in astonishment, unable to contain their admiration for Jenny, giving her repeated thumbs up. "Jenny, my dear sister, you have truly packed everything necessary for living away from home. It seems you have no intention of returning." "Of course," Jenny replied, her charming face radiating pride. "Last time I ran away, I suffered because I didn't bring enough supplies and surrendered after just a few days. This time, I am well prepared, and I even secretly created a plump ball to help me carry this large parcel. Initially, I planned to hide on the western side of Tianshan for a few months, letting those old women from the Sky Pavilion fret like ants on a hot stove. Unexpectedly, heaven smiled upon me, allowing me to encounter you all, and now I can cross Tianshan to the mainland. I have made up my mind to indulge in 3 years of unrestrained fun, and when I turn 18, I will return to be the so-called owner of the Flying Swallow Pavilion." "Jenny, your aspirations are truly surprising." Aiding and Chunyu exchanged glances, expressing their astonishment. The carefree days of girlhood are indeed wonderful. Just like little Jenny here, seeking a life of freedom without a care in the world that truly honors the vibrant years of youth. "Jenny, once you reach the mainland, Where do you plan to explore first? Chunyu inquired with curiosity. This year marks the year of the Grand Martial Arts Conference. The 7th edition will be held in the Grand Capital. Jenny responded that I plan to attend the Grand Martial Arts Conference first. And then wander around? The Grand Martial Arts Conference? What is that? Aiding, lacking knowledge, turned to Chunyu with a puzzled expression. I asked the Grand Capital, where the little witch resides. Is there really a martial arts conference there? What is it all about? Chunyu shot him an annoyed glance, irritated by Aiding's ignorance, and huffed. It's the lair of the little witch, the capital of the great demon kingdom, the most prosperous and lively city on the continent. Every 5 years, martial artists from across the continent gather in the Grand Capital for a grand assembly known as the Grand Martial Arts Conference. During this event, martial artists compete against one another, determining their standings. The victors gain both fame and fortune, immediately stepping into a life of prominence, hence why martial artists flock to it. The Grand Martial Arts Conference has been held 6 times, and this year marks the 7th, evolving from a mere gathering of martial artists to an event that attracts all social classes across the continent. Nobles and dignitaries from various countries will attend, and renowned martial sects will participate, all eager to shine at the conference and bring glory to their nations and enhance their sections before Chunyu could finish. Jenny eagerly interjected. At that time, nobles, ministers, princesses, and commoners alike will sit together, discussing and judging the performances. Merchants will gather outside the southern gate of the Grand Capital, selling all sorts of goods and delicacies. There will be bards reciting poetry, dancers performing, and scholars debating, making it the most vibrant day on the continent. Truly a festival for all. Is it really that much fun? Aiding's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Chunyu immediately dashed his hopes. Yes, it's fun and lively, and it certainly broadens one's horizons. However, the public from all over the continent can attend. But you and I must absolutely stay away. Aiding, realizing the gravity of the situation, sighed in defeat. Indeed, such an interesting event, yet it's held in the Grand Capital, that if the little witch Byunlo discovers that we went to watch the festivities, wouldn't we be walking right into a trap, seeking our own demise? Our lives are at stake. We must not go. Chunyu nodded in agreement, appreciating Aiding's ability to discern priorities. She then turned to Jenny, her expression shifting to one of realization. Sister Jenny, did you choose this moment to run away because you have long been looking forward to this year's martial arts conference? If you go to the Grand Capital to witness the event, you will at least fulfill half of your wishes, and you could savor the culinary delights of the world. Jenny chuckled and nodded. Yes, I've been keeping an eye on the Grand Martial Arts Conference for a long time. If I can travel to the mainland, my first choice will be to visit the Grand Capital. At this point, Jenny seemed a bit anxious that if Sister Yu and Brother Ai do not attend the Grand Martial Arts Conference, doesn't that mean we will have to part ways? What are your plans? Us. Chunyu glanced at Aiding, her enthusiasm waning as she sighed deeply. What plans could we possibly have? I originally thought I would perish in Tianshan, living day by day, without care. I never expected to survive and exit Tianshan. What should we do now? We still have to follow our initial plan to head towards the Central Plains to evade the pursuit of the Great Demon Kingdom. So, once we leave Tianshan, we will have to part ways, Jenny said, her eyes brimming with tears as she grasped Chunyu's hand, reluctant to separate. After a moment of sorrow, Jenny suddenly remembered something and exclaimed with joy. Sister Yu, you need not worry about being captured by the demon army, for this year is the Grand Martial Arts Conference year. According to custom, during the Grand Martial Arts Conference year, there is a martial prohibition issued by the Demon Lord, requiring all nations to maintain peace and refrain from military actions that the host nation. The Great Demon Kingdom must lead by example and would not pursue you too during the Grand Martial Arts Conference year. The martial prohibition by the Demon Lord? What is that? Aiding asked with keen interest, looking at little Jenny. The discussion of the martial prohibition by the Demon Lord is quite lengthy. Jenny cleared her throat and gazed towards the dark night sky. The Great Demon Kingdom was originally a medium-sized nation in the lower reaches of the Great River, not as powerful as it is today, that in the northern part of the continent. There are 6 or 7 nations, including Due, Shiliang, the Great Demon Kingdom, and a few others that are somewhat weaker, all in constant conflict, leading to bloodshed and suffering for ordinary people. 40 years ago, the demon Lord Gusa emerged as the ruler of the Great Demon Kingdom, wielding unparalleled demonic powers that began to change this stagnant situation. The demon Lord Gusa trained the military and implemented reforms, first annexing several nearby smaller nations. After strengthening their power, they conquered Diyue and Xiliang, ultimately unifying the entire north 13 years ago. That I know about the conquest of Xiliang. The elders in the village say that it was the notorious Tiger Slayer who led the army against Xiliang, killing countless people and causing rivers of blood, earning the title of the terrifying tiger. That it was the wolf riders of the Tiger Slayer who forced Sister Yu and me into Tianshan. And we had no choice but to cross Tianshan. Aiding hastily recounted what little he knew about the continent. Yes, while the Tiger Slayer is indeed the most terrifying figure in Xiliang, he does not hold a core position of power in the Great Demon Kingdom. And he is not the most formidable figure. Jenny nodded, continuing her explanation. Today, the Great Demon Kingdom claims to be the strongest nation on the continent, with a powerful military that keeps the southern nations on edge. The Demon Lord Gusa is hailed as the foremost of the 4 Grand Masters and the world's #1, wielding significant influence over the people of the continent. The key reason the Great Demon Kingdom has become the dominant power on the continent is due to the hosting of the Grand Martial Arts Conference. How does hosting the Martial Arts Conference strengthen the Great Demon Kingdom? I still don't understand, Aiding said, somewhat confused. Chunyu couldn't help but scold Aiding. Aren't you supposed to be quite clever? How can you not grasp such a simple concept? The Great Demon Kingdom is the biggest beneficiary of the Grand Martial Arts Conference, truly reaping both fame and fortune, which is why it has gradually grown stronger to become the leading power today. Aiding still seemed a bit bewildered, prompting Jenny to continue her explanation. When the Demon Lord Gusa was rallying the military, he called upon all citizens of the Demon Kingdom to practice martial arts and join the army to earn military merit. To this end, he organized martial arts competitions to select extraordinary martial artists from the populace to serve in key military positions, which was the precursor to the Grand Martial Arts Conference. With the expansion of the Great Demon Kingdom's power, the Demon Lord Gusa was no longer satisfied with merely selecting talent from within the kingdom, but instead began to invite martial artists from across the continent to participate in the martial arts competitions. To date, the Grand Martial Arts Conference has successfully held 6 editions, producing numerous exceptional individuals for the Great Demon Kingdom. For instance, the current saying in the martial world is that beneath the 4 Grand Masters, there are 10 top experts, with the first being the brave tiger who won the championship of the first Grand Martial Arts Conference. After being recruited by the Demon Kingdom, he achieved remarkable successes, leading armies to conquer several smaller nations and eventually Diyue, rising to the position of a minister in the Demon Kingdom, becoming one of the inner circle of the Demon Lord Gusa. The Tiger Slayer from Xiliang was the champion of the 4th Grand Martial Arts Conference. Other significant generals of the Great Demon Kingdom also emerged from the Grand Martial Arts Conference, such as the General of the Demon Kingdom, known for his ferocity, and the Champion General, renowned for his bravery. It is evident just how immensely the Great Demon Kingdom has benefited from the Grand Martial Arts Conference. Oh, now I somewhat understand, Aiding nodded. Hosting the Martial Arts Conference to attract talent is indeed a brilliant strategy, and oh wonder the Great Demon Kingdom is growing stronger. The Demon Lord Gusa truly deserves the title of the world's #1. Astounding indeed, Aiding sincerely expressed his admiration. Spring Rain chuckled as she spoke. Thus, you can grasp the true intent behind the Demon Lord's martial ban, can you not? Aiding furrowed his brow in contemplation. The Demon Lord Gusa has gathered talent and gained strength by hosting the Grand Martial Assembly. Logically, other nations should feel envious and seek ways to sabotage the event. Brother AI, you are exceedingly clever. You are absolutely correct. Please continue. Xiao Jenny encouraged, her admiration evident as she urged Aiding to think further. Aiding forced a wry smile and raised his hand in surrender. With my intellect, it is already a stretch to consider that other nations would envy the Grand Martial Assembly and would devise methods to disrupt it. I cannot fathom how they might do so, nor how the Demon Kingdom would retaliate against the disruptors. Spring Rain scoffed coldly, knitting her brows as she interrupted, Aiding that I have only praised you a couple of times, and already you falter. The Demon Lord's martial ban is precisely the means by which the Demon Kingdom ensures the smooth execution of the Grand Martial Assembly. How does the Demon Lord's martial ban guarantee the successful hosting of the Grand Martial Assembly? Aiding continued to inquire. Xiao Jinny found it peculiar. Spring Rain seemed to have transformed into a different person, persistently challenging Aiding since the evening began. Could it be that something unpleasant had transpired between them? The Demon Lord's martial ban stipulates that during the year of the Grand Martial Assembly, All nations on the continent must cease hostilities and maintain peace among themselves. Should anyone violate the martial ban. After the year of peace, the Demon Kingdom will impose severe military punishment. Moreover, during the month of the Grand Martial Assembly, all private duels within the capital are strictly prohibited, with violators also facing punishment from the Demon Kingdom. These two stipulations are collectively referred to as the Demon Lord's Martial Ban. Xiao Jinni finally elucidated the background of the martial ban. Oh, now I understand completely. This is indeed a positive development. The people of the continent will certainly support the Grand Martial Assembly, as they can enjoy a whole year of peace and tranquility. However, Aiding cast a puzzled glance at Spring Rain and Xiao Jinni. Though the martial ban is beneficial, what if the other nations refuse to comply? What to do? Do not forget what I previously told you, that in the martial world, strength reigns supreme. Powerful martial artists wield absolute authority. The superiority of might determines the hierarchy. Given the current formidable strength of the Demon Kingdom and the Demon Lord Gusa's significant influence in the martial community, once the martial ban is decreed, who would dare to defy it? Are they not fearful of the Demon Kingdom's retribution? Spring Rain concluded. Aiding finally comprehended the entirety of the situation surrounding the Grand Martial Assembly and felt a surge of joy. As long as the Demon Kingdom adheres to the martial ban, we need not worry about the demon army pursuing us. Sister Yu, let us accompany Sister Jinni to witness the spectacle. After all, it is a rare opportunity that occurs only once every 5 years. Spring Rain shot him a glare. Huffing in irritation, we cannot go. We have urgent matters to attend to. Have you forgotten that we must travel to Changshan to seek out the Martial Alliance leader, the heroic Yin Zhaoran, to accuse the Demon Lord of his crimes? You two intend to visit Changshan to find the heroic Yin Zhaoran. Jinni's eyes twinkled as she clapped her hands in laughter. Sister Yu, if you wish to seek the Martial Alliance leader, you must indeed make a trip to the capital. Chapter 70. Journey to the capital to witness the Martial Assembly. Spring Rain exclaimed in astonishment. If I go to Changshan to find the heroic Yin Zhaoran, why must I go to the capital? Xiao Jinni giggled, taking Spring Rain's hand as she spoke. Sister, you might not be aware, but the current Grand Martial Assembly is no longer solely the affair of the Demon Kingdom. It is now organized by the Martial World Justice Alliance and hosted by the Demon Kingdom. Martial World Justice Alliance? I was not aware of this development. But what difference does it make? Spring Rain inquired. The nature of the event is fundamentally different. Starting from this edition, the full name of the Grand Martial Assembly is the Martial World Justice Alliance Martial Artist Competition. Abbreviated as the Martial Alliance Assembly, held in the capital of the Demon Kingdom every 5 years, isn't it just a rebranding without any real change? Aiding chuckled repeatedly, failing to see any distinction. Spring Rain furrowed her delicate brows, pondering for a moment before nodding and speaking. It is indeed different. And no matter how popular the past Grand Martial Assemblies were in the martial community, they merely represented the event of one nation. With the involvement of the Martial World Justice Alliance, it transforms entirely. The Martial World Justice Alliance is the most extensive martial artist organization on the continent, encompassing nearly all renowned sects and martial arts families as its members. Logically, the Martial Alliance Assembly is the most legitimate martial event, representing the highest level of martial arts on the continent. What a brilliant move by the Demon Kingdom. Aiding observed Spring Rain's dawning realization. Yet he remained perplexed and hurriedly asked, what exactly is different? Sister Yu, please explain it to me. Spring Rain shot him an exasperated glance, her annoyance evident as she elaborated. After several successful editions of the Grand Martial Assembly, it sparked envy among other nations on the continent, prompting them to seek ways to undermine it. Various nations began hosting their own martial events, such as the Red Sun Kingdom's Red Capital Martial Assembly and the Great Chu Kingdom's Shochuan Martial Assembly. Yet they merely followed suit and ended up being lackluster. To speak frankly, the Grand Martial Assembly has always been the most grand, just and captivating martial event on the continent. As the other nations recognized their inability to compete, they began to resist the Grand Martial Assembly, sending only a handful of martial artists as a token gesture, or simply abstaining from participation altogether. It is rumored that the previous Grand Martial Assembly was somewhat lackluster, with only a few delegations from various nations attending, and the champion was ultimately claimed by a commoner martial artist. It seems the Demon Lord has learned from past lessons. This time, he has gone to great lengths to collaborate with the Martial World Justice Alliance. which is indeed impressive that I still do not understand. How is the Martial Alliance Assembly the most legitimate event? How can it represent the highest level? Aiden continued to probe. Xiao Jenny, noticing Spring Rain's growing impatience, quickly interjected to clarify. The Martial World Justice Alliance is the most extensive martial artist organization on the continent. The prominent sects and martial arts families are primarily members of the alliance, especially the royal families of various nations, all of whom are council members of the alliance. Now that the alliance is hosting the martial event, can these members and council members possibly abstain from attending? Oh, I see. So if the royal families from various nations are participating, it signifies that all the nations on the continent endorse this martial alliance assembly, making it legitimate. Aiding acknowledged, nodding in understanding. Xiao Jinny continued her explanation. In the martial world, the true top-tier experts almost exclusively hail from renowned sects and martial arts families. Particularly among the royal families, they possess the most elite martial artists. With their participation in the assembly, they are bound to showcase the highest level of competition. Aiding nodded repeatedly, finally grasping the concept. Sister Jenny, you have spoken for quite some time, yet you still have not revealed why I must go to the capital. Spring Rain suddenly interjected. Jenny chuckled, her big eyes sparkling. That I've been explaining for a while, and it seems Sister Yu is the only one who has not understood. The 7th Grand Martial Assembly, it should now be called the 7th Martial Alliance Assembly, is approaching, and as the organizers, where should we be at this very moment? Spring Rain suddenly realized, exclaiming, are you saying that the heroic Yin Zhaoran is currently in the capital? And if we head to Changshan, we will miss him. Indeed, as the organizer of the Martial Alliance Assembly, the leader Yin Zhaoran has been residing in the capital for several months now. The preparations for the assembly are numerous and intricate, keeping him quite busy. That if the heroic Yin is not in Changshan, then Aiding and I cannot go to the capital. Our enmity with the little demonist by Yin Lu is profound, even with the Demon Lord's martial ban in place. Our safety cannot be guaranteed. That it is wiser not to go. At this point, Spring Rain felt somewhat lost. The collaboration between the Martial World Justice Alliance and the Demon Kingdom to host the assembly suggested that Yin Zhaoran and the Demon Kingdom had a close relationship. I still wish to accuse the Demon Lord of his crimes. Have I chosen the wrong target? The alliance had just begun its cooperation with the Demon Kingdom, and it was in a honeymoon phase. They would likely not punish the Demon Lord simply due to Sister Yu's accusations. Sister Yu has been misguided from the very beginning. Xiao Jinny nodded sympathetically towards Spring Rain. What should I do then? Spring Rain felt despondent, completely losing hope for the future. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Jinny replied, Sister, you should still head to the capital. During the assembly, the capital will be under the protection of the Demon Lord's martial ban. No matter how tyrannical the first princess Ba Yinlu may be, she cannot resort to violence against you and Brother Ai, lest she defy her master's orders. Even if Ba Yinlu resorts to underhanded schemes against you too, I can serve as your final line of defense. You. Spring Rain was somewhat taken aback, looking up at Xiao Jinny. How will you protect us? Jinny smiled, proudly patting her chest as she spoke to the next master of Fian Tower. I guarantee your safety, for the Divine Envoy family has certain connections with the Demon Lord Gusa. If any mishap occurs, I shall invoke the name of the Fian Tower Master, ensuring that the Demon Lord Gusa will respectfully come forth to greet you. Even if the sky were to fall, that truly the case. The Spring Rain was somewhat unexpected. The Demon Lord Geezer, in his youth, once traveled to the Divine Palace as that individual to undergo a test. It was after this examination that his martial prowess surged, leading him to become the paramount figure of the realm. Therefore, the Demon Lord Geezer holds our Divine Envoy family in the highest regard. The Spring Rain seemed momentarily lost in thought. Are you suggesting that the Demon Lord Geezer was once a divine pet in the snowy mountains? Yes. Yes, Jinny exclaimed, winking at the Spring Rain, signaling her to refrain from continuing as Aiding was nearby. The Spring Rain fell silent, deep in contemplation. Aiding, only half understanding, inquired with confusion. What are you two playing at? Are we going to the capital to witness the martial arts tournament or not? Sister Yu. You should stop hesitating. You ought to go. During the tournament, heroes and champions from across the land gather in the capital, along with delegations from various nations. There will surely be a few true knights of integrity among them. At that time, if Sister Yu exposes the Demon Lord's persecution of the divine physician Zhuang, even if it doesn't avenge your father, it will still strike a blow against the Demon Lord's arrogance. After pondering it several times, the spring rain finally agreed to attend the great capital to witness the martial arts tournament. Chapter 71. The star-chasing girl Aiding leaped up in elation, cheering repeatedly. That night, little Jenny, too excited to sleep, snuggled with the large yellow creature, enthusiastically recounting various tales of the capital's martial arts tournament to Aiding and the spring rain. Aiding, filled with curiosity, pricked up her ears, eager not to miss any important detail. Jenny began by explaining the purpose of the capital's martial arts tournament. The tournament adheres to the principles of fairness, transparency, and justice, prioritizing friendship and peace, with competitions aimed at minimizing bloodshed. Various competitive events are established, including not only martial arts such as swordplay and polearms, but also running, weightlifting, jumping, throwing, wrestling, archery, and concealed weaponry, among dozens of categories. Each category awards first, second, third, and fourth places with distinct honor medals: gold, silver, bronze, and iron. The centerpiece of the tournament is the martial skill contest, which is divided into 3 groups based on the level of martial prowess: the Elite Masters Group, the First Class Masters Group, and the Top Masters Group. The champion of the Top Masters Group receives the most esteemed title of the tournament, the Champion of the Capital. Winning this title brings forth a torrent of flowers and accolades, elevating the victor to the center of attention. Wealth and beauty need no further mention. Every nation on the continent will eagerly extend olive branches, offering high positions and substantial rewards at their discretion. For instance, after the valiant tiger of the Battle Horizon triumphed in the inaugural Capital Martial Arts Tournament, the Great Demon Kingdom promptly appointed him as the Grand General of Chariots and Cavalry. Following his military accomplishments, he was further promoted to the political lord of the Great Demon Kingdom, becoming a pivotal figure of power. With such a successful precedent, all martial artists across the continent are greatly inspired, diligently honing their skills, dreaming of rising through the ranks and securing titles through the tournament. Another unique feature of the capital's martial arts tournament is that civilian martial artists from all over the continent can participate individually, maximizing opportunities for the populace to ascend. Furthermore, there is a highly praised measure allowing all spectators to throw colored bags at their favorite contestants, with the final rankings determined by the quantity of bags thrown. Thus, every spectator can assume the role of a judge, embodying the tournament's commitment to fairness. Aiding listened, enthralled, wishing she could witness the tournament firsthand. Immediately that I heard the colored bags are purchased with money, a means for the Demon Kingdom to amass wealth. The more you throw, the more the Great Demon Kingdom rejoices. The spring rain suddenly interjected that that's only natural. Colored bags bought with money are valuable. They won't be tossed carelessly, allowing one to support their favorite contestant, little Jenny retorted dismissively. The spring rain smiled, choosing not to dwell on that topic with Jenny. Sister Jenny, if you attend the tournament, do you have any preferred events or contestants? Whom do you plan to throw your colored bags at? This question instantly piqued little Jenny's interest. She could no longer sleep, turning to sit up, her tone shifting to a hushed, conspiratorial whisper. According to intelligence from the Divine Envoy family, the young master of the Martial Kingdom, Fa Tianxing, left the martial capital earlier this year to visit various nations on the continent. He is currently traveling through the Central Plains, with the ultimate destination being the 7th Capital Martial Arts Tournament. That if I witness the tournament and see this legendary young hero, it would be worth my life. Even if I were to waste the rest of my days in the Crystal Palace, I would have no regrets to Fa Tianxing. Aiding had never heard of this name and couldn't help but ask, what kind of person is Fa Tianxing that makes you hold him in such high regard? Jenny immediately shushed him, whispering, Aiding, keep your voice down. To Fa Tianxing is the most radiant star of the divine continent, an idol in the hearts of countless young girls that if his whereabouts were to be leaked, it would surely draw throngs of young maidens to his side, making it exceedingly difficult to approach him. Is it really that exaggerated? Aiding questioned skeptically. What is so remarkable about him? Isn't he just a young lord from the Martial Kingdom? Every nation on the continent has its own young lords. Jenny rolled her eyes dramatically, indignantly responding, the young lords of other nations cannot even be compared to Fa Tianxing. Aiding, if you belittle my idol, I won't let you off easily, Ditto. You know not of what you speak. The young lord Fa Tianxing of the Southern Martial Kingdom is no ordinary figure. He is not only the idol of my sister Jenny and all the young ladies of the continent, but also the dream lover of all women on the continent. This is because Fa Tianqing not only holds the title of one of the three great young masters of the continent, but also possesses a distinction that makes all men envious. He is the most handsome man of the era. Now you can understand why my sister Jenny forbids you from belittling Fa Tianqing. As the ancient said, it is difficult for heroes to pass the beauty barrier, and vice versa. It seems my sister Jenny is also a fervent star chaser. The spring rain explained, gently patting little Jenny's arm in playful jest, that it's not that fervent. I merely wish to see how handsome the most beautiful man on the continent truly is. Is he the legendary beauty that can captivate a city and a nation with just one glance? Little Jenny shyly replied to the spring rain point, one of the three great young masters of the continent. The most handsome man. Aiding mulled over these titles, feeling a twinge of jealousy as he scoffed. Just a pampered son from a noble family, not necessarily possessing true skill, that if he participates in the capital martial arts tournament, he might be overshadowed the moment he steps onto the stage. My colored bags will never go to him. The spring rain detected Aiding's insincerity and teased him. Oh, Aiding, are you envious? Not only does Sister Jenny admire Fa Tianqing, but I also appreciate him, that it's not merely because he is the young lord of the martial kingdom, born into privilege, or that he is the most handsome man on the continent, strikingly attractive. Most importantly, he possesses genuine talent that matches his illustrious title as one of the three great young masters. Each of the three great young masters is a paragon among the younger generation, hailing from prestigious backgrounds with exceptional capabilities, each boasting unparalleled martial skills, that if Fa Tianqing participates in the 7th Capital Martial Arts Tournament, he is sure to secure victory based on either skill or popularity. Moreover, I am confident that all the female spectators will throw their colored bags at Fa Tianqing. Your few bags wouldn't matter in comparison. Aiding fell silent, contemplating for a moment, and finally sighed, impressive, truly impressive. Since even Sister Yu holds Fa Tianqing in such high regard, he must be quite a figure. If he appears, I, like you both, will support him and throw my colored bags at him. Is that satisfactory, Sister Jenny? Jenny giggled in delight, yawning and rubbing her eyes as she instructed Aiding. Aiding, we have a pact. If Fa Tianqing takes the stage, you must throw your colored bags at him, or else I won't be satisfied. Having said that, she could no longer keep her eyes open, quickly drifting into slumber, and soon fell into the realm of dreams. Chapter 72. Though the Oath Remains. The past feels like a dream. Aiding, still wanting to hear more, called out a few times, noticing little Jenny remaining still and silent, and couldn't help but chuckle. This little Jenny fell asleep before finishing her tale. I never would have guessed that despite her youth, she is quite knowledgeable, well-versed in the affairs of the continent. The spring rain gently adjusted little Jenny's sleeping posture, softly responding, the Divine Envoy family oversees the Divine Continent on behalf of the Divine Father. So naturally, we are well aware of all matters concerning the continent. Aiding nodded in agreement, pondering for a moment before quietly asking the spring rain, Sister Yu, you seem somewhat troubled tonight. Has something happened? Are you unhappy because I'm also eager to attend the Capital Martial Arts Tournament? Not at all. The spring rain quickly denied, sighing softly in reply. Aiding, my distress is not due to the tournament. It pertains to other matters. Aiding, as we are about to leave the heavenly mountains, do you have any plans? Plans? Aiding was momentarily puzzled, then replied with a smile, our plan is simply to attend the capital to witness the martial arts tournament. Isn't it? The spring rain turned her gaze to the night sky, letting out a long sigh. And then what? After watching the martial arts competition, what are your plans? Aiding furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat lost. I will follow Sister Yu's lead. Whatever you say goes, that we could seek a refuge from the great demon kingdom's influence and establish a new medical god manor. Chunyu's tone grew, increasingly stern as her frustration mounted. Aiding, you are a man. You must take responsibility and not simply heed the words of women. You need to form your own opinions. Aiding, even more bewildered, could not fathom what had provoked Chunyu's ire and remained silent for a moment. After a prolonged silence with no response from Aiding, Chunyu, feeling increasingly disheartened, spoke up. Very well. Let us first attend the grand martial arts competition in the capital, that I want you to witness what true heroes and champions are like. From tomorrow onward, you shall immerse yourself in cultural studies and strive for self-improvement, that I do not expect you to become one of the three great young lords of our time. But if you can acquire even a fraction of their skills, I will be content. That moment, Jenny, awakened from her slumber, twisted her body and muttered in annoyance. "What time is it? You're still talking? I was dreaming of the celestial star, and now you've interrupted me." With that, she tilted her head and drifted back to sleep. Asting and Chunyu fell silent, each lost in their own thoughts, and after a long while, they finally succumbed to sleep, heading eastward over the Tianshan Mountains. They essentially retraced their steps, familiar with the road ahead. By day, they traversed snowy peaks and icy ridges, and by night, they camped in verdant valleys, occasionally encountering hot springs where they could enjoy a soothing bath. Thus, the journey eastward was relatively easy. However, following that night, Chunyu seemed to grow increasingly sullen, rarely displaying a smile. During their nightly camps, Chunyu had initially intended to personally teach Asting cultural knowledge. Yet, little Jenny became intrigued and insisted on taking Chunyu's place as Asting's instructor. With sticks as pens and the earth as paper, they began to practice writing. Jenny first inscribed the characters for Asting's name on the ground, encouraging him to mimic her strokes, starting with learning to write his own name. Asting, filled with trepidation, picked up a stick and cautiously traced the letters in the mud, fearful of making even the slightest mistake. With each stroke, he would nervously glance up at Jenny, resembling a young pupil in his earnestness. Upon completing the final stroke, Asting looked up at Jenny, and upon receiving her approving gaze, he felt an immense joy. The 3 uneven characters on the ground represented his first attempt at writing his name. Though far from perfect, it filled him with a profound sense of achievement. Asting was ecstatic. Being able to write his name signified his departure from illiteracy. He was no longer the unlettered commoner from Shiliang. This marked a pivotal moment in his life. Without pause, he practiced diligently for dozens of repetitions. Eventually, he succeeded in writing his name neatly, earning nods of approval from both Jenny and Chunyu. Thus, Jenny assumed the role of Asting's cultural mentor, imparting new characters to him daily, beginning with simple ones like sun, moon, water, fire, and field, gradually increasing the complexity. Asting, eager to learn more, also implored Jenny to teach him martial arts that he greatly admired Jenny's agile and elusive movements. Convinced she was a martial arts prodigy akin to Bianluo. Consequently, he sought her guidance in combat techniques. However, the Divine Envoy family had little knowledge of martial arts. Like Chunyu, Jenny displayed little interest in martial techniques and was not trained in them. Nevertheless, Jenny had a keen fascination with lightness skills, having practiced them diligently for mischief and agility. She eagerly began to teach Asting her lightness techniques. However, Jenny's approach differed greatly from Bianluo's. It did not rely on profound internal energy, but was merely a swift and agile form of movement. A superficial understanding of lightness skills that in the martial world. Typical lightness techniques are based on internal energy, utilizing its fluctuations to control movement. In contrast, Jenny's lightness technique required no internal energy. All one needed was a strong and nimble body, quick reflexes, and the ability to manipulate one's center of gravity according to specific steps. In other words, Jenny's method was merely a complex sequence of steps. Mastering the forward, backward, and lateral movements and grasping the nuances of nimble transitions. One could create an impression of agility and elusiveness. During close combat, the ability to shift between reality and illusion, to move unpredictably and at will, would rival even true lightness skills. Asting, naturally agile, quickly learned the principles and soon began to emulate her movements. Initially, he struggled to keep pace with Jenny's speed during their playful chases. However, after a few days of practice, he gradually adapted to her rhythm and even managed to catch her a couple of times. Such progress greatly pleased Jenny, shifting her perspective on Asting as her eager student. In the days that followed, apart from traveling, Asting dedicated himself to studying cultural knowledge and practicing lightness techniques under the stern supervision of Jenny. Chunyu, observing Asting's progress, remained stoic, showing little the trio and their dog journeyed eastward. Nearing the eastern foothills of the Tianshan Mountains, Chunyu's melancholy deepened. She often appeared lost in thought, burdened by her worries. She treated Asting with indifference, refusing to engage in any intimate gestures, regardless of the circumstances. Puzzled and hesitant to inquire directly, Asting discreetly sought Jenny's insights into Chunyu's behavior. Jenny, somewhat evasively, mentioned that Chunyu's close friend had visited recently, which had affected her mood, advising Asting not to disturb her peace. Asting, somewhat confused, assumed Chunyu was merely anxious about life beyond the Tian Shan Mountains, so he did not dwell on the matter further. One day, they arrived at the location where Asting and Chunyu had first encountered the hot springs, camping beside it for the night. Revisiting the site stirred deep emotions in Chunyu. Reminiscent of the night, she and Asting had sworn their vows. Though their promises remained, the past felt like a fleeting dream, devoid of the initial fervor. Had she known it would come to this, perhaps things would have turned out differently. While Chunyu wallowed in self-pity, Asting and Jenny discussed how to navigate their way out of the Tian Shan Mountains. With the prospect of exiting the mountains in sight, Asting and Jenny deliberated on the best route to evade the threat of the wolf riders. They ultimately agreed to head north from their current position, continuing for several days to reach the northern regions, thereby avoiding the area of the Snow Bear Cave, where thousands of wolf riders had perished beneath the snow. Even if wolf riders were stationed outside the mountain pass, they would remain oblivious to the presence of the trio and their dog. The three decided to travel north for another fortnight before finally ascending the last ridge and gazing eastward. In the distance lay an expansive and desolate Gobi Desert. At the foot of the mountains, the lush green forests and grasslands flourished, exuding tranquility and serenity, confirming the absence of wolf riders guarding the area. Standing atop the peak and facing east, Jenny burst into laughter, raising her arms in jubilant celebration that I have arrived at the continent. All the delicious food, delightful activities, and beautiful sights await me. Jenny is coming to enjoy you all. Great capital martial arts competition, Celestial Star, here I come. Her sharp cries echoed across the ridges, reverberating endlessly, shaking the ground as heavy snow cascaded down the slopes. That Asting's expression changed drastically as he rushed to stop Jenny. No, an avalanche is imminent. Where should we seek shelter? Chunyu, too, turned pale, clutching the dog tightly, uncertain of what to do. Jenny, momentarily flustered, quickly regained her composure, asking in surprise, "What avalanche? What are you talking about?" "Nothing has happened." Asting, regaining his composure, surveyed the surrounding valleys, and indeed, all was tranquil. The anticipated chaos had not materialized. Chunyu, recovering from her shock, recounted in detail the incident they had encountered upon entering the Tian Shan Mountains. She described how she and Asting had fled into a ravine, pursued by the wolf riders, only to be saved by a sudden avalanche that buried the entire ravine and all the demon army. Had they not found refuge in a cave at the last moment, they too would have been entombed beneath hundreds of meters of snow. Upon hearing the full story, Jenny couldn't help but laugh. Was it just an avalanche? Did it really frighten Sister Yu and Brother Asting so much? Avalanche, what is that? What does it mean? Asting and Chunyu exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of the situation, and promptly urged Jenny to provide clarification. Young Jenny, with a playful giggle, nonchalantly recounted the principles and processes of avalanches. When the accumulation of snow on a hillside reaches a certain thickness, the potential for an avalanche becomes significant. The snow, influenced by the terrain, experiences gravitational forces urging it downward, yet is hindered by the ground, which generates opposing frictional forces that if the gravitational force of the snow is less than the frictional force, it will remain steadfastly upon the slope. Conversely, when the frictional force is surpassed by gravity, the snow will cascade downwards, resulting in an avalanche. Avalanches predominantly occur after snowfall or in areas where snow has accumulated over prolonged periods. They are also influenced by sunlight, with certain anthropogenic factors potentially triggering them. Based on Chunyu and Asting's experience, Jenny deduced the cause of that particular avalanche. The location in question was situated on a sunlit slope and, given that it was summer, was particularly prone to such occurrences. At that moment, the forces of gravity and friction were delicately balanced, and any disruption of this equilibrium could instigate an avalanche. Thus, any disturbance, be it strong winds, the movement of animals, or even sounds of shouting, could provoke a collapse. According to what Sister Yu had said, the collective cries of thousands of wolf-riding soldiers had generated sufficient vibrational force to disrupt that balance. Therefore, the avalanche was indeed a consequence of the demon army's own actions, a fitting retribution that left them buried beneath the ice and snow. Although Chunyu and Asting did not fully grasp the intriguing concepts of gravitational and frictional forces, they nonetheless understood that the snow's descent was a natural phenomenon and not an act of divine intervention, prompting them to exclaim in awe,